Hey guys, it's John. Different kind of video today, to say the least. If you didn't know this about me, I am quite the CD collector, or at least I used to be. I have with me almost 400 albums that I've accrued over the years, whether it was getting one for my 10th birthday, or just going on a little used bookstore shopping spree a few years ago and getting a bunch for like $1 each. I've managed to acquire almost 400 albums. Now, the thing is, and I don't know if you've heard, but the CD has kind of gone out of style. It's not exactly, and this is my first ever CD, Backstreet Boys Millennium. That's right, repping it. We'll be talking about it. This was the preferred music format, 20 years ago. But these days, everything's on streaming, and I'm a big, physical copy guy, obviously, as you may have figured out from me owning 400 CDs. But even I have to move on sometime, and I pretty much stream all of my music these days, and I just need to do something with these CDs that were sitting in a moving box for the past couple years. We moved into a new place like 2.5 years ago, and I put all my CDs in these boxes, and I was like, okay, I'm going to see how long until I pull one out. And literally just last week, I pulled them out of the box, and I was like, you know what? I think it's time to get rid of a lot of these. So I'm going to go through them, and I'm going to just pick out my favorites to keep. I'm guessing it's going to be something like 10 to 20% of them, and I'm going to be donating or selling or giving away all the rest of them. But I thought before I did that, since I'm Marie Kondoing up my media collection, I guess, I thought it would be a good idea to go through them and just kind of give my thoughts on each album, maybe a little history or like a little fun fact, things like that, because, I didn't just listen to the music. I got really into the bands and the personalities behind them. And if you're wondering what genres the collection covers, it's everything from rock and metal. There's a lot of rock and metal, but there's also, I'm a Sarah McLachlan fan. I can surprise you. There's some pop bands in there. There's some different stuff. There's experimental instrumental things too. So it's mostly rock and metal, but it kind of, there's a wide range. There's some surprises in there. And if you're wondering about specific albums, I'm pleased to report in the description, you'll find a Google spreadsheet or whatever listing every single album that's in my collection that I'll be talking about in this video. And you'll be able to navigate. There'll be timestamps below the video for each letter. So if you're looking for my thoughts on Demon Hunter, for example, you'll want to go to D in the timestamps below. You guys know how the alphabet works, so I don't need to explain the rest. But yeah, so I know this is going to be a long video, so if you want to know just my thoughts on an album in particular, or album series, artist, whatever, then you can navigate around that way. You don't have to watch the whole thing. I don't know how long this is going to be. But I know I'm creating a lot of extra work for myself right now. There's going to be a Google spreadsheet. There's going to be timestamps in the description. I always think big. How come every time I have a video idea, it's like, this will be a great 3-hour long video? But yeah, so I'm excited to go through them in alphabetical order. I've already organized them. I've alphabetized them, which, let me tell you, that was a feat in itself. And we'll be going through and talking about them. And hopefully it'll be a fun time. But this, unfortunately, is going to be the last time you see me on the camera. Well, I might do an outro, because the rest of it will be up close and personal, looking at the albums with just my hands. I'll be gesticulating while I'm talking. So, all right. I think this intro has gone on long enough. Let's go ahead and get into it with the A albums. All right, first album. Okay, I know I said that I was going to start with A's, but this is actually the band 311, Greatest Hits 93 through '03. Now, if you're not familiar with 311, they're just a rock band, really. They've got some good songs. I like, let's see, Down's pretty good, Beautiful Disaster. They've got at least one that you've heard of. Where is it? Amber. You've definitely heard Amber. The chorus is, amber is the color of your energy. I'm not going to sing it for you. But yeah, I like 311. Not enough to get their individual albums, but apparently enough to get their greatest hits, which I think I got at a used bookstore. So yeah, there you go. Actually, we're not into A's yet. This is the band 10 Years, The Autumn Effect. I didn't really listen to this one much. It's kind of a forgettable album. I'm trying to remember what the single even was. Wasteland, I think, was the single. But this was a rock band that they reminded me of Tool a little bit, kind of a poppier, more radio rock Tool. Oh, wow, you can see me talking in the, in the reflection. That's crazy. What a crazy video. Yeah, I don't really have a whole lot of thoughts on this one. It's just kind of like, yeah, sure, you know. Yeah, I didn't really listen to it a whole lot. Okay, now we're getting to the A's. This is a band called Agalock, and the album title Ashes Against the Grain. Got the dust cover here. This is what the actual cover is like, which is pretty underwhelming compared to this. I think that's why I kept the dust cover on. Now this is, I mean, you can kind of tell, can't you? It's a little pretentious. This is what I would term this like a doom metal band personally, but some would disagree. Metal fans can get pretty elitist and specific about genres, but I always liked Agalock. They have like a really calming sound to them. Standout tracks include Falling Snow, I believe. Not Unlike the Waves is probably my favorite song off of this, but they're not like one of my favorite bands or anything. I only have one album by them, and I don't think this is even the fan favorite. I think the fan favorite is one called The Mantle, which came out before this, which I liked, but I kind of like the vibe of this album better, so that's the one that I got. All right, now we're going to get into multiple albums from the same artist. So these are all three albums from a deathcore band called The Agony Scene, starting with the debut. So The Agony Scene came out in, I want to say this is 2002? Let's see if I'm right. Is that 2003, I think it says. Now, what's interesting about The Agony Scene is, and you'll see this with some other albums I talk about, these guys were on a Christian metal label, which is how I found them. Used to go to Christian bookstores to get Christian music. And The Agony Scene were on, Solid State Records. That's what it was called. And it's interesting because The Agony Scene are not a Christian band. And this was the case with a lot of Christian rock, Christian metal bands. They would get put in like Family Christian Stores, for example. That's the brand name. Or Mardell could be another one. And they get put in the music section, and then it was basically up to whether or not the parents rebelled or not that they were taken out. But they were with Solid State for this one, and I mean the lyrics aren't like, they don't swear or anything in the lyrics, so they were able to get away with it. However, their next album, The Darkest Red, was on Roadrunner Records, which is a secular brand, and they changed their sound quite a bit on this one. Like I remember liking this one. It's pretty standard deathcore. There's nothing really special about it, but it was one of the heavier bands that I listened to at the time, so I really liked The Agony Scene. And The Darkest Red, they included some clean vocals, or singing, as some people like to call it. And it's kind of like a poppier, like more metalcore sound, I guess. And I really liked this album when it came out, but I've tried to listen to it recently, and it doesn't really hit the same. I think it's kind of a product of the times, but I liked, The Darkest Red, Scars of Your Disease, Pray was the single, I remember. Suffer's really heavy. There's some good songs on here. It's just not like, I don't know. I don't think weirdly, I liked this more at the time, but it's not as memorable as the debut. And then, I can imagine putting this in a Family Christian Store, right? Get Damned is their third album. So there's the album cover and there's the dust jacket. Now this was kind of, this was not a very good album in my opinion. And a lot of other fans too. This is kind of where they dropped off. In fact, I don't think they made another album after this for close to 20 years because I think they just reunited and started making music again. But yeah, it just wasn't very good. I don't know. It's kind of, looking back at the trilogy now, I'd say, they kind of peaked with the debut and then they kind of fell off after that. And I hate talking about bands like this, but I'm just, giving my opinion on it. The guy's scream is great though. I don't know the lead singer's name, but he's got quite quite the shriek. And I think they were also kind of, last thing I'll say about them, I think they were kind of ahead of their time, because deathcore wasn't really, it wasn't as popular then as it would be a few years later. So I think they kind of missed their window by just a few years. I think if they had popped on a little bit later, they would have been a little bit bigger than they were. Okay, Alice in Chains, The Best of the Box. This is another greatest hit CD. I really like Alice in Chains, one of the best grunge bands of all time. I hate this glue. I hate it. But, you know, when you buy CDs, they just, you know, they stick all sorts of crap on there. So this has most of their good songs on it. You know, most of their singles anyway. It's got, you know, Down a Hole, Wood, Man in the Box. And it's also got some unreleased tracks on it. I believe Get Born Again was previously unreleased. Yeah, it says it right there. You can barely see it. And We Die Young as well. So, yeah, if you're not familiar with Alice in Chains, you've definitely heard their songs before. Wow, I even kept the insert. What? Whew. Yeah, they're probably the best well-known grunge band aside from Nirvana. And a lot of that is due to lead singer Lane Staley, who had an amazing voice. Unfortunately, he committed suicide in the 90s, but he left us with some great music, and I really enjoyed Alice in Chains. I think I have a copy of Dirt somewhere, which is my favorite album from them, but I can't find it. I can only find this one, so I don't know what that says. There's a couple albums I can't find these days. Okay. All That Remains. I've got This Darkened Heart and the follow-up, The Fall of Ideals. All That Remains, you know, I said this about, you know, the Agony Scene just now, but they were another band that I believe, no, they were on Prosthetic Records. They were a Christian band for a while, Christian metal band perhaps, or maybe it was just, they were just a metal band that had Christians in it. But yeah, I remember seeing them at a Christian metal show, I want to say. I think they opened for Demon Hunter one time. And yeah, I always liked the lead singer Phil LeBont. Is that his name? There, yeah, I got it right. I wasn't looking, I swear. Phil LeBont, I thought he was a good lead singer. He's got a good scream. He's got a good singing voice. But what really impressed me about All That Remains were the guitars. I really liked the guitar work. I can't really tell you, like, specifically a song on here that I really liked. Maybe And Death in My Arms. I think The Fall of Ideals was better than This Darkened Heart, personally. Wow, look, I really beat these up. I think this got stepped on at some point. That's why it's in bad condition. Yeah, This Calling was, I think, the single on this one. But yeah, I don't really have like a whole lot of thoughts about All That Remains. Just like, yeah, cool metalcore band. Probably what I'm going to start saying with a lot of these metal bands is like, yeah, this is a metal album. Because I just don't have a lot to say about some of these. All right, Alter Bridge, One Day Remains. Alter Bridge it's basically Creed, literally Mark Tremonti and the guys from Creed, but without the lead singer Scott Stapp. Instead, they had the lead singer from a band called the Mayfield Four join up with them to form Alter Bridge. And I remember when this came out, what was the lead single? I can't really remember what the lead single was. Was it One Day Remains? Open Your Eyes, maybe? It's hard to remember. I do remember liking the metal versions, the metal tracks, because they had some radio rock singles just like Creed, but they also, because Mark Tremonti is the guitarist, and he's the guitarist for Creed, and he always has kind of like a metal edge to him. And they have some songs on here that are pretty heavy, which I liked. I liked Metalingus, Find the Real. Yeah, I remember that. I'm trying to remember the lead singer's name. Miles or oh my gosh, you can't even read this dude. Miles Kennedy. Okay, yeah. It's that right there. I bet you can't even read it. And you've got like a high-powered camera looking down on it. But yeah, I liked Alter Bridge. They weren't anything to write home about for me, and they didn't really last a whole lot longer than this. They had I want to say they had 2 follow-up albums. I don't know. But yeah, they're okay, you know. I can't really tell you much about this. Anathema, Weather Systems. I believe this is an instrumental album, is what I'm going to say. The End Records, 2012. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure this is just Yeah, I think it's just a guy, Daniel Kavanagh. Huh. Yeah, I think there was like a phase where I was like, oh, this band's really cool, or this artist, I guess, not really a band. It was really cool, so I got the CD, but can't tell you much about it. No details. Angels and Airwaves. We don't need to whisper. So this is the Blink 182 spin-off band. Tom DeLonge, the guitarist from Blink 182, spun off to form Angels and Airwaves, and this is the debut album, Parental Advisory. I remember thinking it was really cool at the time. Let's see, Valkyrie Missile, was it The Gift? The Adventure was the lead single, The Adventure, I remember that. But yeah, the guy, the whiny vocal guy from Blink 182, if you're not familiar, this is well, it's his second band that he was in. It's more of like a solo effort, though, I think. From what I remember, throughout Angels and Airwaves history, he's kind of the only permanent member. I could be wrong on that. But yeah, all their songs kind of sound the same. I'm not a big fan, to be honest, but I did get the CD, so. Ooh, speaking of instrumentals, now here we go. Animals as Leaders. You want good instrumental music? Here you go. So this is the debut album from Animals as Leaders. Where is it? CAFO. There it is. Yeah, this is a great album. Wait, is this? Did I swap them? Hang on one second. This is... I gotta be careful here. No, they just look almost identical. The discs just look... Okay, anyway. Yeah, Animals as Leaders doesn't have a bad album. I would say their debut is a little stronger than Weightless, but yeah, it's like... I mean, it's instrumental metal. It's gent, if you will, I think. I don't know. I'm not big on genres. I think they get too confusing. There's too many bands that blur the line. But yeah, great instrumental music. Definitely check them out. And... I've listened to more than just these two albums. These are just the two that I own. But yeah, can't recommend them enough. Oh, embarrassing. This still has the price sticker on this. Looks like John bought this for $3. Yeah, this is Arcade Fire's Funeral, which is their best album. And so I picked up a copy of it. It's got, where is it? Wake Up. Yeah, everyone knows that song. It's the song from the Where the Wild Things Are trailer. But my favorite song from them is Rebellion Lies. So I like that one the most. It has the neighborhood songs. Yeah, I mean, I like Arcade Fire, but, they're not my favorite band or anything. They're cool, enough to spend $3 on. All right, back to some metal. Arch Enemy, Wages of Sin, and Doomsday Machine. So Arch Enemy is a melodic death metal band, I believe is what they're usually classified as. Wages of Sin is a great album. This is arguably one of their best, and this is what their last lead singer, Angela Gosso, I'm not sure how to pronounce it. I think that's what it is. I like their new lead singer. They have a new lead singer now, and I like her too, but I always like Angela is Arch Enemy to me. So yeah, this album in particular is great. The guitars are amazing. The guitarists are two brothers, I believe. It's been a long time since I've thought about Arch Enemy. I mean, this is what, 2002. So and then this is the follow-up. This one's a little more like I mean, this is still good. I still remember liking this one. Nemesis, My Apocalypse, those are good stuff. I think I used My Apocalypse for a video outro one time because I like the way it starts. But yeah, it's just good stuff. Mainly for the guitars and the instrumentals. Okay, Architects, coarse language, watch out. So yeah, Architects, one of my favorite metal bands. This is Lost Forever, Lost Together. It's the Australian Deluxe Edition. Featuring a DVD. I never watched the DVD. Yeah, I really like this album. Gravedigger, Naysayer. Good stuff. Cancer. This, however, All Our Gods Have Abandoned Us. This is like one of my favorite albums of all time. It's so good. It's so intense. They don't even have a track list on the back, but it's got, let's see. I mean, I don't know. Pick a bad song on this album. I can't do it. A Match Made in Heaven is probably my favorite. But yeah, Architects has got like a really intense vocalist, and this is the album that blew them up. Like they were making music for a while before this, and I had listened to it before, and I've been like, yeah, this is fine. But this was the one that I was like, what? I've been missing out. And then I went back and I got this one, and I was like, whoa, I've been missing out for a while. This was the follow-up, Holy Hell. And this was, unfortunately, after the death of their main songwriter and guitar player. His name escapes me at the moment, but I think you can kind of feel it a little bit on this album. I'm not a hater on Holy Hell by any means. One of my favorite Architects, probably my favorite Architects song is on this album, Doomsday. I really like that one. And that's about the guitarist. So yeah, I mean, but this is just, I mean, I think there's no beating this for me as far as this goes. But yeah, if you like metal with some core elements and stuff, if that's okay with you, you probably already listened to Architects, but if you don't, yeah, really good stuff. And I have been listening to them since Holy Hell. It's just I kind of got on my CD phase around that time, about around the time of their last couple albums, so that's why I don't have them. But yeah, love Architects. Arcturus, the Sham Mirrors. Oh boy, this takes me back. Yeah, so this is kind of more artsy stuff. I don't know if I can call it that. Arcturus is, I think they started out as they kind of have like a black metal sound sometimes. And yeah, this is my favorite album by them, though. This probably is the most melodic one up to that point. I'm trying to remember my Star-Crossed is really good. Star-Crossed is great. I mean, they're all good, but yeah, there's only 7 tracks, but I really like the lead singer Garm's voice. I think he does a great job. And actually, I'm a big fan of his other band that he's in post Arcturus called Ulver, but there'll be a while till we get to that in the rotation. As I Lay Dying, an ocean between us. As I Lay Dying is a band with a troubled history. This is another Christian metal band, actually, or they're kind of like a metal band that had Christians in them. Sometimes it's hard to tell because like sometimes they align a little closer with it than others, but I think they're more of just a band that had Christians in them, maybe. Lead singer Tim Lambesis actually went to prison. It's not funny. He went to prison for attempting to kill his wife. He tried to hire an undercover FBI agent to kill his wife. It's just, the reason I laughed is because it's so ridiculous to talk. It's ridiculous that I know that about this band that I have one album from. But they actually, obviously the band broke up while he was in prison, and then he came back and they got back together briefly, but then it seems like it was too painful for the band and they just weren't able to keep it going. I didn't really, when he came back, I was just kind of like, I think I'm good, and I didn't really keep up with them. But there was a time when this band was insanely popular. It was before this album, though. It was, it was like I think it was the album before this, actually. But this one, I remember getting this one because, 2007, I was in college at the time. And, well, freshman year. Yeah, I remember liking this, but, it didn't really hit like their previous one did. And then they never really came back to those highs as I Lay Dying. Damn. Atreyu, Lead Sails Paper Anchor, rather. Atreyu is... well, this was the follow-up to their breakthrough album, The Curse. And they're a metalcore band with 2 lead singers. There's Brandon on the drums and Alex, who does the screamy vocals. Brandon does the clean vocals. I remember that much. Now, I liked this album, I think, but not as much as The Curse. It's one of those things where it's like, wow, how are you going to follow that up? I do remember Atreyu being very widely hated at the time for being like really basic and poppy. Not my words. I never minded them that much. I thought they were okay. And I'm trying to think of any standout tracks. It's kind of annoying because they wrote them upside down. Oh, Becoming the Bull, Doomsday, Blow. Those sound familiar to me. Yeah. Yeah, it's just kind of another metalcore record, though. Like, there's nothing on here that I'm like, wow, this really means a lot to me. No offense to Atreyu. But yeah, I never really got all the hate for Atreyu. But maybe I missed something. Oh, now here's metalcore. Here's metalcore. August Burns Red. Now, this is a Christian metal band, actually. I think they're on, Solid State Records. There it is. August Burns Red. They've been one of the most consistent metalcore bands that I know of, and this is their second album, actually, Messengers. But I think this is their best. It's got, man, I remember seeing them live, and they tore it up. I'm a fan of August Burns Red. They kind of, their sound has kind of remained almost exactly the same since their debut. So they're just a very consistent presence in the genre. But yeah, I really like Messengers. Wait, did I just say this was their best? No, Constellations is their best. Sorry, my mistake. That was a problem. That was a misstep on my part. Yeah, this is, oh man, Meddler, Crusades, oh, Whitewashed. Yeah, Mariana's Trench. Yeah, this was their best album, I think. It was at least my favorite. There's nothing really I can say to like distinguish these, though. It's like I said, it's pretty much the same sound. Like if you've heard one August Burns Red song, you've pretty much heard all of them. So Rescue and Restore is good, but I think at that point I was just like, I think I've heard this before. No offense to them. Spirit Breaker, that's a good one. Yeah, it's like I don't know if I can last for an entire album anymore, but I might just be getting old. But yeah, really solid metalcore stuff from them. And then, on a related note, Avril Lavigne, Under My Skin. A great segue. This will wrap up the A's, by the way. Avril Lavigne, Under My Skin, actually, fire album. Yeah, you probably didn't expect me to say that. But my first concert was actually Avril Lavigne, and it was the Letting Go tour, which was her debut album, which I also have, but I can't find. But I think Under My Skin is her magnum opus, if you will. My Happy Ending, probably her best song. And Nobody's Home, He Wasn't. Take Me Away. There's so many good ones. This was like, I think this was Avril kind of at her angstiest, maybe. And I think she kind of really leaned in on that for the sound. It sounds really good. So yeah, I'm a big fan of this album, actually. It brings me back. When did this come out? 2004? Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not too good to listen to some Avril. Okay. A's are done. The A's are done. How are we feeling? Oh, cool. We're 20 minutes in. Okay, let's start up with the B's. Backstreet Boys, Millennium. This is actually the first album I ever owned. Let's see, was this 2000 or 1999? 1999. Yeah, but I think I got it in 2000. I don't know. But I remember hearing Larger Than Life on the radio when I was 11, maybe. And I remember being like, this is the coolest song I've ever heard. And so my parents got this for me for my birthday. And they actually woke me up on my birthday blasting Larger Than Life from a boombox. Because they also got me a boombox for my birthday. It was like a dual threat present. But yeah, all the songs on here if you're a pop fan. It's got I Want It That Way, Show Me the Meaning of Being Lonely, which nobody really talks about that song anymore. But nobody especially talks about It's Gotta Be You, track number 4. That's a fire one. That wasn't even a single, I don't think. And 8 The One, that's a good one too. The worst song on this album by far has to be The Perfect Fan. I don't think it's even close. Band of Horses. Now this takes me back. Yeah. This says Our Swords on it. The Funeral. Kind of a whiny indie rock band, alternative type of stuff. Yeah. If you're into that stuff, you know who Band of Horses is. They've got a very distinctive sound. I don't really have anything to say about the album overall. I like a few songs on it. Bat for Lashes, Two Sons. So Bat for Lashes isn't actually a band. It's more of a solo artist. I believe her name's Natasha Khan. Let me see if I got that right. She's a multi-instrumentalist, very talented. Yeah, all songs by Natasha Khan. I got it right. Nice. Now this is she's got cool music videos too. Let's see, this has Daniel on it, which is probably my favorite song by Bat for Lashes. Pearl's Dream is good too. The singles, what can I say? Yeah, it's kind of, I feel like if you haven't listened to Bat for Lashes before, it's kind of, watch some music videos. She's got good music videos, like I said, and she's kind of Bjork-like, I would say. If I could draw some comparisons, I would say she's kind of Bjork. She's kind of got that kind of off-kilter kind of, eccentric sound, maybe, is what a good word would be. She doesn't quite reach Bjork's heights, but good stuff overall, I think. Behemoth, Demigod. I'll be honest, I only got this album because it has Slaves Shall Serve on it, which is one of the heaviest songs I've ever heard in my entire life. It's got a crazy blast beat. Oh no. Oh, you hate to see. Oh no. You hate to see it. Anyway, Behemoth is one of those bands that, like, I remember listening to. Now it's just off. Oh, that's terrible. They're just kind of a, how would you categorize that? Brutal death metal? Maybe? I don't know. They've got a bit of I think they've got some synths in some, but it's mostly just brutal death, yeah? I don't know. Yeah, I haven't really kept up with them. I remember I had another album by them called Satanist, I want to believe. I don't know. Edgy stuff, and not particularly, it hasn't aged that well. It's the type of thing where it's like, if you're going to listen to something like this now, you're going to listen to, like, I don't know, Flesh God Apocalypse or something. You're not going to, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. If you're a Behemoth fan, let me know, but I feel like it's kind of, the metal world has kind of passed it by. The Beatles, Greatest Hits 1. Yeah, this was one of my first CDs. My mom got it for me. It's got all the number one hits. So it's not quite a greatest hits collection because there's some notable missing songs. Like there's no I Am the Walrus or Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. Just the list could go on, right? It's just their number one hits. So a lot of it is early Beatles. There's 27 tracks. A lot of it is early. I'd say maybe through 17, 18 or so. It depends on when you think late Beatles kicks in. But I'm a big fan of the Beatles, actually. If you haven't seen the Get Back documentary on Disney Plus, I always thought that I liked the Beatles, but then I watched that documentary by Peter Jackson, and I was like, well, this is great. I feel like, they were, it's going to sound bad. It's going to sound kind of pathetic, but after watching like 7 hours or whatever it was of behind the scenes, them making music, I was like, the Beatles are like my friends now. It's like they're my friends. Anyway, so, then I got really into their music again. And started listening to their whole discography, and like, I don't know, man. This album is mostly early Beatles, which I don't like. I just the Love Me Do, From Me to You, I Want to Hold Your Hand era. Just it's just like pop music, right? And what I think is so interesting about the Beatles is that they had this big pop music phase where they were basically, they were like One Direction or BTS, at the time. But then at a certain point, you know, around here, they were just like, you know what? Let's just do some weird avant-garde rock album shit instead. And they kicked ass doing it, and they made their best stuff. So I'm a big late Beatles fan. Like, my favorite album is Abbey Road, which is, let's see, is there anything on here from Abbey Road? Oh, great. My Beatles cred is going out the window right now. Something is on there, yeah? Come Together? Is Something and Come Together both on Abbey Road? I think so. Yeah, but I also like the White Album. Let's see, Revolver, Sgt. Pepper, of course. Sgt. Pepper, long considered like the greatest rock album of all time, but I think it's kind of, opinions have changed a little bit recently on that. I don't know. I just remember for a time it was. But yeah, Beatles, great band, not overrated in any way. I could make a whole video about the Beatles. But yeah, this is the only CD I own by them. Now, interestingly, I do own like 4 vinyl records of theirs. Just saying, so I've kind of moved on to vinyl. But so the CD collection is not really the best way to show my fandom. All right, we're back to metal stuff. Between the Buried and Me. Okay, I'll be honest. Between the Buried and Me, very artsy metalcore band. Alaska is probably their... I want to say this is probably the fans' favorite, Alaska, which I like Alaska. Oh my gosh, it's got this Victory Records promotional CD. Ugh. Oh no, it's breaking on the inside. Oh, what did I do? But anyway, what I was going to say was, it's actually not my favorite album by them, Alaska. And try as I might, I haven't really been able to get into Between the Buried and Me. It seems like the type of band that I would really like, and I like them, but they're not like... I mean, I've got 3 albums. This is a cover album, The Anatomy of. Oh, well, he's got tentacles. Interesting. I've never seen like a half dust cover thing like this, but it's pretty cool. Parallax 2 Future Sequence. But yeah, I don't know where it is, but my favorite album from them is actually Colors, which is the one after Alaska, and I don't know where it is. I definitely have it because I listened to it so many times, like Ants of the Sky. Oh my gosh, there's so many good stuff. But yeah, you know, I could kind of do without these, to be honest. They're fine, you know. The instrumentation is really impressive. As with most metal bands, the instrumentation is really good, so... Oh, okay, hang on one second. This is... Oh, we got a lot. Oh, we got a lot to go through here. These are all my Birthday Massacre albums. Okay, so the Birthday Massacre, one of my favorite bands, like top 5 bands, as you can see. They are incredibly unique. There's no other band that sounds like this. They're like 80s inspired goth rock. They're really heavy on the synths. They got like heavy guitars, kind of. They have some metal style songs here and there peppered in. They're just amazing. I love the Birthday Massacre. So let's go through it. Okay, Magica. This is actually kind of a rare album. This is actually these are their early songs from when they were called Magica. That was their original name. I believe there's only 10,000 copies of this. I could be wrong, but it's basically they re-recorded a lot of their Magica demos. So there's some really good stuff on here. Like you may notice the track "The Birthday Massacre." That's a song that they renamed Happy Birthday later on their album Violet. Nothing in Nowhere. Some of these appear on their debut album, Nothing in Nowhere. Some of them reappear on Violet. And some of them aren't on either, like Over is only on this, I believe. If I remember correctly. I wish the only thing about this, I mean, I'm really glad that they made this. This is the original album cover right here. The only thing that I wish that they included on this, and I know why they didn't, is they did a cover of Neverending Story that was really good, and I was expecting it to be on this, and it wasn't. But, you know, I'm sure there was some copyright troubles with that. Walking with Strangers is my favorite album from them. This is actually their third. I don't know. I had Nothing and Nowhere and Violet, their first and second albums, but I don't know where they went. I remember first hearing this album on MySpace. Oof. Back in the day, I remember loading up their MySpace page and they kicked it off with Kill the Lights. And I remember instantly being like, where can I get more of this? There's so many good tracks though. Like Red Stars is probably the most metal one of them all, but my favorite is probably Weekend. I also like Science. There's a music video for Looking Glass, interestingly. But yeah, it's so good. It's so good. Looking Glass, interesting. Looking Glass. They kind of do that. They kind of recycle titles a lot. This is actually an EP. It's not a full album, and it's got some songs from Walking with Strangers on it, but like remixed. But they've also got some. I got it so I could hear Shiver, which is the exclusive song, and then they did a cover of I Think We're Alone Now. So. Yeah, that's fine. Pins and Needles is their follow-up to Walking with Strangers, and really good. I mean, this was probably a little bit heavier than Walking with Strangers, actually. Pins and Needles, yeah. Oh, Midnight, Shallow Grave, Control. In the Dark was their single. I love The Birthday Massacre. Don't get me wrong, but I feel like they didn't pick the best singles a lot of the time. Because most of the time, like, I'll usually have 3 or even 4 songs on the album that I like more than the single. Like, the single's In the Dark, but it's not a bad song. But I would put Shallow Grave, Midnight, Control, Pins and Needles, and Sleepwalking over it. That's just my opinion. But yeah, this is one of my favorites for sure. Here's another EP, Imaginary Monsters. So this is just a couple. I like how they always have a photo on the inset. That's cool. I like Forever quite a lot, but yeah, it's like they have some remix of some Pins and Needles songs. So good stuff. Hide and Seek. Now this typeface here is called October Crow, I believe. It's a free font. Other than that, I like the cover. Hide and Seek, I think this is when their sound started to soften a little bit. I noticed it's still got some good stuff on it. Like I really like Need and Calling in particular. Down and Play with Fire are good too. Anyway, yeah, lots of good stuff. But yeah, they started to kind of soften their sound a little bit, and it's not bad. I just don't like this as much as the previous 2 albums, but I still really like it. Superstition. Ooh, it doesn't have the jewel case. It's got a paper cover and everything. Where's the disc? Oh, I'm glad I did that. Where's the disc? It's not here. Wow. Okay. Yeah, this was 2014, and it's the last album that I own. I actually didn't buy another one after this. I just streamed them. This is the last one that I really liked, though. Diaries is one of my favorite songs that they do, just period. But this was also, I think their sound changed pretty drastically after this, in my eyes. Well, it wasn't like a sudden drastic change, but it's just it slowly changed, and I think after Superstition is when it was kind of like it went a little too far for me. You can't even see all these, so I did that for no reason. Yeah, and I like what was their 2017 album after Superstition. I can't remember what it's called at the moment. It's got Under Your Spell. I think that's what it's called, Under Your Spell. I like that album more as time grew on. It took some time for it to grow on me. I really like that one. But like they're like Diamonds and some of the it's too slow for me. I kind of miss their edge a little bit from these early days, and I know that bands change their sound and everything. They're still one of my favorite bands, and I still listen to the new albums. I stream them on Spotify and stuff, but I'm not like, I gotta have it for the collection though, sadly. But yeah, love Birthday Massacre. Can't recommend them enough. No band sounds like them. They're amazing. Okay. Dude, there's so many B albums. Okay, now Bjork fans, please forgive me. This is the only Bjork album I own. I know. No, that's actually not true. I did have a copy of Post, but I don't know where it went. Anyway, this album, Bjork. It's a sticker. Look at the sticker. You gotta take the sticker off if you want to open the album. Anyway, yeah, it's this is like, I think, what is this album? Volition, is it, or Volta, not Volition. So this, if you're not familiar with Bjork, she's an Icelandic singer. She's very talented, very eccentric, makes great music. Bjork is kind of like Radiohead a little bit, in that you either get it or you don't, and there's not like a song that I can give you that's like, here, if you haven't listened to Bjork, listen to this. You kind of have to take in the album experience. But I don't know, Earth Intruders is pretty catchy, I guess. Earth Intruders. And yeah, but it just fits. Bjork fits so much better when you listen to the full album than if I'm like, listen to Earth Intruders. But yeah, I don't know. It's, yeah, you either get it or you don't. I hate to sound like elitist or anything, but it's just like I feel like I get it. But like with Radiohead, I don't. So, if you don't like Bjork, I get it. I don't like Radiohead. So there you go. I'm not pretentious, I promise. But yeah, I mean, I've only got a couple of albums. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, here we go. Here's another, get ready for another dump right here. Black Dahlia Murder. Yep, that's right. So how many of these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So Black Dahlia Murder, they're a, I always thought of them as a death metal band, but I remember when Unhallowed came out. This is their debut album, and this is 2001? 2003. Oh my gosh, Metal Blade Records. Yeah, I remember when I first heard Funeral Thirst, and I would still categorize. I mean, this is kind of a metalcore album a little bit, but I guess it's more like deathcore. In the early days, they kind of had like a core sound a little bit, but I'd argue by the time their third album, Nocturnal, came out, that was gone, and they were just death metal. But for some reason, the metal community, I found at the time, didn't really accept Black Dahlia Murder as like a death metal band. It was like they always had to tap a core on the end, which I kind of understand. But anyway, that's just a footnote. Unhallowed is a great debut album. Good guitars there. I remember learning some of these. But it is kind of raw. I don't like Miasma. I don't like this one. Statutory Ape, I'm Charming, A Vulgar Picture. I mean, it's not bad, but maybe it's the production on the album. I'm just not big on it, on Miasma. Now, what I am big on, Nocturnal. This is their best album. And I remember thinking that at the time, that like, wow, Nocturnal's so good. This is the best thing they've ever done, because it's got Everything Went Black is one of the best opening tracks to an album I've ever heard. What a Horrible Night to Have a Curse, which is a Castlevania reference. Gamers, hello, where are my gamers at? It's so good. Nocturnal. This is where they really defined their sound, because the Nocturnal sound is what they went with for the rest of their career. It was like they were kind of, with these first two, they were kind of shaking off the, I don't know, they were figuring out what they wanted to do, right? And then this is where it really came together. So yeah, this is the album to listen to, in my opinion. If you're into the genre, somehow I haven't heard Black Dahlia Murder, yeah, this is what to listen to. This is the fourth album, Deflorate, with a very charming cover there. Necropolis. Yeah, this is a good one. It's like, it's kind of just like more Nocturnal, though. If I had a criticism for it. Ritual. This is a good one, too. This one kind of has more of like a tech death sound to it, I want to say. I don't know if anyone else was getting that from it, but yeah, I like this one. This is probably my second favorite. Look at this. I mean, look at this. What a cool little lyric book. I don't know what to call these. Art book, lyric book. They've got art and lyrics, so both. Yeah. And then let's see. Oof, look at that. Look at this. Look at this cover, man. They kill it with their covers. Ever Black. Oh, you know, I just said Everything Went Black was the best opener to a metal album I think I've heard. I stand corrected, because the opening track on Ever Black is so sick. Oh my God, what is it? Oh, look at this art, man. Come on, dude. Yeah, in Hell Where She Waits for Me. That is so it builds up so well. I remember blasting that one in the car. Boy, good stuff. Abysmal, very inappropriate album artwork there. People getting tortured and stuff. Blah, blah, demons in hell torturing people. Very edgy. It's just more Black Dahlia Murder. And then this, Nightbringers, you may notice, still has the shrink wrap on it. This is kind of around the time when I started streaming music a lot more. 2017. And so I just kind of I got the album, but I just streamed it. I just ended up streaming it. But yeah, it's good. You know, there's really not a bad album in here other than Miasma, but that's just my opinion. I mean, the rest of them are great in their own ways. And you're probably gonna hear me say this a lot over the course of the video, but can you please focus? Thank you. You're probably gonna hear me say this a lot over the course of the video, but you know, the lead singer, Trevor Sternad, I don't know how to pronounce it. There's like 8 vowels in a row, or 8 consonants in a row in that name. Trevor, he committed suicide a couple years ago, and it's, I'm very thankful for the library of music that he left behind, and I still listen to it, but yeah, it's so sad, metal music lost another great vocalist. Frankly, he had such power in his vocals. He shrieked along with the best of them, and yeah, it's just it's not fair. It's not fair. Okay, am I allowed to show this? Blink-182, Enema of the State. The best Blink-182 record, although Take Off Your Pants and Jacket is goated as well. And I believe this is porn star Janine Lindemulder. Don't ask me why I know that. There they are. Look at the guys. Wait. Well, there's Travis. Tom. That's not Mark. No, these are just like randos. Anyway, where's the CD? What's going on? What? Where's the CD? Anyway, yeah, so many good tracks. Going Away to College. I never hear anyone talk about this song, but so good. What's My Age Again? Adam's Song. Their magnum opus, in my opinion. All the Small Things. Yeah, it's just really good. Yeah, this is, I think, the definitive pop punk album, Enema of the State. I'll go to war with anyone to say that. Sorry, Green Day fans, but Dookie and American Idiot are great, but this is where it was at for me. I got to see Blink-182 without Tom at TwitchCon one year. That was really cool. I'd love to see them. They're coming to Dallas this year, and I want to see them, but it's like right when the babies do, so that's not really gonna work out. Blood Brothers, Crimes. Yeah, I like Trash Flavored Trash. That's a good one. It's just like, I don't know, Blood Brothers. They kind of sound like Death from Above 1979, but not as good in my opinion. I remember getting this album to kind of try them out a little bit more. I think I wanted them to be a little heavier than they were, because they had really chaotic vocals, and I liked that. But yeah, it's okay. I'm not like a huge fan of it. Okay, here's another bunch to put down. Plop, Born of Osiris, one of my favorite metalcore bands. The New Rain is their debut album. The New Rain, I believe, the funny story about this album, 2007. There's only like 8 tracks on it. I listened to this so much, and apparently I stepped on it a couple times because it's cracked. Born of Osiris, these guys were so young when they recorded this album that I believe they were, I don't quote me on this, but I believe they were still in high school, and they recorded this album over their spring break. And when you listen to it, it's insane to think about it like that. They actually re-recorded it. I've got it here. The Eternal Rain. They went back years later and they re-recorded the songs on it. I think they added one. Yeah, Glorious Day? Is that... Wait. Well, we can compare. Yeah, Open Arms to Damnation, Abstract Art, Bracelegs. Yeah, Glorious Day is the only one that's not on there. I can't remember how that one goes. But, yeah, really impressive stuff. And it really, like, they came onto the scene with a lot of goodwill and a lot of impressed people at the time. But Born of Osiris, you know, I really enjoy them, but it kind of seems like they're not that popular in the metalcore community. And I'm not sure I quite understand why that is. I think it's because they've always kind of towed the line between, like, technical metalcore, if you will, like really technical instrumentation and stuff like that, and really poppy stuff. So they didn't really do it on this album, but like around by the time they got around to Tomorrow We Die Alive, which I think this is album number 4, I want to say. I'm not sure where the other ones are. Maybe I didn't have them. You know, like, I don't know. I really like a lot of songs on this, like Divergency, Mindful. Some of these are really good. Machine, I believe, was the single, and it's the most boring song on the album. What is going on? Where are the CDs? I've just got the jewel cases. I feel like an asshole. Yeah, by the time this kind of came out, I just feel like the stuff that I saw online about Born of Osiris was really cynical. I don't know. I like them, and this is my favorite album from them, actually, Soul Sphere. Yeah, this one is sick. Okay, good. I gotta start checking all of them. Make sure I got the disc. Damn. You know, it's got stuff like Throw Me in the Jungle, you know, where it's like, you know, the typical single sound, right? But then, like, they got songs like Free Fall. Free Fall is one of the best songs they've ever done, in my opinion. Like, a really cool, like, they're doing like all sorts of stuff with guitars on this. And Born of Osiris has always been like a guitar-driven band to me. You know, all respect to everyone else in the band, but that's kind of what's really given them like a unique edge to me. But yeah, Born of Osiris. After Soul Sphere, they kind of really started leaning in on this like Within the Ruins type sound that I didn't enjoy as much. So this is where they peaked for me. But yeah, like Born of Osiris, good stuff. Breaking Benjamin, Saturate. So Breaking Benjamin, this is their debut album, and it's their least popular album by far because it's their like most raw, least radio friendly. I remember hearing lead single Polyamorous on the radio, and I remember really liking it because it reminded me of a band I really liked at the time. Cowboy Mouth was what they were called, which Cowboy Mouth has lead vocals that kind of sound like Breaking Benjamin, more of like a 90s rock version of Breaking Benjamin, really. But they do similar things with their vocals, and lead singer Ben Burnley of Breaking Benjamin has a pretty unique, like instantly recognizable voice. And yeah, this one, it's not as good as like Phobia, their third album, or what is it? You Are Not Alone. We're Not Alone, the second album. But it's the one that I got, and yeah, I mean, there's a lot. Frankly, there's a lot of like really forgettable songs on here. Polyamorous is like the best one. But you know, if I listen to it, I get kind of nostalgic. So, what is with the shitty like graphics and stuff? Like, what is this, dude? Anyway, yeah, Breaking Benjamin. I like them though. That's before they blew up with like Diary of Jane and all that. Bring Me the Horizon, Sempiternal. This is the only album I like from Bring Me the Horizon, because everything before this album is like too like trashcore for me. I don't know if that's a word. And everything after this is too auto-tune pop. So this was the perfect balance for me, this one. And Bring Me the Horizon has gone through a lot of changes over the years, but this was my favorite sound from them. This is where they peaked for me. And I basically, I'm not kidding, I basically only like the songs on this album. Can You Feel My Heart, The House of Wolves, and Empire is like, that's such a goated intro to me. Like it's got such a cool intensity and like edge to it. I really enjoy it. But yeah, after this they kind of got like too poppy, and then before this it was just too shrieky. I don't know. But yeah, that's where I am on Bring Me the Horizon. Ooh. One of my favorite bands, The Browning. The Browning. Terrible name. Great band. So these guys, if you like synth and you like metal, then you'll like The Browning. Yeah, Burn This World. Forget about it. Standing on the Edge is the first song I heard from them. Burn This World is really good. Yeah, it's just, I mean, it's very synthy metal. It's like, I don't know of any other band that sounds like The Browning. They really make it work, though. Especially on their debut, in my opinion. This is like one of the best metal debuts that I've heard recently. Well, I say recently, when 2011. Oh my god. Hypernova, really good too. This was their second album, and this one kind of leans a little bit harder on the synths. Interestingly here, Gravedigger, which is the best song on the album in my opinion, was remixed by Electric Callboy, who I didn't know at the time. I know them now, the Hypa guys. But yeah, they did a little remix that was included on the album. I thought was cool, and the remix is really good too. Third album, Isolation. I don't know what it is about this one. I'm just not a big fan. I like Dragon. I like Isolation. I'm trying to think of other songs on here, but yeah, I don't know. It's like it got a little too synthy for me, maybe. It got a little too into the beats. I'm not sure. But Geist brought me back. This one actually might be my favorite Browning album. I mean, look at that. Lord of the Rings inspired artwork there. Yeah, I feel like this was like a really good balance for them between like the clean vocals and the synth and the heavy guitars and everything. Awaken the Omega, Carnage, Beyond Stone, some good stuff here. They have a fifth album too that I didn't get, that is probably my least favorite one that they've done. It's like the synths are no longer around. They're less melodic now. They're more metal. But you know, they've come back for me before. Like I've gotten an album and I've been like, I don't know about this, and then the next one I'm like, oh, they brought me back. So maybe that'll happen with them. But yeah, Browning, great metal band. Bullet for My Valentine. Ugh. This is the Hand of Blood EP. Oh my god. So I want to clarify something. I remember getting this. When did this come out? 2005? Yeah, this came out before their runaway breakout hit Tears Don't Fall, which was on their debut album. This is before their first album. There he is. Matt Tuck, the lead singer. Your tears don't fall. They very edgy lyrics, and I mean, it's called Hand of Blood. Look at the anime characters. I mean, 4 Words to Choke Upon was the lead single. I think it's one of those that's just like him ranting. Yeah, I don't know, one of those bands that like I liked at the time but haven't really aged with me, I guess. Bush, 16 Stone, legendary album. This came out in 1990. 94, I want to say. Yeah. So Gavin Rossdale, lead singer, dated Gwen Stefani for a while. I don't know why I remember that. This is their best album, though. This is like Bush's landmark album. It's got Glycerine, which I guarantee you've heard, Machine Head, Calm Down, Little Things, Everything Zen. Lots of good tracks. Bush has always been categorized as like a post-grunge band, but I'm not sure I understand that because, like, to me, they're a grunge band. Oh, look, Reed formerly owned this album. Shout out to Reed. Yeah, I've always thought of them as a grunge band, though, because, like, 94, I mean, that seems like it was around the time. Like, this wasn't the late 90s. But I don't know. People get really weird about which bands are grunge and which ones aren't. I think the reason that they're not considered grunge by a lot of people is because they're from the UK. They're not from Seattle. But I don't know. I feel like grunge is a weird genre to keep track of. Like technical genre bullshit like that. So I don't know. We're done with the bees. I have a formal announcement. We're done with the bees, and we're only an hour in. Wow. 2 letters done over 1 hour. Oh, wow. Okay, I think the C's we're going to get through pretty quick. Cell Dweller. Okay, Cell Dweller. Cell Dweller is basically one guy. Clayton. What's his last name? Oh, gosh. Oh, my God. There he is. Clayton. Where is... Does it say? Oh, I don't know. I think it's Clayton with a K. Anyway, this is first album. It basically just like makes cool music. Does it say here? Well, oh yeah, no, it's just Clayton. There's no last name. Oopsie. Yeah, he does everything. He like makes all the music. It's really impressive, actually. And there's some really good songs on here. Last Firstborn might be my favorite. Frozen. Yeah, this is good. It's kind of raw compared to the later albums. The later albums are like really slickly produced, and a lot of them are concept albums. Like my favorite one, Wish Upon a Black Star. I want to say that like it's a concept album, right? So like there's like a storyline and everything. I think there was going to be, or there is a tie-in movie. I might be wrong on that. Oh no, did it? Ugh. Anyway, best songs on here: Eon, Unshakable, Black Star's really good too. The Best It's Gonna Get. Oh, that song rocks. Yeah, this has like, it's like industrial, but there's some like dubstep in there. I don't know. This was kind of made around the time. So around the tail end of when dubstep was kind of in and everywhere. End of an Empire. This is another concept album, and yeah, this one's good too. I don't really have anything like specific to say about it. There's some kind of corny ones on here like Hard On, but yeah, it's good stuff. Good Luck, You're Fucked. Yeah, there's some really good ones here. Yeah. Cell Dweller. It's like, if you're into industrial stuff, you might like it. I don't know, but they're kind of poppy, so maybe even if you're not into industrial stuff. Children of Bodom. So Children of Bodom was a melodic death metal band, very influential, and also kind of one of those bands that I feel like got a lot of hate. There's like the lead singer's voice gets kind of memed on. Yow yow, he will say often. Yow yow. But anyway, Follow the Reaper is their third album, and most hardcore Children of Bodom fans will say that Hatebreeder, the second album, is their favorite. I really like Follow the Reaper. I think this is their magnum opus, not Hatebreeder. And I don't know, man. I just really like the sound on it. I feel like it's more polished than Hatebreeder, and I feel like it's just got a better feel overall. But music is subjective, right? So yeah, this is my favorite from them. It's got, I think, the best guitars, the best instrumentals, because they kind of start dumbing it down a little bit around Hate Crew Death Roll, which is their 4th album. And there's still some good ones on here, like Chokehold, Conked and Loaded is really good. But then, like, I noticed they started Neo 24/7 is good. 6 Pounder, I think, was the single, I want to say. And that one's kind of way more rhythm guitars, because, like, if you've never listened to this band before, the highlight are the guitars. And the guitar player, who's also the lead singer, Alexi Laiho, I'm going to be saying this a lot in this video, is tragically no longer with us. He's, I would say, arguably one of the greatest guitar players of the modern era, metal or otherwise. He's insanely talented. Unfortunately, as Children of Bodom's discography goes on, you hear it less and less. On the first, like, I would say 4 albums, you hear it a lot. You know, even Hate Crew Death Roll gets, I mean, there's still a lot of, like, solos and really cool licks and melodies that are in there. He's doing a lot of, like, fancy stuff. Shredding Up a Storm, right? That's him on the left. Yeah, just really good stuff. Look at all these guys with long hair. I'm in good company here. But, yeah, I mean, the guitar world lost a great one for sure with him. 5th album, Are You Dead Yet? Now this, I remember when this came out, I really like this album, actually. But it's pretty widely hated because it's, like I said, the music got so watered down. It was very rhythm guitar oriented. Like, some people even said it was like nu metal-esque at the time. And I think it's also when it started becoming really obvious how bad the lyrics were, which has never been their strength. Children of Bodom's their lyrics have never been their strength. But I mean, the album's called Are You Dead Yet? I mean, now I think this has some great tracks on it though. I love Living Deadbeat. If You Want Peace, Prepare for War. The title track. Yeah, it's just, I don't know, man. But this was kind of, this is very disturbing. I keep opening these to find no disc. What happened? Somebody, like, steal my discs? I don't understand. Anyway. Yeah, but I remember this was probably the last album that I really liked. Because after this, Blood Drunk. Oh, did it get scratched up? You can see some scratch marks. I remember when this came out, I bought it at Hot Topic with a t-shirt. They had like a special deal, so I had a Blood Drunk t-shirt. And I remember listening to this and being like, yeah, I don't know why I don't like it, but I remember not really liking it. And I don't think there's even anything on here that I mean, Tie My Rope, I think, is okay. There's nothing on here that I'm like, wow, what a standout track. I think it's how a lot of people feel about Are You Dead Yet? It's how I feel about Blood Drunk. I just feel like they kind of just regressed on this album. Relentless Reckless Forever was a little bit better. I like the song Shovel Knockout. Yeah. But it still was kind of like, it's like the technical side of them was kind of gone. And it felt at this point like it wasn't really coming back, at least to me. Halo of Blood was the last one that I bought from them. They had, I think, 2 more albums after this, but I didn't pick those up. Let's see. Transference was good. Waste of Skin. Yeah. Yeah, Children of Bodom, I mean, a great band, but like really, really strong early discography, and then it kind of just loses its way later. But, you know, I kept buying because I kept being hopeful. But yeah, we'll always have Fall the Reaper. And yeah, rest in peace, Alexi. Chia Dose, All's Well That Ends Well. What an annoying album this is. The lead singer has such a high-pitched voice. I remember listening to this song while I was on a trip, and there was a girl that I liked on the trip, and whenever I listened to Chia Dose, I thought about her, and I think that's the only reason that I don't just throw this one away. Because, I mean, going back and listening to this now, I mean, there's a couple of songs on here that are okay. All Needs Beware, Expired in Goreville, No Penguins in Alaska. I remember some of these. This is from the time, like the early 2000s, when these emo bands would be like, we're going to have 37 words in our song titles. Baby, you wouldn't last a minute in the creek. I think that was their lead single. But, yeah, it's just kind of, I don't know. The vocals annoy me. Oh yeah, the girl that I liked, she didn't like Chia Dose or anything. It was just I was just around her and I was listening to it. So, yeah, there you go. Cold, Year of the Spider. Another new metal band here. I don't like Cold. So, Stupid Girl is a stupid song. Yeah, I don't know why. I got this one, I think, just to give them more of a chance. But yeah, I just don't like Cold. Cold Seed, Completion Makes the Tragedy. So Cold Seed is a band that was headed up by the lead singer of Soilwork, Bjorn Speed Strid. There he is right there. And I got this because I loved Soilwork. And I was like, well, I got to have Cold Seed because he's such a good singer. And yeah, we'll check it out. However, this, it's not great. Bjorn's in a lot of projects, and this is one of the least compelling, unfortunately. It's just kind of slow, melodic, almost nu metal-esque in some places. Disharmonia Mundi is much better, which we'll talk about later. Collective Soul. The self-titled. 1995. Where the River Flows. Does it have Shine on it? No, it doesn't. Why did I get this? I liked Collective Soul, but yeah, I can't really tell you much about this, unfortunately. Converge, No Heroes. Now, Converge is a hardcore band, of which I have very little in my collection of hardcore music. Their most famous album is Jane Doe, which I had a copy of at one point, and I don't know where it got to, but it's not around anymore. To a lot of people that don't listen to hardcore music, Converge is just going to sound like a lot of screaming and noise. But they're very, very highly respected in the genre. In fact, Jane Doe is considered by a lot of critics to be like one of the best albums of all time. To this day, I can't really figure out why that is, to be honest. No disrespect to Converge, but I remember being curious, and this was like a newer album at the time, and I remember I got it, and I was like, okay. All right. So that's it, I guess. Yeah, I don't really have much to say about it, except I didn't really get it, I guess. The Creed trilogy. Okay, let's get this out of the way. So, Creed's best album is My Own Prison, their edgy debut, just because it's got Torn on it, which is one of their best songs. Now, this is before they kind of hit it big with their ballads and stuff. I think Torn and My Own Prison were kind of got some airplay, but you know, this is before Arms Wide Open. There's Scott Stapp right there, lead singer, Mark Tremonti, the guitar player, and the other two guys, no offense to them. I just don't remember their names. Yeah, this is their debut, and it's their best album. Human Clay is the one that put them on the map. This has Arms Wide Open on it. This has what's that other one? Higher. Yeah, this is those two mega hits on it. And I mean, it's not bad, Human Clay. There's some. I always liked Creed when they got a little heavier, which is why I like My Own Prison, because it's their heaviest album. And there's some heavy tracks on Human Clay. Look at that horrible CGI cover. Oh my gosh, that's so bad, man. We didn't know any better though. I mean, this was what, 1999, 2000, maybe. I think it was 1999. Oh, it says 1999, 2000. That's not helpful. And the finale, the grand finale, Weathered. Look, he's chiseling their likenesses into a tree. This is when Creed was only 3 people, because there were 4 people on Human Clay, and then now there are only 3. Look at this. I don't. What's even going on? Now this one pops off with a big bang with Bullets, arguably their heaviest song. And I'm trying to remember. My Sacrifice was the lead single. This one just, I don't know. The Creed shtick was kind of wearing thin around this time, and I actually don't dislike Weathered, and I don't dislike Creed. But yeah, they were kind of the post-grunge punching bag at the time, and I never really thought they deserved it that much. I think Scott Stapp he's legitimately a good singer. And they have songwriting talent. So, yeah, I've got the Creed trilogy. What are you going to do about it? That's what I thought. But, yeah, I'm also not going to get on here and staunchly defend them or anything. Crossfade. The debut. Now, this is the only Crossfade album I like. They've made some since then, but this is the only one that I like, and I think it's because, let's see, here's the members right here, right? Now there's Ed. I think Ed is that guy right there. He did the lead singer duties on Cold, which was their breakout hit, if I remember correctly. Looking back at me. And then they had another lead singer. They had Tony. Now, Tony was more of the rapper of the two of them. I think that's him in the ball cap in the back. Tony brought a dimension to these songs that was sorely lacking after he left, which I think this is the only album that he's on. Now, Crossfade kind of gets memed on a little bit because, like, they're angsty. The song Cold is kind of memey, you know, Last Resort by Papa Roach type of thing. I mean, look at him. You know, but I always liked this album, actually. I thought it was pretty solid, and you know, as far as the lyrics aren't great, but that's kind of just how it was for nu metal. Although I don't really think Crossfade are nu metal; they're kind of just more hard rock inspired by nu metal. Although some of these, like Death Trend Seta and Disco, are pretty like rap metal tangential. I really think that some of these deep cuts are really good. Like The Deep End is such a great song, and Starless, but Cold was the only song that got any airplay. So yeah, I think Crossfade actually like kind of underrated here. Unfortunately, in the ensuing albums, you know, No Tony, No Problem, or sorry, no, that's not what I meant. No Tony, No Deal. And again, I haven't really looked too hard into like what happened. I just know that I listened to their second album and I was like, what happened? Why is it not as compelling now? And I remember looking up that like, oh, it's because that the rapper is no longer in the band. So I'm kind of drawing on that 20-year-old memory now. Oh, what? Dude, we got so many D bands, it's insane. Oof. Speed round. Dark Tranquility. Now this is like melodic death metal to a T here. This is their album Fiction, which I got because I like the song Terminus, where death is most alive. I want to like Dark Tranquility more than I do. I'm just more of a Soilwork / In Flames kind of guy. I like the clean vocals, and I feel like Dark Tranquility just is kind of they're more about the death than the melodic. They kind of leave all the melodic for the instrumentation, which is fine, but it's just not my style. So those are my thoughts on Dark Tranquility. Oh no. DC Talk, Intermission, the greatest hits. Now, if you don't know who DC Talk are, they are the breakout Christian group that brought us Jesus Freak, which is, I hate to say it, legitimately a banger song. You have no idea how much this pains me to say. Jesus Freak is a banger. However, the rest of DC Talk's discography, there's a lot of talent here. If you're not familiar with DC Talk, they're only the biggest Christian band of all time. Here are the three members. There's Toby Mac on the top. He's their rapper. He went on to have a very successful solo career. Wasn't he in a movie called Extreme Days? I don't know. Toby Mac, and the Mac gives back no slack. I'm going to stop now. This is Michael Tate, he sang more. He was more of a singer. Although I would say Kevin Max, this third guy, was probably, I don't know. Well, Tate and Max were both, they both sang about an equal amount. So I don't know. I feel like I heard Tate more. Anyway, DC Talk kind of broke up pretty dramatically from what I remember. And they both ended up having solo careers. So I know I said Toby Mac had one, but Tate had one. It was just called Tate. And Kevin Max. Kevin Max probably had the least successful solo career of the three of them. I remember he wrote an autobiography that I actually ended up buying and reading. Well, I didn't buy it. My parents bought it for me, I think, because they liked that I liked DC Talk. Good Christian band. But Tate now is, I believe, the lead singer of the Newsboys. Is that right? Another very well-known Christian group. And Kevin Max, I want to say he's the lead singer of Audio Adrenaline. Is that wrong? I don't know. They all kind of move. I mean, DC Talk, they're legends in the Christian rock sphere. Like if you're outside the Christian rock sphere, you probably have no idea. You might know Jesus Freak. I heard it on like a non-Christian rock station one time, and I was floored. But other than that, like, you don't know any of these greatest hits. I'm trying to. Jesus is just all right. Oh, there are some really corny songs on here. I really like Say the Words Now. That one's got kind of a late 90s pop tilt to it. Let's see. In the Light is really good, actually. Love is a Verb is so funny. That's such a funny song. Love is a verb. Oh man, but it's so funny because like they got really like hard rock, like almost grunge like for songs like Jesus Freak or Supernatural. But then they would have really corny songs like Jesus is Just All Right or Love is a Verb, where it would be like this old school rap type of thing. Man. And you know what's funny too is that this is called Intermission, the greatest hits, which implies that DC Talk is going to have a long career after this. They're only halfway done. But if I remember correctly, they broke up right after this. So not really quite an intermission, more of a finale. Yeah, boy, this brings back memories looking at this. There's Toby Mac. And like I said, the Mac gives back no slack. This is Kevin Max. And then Michael Tate. Yeah, look, he's kicking the screen. Watch out. I like how they cut off his face here. Just like here. I don't know, I guess it was a creative choice. It's kind of strange. But yeah. DC Talk. Oh boy. I actually don't know what the name means. Okay. Death Cab for Cutie. Plans. The best Death Cab for Cutie song. So this is let's see, this is the Ben Gibbard's band. He's the lead singer. You may know him also as the lead singer of the Postal Service, which I also own their album Give Up. we'll talk about that later. But yes, I mean, this is good as far as like, indie rock, whiny indie rock goes. Soul Meets Body is a goated song. Let's see. I Will Follow You Into the Dark, Crooked Teeth. You can kind of tell by the song titles. If you've never heard Death Cab for Cutie, you can kind of tell Your Heart is an Empty Room. I mean, you get what they sound like just based on that, probably. But yeah, a great album, frankly. Like Death Cab for Cutie, but yeah, that's all due respect to transatlanticism and everything. I think Plans is their best. Oh, you want to talk about Christian rock? Demon Hunter. Now this is where it is. This is where it is. I want to do a little spiel about Christian metal before I go into this one. Christian metal can be so corny and so tough to listen to. Let me just say that, okay? I say this as someone who listens to a lot of it as a teen. A lot. But Demon Hunter slaps. So this is the self-titled, and I remember listening to this on a website called mp3.com, where you could download bands' songs legally and for free. And Demon Hunter put up some songs on that website, including Infected and Turn Your Back and Run, which is my favorite song from them. And the rest is history. Look at them. He's got a chain that says Demon Hunter on it. Solid State Records. So that was the big Christian metal album record company at the time. So yeah, there's lead singer Ryan Clark. He's been their lead singer the entire time. And he doesn't quite have like a crazy beard there, but they've gone with this cow skull motif on all their album covers. Like you'll see it on all of them, this little cow skull. It's kind of cool, actually. I like the style for it. But they're self-titled. It probably has their best sound. I don't know. It's really raw and it's not refined yet, but it's really good. Like, I have seen Where It Grows, kicks ass, screams. I mean, like, honestly, all of these tracks are awesome except for And the Sky Went Red, because that's not even a song. Yeah, it's really raw and cool, and it's really heavy. It's their heaviest album for sure. I remember listening to them, and this is 2002, yeah, when I was 14, and being like, should I be listening to this? They're really, because like they were the heaviest band I'd heard of at the time, like even outside of Christian music. So yeah, really good. I think it still holds up. Like I listened to it not too long ago, and I was like, yeah, this still rocks. Summer of Darkness. This is one of my favorite albums of all time. Summer of Darkness is their second album, and I remember it. I listened to it in the perfect way. Okay, so I was looking at a newspaper insert for Mardell, which was a Christian store, and my mom was about to go there, and I saw at the last minute that they had the new Demon Hunter album, and I didn't even know there was a new album. And so I said, "Hey, Mom, can you pick this up for me while you're there, and I'll pay you back when I get home?" Because that's how it worked in our house. She wasn't just gonna buy it for me; I had to pay her back. And so she went and she got it and she brought it home, and I looked at it, and I hadn't heard any of these songs. I didn't even know that it was out, like I said. And so then I listened to it from beginning to end, and I was just like it's more melodic than the self-titled. There's more singing on it. There's just better, like more slickly produced songs on it. And I mean, it's still got some of my favorites. Like, let's see, Not Ready to Die was the lead single. It also had they had at least one ballad on every album, starting with this one, My Throat is an Open Grave. But My Heartstrings Come Undone was like a much better ballad, and I think that one got Christian radio airplay, and it's what blew them up. My Heartstrings Come Undone, if I remember correctly. But there's some fire ones on here, like Beauty Through the Eyes of a Predator, so good. Coffin Builder is like brutal. That's one of the heaviest songs they've ever done. But yeah, they've kind of got, I mean, when I say heavy, it's like it's kind of like metalcore. Like they're kind of metalcore, but without the, oh no, without the kind of like I don't know how to say it, like kind of genty guitars that metalcore tends to have. Look, the disc is a tire. Isn't that funny? Yeah, really good album. There's like a little sticker on here. Huh. The much anticipated follow-up. But yeah, this album was so cool. I listened to it in the perfect way, like I said, because like I didn't even know it came out, and I listened to it from back to front, and I was like, what? And I immediately listened to it from back to front again. Amazing. Third album, the Triptych. I can't remember how you pronounce it. Okay, now here's where we gotta start, because I was high off of this. Expectations were high for the Triptych, and I actually didn't really like this one that much. Because at this point, Demon Hunter was very well known in the Christian metal community, and kind of getting more of a footing in the overall metal community as well. Like self-titled, I mean, it did fine, but they weren't like super well known or anything. I feel like Summer of Darkness kind of got their foot in the door, and the Triptych really solidified it, because let me see, what, I think 1,000 Apologies was their radio hit for this one. They also inexplicably did a cover of Snap Your Fingers, Snap Your Neck by Prong. It's a good cover, don't get me wrong. I just remember seeing that. I remember seeing it on the track list and being like, they did what? It's so random. Yeah, I don't know what it is about this one. I like Not I like Undying, but it just didn't resonate with me as much as the previous ones did. But I think it's objectively like they just have better songs on this one overall. I just didn't like them as much. And I think they had variant covers, because I don't think this is the cover that everyone has for this album. Yeah, I think they've got different covers. Storm the Gates of Hell. They kind of brought the heavy back for this one, Storm the Gates of Hell, because I remember, yeah, I mean, look at that. Look, they got the little reverend collars and everything. Yeah, Storm the Gates of Hell is really, really heavy. Fading Away was like the big hit for this one. Carry Me Down was the ballad, if I remember correctly. And yeah, I remember liking this one more than the Triptych, but oh my gosh. Yeah, this is also, or I think this was the last album that I really enjoyed by them. The World is a Thorn is their fifth album, and I remember being really excited about this one because they have the lead singer of Soilwork on one of the songs. Where is it? Collapsing, featuring Bjorn Speed Strid. And I remember seeing the music video for this one and being like, whoa, they did what? Now they got the lead singer of Soilwork. And that's a fire song, Collapsing. But there's not really anything else on here that I loved. And I think this is I don't want to say it's my least favorite album, but it's definitely down there. Okay, no. I said Storm the Gates of Hell was the last one that I really enjoyed, but True Defiance actually is the last one I really enjoyed. True Defiance. This, I don't know what it is about this one, but this one, it like brought back that aggressive sound that I really like. Cause like, where is it? God Forsaken. Wake is a really good song. Let's see. Yeah, My Destiny. Yeah, this one's good. Dead Flowers was their ballad on this one. I know all their ballads. Oh, yeah, True Defiance. This was a good one. And then the last one I bought was Extremist. Yeah, after this one, I can't really tell you much about this one, honestly. I didn't really listen to it much. After this one, they did a weird double album that I think was called Life. There was like one album called Life and one called Death or something like that. I can't really remember. And then they released an all acoustic album of all their ballads. So all their ones from the beginning to the end. And yeah, Demon Hunter, it's hard to say what happened with this band for me. I think I just kind of outgrew them a little bit. Because like I said, I really like the first two. Like, you know, I really like them. Then after that, it's like, I don't know, I like that one a little bit. I like that one a little bit, but overall, they just kind of lost me, and they're up to like, what, 10 albums now or something? Yeah, I think so. But yeah, like one of the best Christian metal bands out there for sure. Depeche Mode. John got this for $6 from Half Price Books. Music for the masses. If you don't know Violator, now this is such a good album. Depeche Mode is like they kind of got like a 80s pop, like new wave type of thing, but they've got this melancholic, depressing kind of minor key sound that's really cool and really influential as well. You've definitely heard a Depeche Mode song. You've at least heard, if you haven't heard Personal Jesus, you've heard Enjoy the Silence or Policy of Truth. Those are like 3 of their goated songs, and they're all on Violator, which came out in 1990. Kind of like later at like kind of a post-80s sound when like grunge was starting to move in. Wait, is it 1990? Was I talking out of my butt just now? No, I got it right. 1990. Okay, this is from 86, I think. And this was more, yeah, this was before their breakthrough, because Violator was their breakthrough. But yeah, Depeche Mode, like, yeah, one of my favorite bands, honestly. They just got like a really cool melancholic sound. I like it. It makes me feel sad when I listen to it. It's like, yeah, good stuff. Okay, hang on. I gotta get the other half of the D albums. Okay. This one will be kind of quick. So we got another trilogy here. This is the Devin Townsend project. Devin Townsend was the lead singer of a band called Strapping Young Lad. And then he went on to kind of do more solo stuff and got into more producing. Now, with Strapping Young Lad was a metal band, like, through and through, and Devin has a very powerful voice. That's probably the first thing you'll notice if you ever listen to a Strapping Young Lad or Devin Townsend project song. He turns everything up to 11 in everything that he does. He's a very talented guy. Now, Devin Townsend Project is a band I really, really tried to get into. I mean, as you can see, I bought 3 albums worth. And I mean, it's good music. It's like good album music. I can't look through here though and tell you like what the standout tracks are. I can't even like look. I don't even know. Ghost Blackberry Monsoon. I think those are all 3 different tracks. I can't tell you about individual songs, but the overall sound is very synthy. It's very atmospheric. It's like very dreamlike. It's just like it's just a really cool sound, but it, like, I always liked it, but it stayed at like a 6 out of 10 level for me. There wasn't any moment listening to these that I was like, oh wow, no, I'm gonna have to go back and listen to that. And it makes me sad because it seems like something that on paper that's like right up my alley, but it just never really solidified for me. This was the last one I got from them, Transcendence. But yeah, you know, I really like Devin Townsend's work. Like a lot of the albums that he produces and stuff, I end up really liking. But just as far as the actual music goes, like I have a respect for it and I like the general vibe, but I haven't been able to get really, really into it, sadly. Here's a $1 clearance purchase. Dido, No Angel. This is let's see. Does this have thank you on it? Yes, it does. Thank you, which is probably, so Dido's a solo singer-songwriter, and she probably gained most of her notoriety from doing the collab with Eminem on Stan. But she made legitimately pretty good music too. She's got kind of like a, I don't know, I like you know, sultry singer-songwriters and that kind of with that kind of like ethereal voice that she has. Like I'm a big Sarah McLachlan fan, and I know that's probably the only time you've ever heard Dido and Sarah McLachlan compared. I don't know, but I think there's some, like, I like Hunter. That's a good track. Let's see, the intro song, Here With Me, is really good too. Let's see. I mean, Thank You, obviously. Yeah, I think Isabel is good too. I can't remember. But yeah, I mean, it's fine for what it is. I haven't really kept up with Dido though. But you know, it was enough for me to spend $1 on. All right, we're back with some metal here. This is Dillinger Escape Plan, starting with Ironworks. So I'm kind of a weird Dillinger Escape Plan fan because most Dillinger Escape Plan fans really prefer the early stuff, the stuff without Greg Puciato, who came on with Ironworks, the lead singer that replaced their other one. At least I'm pretty sure that's what happened, right? History's kind of fuzzy. Ironworks is probably my favorite album by them. It's got Black Bubblegum, Milk Lizard. Yeah. So quick thing about Dillinger Escape Plan, they were very Calculating Infinity was their debut album. I remember it now. And they were very technical. They were like a really technical like core band. I don't know. Are they a core band? But then I remember starting with Ironworks, I believe their third album, they kind of started moving in a more, like a less technical direction. And I do remember the fans being a little, grumbly about that. My favorite actually might be Option Paralysis. I know I just said it was Ironworks, but this one's really good. There's a song on this one called Chinese Whispers that I really like. But I really like Greg's voice. I think he's a solo artist now because Dillinger Escape Plan either is no more or moved on without him. I'm not really sure. But he's a solo artist now. But he brought a lot of charisma to these songs, I think. And I can't really tell you like any standout tracks really on these later ones. One of Us Is the Killer. Is that what this is called? Yeah. And Dissociation. I couldn't even tell you what this one was. But it's just a cool sound overall. I'm not like the biggest Dillinger Escape Plan fan in the world. I think the biggest Dillinger Escape Plan fans don't really like this series, this streak of albums. I could be wrong. It's all about their debuts. All right. Dimmu Borgir. Not so affectionately known as Dummy Burger in the elitist metal community. Dimmu Borgir I'm going to just say that they're a symphonic black metal band. So there's a lot of, at least in their early work, there's a lot of synths. And it's got this orchestral kind of sound to it. Now, I've gone through a lot of Christian metal, but here's Jesus Christ crucified upside down on a cross, which some of you will probably find offensive. Black metal is, I'm not going to call it satanic metal because that's going to freak some of you out. And it's needless because it's all like tongue-in-cheek kind of. Some of it, they're basically just like an anti-religion band, I guess. But we won't go too far into that. Black metal has a really weird history, but Dimmu Borgir is definitely one of the like less hostile groups in the genre. As far as I know, they haven't burned any churches. Anyway, Dimmu Borgir. I really like their sound though. Let's talk about their sound. Stormblast is one of their early albums. This is actually the re-recorded version, which I think they did with a live orchestra, I want to say. But yeah, I love the opening track, Altlis Ersvenet Hen. I don't know how to say it. Broderskapets Ring is really good too. Like, oh man, they have a song called Antichrist. It's wow. It's got this like really melancholic, like minor key orchestral black metal sound that I really like. This is probably my favorite album by them, Stormblast, actually. This is Spiritual Black Dimensions, which is it's like their fourth or fifth album, I want to say. I don't particularly like this one. I like Reptile, but I don't really like a lot of the other tracks that much. They're okay. Yeah, it's just okay. Now, Death Cold Armageddon is probably their breakthrough album. At least I remember a lot of people talking about it at the time. This, because up until then, I think they recorded with synthesizers that like simulated orchestral instruments and stuff. But I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Death Cold Armageddon was recorded with an actual orchestra. Like they actually brought, look at them. Look at that. They're so evil, dude. 2003, wow. And the effect was really impactful, I think, because this is some of their best work. Progenies of the Great Apocalypse, Vredesbird. Ooh, some good stuff on here. Yeah. This was kind of where they cultivated their sound a lot for their future albums, because like everything post Death Cold Armageddon kind of sounds like Death Cold Armageddon a little bit to me, and everything pre Death Cold Armageddon kind of sounds like Enthroned Darkness Triumphant, which is I don't have here, but you know, like I said, Stormblast is still my favorite. Yeah, Dummy Burger, consider me a fan, but only 3 albums deep apparently. Okay, Disharmonia Mundi. This is a band that was headed up by lead singer of Soilwork, Bjorn Speed Strid, who I've already talked about like 4 separate times in this video. Damn. This is Fragments of Degeneration, their best album. Also their heaviest, Morgue of Centuries. That's a good, yeah. Quicksand Symmetry. I haven't listened to Red Clouds. I haven't listened to these in so long. Yeah, it's got kind of I don't know how to say. Look, there's Bjorn standing off to the side. These are the 3 guys that aren't from Soilwork that are in the band. It's got kind of a more chaotic sound than Soilwork, like a little more. I don't know how to describe it. Thrashy, maybe. But yeah, this is a really good album. This Mind Tricks is okay, but it starts sounding more like Soilwork in this one. Resurrection Code, yeah, Celestial Furnace. It starts sounding a little more like keyboard heavy. Maybe it's because there's only 3 of them here and there were 4 on this one. I'm not sure quite what that means, but yeah, this, I mean, don't get me wrong, I like Soilwork, but it's kind of a watered down Soilwork. It's still good, but yeah, this was their best one. This was their best work. Pretty fun stuff overall. Wow, another black metal album. Dissection, Storm of the Lightsbane. This might be my favorite, like, old school black metal album. When did this come out? And it was in the 90s. 95? Yeah, 95. Dissection, Storm of the Lightsbane. Yeah, this just had, like, I don't know, I feel like this album had a sort of calmness and melodic tone to it that a lot of the other great early black metal albums didn't have. Yeah, I really appreciate that about it. Was it Where Dead Angels Lie? Is that yeah, Where Dead Angels Lie? That's a good track. I can't really tell you like anything specifically that I liked about this. I just liked it. Dissection. Okay, well, time for a little bit of a departure here. Disturbed. Some people probably think of this as like satanic metal. That's the funny part. I was talking about like actual satanic metal just now, and probably some people think that it's Disturbed, but it's not. So we're starting off with their worst album, Believe. This is the follow-up to The Sickness, which was their debut. That's the one that came out with Down with the Sickness. Stupefy, the game, yeah. And then this came out, and they had a more rock approach for this one, because like their debut album Disturbed was very rap heavy. Who can forget the incredible song Droppin' Plates? possibly one of the worst nu metal songs of all time. And I say that with affection because I like it ironically, but with Believe, they got serious all of a sudden. The lyrics started being more about like spirituality and stuff, and they started having more of like a mainstream rock approach to their sound. And I mean, there's some good stuff on here, like Prayer is a great single. Liberate wasn't a single, but I really liked that one. I don't know. Just other than that, they don't really stand out to me, though. Believe there's lead singer David Draymond right there. An incredible voice. We'll talk more about that later. But one thing that's cool about David Draymond, actually, he has, I believe, 3 bachelor's degrees. I think he got them all at the same time, too. He's got a bachelor's in psychology. I want to say one in, like, business. I can't remember. But I remember learning that about him and being like, wow, he's actually like a really smart guy. And he is. He's a really smart dude. Which that's a piercing right there. I don't know if you can see that. He's got like a lip piercing there that goes under his chin, which is an interesting choice, I have to say. But yeah, David's a great vocalist and a great artist, but it didn't really come across on this one. This one is kind of a miss for me. Now, 10,000 Fists, on the other hand, this is where they solidified their sound into kind of what they had their entire career after this. It's more... it's also when they started using this guy a lot on the covers, I think. Every cover after this has this guy. I can't remember his name. It's like Gene or something. I don't know. It's just some dude's name. But yeah, this is more of like... they've got this like rhythmic, like... heavy sound to it, like heavy rock sound. I think there's guitar solos that they started incorporating, and like Stricken and stuff. There's great tracks on here. They covered Land of Confusion by Genesis, which I thought was funny. 10,000 Fists is a good album. This is when they started like sounding more like modern Disturbed. And that brings me to my favorite Disturbed album, Indestructible. This is like peak Disturbed right here. It's so good. This is their best album. Indestructible, Inside the Fire, Perfect Insanity, Haunted is really good. Yeah, it's just like it's like it just rocks. This is like when Disturbed when they rocked the hardest, I think. And I think that's true even now. But they rocked the hardest here for sure. I don't even know if I would say it's their heaviest album. Maybe it is their heaviest album. Yeah, and look at that cover too. Come on. Now, Asylum is the follow-up to Indestructible, and it's not bad, but they did lose an edge to their sound a little bit. There's still some tracks I like. I really like My Child. It's My Child is a very tragic song. It's about a miscarriage that David and his wife had. So the lyrics are pretty heartfelt, but it's a good song too. Like beyond that, I'm trying to think of. I mean, some of these other ones are good too. Nothing I really feel like calling out, but it's a fine album, but it is a step back from Indestructible. I still like it. Now, Immortalized is kind of where they lost me a little bit. It's not that I don't like it. In fact, this has one of my favorite Disturbed songs on it, which is their cover of Sound of Silence by Simon and Garfunkel, which, I mean, if you haven't heard that, first of all, how have you not heard that? They played it on like pop radio. Not really like not top 40 or anything, but they played it on like pop rock radio, mainstream. It's legitimately a really good cover, I think, and I think David's voice really shines on it. But just as an album, I don't know. I just couldn't really vibe with it, I guess. It's just okay. I really like the cover and the album art and everything is fun. It's textured. Cool. But yeah, after this, I mean, Disturbed has had maybe 2 albums after this, and I haven't bought either, obviously. When did this come out? 2017? 2015. Oh, really that long ago? Yeah, I like Disturbed. Just yeah, I think we've kind of passed each other by a little bit. Drowning Pool, Sinner. Drowning Pool, new metal bands that you may know from their song where he says, "Let the bodies hit the floor," called Bodies. This is their debut album, Sinner, which the title track is really good too. Sinner, Bodies, Tear Away. Those are probably the best songs on the album, because after that it gets really repetitive. Yeah, it does. It's actually not a great album in that respect. Drowning Pool has a cool sound, and I always liked that they were from Dallas, Texas, because I'm from Dallas, Texas. And yeah, the lead singer Dave Williams tragically died. I believe the same year that this came out, in 2001. Yeah. But he was a great vocalist, and Drowning Pool has not been the same since then. That's a Bank Gothic typeface they used right there. Yeah, there's Dave right there. Those are the other guys in the bands. The guitar player, CJ, I think is his name. Bass player, drummer. Bass player Stevie, I think is his name. Yeah. Let's see. CJ Pierce, Stevie Benton, Dave Williams. Okay. I just want to make sure I was getting that. And yeah, it was a tragedy because he had a great voice, and I think that Drowning Pool, I think they could have really defined the sound that they had on this album into something really, really nice, kind of like Disturbed did, that we just talked about. But instead, what happened was, after this album, Drowning Pool came out with, what was it? Step Up, I think was their second album, with a new lead singer, Jason Gong Jones, is that his name? And it wasn't the same. And then they had the lead singer from Soil take over, and I don't know, man. I just haven't really been able to get into them since then. So this is really the only version of Drowning Pool that I like. I also like the cover. The cover is kind of cool. I mean, it's kind of edgy and stuff, but I just like how it's laid out. Okay. Yeah, Drowning Pool. Okay. We're done with the D. Time to get into the E's, which there's not that many of them. Earshot, Letting Go. So Earshot was well, they're a hard rock band. I don't want to call them like new metal. This was their debut album. It's not very good, unfortunately. And I say this as someone who really likes the lead single Get Away. But there's not a whole lot else on it that's good. Their second album, called Wait, is much better. I don't have that one, unfortunately, because I used to have it. I don't know where it is anymore, actually. But yeah, Earshot, they sound a lot like Tool to me. They're one of those bands. They're like Tool in terms of like the vocals, I think. He kind of has like a Maynard kind of vibe to him, but that's about where the similarities end. Now that I think about it, because the instrumentation and like the song structure are nothing like Tool. So I don't know. I just remember hearing them on the radio and thinking like, wow, Tool's really heavy in this song. But of course I was 14. So yeah, that's about all I have to say about Earshot. Ooh, Element 80. Element 80 is a new metal band from Dallas, Texas, actually. Or maybe is it from Fort Worth? They're from the DFW area. They're at least from Texas. Okay, I keep moving the goalposts here. But Element 80 I listened to before they had a record deal, before this came out. And I remember I was so happy for them when they had it. They signed with, it's with Universal and everything. Damn. So this, I listened to Element 80 on local radio. I remember hearing their songs on local radio and being really impressed because they were a new metal band, but they had like the chops, like they had the songs, they had like the heavy guitars and the vocals, I thought, to really make it. Unfortunately, by the time they got this record deal, I think the time had kind of moved. Yeah, 2003. 2003 was when it was just like, was when it was like, things are kind of moving out of the nu metal sphere, you know. Oh my God, it just fell out of there. But yeah, and they re-recorded all of their songs, and honestly, it pains me to say this, but a lot of the songs that they have on this album are re-recordings of songs that they demoed or put out on an EP or something before their record, and they re-recorded them, and the re-recorded versions don't sound as good. Like, I remember, where is it? Slackjaw is one of my favorite songs by them. And the demo version sounds so much better than the album version. Same thing with Dummy Block. Scars, the Echo song. Yeah, and none of these were singles. Broken Promises was the single, which I don't really understand. But yeah, if you can't, I don't know if they're out there on YouTube or anything, but if you can find the demo versions of those songs, I think they're better than the re-recorded album versions. And then Element A just kind of fizzled after that. It's like, if this had come out in like 2000 or 2001 or something like that, I think they would have been more successful, because they were really they were right on time as far as the music went, but they couldn't get a record deal and get the album out in time, in my opinion. That's just what I think. But I think the talent and the songwriting is there. Anyway, Element 80. Okay. Okay. Emperor, Anthems to the Welkin at Dusk. So yeah, you want to talk black metal, which we've talked about a couple times. This is many people's greatest black metal album of all time. If you look at like greatest black metal albums lists, this is, if it's not number one, it's in the top 3 or at least the top 5. It's way up there, Emperor. And so I've just never really been a big Emperor fan, and so look at this. What's the point of this, man? It's the exact same image, dude. You can barely even see it anyway. Emperor, I don't know. I couldn't get into it like I thought I should be able to. And I've given it several tries. It's fine. You know, I can listen to it like on the background and stuff, but as far as being able to be like, oh yeah, and Sorcelled by Chaos, what a classic track. I can't really do that with this. I can't like walk you through what makes it a landmark album. But I mean, it's fine. I don't dislike it. It's just, it's on a lot of people's greatest of all time lists, and I guess it just didn't really vibe with me, sadly. Here's a recent album by a band called Era, which is a very talented band. Got a great vocalist, Jesse Cash, and JT Cavey. I can't remember which one. I think Jesse is the one that does the clean vocals. Yeah, just good stuff. I mean, it sounds like Era. I haven't really gotten into them. I think they're fine, and I like listening to a single song. As far as an album goes, sure. I tend to like other bands a little more than Era, though. Like, I'm more of a Volumes kind of guy, or even like Wage War when it comes to this genre. But yeah, Era's cool. Eternal Tears of Sorrow, a virgin and a whore. Okay. Eternal Tears of Sorrow is a melodic death metal band, and this is one of their albums, and I don't really have much to say about it. It's just it's melodic death metal, yeah. I think there's synthesizer intros and stuff, which is why I was drawn to it, but I can't really tell you much about it. It's fine. Wow, no jewel case for this one. Evanescence, Fallen. Whew. This was, now the album cover for this is just like a close-up of Amy Lee's face for some reason. Lead singer Amy Lee. For some reason, they were just like, what should we do for the album cover? And then it's like, she was just like, take a picture of my face. And then that's what they did. I don't know. I feel like they had to rush out this album though. Evanescence burst onto the scene with the Daredevil soundtrack, actually. Before the MCU, they made a Daredevil movie starring Ben Affleck and Jennifer Garner as Elektra and Colin Farrell as villain Bullseye. And Evanescence, Bring Me to Life, was the lead single. Wake me up, can't wake up, blah, blah, blah. You've heard that song, I'm sure. And this was the full album. Now, this wasn't out when Bring Me to Life was exploding. Bring Me to Life was like all over radio. Like radio stations couldn't keep up with everybody requesting it and stuff. It was like blowing the hell up. And Evanescence didn't have an album to take advantage of it at the time. It was just the Daredevil soundtrack. If you wanted to hear Bring Me to Life, then you bought the Daredevil soundtrack. So I'm not really sure when exactly they came out with this album, but I think it was like they didn't quite make it. Yeah, 2003. I want to say that 2002 is when the Daredevil album, Daredevil OST came out. Yeah, so as far as this goes, I've never really been big on Evanescence. My favorite song from them is Going Under, which I think is track 1 on this album. I think they're best when they're heavy, and Fallen is their heaviest album. But I also like their ballads like My Immortal. I just kind of, I could kind of tell, I hate to say this, I could kind of tell from the non-singles on this album that it wasn't going to be a band that I was going to stick with for a long time. Like it was going to be kind of a one and done. And I don't have any other Evanescence albums except for this. This is the only one I have. And I don't even have the jewel case for it, which is sad. Because, yeah, the filler tracks weren't very good. Like Going Under and Bring Me to Life and My Immortal were good, but I can't remember any other songs on this album that I'm like, wow, that was a good one, right? And I think it kind of, Amy Lee is a very talented vocalist, but it kind of seems like there just was, like, outside of her, there wasn't really a solidified sound for the band. And I feel like she ended up dating lead singer of Seether, Sean Morgan, was that his name? And writing a song about him called Call Me When You're Sober, a little diss track on their second album. And then that was the only other radio single they had. So we haven't really heard much from Evanescence other than that. I know they're still making music, but they're not really out there like they used to be. So, I'm not trying to like brag and say I was right or anything, but they just kind of fizzled a little bit. Got off to a hot start and fizzled. One of my favorite bands, Every Time I Die. Every Time I Die is I would say they started out as a hardcore band, and then they kind of moved more into metalcore. That's how I would characterize it. And I'm getting into this now. Gutter Phenomenon is album number 4 from them, and possibly my least favorite. I don't know why I have this and not the ones before it. Like Hot Damn, for example. Or is this album number 3? I think this is album number 3. But yeah, here we go. Keith Buckley on vocals. He's a great vocalist as well as a outstanding lyricist. Like, I normally don't care about lyrics in heavy music, but he's got very good lyrics. Very clever, very like playful most of the time, but also can get really meaningful and deep when he wants to. He's just a very good lyricist. I'd say he's a better lyricist than vocalist, and he's a good vocalist. Although not really on this album, I will say. I'll throw a little bit of shade there. But yeah, big fan of Keith Buckley. He's very good. His brother Jordan Buckley on the guitar. Andy Williams, who is a professional wrestler now, also on guitar. I actually got a photo with him after a show one time. I love those guys. Mike Novak on drums, which he doesn't play drums with them now. Well, nobody plays drums with them now, but we'll get into that later. But yeah, it's mostly Jordan, Keith, Andy are kind of the mainstays of Every Time I Die, and I think they're one of the greatest bands ever, but it doesn't show on this record. I'm just not a big fan of this one. I feel like Keith's vocals, his clean vocals, are really painful for me. He develops them really well later, but it's It's not shown on this one. If I were to tell someone to check out Every Time I Die, I would not start them on this album at all. However, the next one, The Big Dirty, this is one of my favorite albums. This is where I think they really just kind of defined the sound that they went with for a long time afterwards. I remember seeing them live on the tour for this, and I mean, I remember when they played No Son of Mine live, and they played it like a little bit faster than it is on the album, just like most bands do live, and it brought down the house. Like everybody was going nuts. They're the best band I've ever seen live, actually. My favorite live show I've ever been to, Every Time I Die, dude. It makes me sad that I'll never see them again, to be honest. But yeah, there's so many good tracks on here. Leatherneck, Werewolf. I think that's what got the music video, Werewolf. Depressionista. Let's see. There's this. Yeah, it's really good. They've got a really cool like southern rock kind of Mailing the Sons of Disaster vibe. I don't know how else to describe it on this, but it's like this kind of dirty South hardcore sound. It's really good though. Yeah, Big Dirty. Now the follow-up, New Junk Aesthetic. This one's good too, but yeah, I don't really know. I can't really tell you what I don't like about this album. It's not that I don't like it even. It's just I feel like it doesn't quite do as much as the Big Dirty does. And that might just be like a completely subjective thing. I don't even know if I can solidify it with any kind of extra opinion. And there's some good stuff on here. Wanderlust. I really like White Smoke. But just overall as an album, it's not my favorite. Now, Low Teens. Low Teens, I didn't think that they could top this album. This is when it came out, I was like, this is the best they've ever done. It's the best they've ever sounded. They really like took it to the next level on this one. There's such good tracks on this one. I love it's like Fear and Trembling is really good. That's one of their best songs in my opinion. Let's see, Coin as a Say, Map Change. I like an awful lot. Yeah, it's just really good songs. I didn't think that they could beat Low Teens. It was really, and there's a couple albums in between. Let's see. Okay, wait, hang on. Yeah, there's 2 albums in between New Junk Aesthetic and Low Teens. There's From Parts Unknown and X Lives. I remember hearing X Lives and being really impressed with that one, but I don't have a copy for some reason. I don't know why. But I had to get a copy of Low Teens. It's like I think I streamed on Spotify and I was like, I gotta buy this. And I didn't think that they could beat it, but then they released Radical in 2021, and it's one of those albums I'm gonna have to get it on vinyl. Radical. I might even get it on CD too. It was like Radical might have been my favorite album from 2021. Or is it 2022? No, 2021. Yeah. Unfortunately, like very quickly after Radical released, Every Time I Die broke up, and it looks like it's permanent. I mean, it is. It doesn't look like it's permanent. It is permanent. It kind of sucks. The whole situation was very dramatic. I'm not going to get into it, but there was a lot of paranoia and the brothers not getting along between Keith and Jordan. The point is that they broke up very suddenly, and they were a band for a long time. I mean, 10 albums, or I think 9. I think Radical was their 9th album, I think. Let's see. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, it was their 9th album. They've been together for so long, and then it just kind of fell apart. It's really sad. But yeah, Every Time I Die, great band. Definitely recommend checking out Low Teens and Radical if you want to get a good sense of their sound. I think they make good music videos too, so that might give you more of a sense of their personality. Sometimes I don't like music when I just check out the audio on streaming, and if I watch a music if I watch a music video rather than just listening to the audio, sometimes I can get more of their personality of it, and I like it more like that. And I think they have good personality. They have good like music video presence, which not every band does. All right, getting into the Fs. Oof. Man, I'm having to talk about some of my favorite bands back to back like this. Fair to Midland. This is another local Texas band. They're from Sulphur Springs, Texas, which is a little bit outside of DFW. This is their first album, Fables from a Mayfly. Although I think they had an EP before this. Dance of the Manatee got a little bit of airplay, but not much. And yeah, they didn't really like hit it big off of this, but man, they have an incredibly unique sound. Their lead singer, Darrow Sudderth, has an incredible voice. It's very dynamic. He has a lot of fun with it, especially on my favorite album from them and one of my favorite albums ever, Arrows and Anchors. Dude, this is like, when it comes to like hard rock music, maybe like metal adjacent, like Fair to Midland is the best band that nobody's ever heard of, I think. This is such an amazing album. If I could recommend listening to one song, it would be Amarillo Sleeps on My Pillow. It's an amazing song. It's so heavy. The vocals are incredible. Like, yeah, it's just I don't really know how. I don't even know how to describe Fair to Midland. There's no band that sounds like them, and there's no band that sounds even remotely like them, and that's because of Darrow's vocals. And it's just so sad because the reason I'm like acting all like unexcited, this came out in 2011, okay? Now, after this came out, the band just kind of broke up and nobody knows what happened to them. It's very frustrating. Like the people that were in the band, first of all, I think they signed to Surgical Strike Records. Is that right? I don't know if it says Surgical Strike, for those that don't know, is Serge Tankian's band, a record label from System of a Down, the lead singer of System of a Down. And he signed Fair to Midland to his record label, I think. I can't find any evidence of that now, but I'm pretty sure they were on it. This is Universal Records here, but I'm pretty sure they were on it for this one. Anyway, apparently, like, from what I could find online, Fair to Midland like owed a lot of money, and then they just sort of disappeared. Like, I think only their drummer is still working in another band, and his take on it, from what I hear, is just like, yeah, I haven't heard from anybody. I don't know what anyone's up to. I don't get it, because they're like I said, they're like insanely talented, and I think Darrow briefly did some solo work, but nobody's heard from him in like, I don't know, 8 years or something like that. It's just insane because, like I said, this is like an insanely good album. Watch their music video for Musical Chairs, and you'll get kind of a feel for them. He does this thing. He's got a great singing voice, but then he does this like throat singing thing. You can hear it a lot on Ricky Tikki Tavi, which is a really funny song. I really recommend that one if you want to hear him do the throat singing. Ricky Tikki Tavi is really a good example of that. But he does it in other songs too, like Musical Chairs. Uh-Oh is a great track. Golden Parachutes. Man, it just makes me depressed talking about it because like it's been 12 years since this came out. We're never getting another one, and nobody knows what's happening to them, and like none of them are making music anymore from what I can tell. It's just, it's so depressing to talk about. Like I said, this is like top 10 for me, maybe top 5. This one's good too. It's just this one's heavier than this one. This one's more like kind of rock, kind of it's almost got like an indie rock sound to it at times, but this is more kind of metal adjacent, I would say, because it's not really, I don't know, it's more hard rock, but Fair to Midland, amazing band, amazing albums, especially this one, but it's just depressing to talk about, because it's like, it's not like they even had like, we're breaking up, sorry everybody, they just disappeared. Feels bad, man. This is Fallujah Dreamless. I can't tell you anything about this. I've listened to it. I think it's death metal, like melodic death metal. I can't really tell you. Sorry. That's like one of the few albums I have in my collection that I can't say anything about. Ooh. Fear Factory. Come on, camera. You can do it. I believe in you. You can focus on those, right? Okay, whatever. Fear Factory is like the industrial metal godfather. They've been around for a long time. This is the earliest album I have from them, called Digimortal, and it's a lot of old school Fear Factory fans hate this album because it's when they, quote, sold out, but it's when I started really liking them. With the single Linchpin. Now, there's nothing wrong with Fear Factory's work before this. I mean, I like, what is it? Concrete. What's the album? There's one early album that they have that it's got, was it Replica on it, I think? Everyone, all old school Fear Factory fans love that one, but Digimortals, when they started doing more of like a melodic, quote, poppy sound, although you would never hear anything from this on like a top 40 station, so, or even on the radio, even rock radio. But yeah, Fear Factory has like they've got, I think there's a term used for them called cyber metal. Yeah, it took me a while to figure it out. Cyber metal. It's like there's a lot of synths, there's a lot of lyrics about machines and like machine imagery, you know, androids, automatons type of thing. And Fear Factory are a very influential band, and there's a couple of bands that I'll talk about later that were heavily influenced by them. But yeah, Digimortal, good album, not my favorite. My favorite Fear Factory album actually isn't here. I don't know where it is. It's an album called Archetype, and it makes me sad that I don't have it, because I feel like it's like Fear Factory's sound perfected. It's got awesome tracks like Slave Labor on it. Oh, I remember hearing that for the first time and being like, who is this? I need to get this. Who does this? Cyber Waste. The title track Archetype. That album's really good. I wish I had it to show, but instead I just have Transgression, which is their worst album. This is the follow-up to Archetype, the one that I just was swooning over, and they did some really different things on this album. So just a little background. So okay, the guitarist on Digimortal, let me double check this. I believe his name is Dino. Let me see if I can find it, if he's in the credits. Dino, I don't know how to pronounce his last name. Dino Cazares, I think is his name. There he is. Yeah, that's him. Yeah. And he gave Fear Factory this kind of like chunky guitar sound, right? Now, he left after Digimortal, I think. And then starting with Archetype, they got their bass player, I want to say it was their bass player, Christian Oldwolbers. Is that his name? I'm pulling this out of my ass right now. But, and he became their lead guitarist, which was great. There he is. There's Christian right there. There's lead singer Bert Bell, I think is his name. Yeah, Burton C. Bell. Yeah, Christian Oldwolbers. I got it right. I was like, I said it, and I was like, that sounds wrong. Well, you guys can't read that. It's so tiny, dude. It's like, yeah, you see it? Oh my gosh. Focus. You can do it. There it is. Now, the thing about Christian is great guitar player. Like I said, I loved his stuff on Archetype, but and I don't know the details, but their sound on Transgression really changed, and the only thing I can think of is that he had something to do with it. So I'm blaming him, because I did not enjoy this album. It's probably their least heavy album they've ever put out, and it's just a big departure. I don't know how to describe it. It's kind of soft. And it might have been, I mean, did they have a different producer maybe? Like I said, I haven't looked into like what happened. But this is kind of like Fear Factory's Sane Anger to me. Now they got things back on track with Mechanize. And I think this had Dino back. Where's all my CDs, dude? I keep opening these and not finding them. Yeah, so Dino came back for this one. And Dino's been in the band since then too. So yeah, Mechanize was honestly like a welcome return to form. Power Shifter, there's some good stuff on here. And then like, I mean, this is cool. This is like a little book. Check it out. A little book here. The Industrialist. I mean, this is kind of like the sound that they got. There's Bert and Dino looking very serious. Take them seriously, okay? This and Genesis or Genesis. I don't know how you pronounce it. Is that right? They basically, I mean, these three albums basically have the same sounds to me. They almost have the same. I mean, look, they're all black. They got like similar covers. It looks like a series, right? But they were never really able to get back to that archetype. That unique archetype sound for me. By the way, those are 2 F's for Fear Factory. It's just one of them's backwards. But it's not bad. But yeah, I always go back to like the middle ages Fear Factory whenever I want to listen to them. Okay. Filter. I got this for $1. This is Title of Record, which is their landmark album. It's got their big hit, which is Take a Picture. Oh. Do I have like a CD case or something somewhere with these in it? This is really bothering me. That I open the jewel cases and they're not there. That's really frustrating. Wow. Anyway, Richard Patrick is the lead singer of Filter. And you probably know him best from the song Hey Man, Nice Shot, which is Filter's biggest hit. I don't think it was on this album, though. No, it was on Short Bus, which I think was the one before it. I keep expecting the tracks to be on here. But this is probably their most like commercially successful album, I would guess, just because like Take a Picture was like a big hit. Welcome to the Fold. Yeah, I always liked Filter. They have a unique kind of, I don't know, industrial kind of sound to it. And Richard's got a very instantly recognizable voice. This is actually my favorite album by them, and I don't think that it was very successful. The Amalgamut. To me, this is like peak Filter right here. They have this like dark sound on this record, this like dark heavy sound on it that's really interesting to me. The lead single was Where Do We Go From Here, which is kind of, it's like this atmospheric kind of synthy Filter, like radio rock sound, if you want to call it that. And that song's great, but I really like when they get a little heavy and crazy with it, like in American Cliche or Columbine, which you may know this is about Columbine shootings, I think. My Long Walk to Jail. My Long Walk to Jail sounds like a Fair to Midland song. I like that one. You Walk Away. Yeah, I mean, this is my favorite one. And I think what's funny is I think the cover, I think that's just Richard in a hoodie doing Spider-Man hands. So not really sure what's up with that. Kind of I mean, it's not like Title of Record has a great cover either, but anyway. After the Amalgamut though, the filter kind of fell off a little bit. It's like it kind of started to become like Richard Patrick after this was like the only consistent member of the band, and so their sound kind of started going all over the place. I'm not really sure what they're up to now. Fire from the Gods. Now this is like modern rap metal. Yeah, this is good. AJ Channer. He raps, he sings for them. They're just a cool new rap metal band. Check out the music video for Excuse Me. That's the standout track. They've had some I think I've had 2 albums since this one, but this one's my favorite. Yeah. It's just like it's the most raw and charismatic to me. Flaw, Endangered Species. So this actually isn't their best album. Flaw. This is, what was it? Through the Eyes, I think, is their debut, and then this is their sophomore effort, and it's not as good. The lead singer, Chris Voles, has a very good voice. Again, like a lot of new metal bands, very instantly recognizable. That's him right there, I think. Kind of a weird guy, though, from what I understand. And this is not their best work. Flaw. Through the Eyes is much more worth listening to. But, I don't dislike it. It's just fine, I guess. Ooh, Flesh God Apocalypse. Now here's a heavy band. You want heavy? Flesh God Apocalypse, man. So this is their first album. Yeah. Agony. I was trying to figure out which one came first. Agony came first. The Violation. Yeah, they're just heavy as shit. That's really all you can say about Flesh God Apocalypse. They're heavy as shit. Labyrinth, it's just heavy music. It's just solid heavy music. I think I prefer Agony to Labyrinth, but I can't really remember. It's been a while since I've listened to them. I don't really have a whole lot of insightful things to say. Just, if you're looking for heavy music, like as ass kicking as it can get, that's probably it. We're in the G's now. G is going to go by pretty fast. There's not that many. Garbage. So Garbage is a 90s kind of grunge band starring Shirley Manson on vocals. You probably know this band from the song Only Happy When It Rains, which is on this album. But they've got great songs other than that. Queer's good. Stupid Girl. Super Vixen. Yeah. Is this their debut? It's their self-titled. So, that makes sense. It's, good 90s grunge, Garbage. If you've heard I'm Only Happy When It Rains and you like that, then it might be worth checking out some other stuff from this. Gemini Syndrome, Memento Mori. This is like a melodic metal band. How many faces we got, dude? Oh my gosh. It's like Operation opening this thing. Wow. Yeah. I can't really tell you details about this. I think I listened to a single that I liked, and so I bought the album. Because that's how I like to do things. I would hear a single I liked, and I'd be like, let's buy the album. Now I just stream the album. And then if I really like it, then I'll buy it. But back then, I would hear a single I liked, and I'd be like, let's just buy the album. So I think that's what happened with this one. And, I think it's fine. From what I remember, I don't remember anything negative about it. Giraffe Tongue Orchestra. Funny name. Funny band. There's Brent Hines from Mastodon here. This is kind of a super group. I can't really tell you who the other guys are, to be honest, but Yeah, it's kind of a cool, funky little band. Nothing too special, if I'm honest, but yeah, I enjoyed it. I can't really tell you any standout tracks. Let me see. Maybe Blood Moon? It's hard to remember. God Forbid, Gone Forever. I remember when this came out, 2004? Oh my god, I got it. Yeah, so God Forbid had I got it because I loved the guitars. Let's see. I'm trying to remember the guitarist's name. The Coyle brothers, I think. Yeah. Doc Coyle and Dallas Coyle. Oh my god. It's like a little quiz I can give myself. Let's see if I was right. Doc and Dallas Coyle. Yeah. Dallas and Doc. Oh my gosh. But no, the guitars on this were really cool for the time. And I mean, I feel like this is the type of album that I would listen to now and be like, that wasn't anything special, really. But this was pretty, like, critically acclaimed at the time, I want to say. And yeah, it's just a cool little metalcore album. Trying to think of a standout track here. Antihero? Yeah, Antihero, I think, was the single. But yeah. God Forbid. I don't think they're a band anymore. I think that's it. Ooh, Gojira, Magma. Man, I just saw Gojira live recently, actually. Like last week, they played with Mastodon. Dude, Gojira, all respect to Mastodon, but they stole the show. This is a French band that I don't think has ever put out a bad release. They are amazing, and they're super heavy. I think Magma might be their best, though, besides From Mars to Sirius, which I don't have a copy of. But yeah, there's so many. The Cell, Stranded, Silvera. Yeah. It's just really heavy, really cool music. Don't know what else to say about Gojira. Gorod. So, yeah, Perfect Absolution. So this is a technical death metal band that I really like. Gorod is amazing. They're tech death, and they're some of the best in the world at it. This actually isn't my favorite from them. My favorite album from them is Process of a New Decline. Ooh, is that what it's called? Or Disavow Your God? I can't remember what the album's called now. Too many names jumbling around in my head. This one's good too. It's kind of jazzy, actually. Tech death gets really weird. Like, it's just a really weird niche genre. Like, where they end up doing some weird time signature shit, and it can sound jazzy at times. I don't know how else to describe it. There's no saxophones or anything, but just like the time signatures and the things that they do can be really creative, and this one's no exception. Gorod's amazing. They're like one of the best tech death bands I've ever heard. They're so good. If you like Necrophagist or anything like that, Gorod is going to be up your alley. And Lord knows we're never getting another Necrophagist album. Rest in peace. Oh, I had to get a copy of Green Day's Dookie for $1. I had to. So Dookie was, I believe, it was considered Green Day's breakthrough album until American Idiot. This had all of their early hits on it. It had Long View, Welcome to Paradise, Basket Case, When I Come Around. This was the Green Day album, and then American Idiot came out, and now we would say that's their breakthrough album. I mean, they were really well known when American Idiot came out, but maybe breakthrough is not the right word. Best album, best known album, American Idiot, but Dookie was right up there. And yeah, I mean, it's just a really good pop punk album. Some people would consider Green Day's Dookie to be the best pop punk album ever. I don't agree with that. I would say Blink-182's Enema of the State, but there's Ernie from Sesame Street. Look at that. But yeah, it's Green Day, you know. Billy Joe Armstrong doing his thing. I remember seeing Billy do When I Come Around on like SNL or Letterman or something in the 90s. And he was really concentrating hard, I think, on singing, because my mom always called him bulging neck guy for years after that, because there were like veins in his neck that were bulging out when he was singing. It was very intense. So I always think about that when I think about Green Day. This is a band called Grizzly Bear, and the album is Vegetimist, which doesn't mean anything. It might mean something, actually. Grizzly Bear's got great music videos. Check out the music video for Knife. It's like this indie rock type of thing. The single was 2 Weeks, I believe, which also has a interesting music video, where the band members' heads light up like light bulbs. Oh no, this is the problem with CDs, man. Grizzly Bear are a really creative band. Really, like, if you're just wanting to like chill out to something, Grizzly Bear is great. They'll just kind of drone on in the background. No offense. They'll just kind of drone on in the background, and you can do your thing and chill out. They're never gonna get really like energetic or anything. They're just gonna kind of chill in the background. They love to sing. All the band members, they love to harmonize with each other and just kind of take it easy. They're a really cool band. And you know, they're one of those bands that I don't think have put out a bad release. I can't think of any anyway. There's no album from them that I'm like, not that one though in particular. But this one was the first one I listened to, so I have a copy of it. And yeah, but their new stuff's good too. So yeah, Grizzly Bear, good band. Okay, well, I have been going for 2 hours, 45 minutes straight. Wait, where can I get in? Hi. Can you see me? Hi. I'm going to take a break because I've just been sitting here talking to myself for 3 hours straight. So we did A through G, and then now I'm gonna go do something else, rest my voice, drink some water, play with my dog. Okay, I'll be back. Bye. All right, I am back. Well, if you're curious how far along we are, we just got through the G's, right? So we have done 142 albums so far, and we have about 240 left. So let's get a move on, shall we? So we're going to start with the H's now, and the H's I'm very excited about, actually. All right. The first one that we're going to be checking out is Hatebreed, The Rise of Brutality. Now, Hatebreed is a hardcore band through and through. They're very influential. Hatebreed, they basically, Jamie Josta, the lead singer, and you can tell whenever it's him. I can't really tell you much about this. It's like any other Hatebreed album. They all sound the same to me, and I don't mean that in like a bad way. It's just kind of the hardcore sound. You know, it's the Hatebreed sound. They don't sound any different than Hatebreed does. So if you like hardcore, I imagine you like it, and if you don't, then you probably won't. I don't know. Are Hatebreed considered hardcore or metalcore? I feel like it's hardcore, right? I don't know. Okay, here's one of my favorite bands of all time. He Is Legend. That's right. Now, He Is Legend is a very unique band. Skylar Kroom, the lead singer, is the big differentiator for this band. All respect to the bandmates, but his voice is really cool. He's got a really cool, like, raspy kind of like southern rock voice. It's really great. And it's interesting because now all these albums that I have are their second, third, fourth, and fifth albums. I don't have their first one. Their first one was called I Am Hollywood. I Am Hollywood was basically a metalcore album, and they dropped that sound almost completely for these albums. I Am Hollywood had like a lot of screaming in it, like kind of metalcore rhythms, like these really like fast beats and stuff. And they kind of completely dropped that with their second album, Suck Out the Poison. And I have an interesting story arc for He Is Legend because I was a big fan of I Am Hollywood. I know I don't have it here, and I can't tell you why. I thought I had it, but I guess I didn't own it or something, or maybe it's lost. Anyway, for whatever reason, I don't have it anymore. Now, I Am Hollywood also, and if you've been watching along for all 3 hours or whatever, then you'll know that I've talked about this with some other bands too. He Is Legend was originally signed to a Christian label, okay? And that includes I Am Hollywood. I believe that was signed to Solid State. Yeah, this one also released on Solid State Records. Solid State, infamous Christian rock record under Tooth and Nail. And what's interesting is that in Suck Out the Poison, their second album, they dropped the F-bomb in one of the songs, I'm pretty sure. Or maybe it's It Hates You that they do that, actually. No, yeah. It might be It Hates You, actually, that I'm thinking of. One of these albums has an F-bomb in it. And I remember my friend at the time telling me, he was like, did you hear the new He Is Legend record? He was like, they dropped the F-bomb. And I was like, what? And he was like, yeah, and I bought it at a Christian store. Apparently there was some, this is before social media, really, which is weird to say. I mean, when did this come out? Yeah, 2006. I mean, Facebook was around, but, it's not like it is now. But apparently there was some mild uproar over that because they were supposed to be a Christian band on a Christian label. But I think they were just a band that got on a Christian label. I could be wrong about that. I don't really know the history behind that. But I remember thinking that was really interesting. And at the time I was like, well, good riddance, because I did not like Suck Out the Poison because I liked I Am Hollywood. And this one was like I listened to the songs like Electronic Throat and stuff, or Stampede. Where's Stampede? And I was like, what is this? This is like rock. What did they do? Where's the metal, bro? Where's the screaming? And so I kind of wrote them off after this. Now, I've since revisited this album after listening to the follow-up, but we'll get to that in a second. And, I mean, now I love it. Like, Attack of the Dungeon Witch is a great track. I think that one has a music video. Mushroom River, like Electronic Throat, the aforementioned one. They're just, it's a really cool album, and they're kind of like gearing up the change in their sound, which they really perfected in It Hates You. Now, this is a very special album to me. In fact, you may notice from me doing my car show fawning right now, this is my favorite album of all time. That's right. My favorite album of all time. He Is Legend, It Hates You. And it's funny because I'm pretty sure He Is Legend fans don't like this album just in general. I don't think it's very popular. But there is not a bad song on this. They are all bangers, starting with Dicephalus. One of my friends from high school, who I share a lot of music taste with, I remember him telling me about It Hates You, and he was like, have you heard the new He Is Legend? Dude, you gotta hear it. Different friend than from earlier, by the way. Apparently all my friends were telling me that I need to listen to the new He Is Legend album. But I remember him telling me, dude, you gotta hear it. You would love it. And then, so he brought it to work one day, I think, and he let me borrow it, and I put it in my car stereo on the way home. And as soon as I heard the chorus to Dicephalus, I was like, what? This kicks ass. All these songs are great. Don't Touch That Dial. Party Time. Everyone I Know Has Fangs. I mean, primarily blues. There's so many good songs. They even do some ballads, right? Like, I'd say they have their first true ballad on here. They've had some China White 3. Like, they've had some slow songs before, but China White 3 is like just a ballad all the way through. And then they bring it back with the very next song, That's Nasty, which is one of their heaviest. It's just so good. The vocals have like all this reverb on it, and it's like there's just this wall of sound that's going on, and it's not quite metal. It's just like a hard rock, fiesta. I don't know. What's frustrating about this album is that it's so good, and it was like such a peak for them, and they haven't quite found it since, for me at least.
They haven't quite been able to return to the heights of It Hates You for me. But like I said, I think I'm kind of quirky because I don't think that He is Legend fans like love this album as much as me. I don't know, maybe I'm weird, but my friend and I love it. This is like one of our favorites. So I don't know, just kind of scratch that itch. It feels like it kind of like, when did this come out? Like 2009. I feel like they kind of perfected the sound that was popular about 7 years prior, maybe. That nobody was really doing anymore. It was kind of like this aggressive sort of, I don't know how to describe it. I just love it. And yeah, every time I talk about it, I get excited. I want to listen to it again. So yeah, standout tracks for me, Dicephalus. If you don't like Dicephalus, I mean, you're not going to like the rest of it probably. That's what hooked me. But as far as like best song goes, I don't know, maybe I would say primarily Blues or Don't Touch That Dial. They drop an F-bomb and Don't Touch That Dial, so maybe that's what my other friend was talking about. Anyway, yeah. So then they came back with Heavy Fruit, which was their fourth. Now, Heavy Fruit's very experimental. Like, we thought they were experimenting before. That's the thing about He is Legend. Every new album is very different, and Heavy Fruit is so jammy. My favorite is Be Easy, track 8. It's just like they're just funkin', they're doing their own thing, and they completely depart from metal in this one. Like, I would even say that this album's not very heavy. It's probably their softest effort, because they kind of go back to it a little bit with their next one. But yeah, Heavy Fruit's a weird one. It's very experimental, very jammy. I like it a lot. But it goes from like It Hates You, where there's like every track stands out, like there's so many standout tracks, to I don't think there's a whole lot of standout tracks on Heavy Fruit, but the album experience as a whole is really solid. Now, Few, I don't dislike Few, but I probably vibe with it the least. I really like Air Raid, and that's about it. Air Raid is like one of my favorite songs by them, but other than that, I don't really. Oh, come on, man. Ugh. I don't really vibe with it as much. Now, I like their newest album better than this, which I don't have a hard copy of. But yeah, He is Legend, one of my favorite bands, and yeah, just really good stuff. Check it out if you like hard rock, like metal tangential stuff, which tends to be the stuff I like the most. Okay. German metal band Heaven Shall Burn. This is an album called Veto. I actually have been listening to Heaven Shall Burn quite a lot before this, but I just never pulled the trigger on an album. I actually really like their album Antigone that came out a few years before this. But this is just really solid. Heaven Shall Burn is just a really solid metal band. They're heavy, and they got a lot of weight behind their guitars and their vocals and everything. I think they've got like a kind of a punch to them that other bands kind of lack. So I like Heaven Shall Burn. I can't really tell you like specifics of like my favorite tracks or anything. It was one of those albums, like I didn't listen to specific tracks. I listened to the album as a whole, which I'm going to be saying a lot throughout this, but yeah, it's just a good one. Heaven Shall Burn. Check it out. Okay, now this is, I actually have 2 copies of this. And the reason was I ordered it on Amazon, and when it never came, I ordered a new one. Or I told them, and they just sent me another one for free. But then the other one ended up coming anyway, way later. But this is an agrotech band called Hocico, which I believe is Spanish for like dog snout or something like that. Hocico. Agrotech. So if you've never heard of agrotech music, it's kind of a sub-genre of industrial that's really heavy on the synths and the beats and like fast-paced, kind of like almost like hard style, but industrial. It's like, I don't know. If you listen to any Hocico song, you'll get it. Like, I really like Fed Up. That's my favorite Hocico song. But they've got a lot of really good ones. Like A Failed Desire is pretty good. A lot that are not on this. There's one called Bite Me that I really like. Yeah, they just, every song like once you hear one Hoseko song, you kind of get it, and then it's all about like finding what songs you like that have like the best hook or the best beat or something. But yeah, the vocals are kind of an afterthought. They're just kind of a complimentary piece. Maybe complimentary piece is better than afterthought, actually. Because the vocals are kind of, it's just like this buried, raspy, like screaming kind of in the background. But really, you listen to them for the beats and the synthesizers and stuff. At least I do. But yeah, they're a 2-piece band from Mexico, and they've been putting on music for a really long time. And I only own one album by them, but I wish I owned more, frankly. Hum, You'd Prefer an Astronaut, which apparently I got at Half Price Books for $5. So this is Hum. How to describe Hum? They actually came back recently. I was surprised. This is an album from the 90s, and it's got kind of like a post-grunge kind of sound to it. 1995, yeah. They had a radio hit with Stars, which if you're into like, kind of more obscure grunge and post-grunge bands, you might recognize it actually. If you know more than just Nirvana, Pearl Jam, Alice in Chains, Stone Temple Pilots, Soundgarden. If you know like kind of, if you're really into grunge, then you probably know this song actually. But it's a pretty solid album. Even besides Stars, I really like The Pod. That's a great song. It's got kind of like a darker, heavier sound, and I generally tend to gravitate towards that. But yeah, there's only 9 songs, and it's a shame that Hum never really made it. I think they were just like, it's one of those cases where they're just a little too late. Like 95 coming out with an album like this. If this had come out in like 92, maybe it would have been made a little bigger. But yeah, it's really solid stuff. I really like it. They've also got the album length on the cover. It's 45:53 right there. Kind of funny. But yeah, they recently came back with a new album, which is kind of, who'd have thought? The Human Abstract. The tragic tale of the Human Abstract. This is one of the greatest metalcore bands of all time, and they only put out one good album, in my opinion. And it's this one, Nocturne, which is in my top 10. This is in my top 10 albums. Man, what can I say? This was my favorite album for a long time. Like, throughout the first couple years of college, like maybe senior year of high school through my first couple years of college. This is my favorite album of all time. You can't read any of the track names, but I can tell you there's Self-Portrait of the Instincts. That one's a great song. Nocturne, Crossing the Rubicon. Their big hit is Vela, Together We Await the Storm. But I mean, honestly, every song on here is good, I think. There's even some instrumentals on here is good because some of the instrumentals on here, sorry, I didn't finish my thought. There's even some instrumentals on here that are really worth a listen to. And that's because the person that's carrying this entire metalcore band is guitar player AJ Minette. He is doing things on the guitar that are mesmerizing. He's got like classical training. The composition of these songs is crazy. It's so technical, but it just rocks. A lot of times when bands get really technical, especially with heavy music, it ends up kind of sounding like too mechanized, but there's like a spirit to this that I really appreciate. And part of that is because lead singer Nathan Ells, I think, does a fantastic job of adding this like charismatic intensity to the vocals. You can really hear it in Vela, Together We Await the Storm, which is probably their best song. If you've never heard of Human Abstract and you like metalcore and this type of stuff, I would urge thee to check out Vela, Together We Await the Storm. The music video should still be on YouTube. And if you like that, then you will like all the rest of this. I mean, it is just like banger after banger. No, yeah, but what I was gonna say is that some of these instrumentals, it's just AJ doing classical shit, like Sotto Voce, I don't know how to pronounce it, for example. It's just the instrumentation is amazing, and this came out in 2006, right? So Let me paint you a picture for the rest of the story. Okay. You're 19-year-old John Wolfe, okay? And 20-year-old John Wolfe. You've been jamming this album in your car for years. You love it. It's amazing. You love every song, okay? You're mesmerized by the guitar. And then you find out Human Abstract is coming out with a new album. It's called Midheaven, and I believe it releases in 2008. You pick it up. You put it in your car CD player. You haven't listened to anything yet. You know, you've done things the right way. You're just going to listen to it for the first time with track 1. And as the track fades in, there's this atmosphere that begins building with these background vocals and stuff. And just before the song crashes in, you get really excited, and it crashes in, and it sucks. It's like somebody, the production side of the album buries the guitars. You can barely hear them. They're pushed to the background. The vocals are pushed all the way to the front. And suddenly, you know, you're listening to Human Abstract songs, but they're rearranged in such a way to where the vocals are the full focus, which, you know, I really like Nathan L's vocals on this album for sure. I think he's a good vocalist, and it just doesn't work on this new album. And then you find out that AJ Minette, the guy who made this album such an incredible work of art, wasn't really around for it. Then you're just like, because like you're listening to the album and you're like, it's kind of like the guitar noodling and stuff is kind of still there, but it hits different. What happened? Personnel change. And so it just like ruined everything for me. I know there are some Midheaven defenders these days because, you know, of course there are. There's, you know, art is subjective. But then they came back with a new lead singer and AJ in tow for their third album, Digital Veil. He was back, but it just, for me, it was better, but it didn't quite reach the heights that this album did. This is like peak metalcore to me. It's like everything's firing on all cylinders. And that certainly wasn't the case for album number 2. And album number 3 was a step up, but didn't quite get it. So yeah, that's my little Human Abstract tirade. And then now the band is no more. They did 3 albums and then out. Such a waste, man. Like I imagine every day, not every day, a lot of days, I imagine what if there was like a full lineup of albums like this, like a series of 8 albums from the Human Abstract that were just like this. Ugh. Anyway, I try not to be too hard on these bands because, like, you know, they're people and they're artists and they're creators, but they really lost me with that. Okay. The Hunger. Now, this is a band that no one other than me is gonna like, and I am totally okay with that. The Hunger were a 90s rock band from Texas, and I remember hearing their song called Vanishing Cream on the radio and really liking it, but it wasn't a big hit. So I heard it like once every 3 years on the radio, maybe. And I really liked it, so I recorded it off the radio onto a cassette, and that's the only thing that I had from The Hunger for a long time because they weren't a popular band, and nobody really knew who they were. This came out in 1996. It's an album called Devil Thumbs Ride. It's not a great album, I'll be honest. Cartoon Devil Guy aside, the tracks on here that kind of work, there's Devil Thumbs a Ride, Vanishing Cream, of course, the lead single, and then it's like, I don't know, everything's kind of like clunky. I don't know how else to describe it. And I need to give some background on The Hunger because they're a great band, actually. This just isn't their best work, in my opinion. The Hunger actually have been around since the 80s, and this came out in 1996, okay? They originally did like this like really cool like electronic type of music, like really synthy stuff. Their debut album was called Leave Me Alone. And it has there's a song on there called Shock that's like this thrill kill cult kind of like underground club kind of sound, and it's really interesting and unique. And then they kind of ditched that sound on their next album, which I believe is called Grip. And they kind of go for this like more rock vibe, but it still really works. And Grip is a great album. I think it might be their best. And then they kind of went full rock with Devil Thumbs Ride. And this was the one with their radio single on it. But like I said, I don't know what it charted to. Probably pretty low, because it's not, it wasn't, we'll just say, it wasn't exactly Smells Like Teen Spirit out there. But it was enough to get my attention. But I couldn't find this album anywhere. Like, this is before Amazon, right? When I was wanting this, when I was a kid. And so it was like, where do I even find these? And I ended up joining a mailing list, like an email list for The Hunger. I found it online because they had a new album that was coming out. And there was this nice guy that I talked to. I don't know what his name was, but I think he worked at like the record company or something. And I ended up saying at some point in like a thread on the email list, I was like, I would love to listen to The Hunger, but I can't find them anywhere. I don't have any albums. And I had dial-up internet, so I couldn't like download their songs. I wasn't going to say that part. But this guy from the record label, or I don't know if he was from the band or what, but he sent me these 3 CDs through the mail for free. And I always thought that was really cool. Because he was like, hey, a kid wants to listen to this band, let's get it together. And they sent me these for free. I thought that was really awesome. So yeah, that's why it says, I tried to get this off, but I ended up ripping the cover right there. There's a little sticker that's like, this is for the record label only, and you can't sell this, and whatever. So this is their 4th album, I believe, Cinematic Super Thug. And this one's a little bit better than Devil Thumbs Ride. Yeah, they talk about their history. Brace yourself for Cinematic Super Thug, the second release from The Hunger. That's not true. Well, like I said, they had Leave Me Alone and Grip, which I didn't. Actually, I think he sent me a cassette of Grip too, and that's how I listened to it on cassette. That's crazy to think about. But yeah, this one's okay. Ray is a good song. I don't know. This one called Whore. I don't remember that. She's a whore down to the core. Wow, that like unlocked something. That was the chorus. Anyway, yeah, not great. But it was a little better than Devil Thumbs Ride. And then there was this one where they drastically changed their sound again. This is Spaceman's Last Goodbye. And they took a heavier approach on this one. They were kind of nu metal inspired. And like, let's see. I'm trying to think. Strung Out is pretty heavy. I remember that one. And they ended up, weirdly, like reprising some of their old songs, I think. Like Shoot to Kill was originally a song from Leave Me Alone. And from like the 80s, from like the late 80s, I think. And they redid it. They did like a metal version of it. It was interesting. Now this also is, it's like an okay album, right? Like it's not incredible or anything. But the one that they don't have, I think it's the one after this one. It's called like Finding Ourselves or Finding Who We Are, I think is what it's called. That album is sick, and I wish I had a copy of it. That album's really good, and unfortunately, I think it was like the last one they ever released, but they kind of refined their sound from Spaceman's Last Goodbye, and they make it more like a nu metal thing, and it really works for them, actually. There's a song called Wake Up on that album that's really good. That I remember hearing it on the radio on a local station, like that was playing local music, and I remember really being impressed with it. And I was like, I can't believe that's the same guys who do Vanishing Cream from Devil Thumbs Ride. What? But yeah, there's my little spiel on The Hunger, the band that you probably don't care about and will never probably listen to. So hope you enjoyed. And with that, we draw to a close for the H's, and it only took me 27 minutes to go through. So that's great. We're doing a great job. We got the eyes now. The eyes have it. I hope you guys don't mind if I take a couple of sips of my banana cream Olipop. Not sponsored yet. Ooh, let's talk about I Am Ghost. This is a band that got a lot of hate, but I liked them. Yeah, so I've got their first album, We Are Always Searching, and Lover's Requiem. Lover's Requiem was like their I don't want to call it their breakthrough because they only had one other album after this and then they broke up. But I actually really liked this album. It's edgy, the lyrics are really angsty, they're like this goth band, but I think it kind of slaps. Like Killer Likes Candy is a really good one. Our Friend Lazarus Sleeps. Yeah, it's I don't know, they talk about like edgy angsty things a lot, so I don't really resonate with the lyrics, but I thought that the music was pretty dynamic and fun. I'm trying to think of a band to like compare them to. I don't know, they're kind of that early 2000s sort of emo rock kind of sound. I don't want to compare them to like My Chemical Romance or They Used or anything like that, but that's like kind of the closest that springs to mind at the moment. They kind of have more of like a metal edge to them than those bands though. Yeah, I mean I just remember them getting a lot of hate, and it's like they broke up, and it's like it kind of felt like no one cared, but I cared. I mean, I liked their stuff. I thought it was pretty fun. And, you know, I realized that I think they probably took themselves a little more seriously than I was taking them. So, I don't know, maybe I just didn't get it. I Scintilla. So, I don't know if you were here earlier for when I was fawning over the Birthday Massacre, but that's pretty much the entire reason that I own this album is because they sound like the Birthday Massacre. And, you know, they're like a more industrial Birthday Massacre. Brittany Bindrum, I couldn't remember her name. She's a good singer, and the songs are a little less like, they're a little less poppy and a little more like chaotic than Birthday Massacre songs, because Birthday Massacre songs tend to have a pretty solid pattern to them of like the synths kind of come in with the melody, and then the guitars come in and they go for like 4 bars, and then it settles down for the verse, and Chibi sings kind of like a ba, 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 ba. And then the chorus, they go crazy, right? Scintilla is a little like more experimental and creative. They don't really have like a set structure. They kind of do their own thing a little bit, and it's cool. Like Swimmers Can Drown is a great song. And I mean, it works. It's just there's less standout tracks. Like it didn't hook me quite as much as Birthday Massacre does. But I've been looking for bands that will do it. This is probably as close as I've found. There's a couple more like Emily Autumn or like Leaves Eyes, but they're like kind of just gothic rock bands. And Birthday Massacre has kind of like an 80s spin to it that's missing from those. Oh boy, I'm gonna get bullied for this, I think. Il Nino. Il Nino is they're a Latino nu metal band, and they're probably best known for their debut album Revolution, which received very modest airplay. And when I say modest airplay, I mean like barely any at all for their single What Comes Around. And it's a shame. It really is, because this is one of the best nu metal albums I've ever heard. I love this album. And if you're thinking that I'm laying it on a little thick for Il Nino, just wait till we get to some of the other ones later. I'm just kidding. Il Nino, though, this album is so good. I still like it. I don't like it as much as I used to, but when I look through this track list, If You Still Hate Me, let's see, No Murder was always one of my favorites. I Am Loco, that should have been was that a single? I feel like that would have been played on the radio. I don't know. So the thing about El Nino, though, is the lyrics are really cringy. But what's cool about them, even though they're kind of cringy, what's cool about them is that they're bilingual a lot of the time. So a lot of times, like they'll be singing in English, but then they'll go into a little Spanish bit here and there. Or I think With You is mostly in Espanol. I think Nothing's Clear has like the entire bridge is in Spanish. And I always thought that was kind of cool. That was like a cool spin. Like no one else did anything like that in nu metal. You had all these angsty white boys jumping around in Junko jeans and stuff. Fred Durst and all those guys. But then like you had bands like this that were legitimately different, and I really liked what they brought to the table. The percussion and stuff is unique as well. It's just a really, I mean, like I even like these visuals and stuff, and this is a sick like CD cover. I don't know what is that? Is that an alien? Oh, okay. I don't know. It's a big head though. Okay. Look, they're dental records. But unfortunately, this is where El Nino peaked. I really like lead singer Christian Machado's voice. I think he's got like a really cool edge to it, but he can belt it when he needs to. Dave Chiavari on drums is a great drummer, and the rest of the guys are there too. Sorry, I just can't remember their names. Mark Rizzo. I'm trying to remember their names. It's hard. There's 6 of them, man. There's a lot. It was a Slipknot. But yeah, I love this album. However, yeah, cringy lyrics. It kind of makes it age a little less well for me. I was able to look past it when I was 13, but maybe not 34. Now, El Nino gets kind of a bad rap too. Like, and I think part of that is because after this, like I think most people who like this genre of music think that this is a pretty good album. It's not like one of the best of all time. I mean, it's one of my favorites, but most people would say it's not the best of all time or anything, but it's pretty solid. But then after that, they didn't really have a whole lot. Now, I think Confession is pretty good, and it's almost as good as Revolution Revolution. I think that not that many people share that opinion, though. They didn't really have... Their big single is How Can I Live, which... I will say this. How Can I Live doesn't sound like anything else on the album. I remember hearing the single How Can I Live, and it's like... It's very radio friendly. And I remember being like, oh no, is this what it's going to sound like? And then I got it, and I heard Te Amo, I Hate You, and Tu Falla con Dios, and I was like, oh, okay. Okay, good. We're safe. This is going to be like the debut. And it is, except for How Can I Live? For some reason, I mean, I guess it's the single, but it's so different from the rest of them. And it's not like they have some like they have more like poppy ones, like Numb, I think, is a ballad. Have You Ever Felt it's an experimental song for them. It's kind of an atmospheric, kind of singy song. I don't think he screams in that one, actually. And I think All the Right Words is the same way. I can't remember. But yeah, this album didn't really do anything for them, sadly. But I still liked it. And I just realized something. I just didn't realize. I remembered something. I actually, Dave Chiavari, the drummer, I actually was friends with his nephew in college. And I remember, I think we even jammed one time or something. And he was a good drummer himself, from what I remember. And I remember one time he was talking about like his uncle in the music industry, and I was like, oh, your uncle's in a band? What band? And he said El Nino, and I tried to suppress. I was just like, oh, I love that band. I probably said it a little too like I probably said it a little too like eager, but I always thought that was cool. I was just like, man, damn, Dave Chiavari, no way. What are the odds? What are the fucking odds? One Nation Underground is kind of where they lost me. This isn't bad or anything. It's just they kind of took the How Can I Live sound from Confession, and they they kind of went and were like, we're gonna do more stuff like that. And they, for what it's worth, it kind of works. Like, What You Deserve is, at least I think it's What You Deserve. What you don't know. You'll have to excuse my singing voice. I've also been talking for like 4 hours straight. Yeah, I think that's the song. That one's really good. This Is War is not bad either. I'm trying to remember. There's it's hard to remember. Cornerstone of Mine, maybe. But yeah, they definitely went a more rock strategy with this, and it just, I couldn't get into it like I could with the other ones. Let's see. I also got the Undercover Session. This is an EP. I think it's like is it an acoustic EP? No. They do have Chino Marino from Deftones on here, though. I remember that song, yeah. Oh, yeah, they did covers. Territorial Pissings. That's actually a Nirvana cover. They actually do a pretty good job on that one, I remember. And then the last album I bought from them was Enigma. Don't ask me why it's sideways, I guess. They just want to do that. And I just could not get into this one at all. And then everything since then has been kind of not great. And I don't know if I just kind of outgrew the sound, like my music taste changed or what, but that was kind of the end of El Nino for me. So it's like, but this was honestly, this was my favorite album when I was like 13. I was like, this is it. This is the apex of music. This is as far up as it can go. So that's my little El Nino story. Imogen Heap. Speak for Yourself. For a lot of people, this is the album that What You Say is from. What You Say. Actually, that was called Hide and Seek is the actual track name. People call it What You Say, though. I blame Jason Derulo for that. Imogen Heap was she's just a cool girl. Imogen Heap. She's half of the band Frou Frou, which got some notoriety for being on the Garden State soundtrack, along with the Shins and a lot of other breakout bands at the time. And Imogen Heap was her solo album. I remember seeing her perform Good Night and Go on late night TV, and she did it all by herself with like a laptop and stuff, and I was really impressed by that. Headlock's good too. Yeah, I like Imogen Heap. You know, what the heck? Yeah, she also produced it. She wrote and produced it. She did all this herself. It's really cool. Imogen Heap. With that said, I haven't really kept up with her. Hope she's doing well, though. Ooh. Okay. Well, we got a lot to go through here. My In Flames collection of 7 albums. I got a lot to say about In Flames. So first of all, In Flames, if you're not familiar somehow, which if you don't listen to metal, you don't know who In Flames is. That's fine. They're one of the most influential, the biggest mellow death bands in the game. Melodic death metals, sorry. It's called mellow death for short, okay? But I'll try not to use the short term. One of the biggest, most influential melodic death metal bands in existence. However, they're not really melodic death metal anymore. But their early albums were. So, their first album, The Lunar Strain, it's kind of a tough listen for me. They didn't really come into a sound that I could appreciate until, what is it? The Jester Dance? I think that's their second album, and then Horacle is their third, I want to say. Maybe I'm erasing one of the songs, or one of the albums. But I had a copy of the Jester Dance somewhere. I can't remember I don't know what happened to it, but that's when they kind of really solidified their sound. And I think Horacle is actually their best early album. It's just got that iconic, Gothenburg sound. The guitars are amazing on it. Anders Frieden, the vocalist, he's not singing yet, which I like his singing voice a lot, but there's something to be said about his full screaming vocals. Dialogue with the Stars is an outstanding instrumental track. I love it. They always do they did an instrumental track back then. They started off Jester Dance with one. Gyroscope, I think, I remember that one. Episode 666. Yeah, there's some good ones on here. And this was back, what was this? 1990. Whoa. Does it say? 1997. Oh, it says, oh my God, it says right there. Clear as day. 1997. But yeah, I like the artwork too. It's weird and cool. Yeah, In Flames. Then here's where they started. Some people might say selling out a little bit with Colony, because I remember this is where they started. Andrew started doing clean vocals on this one, on like Insipid 2000 and stuff like that. I like Colony. It's not my favorite from them. I kind of prefer Horacle. But yeah, this is kind of more of that classic In Flames sound, but it's kind of transitioning a little bit. And then this is the awkward transition period. Reroute to Remain. And now I remember when this came out, In Flames fans were up in arms. They were mad about this shit. When did this come out? 2002. Because it's like they went new metal. It's like they dumbed down their music a lot, and then all of a sudden, all the melodies and all the intricate guitar and like instrumentation was gone. And instead they were writing these like well, with the exception of like Trigger, which is kind of a longer one, they were writing these like synthy 3-minute kind of pop metal songs, really, but they weren't doing a great job of it. And I think In Flames has really, they needed some time to perfect this. This is kind of, Reroute to Remain is kind of the lunar strain of their new sound, and they just hadn't quite gotten it yet. And I don't really like this album. I kind of like the introduction to Cloud Connected, but then the song actually starts, and I don't like the rest of it. I don't know how In Flames fans find it today, but I don't think it's really looked on that kindly. Now, Soundtrack to Your Escape got, I would say, equal amounts of hate at the time of Reroute to Remain, because I remember people being like, oh, well, this isn't any better. However, I think, and I thought this at the time too, I saw something in Soundtrack to Your Escape where I was like, oh, they're figuring it out. Like, they're still not there yet, but they're figuring it out, because there's some good stuff on here. Like, Touch of Red is really good. Like You Better Dead, I like. Let's see. This is called The Quiet Place. I mean, The Quiet Place is probably the most like Reroute to Remain-esque sound that they have on this, and like they hadn't quite done it yet, but I think this is actually like it's better. Ooh, oh, look at that. I forgot that happened. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind this album. I don't think it's among their best, but there's some nice tracks on there. Now, Come Clarity. This is kind of how In Flames has been lately, and this is. No, where's the CD, bro? Oh my God. Very frustrating. Yeah, this Take This Life, Leeches. My personal favorite, Crawl Through Knives, track 9. This is they kind of like solidified this like kind of heavier, more aggressive, less melodic sound with this, and it's kind of what shaped the rest of their discography for me. I really like Come Clarity. It's one of my favorites, but yeah, I don't really remember the fan response back then. I just kind of remember getting it and liking it, and that's kind of how it was for me afterwards. Sounds of a Playground Fading, I believe, is this album. Oh, okay. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, this has Deliver Us, The Puzzle. There's some good ones on this one. And this one is, God, how does this happen? Am I not storing my CDs properly? At least this one has the disc. Yeah. I like this album too. I think it really, they do a good job towards like the later middle part of their discography of kind of like it's like every new album kind of advances the sound in a way, and I think this did the same thing. It's like they kind of advanced the sound a little bit more and made it a little more. It made it like work more. I don't know. It sounded like more. They sounded more mature with every album for me in this era. Now that brings me to Battles, which I don't dislike this, but I think it was the first time since Reroute to Remain that I didn't really sense that they were moving forward in the right way, or in the way that I wanted, I guess. I mean, I like the single The End. I like that song. Do you think about the end? The words you say with your last breath and the emptiness in space. Wow, cool. Thanks, In Flames. Now I'm getting existential. Now I'm depressed. Yeah, but this was the last one that I bought. Was 2016? Oh yeah, there was an album in between Come Clarity and Sense of a Playground Fading. I want to say it was like the mirror. I don't remember. Something about a mirror. But yeah, I mean, I still listen to In Flames, but I basically just listen to the singles now. I listen to the singles and the old albums. So I really like In Flames overall, though. But I think ultimately I'm more of a Soilwork guy. What can I say? I'm a soil boy. Metalcore band, It Dies Today. I'm gonna keep this quick. The Caitiff Choir. It Dies Today was a band with a good lead singer, and that was about it. They had a guy that could sing. Eternity for Modern Romance is the best song on the album. He could really belt it, and then they didn't really have a whole lot else. And you know, there's only so much a good singer can carry you if you don't have the rest of it. And I'm not trying to knock the rest of the band or anything. It's just they didn't do really anything that stood out to me. I do like A Port in Any Storm on this album. That's pretty good. 6th of June. Yeah, I don't think they're a band anymore. I think this may have been their last album. I actually don't know. But yeah, It Dies Today. Not really much to say about them. They're just kind of one of those bands that came and went for me. Ooh, Jay is going to be really fast, you guys. 4 albums. I bet you don't know what this is. I don't want to brag, but I'm one of the only people in the world with this album. And that's because it was actually made by a friend of mine under the name Jamie Bones. I think you can listen to it on Spotify, actually, still. But yeah, Alligator Brain. He's a guy I've known for a long time. I used to jam with him. I played on stage with him before, actually. And he made like a little 8-track album here about 10 years ago, and it's really good. You know, I'm biased, obviously, because he's my friend, but it's really good. He makes electronic music now under the name Nidea, but this is kind of a rock alternative album. And if I could give some recommendations here, Feels Good is pretty jammin'. Gone Away is a great ballad. It's kind of a heartbreaker, Johnny Cash sounding song. Get Saved is good. Yeah. But yeah, I think you can still listen to it on Spotify. But yeah, he gave me a couple of copies to give out. And, oh, come on, you can focus better than that. I know you can. I could manually focus it, but it's too far away right now. You want to no, you don't want to. That's okay. So yeah, you guys don't have that one. Job for a Cowboy. Remember this band? Probably not. It's a deathcore band from like 15 years ago. Here's all I'll say about Job for a Cowboy. You can see I got this for $5 used. I remember listening to them and them being really like hyped up with their EP and stuff. And then it's like when they got a record deal, it's like all the all the hype kind of just ended. I don't know. I can't really explain it. But Job for a Cowboy was one of the first bands to kind of sound like that early deathcore sound that I remember, at least. But yeah, this didn't really do much for me. Jimmy Eat World, $1. I had the album, but then I like lost it or gave it away, or somebody borrowed it, never gave it back. So I ended up getting a replacement. So that's what this is. Some interesting history behind Jimmy Eat World. Now, you can't see what it's named, right? But this was the self-titled album is what it's mostly known as. But the original name for it was Bleed American, which you can see right there. I don't know if this is like an early print or what, but they actually had to rename it. The first track is called Bleed American as well. And I can't remember if they renamed that or not. But the reason they renamed it is because this album released the same month as September 11th, 2001. In fact, I think it was like just before. So I remember hearing Bleed American on the radio, and then all of a sudden it was like, whoa, 9/11 has happened. So you can't say things like that anymore. I remember they weren't the only ones that had to revise their album title or, whatever. Because I remember the same week of the September 11th attacks, the band Bush had a new album called Golden State that came out. And it was originally called Speed Kills, and there was an image of a plane on the cover, and they had to remove that and rename it. And the lead single was called Speed Kills, but they renamed it to The People That We Love because there was this whole thing about like, it's not good to do that. It's kind of funny. We're talking about like 2001, Everybody acts like, cancel culture these days. Everything's so PC. It was like, well, we were doing stuff back then too about like, let's maybe try to use more sensitive language. And the thing is that everybody went along with it. Everybody kind of understood like, well, I can't name it Bleed American. Gotta name it Jimmy Eat World. And everybody, I don't remember there being that much controversy about it. It was just kind of like that makes sense. That sounds good. But I was a kid, so maybe there was more discourse over it at the time. But this also has The Middle on it. I don't personally like that song, but to each his own. Sweetness, praise chorus, It's Jimmy Eat World, not, peak Jimmy Eat World. I'm not sure if they got any better than this. All right, listen, okay? Listen. Bangers, okay? Bangers. Nothing but bangers on here. The first 4 tracks, are you kidding me? No Such Thing, followed by Why Georgia, followed by My Stupid Mouth, followed by Your Body is a Wonderland. Are you serious? How could you not like this album? What's wrong with you? I actually, I don't know about John Mayer as a person or anything, but I respect him as a musician. I think he has good sensibilities, and on this, good talent. I think on this album, he really showed it. On Heavier Things and some of the other albums, I don't quite vibe with it as much. He gets really like jammy and a little more artsy and stuff, but I feel like there's like a lack of pretension on this album that I find really charming, that he kind of loses later. And it's nothing against him for that, but there's kind of this like fresh-faced, bushy-tailed, like, hey guys, I made an album that I really like about this, actually. And the songs are really like, I don't know, they're just kind of this like basic, almost pure, for the time 2001, kind of just like, I'm just a guy with a guitar, and the songs are catchy. Did a good job. So yeah, I've always liked this album, and this really annoys me, dude. It's cracked right there. I guess I stepped on it at some point. Ugh. Whatever. So yeah, that's the J's. Gonna take a break and take a swig. Before we get into the K's. We actually don't have that many Ks. All right. Catatonia. I've got a lot of albums, but I actually don't have that much to say about them, believe it or not. I basically only want to talk about this one. And then the rest of them, Night is the New Day, Dead End Kings, I think is what this is called. Oh, it says it right there. Dead End Kings, Dethroned and Uncrowned, and The Fall of Hearts. These are all fine, particularly Dead End Kings. I think it's my favorite of these. But they're all kind of the same, and they all kind of sound like The Great Cold Distance. So I really just want to talk about that one. No offense to the other ones. Sorry, guys, but this is the best one. Okay, so Catatonia, if you're not familiar with them, Catatonia has kind of an interesting history in that they started out as like this really heavy, like screamy metal band, right? Like kind of, I'm trying to remember what they sound like actually, because they've sounded like this for so long that I kind of forgotten. I want to say it was like they kind of were a death metal band a little bit. But, you know, whatever. They didn't sound like this. And then at a certain point, I think like shortly before The Great Cold Distance, they changed their sound completely. And they had this really unique sound to them that, you know, it may have been this album or the one before. I'm not really sure. But this was the one where they really broke through with the new sound. They just sound like sadness, Catatonia. If that's the best way I can use to describe their sound, they sound very sad, okay? This is like the sounds of depression right here. Listening to songs like Deliberation or My Twin, Consternation, July. Oh man. I mean, these guys are just really sad. And it's got this awesome like atmosphere of melancholy to it that is like unmatched. Like no other album sounds like The Great Cold Distance, and I'm not sure that any other album will, besides the other albums that they've made, you know. Yeah, Catatonia though. It's crazy. If you listen to their first album and then you listen to their latest album, it's like, what happened? But in a good way, I think. But I think some old school Catatonia fans are kind of like, I wish the old sound would come back. But they're always going to be, you know, it's like they can mold for all I care. This is like the best thing that Catatonia has ever done. They wouldn't have done it if they hadn't changed their sound, right? So good on them, you know, good job. You did it. A lot of people, they just get kind of set in doing the same thing over and over again. But these guys, you know, they experimented and it paid off, I think. Kill Hannah for Never and Ever. I got this album because I liked the song Kennedy. I wanna be a Kennedy. I thought when I first heard it that he was saying candidate. I wanna be a candidate. And I never really understood it. I was just like, well, you can be a candidate. Just run for something, I guess. You want to be a politician? You're so weird. This isn't punk rock, you know. But no, he was saying, I want to be a Kennedy. And yeah, Kill Hannah, I'm trying to think. They had like a couple other radio hits, but this was the big one, and it was on this album, and I can't tell you anything else about the album, except that it exists, and it has Kennedy on it. So, yeah. Killswitch Engage. Now this is a metalcore band I could never really get into. The End of Heartache. I remember everybody was talking about this back in 2002, 2003, 2004. Wow, I was wrong. I like the visuals for what it's worth. I like the album artwork. But just, oh my gosh, come on, man. I never really could get into that. I don't. It's nothing against Howard Jones. Howard Jones. He's a talented vocalist, but I didn't particularly like his voice, and it just didn't really work for me. Now, I think from what I remember, I don't know why I have Disarm the Descent as well. I think this is after... What? Dude, what is going on? Is this a DVD? It's disc 2. Let's check if Howard's still in the band here, because I think this is with a different lead singer. Because I was like, oh, Howard's no longer there. I might like it now. No offense to him, you know. Yeah, it's a different lead singer. But yeah, I don't know. I just never really vibed with them. I understand why people like them and stuff. And Adam Dutkowitz or whatever his name is, yeah. Well, you know, he's a good guitar player and charismatic guy, but I just never really could get into Killswitch personally. Good producer too, Adam. Korn. So, yeah, I've got Follow the Leader. In fact, okay, there's some missing here. What? Well, I'm going to talk about the ones that are missing anyway. Follow the Leader, Korn, the fathers of nu metal. You get it. This has all the good ones on it. It's got Freak on a Leash, Got the Life, Dead Bodies Everywhere. So, yeah, if you never listened to Korn, they're that band. I can't really do it right now because my voice is kind of weak because I've been talking for so long. But, yeah, this is kind of... I feel like the self-titled album is the one that Korn fans tend to be like, no, that's the GOAT. But this is pretty close behind it. Now, they did something interesting here that they actually advertised, because you may notice on the track list, the first track is actually 13. It goes track 13 through 25. So they do 48 seconds of silence to start off the album. I don't really know why they did that. I don't really know. But yeah, lead singer Jonathan Davis brings his usual charismatic ramblings to Korn, and you know, Korn isn't the same without Jonathan Davis, and it's good that we'll never know what that's like, right? I think Follow the Leader is a fine album. The one after this one, Issues, I think I like a little bit more, and even more than that, I have a copy of Issues. I don't know why it's not here. The one after Issues is called Untouchables, and that's when they started really changing their sound to be more like a little less around their old sound, a little more like guitar heavy and stuff, like chugga chugga type of stuff, and I think it really works. Untouchables isn't a tremendously well-liked album from Korn fans, but it's my favorite from them. The songs on that are unparalleled in terms of atmosphere for me. Here to Stay. I'm trying to remember. Hollow Life. I mean, the list goes on. And then after that, there's Take a Look in the Mirror, and that one was a little even crazier, but I still liked it. Korn they've never shied away from experimentation, I would say. And the reason I'm talking about all this is it has to lead up to this album. After Take a Look in the Mirror, was it after that one? It might have been after Untouchables. I can't remember. But their lead guitarist, Brian Head Welch, actually left the band because he became a born-again Christian. And so they had their rhythm guitarist, Monkey, just doing all of the guitars. And so they ended up like not having any lead guitarists for a while, for a period of like, in my opinion, pretty bad albums, like a string of bad albums. There's like something about The Other Side. I can't remember. They released one with what's that song? Twisted Transistor. Ugh. And then they decided to release a dubstep metal album called The Path of Totality. And I think this album is pretty cool, actually. Korn fans hate this thing. They hate it because they're like, oh, that's the Skrillex album. But there's some, I mean, Narcissistic Cannibal, which has Skrillex on it, is a banger. I love that song. I'm trying to remember what else is here. There was another song I liked. Was it Get Up? There's 3 songs featuring Skrillex, who at the time was a really big name, really popular name. And yeah, I think Korn fans were just really put off by the dubstep in their Korn music. But I love it when bands do stuff like this. They experimented, and it didn't pay off, I guess. Or maybe it did. I don't know. They didn't stick with the sound, but maybe they never intended to stick with the sound. They just wanted to try it. And I thought it was really cool that they did that. I remember, because I had lost all interest in Korn. And then I heard Narcissistic Cannibal on YouTube, and I was like, oh shit, I'm buying this album now. Like, that's cool. That's different. That's, like more like the Untouchables style Korn that I liked. So, yeah, this album's got a lot of haters, but I'm not one of them. And then, this is one of the newer ones, Serenity of Suffering. I haven't really listened to this one much. I've maybe given it like a couple spins. I remember Rotting in Vain. I don't know. There's the little doll from Issues, though. Yeah, I don't know. They kind of went back to their old Korn sound a little bit. And I think they've kind of stuck with it since. So, yeah, not the biggest Korn fan, but I've got a couple, albums right here. All right, that's K. That's a request done and dusted. We'll do L, and then I'm going to take a break. L. Lacuna Coil, Karma Code. I remember everybody bigging up this thing when it came out. Lacuna Coil, this is like, let's see, lead singer, what's her name? Christina Scabbia, I think. She's a good singer. She's the lead singer of Lacuna Coil. Is this like a poster or something? Oh, it is. Oh, shit. Oh, sick. Lacuna Coil is more of like a metal band than like Evanescence, but they were definitely a band that gained popularity from Evanescence resurgence. Or not resurgence. Through their surgence? Through them entering the public eye, the mainstream public eye. So bands like Lacuna Coil and Within Temptation and some of these other bands got a lot of, with similar sounds and similar vocals, got kind of into the spotlight. And I remember this was the album that everybody was talking about, so I got it. And like, I don't know, it's okay. It's fine. I think Our Truth was the single. I remember Fragile and What I See, maybe. But yeah, I can't really tell you a whole lot about it. This is, when was this? 2006? Yeah. It's just okay. I don't know. No offense to Lacuna Coil. Just not my favorite. Don't hate it. Lamb of God, Sacrament. Now, I also had Ashes of the Wake, which was their breakthrough album, Lamb of God, but for some reason, I only have this one. Right. Redneck standout track. Walk With Me in Hell is really good too, though. Lamb of God just grooves, man. They've got great guitars. I loved learning their songs on guitar, actually, on tabs and stuff. Randy Blythe, great screaming voice. And the guitarists, I'm trying to remember their name, Chris Adler and Mark Morton. There they are right there. They just make some groovy riffs. They're really good. And Ashes of the Wake, I'd say, was their peak, but I like Sacrament too. Not much to say about Lamb of God other than that. And it looks like the rest of our time will be taken up by Linkin Park. So first of all, Linkin Park, one of the most influential rock bands in the history of rock music. Gotta get this out of the way. Linkin Park made up of 5 members that have I think they've all been around since the beginning. You got Brad Delson on guitars. You got Mike Shinoda, the rapper, and also did a lot of other multi-instrumentalist, very talented guy. Joseph Hahn, the DJ. Oh wow, I shouldn't have done this because I forget what the drummer's name was. I'm sure if I saw it, I'd be like, oh right. And lead singer Chester Bennington, who committed suicide in 2017. Very sad. And I remember when I heard the news, it kind of hit me. So I'm sure anybody else who was a Linkin Park fan, it kind of hit them. Yeah, because this is a diamond selling album. That means 10 million copies, 10x platinum, And yeah, I remember getting this in my Easter basket. I think it was like the last time I got an Easter basket. I was 12, 13. I can't remember exactly. This came out in 2000. But I remember I heard it in the end on the radio and I liked it and I wanted the album. And so, I got it and I listened to it and it it's just one of those unforgettable listens. Like every track on here, Paper Cut, One Step Closer, fantastic heavy song. That was actually the lead single of the album, which I'm shocked. I always thought the lead single was In the End, but it was actually One Step Closer. With You, Points of Authority, Crawling, the second single, I believe. Runaway. I think by the time you get to By Myself, it's like it starts getting a little weaker. Forgotten is probably the weakest track. Although Cure for the Itch is kind of like a cool little instrumental cutaway. And then Pushing Me Away. It's just a great 12-track album. It's like I feel like 12 tracks is kind of the perfect amount most of the time for like a rock record. And yeah, they got it. They nailed it, right? So yeah, one of the most impactful albums of all time. It's like and this also came out. This kind of changed the face of what was popular at the time, because at the time that this came out in 2000, there was a lot of like the biggest bands in the nu metal genre were like Limp Bizkit and Korn and. I think Mike Shinoda said in an interview, they were like, I'm going to kick your ass. And we were like, my ass is getting kicked. And it was that kind of differentiation that I think made Linkin Park more relatable at the time that this came out. And it kind of revolutionized things a little bit. Because, yeah, up until then, it was all about, Limp Bizkit's break stuff and, all that type of stuff, that type of attitude, I guess. And Linkin Park came in with more like introspective perspective on things. Introspective perspective. They were reflecting, they were reflective. Limp Bizkit didn't really reflect until after Hybrid Theory, frankly. until some of their later albums. At least not that I saw. I might be wrong on that. But I think Linkin Park kind of changed the game a little bit with that. Now, with all that said about Hybrid Theory, Reanimation was their next album, and it drives me crazy that I don't know where it is. But this was a remix album, and it's okay. I don't know. I don't really know what to say about it. There's some songs on here that aren't on Hybrid Theory, like High Voltage or My December. At least My December isn't on this version of Hybrid Theory. I think reissues will have My December on it, which My December is from when they were a band called Hybrid Theory, not Linkin Park. They had a couple songs like High Voltage and My December and a couple other ones. Carousel. I'm trying to think of what the other ones were. But yeah, I don't know. Reanimation's okay. Now, Meteora, I remember I tuned into the radio for the midnight release of this, which was at 2 a.m. in Texas, because they were doing it in California, of course. And I remember hearing the world premiere of Somewhere I Belong and being like, this is it. This is gonna be the greatest album of all time. And yeah, I mean, Meteora is really good. In fact, they just recently released a new song from Meteora, if you haven't heard from it, on like the 20th anniversary reissue. It's called Lost, I think. It's okay. Of course I react to it differently than today than I would back then, because I remember I got this the day it came out. I want to say it was like March or April 2003, 2002, something like that. And I listened to it from front to back. I was like, the second I heard like the chorus of "Don't Stay," I remember getting chills. But yeah, I mean, Faint is like this album's one step closer. I like Figure 9 too. Breaking the Habit, that's like one of the best songs they've ever done. Nobody's Listening was a cool little rap track for Mike Shinoda, and then Sessions, the instrumental. Yeah, it's just, and then Numb, of course. Yeah, I like Meteora almost as much as Hybrid Theory. In fact, I remember at the time being really excited that there was more Chester on it, because I always felt like Hybrid Theory was a little more Mike influenced than Meteora was. Meteora was a little more Chester. Because like it was a little heavier, it was a little less rap focused. Like Chester was doing more of the verses, whereas like on Hybrid Theory, Mike does a lot of the verses. And I remember not liking Mike as much as Chester at the time. And now I'm like, looking at it fresh, I'm like, this album could have used a little more Mike, actually, a little more Mike action. But with age brings wisdom, right? Now, Linkin Park had a couple albums in between these, including Minutes to Midnight, which I did not like. I did not like Minutes to Midnight. Because they kind of took the edge off of their guitars and stuff. Like they didn't drop tune them after Meteora. And they kind of took more of a rock aspect of things. But I do remember liking Living Things, Lost in the Echo and stuff. I mean, it was a different sound. It was like a little softer, a little more synthy, kind of more like around beats than it was around like heavy guitars. They kind of, but it was still good, I think. I think I'll take Living Things over Minutes to Midnight, personally. Now, the one after Living Things, the one where they went full pop, the one that released like just before Chester left us, I can't get behind that one. I've tried in his memory. I've tried to get into that, but I just can't do it. So this is like, for me, Living Things is kind of like the last Linkin Park album for me. But yeah, it's really cool actually, like looking at their discography. From Hybrid Theory to the last one that came out. It's like they really had an arc to them. Like a little story arc that they went through. But yeah, Linkin Park, Okay, well, that only took an hour and 20 minutes. Let's see, where are we? We've done 189 albums. So we've got, oh my god, we're not even halfway through. What the fuck what'd I sign up for? Why do I always do this? I always do this. I'm like, I'll just review all 380 albums in one video. And then, how long is this going to be? Oh my God. I'm having like an existential crisis right now. Oh, I mean, this video's cool, right? I feel like it's cool. I feel like I have cool things to say. Maybe not cool, good things. Insightful, entertaining, fun. All right. Well, I'll just, when I come back, we'll do the M's. Okay.
No, you don't respect wood.
Good morning, everybody. It's the next day, and yeah, it took a lot out of me yesterday, actually, doing all those albums. But we're gonna get back to it today. Let's see. Where were we? We were starting the M's. Yeah, and we're about we're about halfway through. Oh my god. Yeah, I got my caffeine though. An anonymous energy drink that's not sponsoring me is right here. So I'll start slowly waking up and we can talk about Mastodon. So I actually only have 2 Mastodon CDs. This is kind of embarrassing, actually. I did have more, I swear. Mastodon is like just a heavy metal band. I don't really think there's a genre they fit in. They're just kind of, they're just a metal band. Pretty good. I saw them live, actually, last week with Gojira. It was a good show. Yeah, let's see what we got here. We got The Hunter, which this is like, I want to say it's like their 5th album or something like that. And then this is actually the next one after that, Once More Around the Sun. I did have Leviathan, which is probably their most well-known album. It's got the white whale on the front. It's a concept album about Moby Dick. And I'm not sure where that got off to. I think I might have loaned it to somebody and they just never gave it back. I loaned out a lot of CDs. So I did have 3 Mastodon CDs. And I think that's it, actually. I don't think I had more than 3. But my favorite is maybe Emperor of Sand, possibly. Although I do like Leviathan, too. These are actually not my favorites, but I've got them anyway. Yeah, this one's got Curl of the Burl on it, which I think was nominated for a Grammy. Did it win a Grammy? I don't know. The Grammys have a weird obsession with Mastodon, from what I remember. Because, like, I've always liked Mastodon, but I've never been as big on them as a lot of other people are. For a lot of people, this is like the ultimate metal band, and I'm just not quite there with it. I do respect it, though. Motherload, maybe their biggest hit, is on this one. What's interesting about Mastodon is that they have 3 lead singers. So they've got, well, here they are right here. They got Troy Sanders, who does kind of the, he's got kind of the voice. And then they've got Brent Hines, who's more like he kind of sounds like Ozzy Osbourne a little bit. And then you got Brand Daler, who does drums, and he kind of has the like high pitched voice. Yeah, Brand didn't start doing vocals, I think, until a couple albums in. It was mostly like Troy and Brent at first, from what I remember. And then there's Bill, who only does guitars. Kudos to Bill. Yeah, and also kudos to Troy for being the one person in the band not named a B name, making it less confusing. If they were all named B names, it would get them all confused. But yeah, Mastodon, nice heavy band. If you don't listen to them, check it out. You could probably. I remember I was at the concert, right? The Mastodon concert, and there was a guy. I was in line to buy a T-shirt. I got a pretty sick T-shirt, and there was a guy behind me that was talking to his friend, and he hadn't listened to Mastodon before coming to the show. Like he like went through a Spotify playlist, okay? And of course, at the top of the Spotify playlist is Blood and Thunder, their most well-known song from like 2004, right? And then after that is The Motherload, which is from this album, which is, 10 years later. What is this? 2014, 10 years later. And he was talking to his friend, and he was just like, I listen to Blood and Thunder and The Motherload, and it sounds like 2 different bands. And his friend just goes like, well, they were 10 years apart. It's like, yeah, of course, man. Of course they're going to sound different. But yeah, they've gotten a little more accessible lately, I'll say. Matchbox 20, Mad Season, led by lead singer Rob Thomas, famous for his Grammy-nominated winning collab with Santana for the song Smooth. This is my favorite Matchbox 20 album, actually. It's got kind of an edge to it compared to the debut album, which is, I think, called More Than You Think You Are or something like that. I did get this for $1. But I like a lot of songs on here. It's got, they kind of, the debut is very like kind of feel good to me, and this one has a little more angst to it. I mean, the first song is called Angry. But that's a good song. Crutch is good. Mad Season, the title track. Bent is possibly my favorite song by Matchbox 20. They're just, I mean, Rob Thomas is a good vocalist, and they're a good band. But I haven't listened to them lately. I think this is like the last album that I enjoyed by them. So, and I did have the debut to listen to too, but it was my mother's. My mom has that album. Oh boy, Megadeth, greatest hits. So we'll get into this very soon since we're in the M's, but I'm a big Metallica fan. Not so much a big Megadeth fan. If you're wondering what the two have to do with each other, Megadeth was founded by a guy named Dave Mustaine, who was originally with Metallica but got kicked out for a variety of reasons that I won't get into. He's just... People don't get along with Dave Mustaine very well, is what I'll say. And I've always wanted to listen to more bands like Metallica because I like speed metal, I like thrash. I just said the same thing twice. You know, I like Slayer and Testament and stuff like that, but I've never been able to get into Megadeth. And so, you know, I got the greatest hits thinking like, well, maybe this'll help. And, you know, I listened to it. I guess I just don't like Dave's voice. I'm not sure what the holdup is, but I got this basically to try to get into Megadeth, and it didn't work. Is the story behind that. Speaking of Metallica, they're literally next on the list. Another one of these. Let's go. I've got all the good albums here. I want to point out. You'll notice I don't have any of the shitty Metallica albums in here. So let's start off with Metallica because I've got a lot to say about them. So they're like the ultimate metal band in a lot of ways. They're the biggest, most popular metal band on earth, even today when they're in their 60s. And it all started with Kill 'Em All, which was not that popular of an album, actually. This came out in 1983. And it's got a really raw sound to it, like a lot of debuts do. I actually don't really like Kill 'Em All that much. It's very thrashy. Like, this is about as thrashy as Metallica gets. Oh, that sucks. There's a little dent in the jewel case. Yeah, it features a lot of their faster songs and stuff. Trying to see, like, a standout track might be Seek and Destroy, from what I remember. Whiplash is really fast. I think Motor Breath, from what I remember. But yeah, I think their songs had a lot more character later on. But Kill 'Em All is all about speed. It's all about, you know, metal, bro. Anesthesia Pulling Teeth is an instrumental with the original bass player, Cliff Burton. And I can name all the Metallica band members. There's James Hetfield, who was on vocals and guitar, rhythm guitar mostly. Here we are. Here they are. Look at how young they look. There's James on the right. Lars Ulrich, the drummer, who is famously known in the late 90s for spearheading the lawsuit against Napster for daring to sell their songs online, or to give away, rather. Kirk Hammett, the lead guitar player. And yeah, there's Cliff, bass player in the back. So this lineup has actually remained the same largely over the last 40 years, which is incredible, with the exception of the bass player. They have had a rotating circus of bass players, but Cliff was the original, and he was the original through Ride the Lightning and Master of Puppets as well. So speaking of which, Ride the Lightning is like, this is the first Metallica album. This is the earliest Metallica album that I remember really liking. It's still really thrashy. You know, it's fast and it's, you know, pretty speedy. Keep saying the same things over and over again, but it's got more of that like classic like Metallica kind of sound. Like if you notice, if you just look at the time signatures and stuff, or the lengths, like a lot of songs on Kill 'Em All are pretty short. 4 minutes 17, 3 minutes and 3 seconds. Wow, that might be the shortest one ever. 3:27, 4:06. You know, even these under 5 minute songs are pretty short by Metallica standards, and there's some 6 minutes in there. But with Ride the Lightning, I feel like the average length went up by quite a bit, you know, especially since like the best songs on here are over 5 minutes. You know, For Whom the Bell Tolls is probably the shortest of those. You know, Ride the Lightning is 6.5 minutes.
Fade to Black, which is their first slow song, actually, Fade to Black. Almost 7 minutes long. You got some short ones in there like Escape or Trapped Under Ice, which are kind of more Kill 'Em All style, but they started rolling out these like kind of epic, really instrumental focused songs. Call of Cthulhu is actually a completely instrumental song, and they close out the album with it. I like Ride the Lightning. It's not my favorite from Metallica, but I can appreciate the development of the sound here, and that leads us into possibly their most well-known album, which is Master of Puppets. This is when they started really getting on the map in the scene, if you will. And I have this on vinyl as well. It's the first one I got on vinyl was Master of Puppets. I mean, every song on it's like bangers all the way through. It starts off with Battery, which is kind of that Kill 'Em All style coming back. Battery and Damage Incorporated are like pure thrash, right? But then everything in between is kind of this newer, Metallica slant to things, like Master of Puppets, almost 9 minutes long. Welcome Home Sanitarium, one of my favorites. The Thing That Should Not Be is good too. Disposable Heroes is probably like one of their angriest songs, and it just I love Disposable Heroes. Like that's one of my favorite songs by them, actually. I can't help but get like pumped up whenever it comes on. Orion, they put instrumental on this one, which I thought was interesting. Maybe this is like a later printing where they put that on there, because this is 1986, right? So 3 albums in 3 years, pretty crazy looking back, because Ride the Lightning was 1984. Yeah, and Kill 'Em All was 1983. So they came out with these pretty quickly, especially compared to later, when they kind of started taking their time a bit more. But yeah, this is, where's the disc? Very sad to discover that. I'm going to assume that it's in like a CD case somewhere, like a CD pocket or something. Now, unfortunately, this is the last album to feature Cliff on bass. He died in a bus accident while they were on tour. Very, tragic accident. And they had, for Injustice for All, their next one, they had Jason Newsted come in. There he is right there. And Jason Newsted was around for basically like probably the most transformative period in Metallica's career. And Justice for All is a really underrated album. This is probably their last thrash album. And I mean, Master of Puppets is generally considered the fan favorite, and I love this album. I love it. But there's a part of me that likes And Justice for All a little more, because it's like they completely mastered their early sound on this album. So you've got some of their longest songs there. This one's almost 10 minutes, And Justice for All. But they kind of, other than Dyer's Eve, there's not really any remnant of like the Kill 'Em All kind of sound. Even Blackened, which is really fast intro track. They kind of have a formula at this point of like they've got a fast opener, a fast closer. They've got an instrumental towards the end. And track 4 is a ballad. Because, track 4 on here is Welcome Home Sanitarium, which is, basically a ballad. Fade to Black on Ride the Lightning. So they kind of have like a formula by this point. And like I said, they kind of mastered it. But after And Justice for All, they released this, which this was their big sellout album. This was 1991? 1991, is that it? Yeah, I got it right, 1991. This was 1988, I believe. Yes. So 3 years in between. And they actually went into the studio with Bob Rock, it says here, Bob Rock. Because they wanted, Bob Rock's known for working with like hair metal bands, Motley Crue, kind of more poppy metal like that. And they wanted kind of a new sound for the Black Album, which becomes a theme for Metallica over the next few decades. They want a new sound, basically. And so they came out with this, which was their most commercially successful album. Went like, I don't know, quadruple platinum or something. I don't know. It went like, maybe it even went diamond. I don't know. This is their best-selling album. It's got Enter Sandman on it, which is probably their most famous song in the mainstream. Sad But True.
The Unforgiven, the ballad, again, track number 4. Although Nothing Else Matters is, I would argue, a better ballad. That's track number 8. There's so many good stuff on here. I love Through the Never, Wherever I May Roam. It kind of gets a little weak towards the end. Like these last 3 tracks, in my opinion, don't really need to be there. This is the first time doing like a 12-track album. But for the first 8 songs or so, it's really, really strong. Now, a lot of Metallica fans hated this album. They because they thought that they kind of sold out on thrash, right? But I actually don't think, I mean, it doesn't sound that much different to me. It's still really heavy. They still got the guitar solos. They've still got similar riffs to what they had on the first 4 albums to me. And, now, of course, I came in, way later. Hi. Hello, everybody. It's me. Of course, I came in late, so, I wasn't around at the time in 1991. I was 3 years old, so I don't know what the reception was back then, but from what I understand, it was, good for the mainstream, but not great for metal fans. But, this is like the last great album that they put out, in my opinion, the Black Album. Because after this, it was Load and Reload, where they got really, like, grungy, and then Saint Anger, which was basically them trying to go new metal. And those 3 albums are terrible, in my opinion. They're just so bad. Metallica has some of my favorite albums of all time, and also some of my least favorite. And those 3, no good. But they came back from Saint Anger. Saint Anger came out in like 2002, 2003. They came back with this number, Death Magnetic. First of all, cool cover. Check this out. It's a coffin. Now, I'm not going to say Death Magnetic is like their best work, but the opening track, That Was Just Your Life, it like takes you back to their early work. It's like, ooh, they're thrashy again. They even went back behind, before the Black Album, and they get thrashy again. I like that song a lot. Let's see. Cyanide is good. They got the Unforgiven 3. I forgot they made the Unforgiven 2 until just now. I completely forgot about that. My Apocalypse. Yeah, this is kind of a return to form for Metallica in 2008. So several years in between. They're no longer making 3 albums in 3 years again. And the last one that I have is Hardwired to Self-Destruct, which this one came out 2016. Wow, I was off on that one. So 8 years after Death Magnetic. And, this one's really good, I think. Murder One is probably my favorite song, actually, on here. It's an homage to Motorhead lead singer Lemmy Kilmister, who died around the time that this came out. But yeah, this is kind of more that Death Magnetic thrashy sound. What? Oh, dude, I was about to lose it. Okay. If there was another disc that wasn't in there. Oh, why is disc 2 here and disc 1 is here? That's weird. They got a bonus as well. But I got like the deluxe edition or whatever. There's all their faces. I really just see... Well, this is Lars's face. I mostly see James's face here, but I see Kirk's hair. So I'm not sure what's going on. But actually, it's important to note that for these albums, they got a new bass player, Rob Trujillo, who was the bass player for Suicidal Tendencies before that. Very interesting that they picked him up. You can see the process behind that from Some Kind of Monster. Oh wait, is that him? Which is their documentary on Saint Anger, which is something that I can't believe exists. Kind of shows you the worst sides of Metallica. But they actually have a new album that just came out like last month as of the recording of this video that I don't have yet. I've streamed it on Spotify. I don't know if I'll get it. 72 Seasons is what it's called. Right. And it's kind of more of this, it kind of completes the trilogy a little bit of this kind of throwback sound that they came together with. But yeah, Metallica, really good early catalog, and kind of horrible middle catalog, and then like late catalog brought it back a little bit. Mindless Self-Indulgence. Aw, dude, the jewel case is busted here. So, Mindless Self-Indulgence is a band fronted by a guy named Jimmy Urine, who does movie soundtracks now. Like, he does stuff for Guardians of the Galaxy and things like that, which is insane to think about. Because this is their album If, which not their best work in my opinion, but there he is. It's just crazy music, Mindless Self-Indulgence. It's I don't even know how to describe it. It's like it's kind of crazy. Steve Rye, that's his name, Steve Rye. Yeah, and I don't know. It's like I think if you want a good example of what it sounds like, the single "Shut Me Up" is a good way to find out. That's not on this album though. Never Wanted to Dance is on here. That's a good one. I mean, all of the rest are they're kind of the same. Yeah, there's 15 of them. I actually, they have like a strange similarity to the Birthday Massacre for me. They're completely different vibe. Not calming, not atmospheric really at all. Just kind of crazy. They're like if Birthday Massacre were punk rock. I don't know. They've got kind of a punk sound to them actually. Now I think about it, but there's like synths and beats and things like that. And they kind of refined their sound a little bit earlier. Like one of their landmark albums was one called Frankenstein Girls Are Strangely Sexy, and I think there's 30 tracks on that one that are alphabetized. I remember reading an interview with Jimmy Urine, and he was like, yeah, after that album, I was like, maybe it's time not to suck anymore. And they started releasing 15-track albums instead. But yeah, Mindless Self-Indulgence. Crazy band. Miss May I. They're a metalcore band. This is their album At Heart, I believe is what it says there. It's just a metalcore record. I honestly don't have like a ton to say about it. This is actually a sticker here. It doesn't say Miss May I on the booklet. In fact, you can I guess there's like a hole in the heart or something. Look, there they all are with holes in their chests. Nice guys. Yeah, I mean they're okay. I'm not actually sure why I bought an album. I think I just wanted to, but don't have like a ton of attachment or a ton of stories behind it. Nemec. I don't know how to pronounce the name actually. So yeah, this band, wow. Underrated. One of the most underrated metal bands. Come on, you can do it. There we go. There's something. One of the most underrated metal bands, I think. I think these guys were ahead of their time. They were doing gent before gent was a thing. Gent's a very popular genre, if you will, now. And Nemec was doing it, or Nemec. I think it's Nemec. Were doing it. They were just ahead of their time, frankly. Especially with this album, The Audio Injected Soul. This is with their older lead singer. This guy. What's this guy's name? I'm like sitting here name dropping lead singers all over the place. Like I remember all their names. I can't remember what this guy's name was actually. Does it say? Oh, here we go. He's got their Michael. Well, yeah, what was his last name? I don't know. So this is an interesting metal record. They're kind of cyber metal. They're kind of like Fear Factory, a bit electro metal. I don't know. They've got an interesting sound though. There's a lot of reverb and stuff on the vocals. There's a lot of like special effects and like synthesizers and things like that. So I like all that type of stuff. But
I remember when I got this, it had special headphone technology. Ooh, where you could hear it, like the sound travel between the headphones. They've got it right here, AM 3D positional headphone technology, and it works. It's not just bullshit. Okay, it's not just like, oh yeah, sure it does. If you listen to like, Death Box, for example, which is one of the best songs on this album, with the headphones on. I don't know if it's from the CD or if the digital audio has it too. I'll have to check that out. But the audio moves from headphone to headphone in like a wave. It's really interesting. Now this is actually their second album. Their first album, Mechanical Spin Phenomena, was also good. However, Michael ended up leaving the band after this record. And unfortunately, a lot of people didn't really like what happened to Nemec after that. But I actually prefer post-Michael Nemec, because as evidence, I have all three of their post-Michael albums here. There's a Passenger, which is probably my favorite album from them. Well, I say that my favorite at the time. They had another lead singer named Guillaume. Oh, what's his last name? I'm really bad at these European names, man. There he is. He's right there. Now, Guillaume, unfortunately, suddenly passed away a couple years ago, which made me sad to hear. I don't think we even found out why. But we can guess. But yeah, it's really sad. He had a great voice, and there's some good tracks on here where he was able to. I feel like he had more of like an intensity to his voice than Michael did. I think Michael probably had like a better like vocal range, if I'm honest, for their type of music. But I think Guillaume brought a charisma to it that was very interesting to me. I really liked Meaningless. Pig Fuck is actually a really fire song. Electric Kid, Hypocrisy. There's some really good stuff in here. And but this one wasn't like particularly well received by the Nemec fan base. Or like maybe it was just the metal fan base at large, because I remember getting mad at people's opinions on it online back then. Sons of the System, which is it's another album. It's like Passenger, and it's they kind of got like a Fear Factory thing going on. There's a lot of like talking about like machinery and things like that. Diesel Uterus is the single for this one. The Erasing is a great song. Yeah, it's not until they get to their final album, Nemesis, which I think this is their best album actually. I like Passenger a lot. That might be the one that I like the most, but this is their best album. And I know that a lot of people from before would say, well, no, their best album is the Audio Injected Soul, but I disagree. I think it's this one. There's some songs on here, like I've Been You, for example, that are like some of the best they've done. It's got like just the right vibe. Now this came out 2012, so over 10 years ago, but this is their last album. Kind of sad. I liked Nemec. There we go. So here's an interesting one. This is a new metal band called Memento that never hit it big because they came in kind of late. In fact, 2003. Yeah, 2003, like I've said this a couple times in the video so far, but 2003 kind of, if you were a new metal band and you were just getting on the scene back then, you were kind of too late. So even though they got bangers like Nothing Sacred is really good. That was their single. It got a little bit of radio airplay, but not a lot. Savior is a really good song. Coming might be their best song, actually. They got kind of like a Disturbed type of vibe, actually, Memento. Yeah, kind of a shame. I'm not sure if they even really did anything after this album, and they might have been a one and done band, because I imagine it probably didn't sell very well. But yeah, it's a shame. They were pretty good, actually. If you're into new metal, if you like, Disturbed,
I don't know, Korn, Limp Bizkit, stuff like that, you'd probably be into this, frankly. And you probably haven't heard it, I would be guessing. So yeah, not a bad shout. Monuments. This is from what I remember, I haven't listened to Monuments in a hot minute. They're like kind of a djenty band. I don't remember much about this. It's just kind of a metalcore record. I might have completely missed that, but yeah, cool artwork, I'll say. Speaking of new metal, we are getting into my Mudvayne discography now. Mudvayne, one of my favorites from the era. Oh, come on. It's like refusing to focus on these now. I don't know why. When I turn it up, it would do it before. Well, whatever. Their debut, LD50, which many consider to be their best. LD50 has their lead single Dig on it, which is considered one of the more aggressive new metal songs out there. Death Blooms is probably my favorite though on this one. Severed's good. One interesting thing about Mudvayne, they're just kind of like a standard new metal band for most of it. I think Chad Gray has very good vocals. He's got like instantly recognizable voice, which is the kind of the hallmark of a lot of new metal bands. Instantly recognizable vocals. Like you hear Mudvayne, you hear Disturbed, you hear Korn, you hear Limp Bizkit, like you instantly know who it is. Like from the first syllable a lot of the time. But I think what really made Mudvayne stand out was the bass player, Ryan. He is insane. He's very, very good. Ryan is like, there he is. Here he is right here. Devilman. Yeah, they did kind of a weird little, they put like makeup on and stuff. It's cool. It's a neat stylistic choice, I think. But yeah, Ryan is an amazing bass player, and it's kind of crazy how hard his bass lines go on LD50 in particular. But while I like this album, I actually prefer their follow-up, The End of All Things to Come. Oh, it's kind of scratched, the CD. Oh no, it's kind of scratched right there. What the heck? The End of All Things to Come, I just kind of prefer from beginning to end a little bit. Because I like LD50 for some of the singles, but I think I like this more for the album experience. Let's see, I remember hearing Not Falling on the radio. That was kind of surreal. World So Cold also I heard on the radio. That was kind of the Death Blooms of this album, and one of their best songs, World So Cold. But I also really liked Trapped in the Wake of a Dream, Mercy Severity, The Patient Mental, yeah, Shadow of a Man. There's some good stuff here, and it's this is kind of the heaviest that they got, in my opinion. End of All Things to Come is like as heavy as Mudvayne got, because after that is Lost and Found, and this is when this is probably when Mudvayne got their most popular in the mainstream, because Happy got a lot of airplay. And it was kind of, I remember hearing Happy after being such a big fan of the last two albums and being like, huh? Let's see, I can't remember what the next single was, Forget to Remember or Fall Into Sleep, one of those, which was kind of a little bit more in line with that End of All Things to Come sound. But as it didn't really get super heavy on this, they kind of left that behind a little bit. Like Determined is kind of their dig on this album, but it doesn't have the same kind of charisma that Dig has. Dig has like a personality to it, and Determined feels like they're kind of going through the motions a little bit to me. The chorus, if I remember correctly, is yeah, go, so fucking determined. Yeah, go, so fucking determined. Yeah, go. It just kind of felt soulless to me, like a lot of things on Lost and Found. But I do still like it overall. And it's definitely better than the album that came after it, which I didn't like. So Mudvayne, I really liked the first 2 albums, and then they kind of fell off for me. Mushroom Head, the dollar store Slipknot. Oh boy, speaking of Mushroom Head and Slipknot, there's been like you guys probably don't know about this because you have lives, but there's been like a 25-year war between the fans of Mushroom Head and Slipknot, because Mushroom Head came out around the same time as Slipknot, and they arguably did Slipknot's shtick first of having like 1 million members in the band all wear masks. Now, I will say I vastly prefer Slipknot to Mushroom Head. I've tried to get into Mushroom Head. They have 3 different vocalists, or I think at the time they did. There's what is it? I can't remember all their names. There's like 13 people in the band. Mushroom Head, though, like I tried to get into them. Sun Doesn't Rise is an okay song, but I just couldn't really. The vocals aren't there for me, because Slipknot has Corey Taylor, right? And Corey Taylor's a phenomenal vocalist, but I don't think that any of the 3 lead vocalists for Mushroom Head ever provided the band as much to their songs as Corey did for Slipknot. I'm trying to remember their name. Jeffrey Nothing, I think, was one of them. He kind of did the clean vocals for like the choruses and stuff. And then there was J-Man, who was their rapper. I'm trying to remember. I might be getting these names wrong. But yeah, I could just never really get into Mushroom Head. I tried, and it went beyond just this album too. I listened to their later stuff too, and I don't know. Great masks though. Can't recommend, like, their music videos. You see how much effort they put into their masks and makeup. Very cool. Like, they've got a great aesthetic in that sense. Mute Math. This is a band that nobody remembers except me. I think they were fire. Mute Math. If you want to see a cool music video, check out their music video for Typical, which is a good song too. It's shot completely backwards, and it's just a cool video. I think a couple people have done it since then, but I remember I hadn't seen anybody do it at the time that it came out. Chaos is a good song. Noticed is good. Yeah, they're just like a cool little rock band. They're like kind of indie rock a little bit, but they're kind of slick. They're kind of a slick indie rock band. They've got kind of like a slick production and they like doing stuff with synths and things like that a little bit. Typical is just like a radio rock song. Like I'm surprised it didn't get bigger than it did. Good vocals too. Good vocals on Mute Math. It's a shame. I don't think they really. I think they came out with an album after this that was awful. I remember now, because this is their debut and it's great. And then I remember listening to because me and my girlfriend at the time really liked Mute Math in high school. And we listened to the CD in the car. And then I remember they came out with a follow-up, and we went and we bought it, and we listened to like the first 5 tracks or something. And we were both like, what is this? So I don't know. They were kind of a one album wonder for me. But maybe I'll check out some of their later stuff and see if I change my mind. Migraine, made in England. I got this imported. So Migraine is a melodic death metal band, I think I'll say. If you like Soilwork or In Flames, you'll probably like Migraine, actually, and you probably haven't heard them. I'm just guessing. Yeah, this is a good one. Orbit Dance is one of their early albums, and then this is this their self-titled? Yeah, Into the Parallel Universe is a fire track. I love that song. Yeah, they've got a lot of synths. They've got a lot of like the really heavy electronic emphasis in their melodic death metal songs. So they've got like these like synth beats and stuff. Trying to think of let's see, Darkbound's good. Plastic, Veil of Sun. It's a good slower song. Yeah, they're just if you like synths and you like melodic death metal, you like Soilwork, that type of thing, this is up your alley. But I don't really have much to say about it other than that. I kind of haven't listened to them lately because they're one of those bands that when you hear one song, you kind of heard all of them, in my opinion. They don't really have like a dynamic range for their sound like say Soilwork does. But they're good, if you're in the mood for it, it's good stuff. And that gets us through the M's. All right. Only took 40 minutes. Wow. Okay. Well, to be fair, the M's that was a pretty large stack there to get through, so. We're doing the N's now. Starting with, you're never gonna guess, NSYNC. Which I got this for $3 without a booklet at a used bookstore. I had the original, but then I don't know what happened to it, so this was like a replacement copy. This is Celebrity. I also had a copy of No Strings Attached, which was the one before this one. But this had Pop on it. Come on, tell me, baby. Up Against the Wall. Come on, peak NSYNC. I actually like No Strings Attached more than Celebrity. Celebrity is when they started experimenting a little more. They kind of got a little more electronic with things. I remember, like Pop, the lead single, is a perfect example of that. They started doing a little more like electronic stuff and like doing all this like record scratch shit that they didn't do really as much on No Strings Attached. So I didn't actually like this one as much. I thought No Strings Attached was like a more straightforward pop record with honestly better songs. You got Bye Bye Bye, you got It's Gonna Be May, you got let's see, Space Cowboy. Was that song? I don't have it in front of me, but yeah, I mean, this one's fine, but I think that it wasn't quite as compelling. It's like Backstreet Boys, Black and Blue versus Millennium. Millennium is just a stronger album than Black and Blue, and they tried to get a little edgier on Black and Blue. And that's kind of what NSYNC did with this. They got a little edgier for Celebrity, and it's fine, but yeah, it doesn't quite reach the heights of No Strings Attached for me. Back to the metal. Okay, Nevermore, This Godless Endeavor. This is a pretty heavy metal record. That's what I would describe Nevermore as. They're just heavy metal, kind of like a modern Iron Maiden type of thing. I don't know. The standout performances are from Jeff Loomis, the guitar player, who is now in another band. Who is he with, Jeff Loomis? He's with another band now because Nevermore doesn't exist anymore because the lead singer, Warrell Dane, I believe is his name, passed away. But I think Jeff Loomis actually left before that. There's some good stuff on here. Like he's got some great riffs on My Acid Words, from what I remember. I think what was the single? Final Product? I can't remember. Yeah, there's a lot of like wailing vocals and really heavy guitars. Like I said, I got this for the guitars, so not like a big Nevermore fan or anything, frankly. It's just this one that I liked. Newsboys shine the hits. Newsboys are a Christian rock band who are very well known in the Christian rock world for their songs Shine, which is about letting your light shine. This little light of yours, you're gonna let it shine. Breakfast, which is a really funny song with funny lyrics about how non-Christians are going to hell.
the chorus, the final line of the chorus is, "They don't serve breakfast in hell." Wow, I remember thinking it was funny back then as a kid, but yeah, it's just kind of now that I am a little older, I'm just kind of like, it's kind of a douchey song, huh? They got a little edgy. They've got "God Is Not a Secret" featuring Toby Mac from DC Talk, where they get kind of edgy and heavy. Lead singer Peter Furler always kind of reminded me a little bit of Billy Corgan from Smashing Pumpkins, just in how he looked, I think. No really other similarities. These guys are from Australia, actually. You can kind of hear the Australian accent in the vocals and stuff. Actually, Michael Tate from DC Talk is the lead singer of the Newsboys now. Peter Furler's out of the picture. I think the rest of these guys are still around. I remember thinking this guy was cool. He's the guitar player, I think. And this is actually Hyde from that 70s show. Here he is. Yeah, not really much to say about Newsboys. They're one of those bands that they made it in Christian rock, but if they were in mainstream rock, they wouldn't have gone anywhere. That's the sad truth. And I don't think Newsboys are one of those bands that would cynically try to take advantage of something like that. But I do think there are Christian rock bands out there that know this trick, and that's why they're in it. These guys always seem legit to me as far as their faith and everything. I could be wrong on that, but yeah, I'm sorry. They wouldn't have made it in secular music. But they were fine for the time, I guess, when I was listening to them as a child. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna have to go on the defense here. All right. So the internet hates Nickelback, right? But I'm willing to go on record and say that this is a good album. That's right. In fact, I think that the hate that Nickelback gets is largely undeserved. Sure, they're a little douchey. Sure, they're a little dude bro. Their lyrics are kind of, simple, and they always go for the rhyme and kind of cringe sometimes. But I think the songwriting overall is there, and Chad Kroger's got a great voice. He's got a great sensibility for what makes a catchy pop song, and Nickelback mastered the catchy post-grunge sound. And it starts with Silver Side Up, which I think it's their best album, frankly. Maybe All the Right Reasons might have since taken the mantle. I'm not sure. There's every song on there is like a hit. It's crazy. But this kind of had a little more of their, this one didn't have quite the radio rock sound that All the Right Reasons had. It had How You Remind Me, which is their biggest hit. They also got some airplay for Too Bad, and a little bit for Never Again, which is about domestic abuse from the perspective of the child. I remember that. But yeah, the rest of these, they're just kind of rock songs, I don't know. I remember liking this song, or liking this album. And yeah, I think Nickelback gets way too much hate. They're really not that bad. They're just kind of, they're a catchy rock band. That's it. And people got sick of that Photograph song. I get it, but that's legitimately a good song. I know you've heard it 5,000 times or whatever, and any song that you hear 5,000 times, you're gonna get sick of. But and whenever I listen to Photograph, it makes me laugh. No, when I listen to Photograph, I'm just like, man, every line is perfectly crafted for the rhyme, for a pop song, It's just, and then everything else on that album, All the Right Reasons. You got If Everyone Cared, which is another sappy, hokey song, right? But it's just really well written for the radio. There's Animals, which is kind of a heavier, fast-paced song on that album. You got you got a bunch of hits on there though, and I think there's something to be said for making rock radio hits, because it doesn't really happen anymore. It doesn't. What we got,
Imagine Dragons now? I don't know. I don't even what rock bands are even like churning out the top 40 hits anymore. They're just not. Nickelback was one of the late examples of that. And this is kind of early in their career because it's 2001. Yeah. I think this came out in September 2001 from what I remember. It was one of those albums that came out around the time of the September 11th attacks, but thankfully, unlike a lot of other albums around the time, like Bush's Golden State and Jimmy Eat World's Bleed American, Nickelback didn't need to retitle anything for appropriateness. So, yeah, I will go on defense for this thing. You know, I'm not going to go on full defense for Nickelback. Like, and I don't think, don't get me wrong, they're not the greatest band ever, but they get so much hate, and it's like, I mean, I can think of about 100 pop stars that are more annoying than Nickelback, and I mean rock music has kind of died out, so I mean it just has. I mean, just like I said, I can't think of an example of like a rock band now that's really churning out radio hits. Nickelback was one of the last ones, frankly. I don't think it's coming back, so it makes me kind of sad to see them get so much hate online, so much dogpiling over like really just kind of innocent stuff overall. I mean, they've got some douchey songs, but it's really not that bad overall, I think. Ooh, okay. Nightwish. Ooh, I got some Nightwish albums. I got some opinions on Nightwish. Okay, so first of all, these first three that I have are with the original lead singer of the band, Tarja, who is my favorite lead singer from Nightwish. I'm one of those people. Okay, so if you're a big Nightwish fan, you know, I'm one of the Tarja people, okay? These two middle albums were with lead singer Annette, who I have my opinions on. I actually like Annette quite a bit. Tarja's my favorite, but I like Annette too. And then this last one is with their current lead singer, Floor. I don't know how to say it. Floor, who is my least favorite, but I don't dislike her. So there's my summary of the Nightwish lead singer thing. Because anytime you talk about Nightwish, you gotta talk about the lead singers. Nightwish, if you're not familiar, is a band that they're what I would call power metal. So there's a lot of like strong operatic vocals. In fact, Tarja, the lead singer for the first three, is a professional opera singer, and she literally brings her operatic voice into the band's kind of metal sound. There's a lot of orchestral arrangement. In fact, I think starting with Once, they start playing with like a live orchestra. And early on, it's synthesizers, right, to simulate the orchestra. But starting with Once, it's full, you know, like Philharmonic orchestra and stuff. But the main songwriter here is Thomas. I don't know how to say it. Thomas? Is it just Thomas? I know it's spelled Twilmus, so I don't know. Holopainen, I think, is his last name. He's the arranger, the main songwriter. The lyrics have a lot to do with this fantastic, you know, fantasy landscapes and environments. They have a whole song on here called Phantasmic that's about, like, fairy tales and... You know, one could interpret it as like Disney movies, perhaps. There's a lot of, like, I don't know, Phantasmic, like Mickey Mouse. I don't know. I haven't really looked into it. But yeah, he's the main songwriter, and he's the guy who fired Tarja, from what I understand. And the rest of the band has kind of been the same. There's Marco, the bass player. He's not with the band anymore. He was formerly with the band Tarot, and he provides lead vocals, really starting on this album, actually. I don't think he's on the previous ones, but he kind of has his own operatic style. Kind of more of a metal edge. He brings more of a metal edge to the songs, unlike Wish I Had an Angel and stuff. The guitar player, I can't remember his name off the bat, and then I think this is... Oh, sorry, Marco is the bass player. Did I say guitar player? Marco's the bass player. And he's the drummer, I believe.
I'm sure it'll come to me at some point. I might have to look it up in one of the booklets, but we'll start with the Tarja albums first. So Wishmaster is actually my favorite. Wishmaster is the cheesiest one. This is their corniest sound, but it's also their most like power metal record. Songs like Crownless, for example, are like speed metal basically. Let's see. She Is My Sin is probably my favorite song by Nightwish. Kinslayer is really good too. Yeah, they kind of had like a more like a cheesier power metal style on this one. All the songs are about, you know, it's almost a concept album, really. There's about a lot of talk about wishes and magic and things like that. I don't really get into the lyrics too much. I'm in for the unique sound. But yeah, I really like Wishmaster. Century Child is the follow-up, and Century Child's a little bit more of like an atmospheric, slow-paced album compared to Wishmaster, and this is kind of where they start developing that Once sound a little bit more. I mean, they still got kind of that End of All Hope is a song that would be straight off of Wishmaster. It's got that sound too, but they've got like you know, Bless the Child, you know, Ocean Soul, the Phantom of the Opera. They're kind of moving in a more epic direction with Century Child. And for some reason, like Nightwish fans don't really, I think now they're not really into these early albums as much. They're kind of more into post Once or really Once. The Once tends to be the fan favorite, I think. Which this is probably their strongest album. It's just not my favorite. They've got some amazing songs on here though. Like Dark Chest of Wonders is an incredible opener. Wish I Had an Angel is a rocker of the album, and then Nemo was the lead single. And they kind of, I kind of love and I kind of hate Nemo because it's a fine song, but it was their biggest hit. And then they tried to keep making every album have a Nemo on it, and it drove me nuts. Because before this, they didn't really have like a song like that, but they kept trying to make this song over and over again, in my opinion. Kind of got annoyed with that. Let's see. Ghost Love Score is really good. Yeah, it's like... oh no. Good album though. Good album. I remember this was the last Tarja one. I kind of wish that Tarja had another album after this, but you know, it's fine. So then after Tarja's departure / firing, they got a new lead singer for Dark Passion Play. Annette, I can't remember her last name at the moment, but she is not an opera singer. Here she is, Annette Olson. Yeah, so she is not an opera singer. She's more of kind of a traditional rock band singer, and so with Annette, they sounded kind of more in line with the Evanescence sound, which. But not really, because they still had Thomas doing all these like orchestral arrangements and making the song sound epic and stuff. But like Annette made them sound a little closer to that. And Annette gets a lot of hate in the Nightwish fan base, which I actually really like her voice. I don't like it so much on this album though, because I think they got a new lead singer, but it's like they were still making songs that fit Tarja's voice. So ultimately, I don't really like Dark Passion Play very much, because I feel like the songs don't really fit Annette as much. And you know how I was talking earlier about like they always try to make a Nemo? That's Amaranth on this one. Amaranth is their Nemo on this one. It's just kind of like it's a nice little, you know, 3 to 4 minute pop song, I guess. But I don't know. I think they could have kind of gone a different direction with this one. Like than they ended up going. It's like they tried to do Once Again. And so there's some like metal Marco songs on here, like Master Passion Greed, which is supposedly about there's some like Tarja diss tracks on here. It's just kind of cringe and weird. Yeah, I'm not really into this one as much, but like I said, I do like Annette. And the reason I like Annette is mostly because of Imaginarium. I think Imaginarium is when they started really like tailoring the songs more for Annette's voice. I think she really shines on this one. Interestingly, she sings a lot less on this one than in Dark Passion Play. She's featured in fewer of the songs, and there's more instrumental breaks. Marco has kind of a bigger presence, but when Annette's there, she fits the songs that she's in. Storytime is a great song for Annette, I think. She does some weird creepy stuff on Scare Tale, like stuff that like Tarja I don't think would really be able to do. And, you know, but they Ghost River is kind of like a Marco song a little bit, but Annette's doing some like, you know, stuff in the background. But yeah, I think that they really let her shine more on this album, and this is like their best album, their best late album for me, Imaginarium, because like I said, I didn't really like Dark Passion Play, and spoiler, I don't really like Endless Form's Most Beautiful or their most recent one. This is like the last album I remember being pretty impressed by. So yeah, those are my thoughts on Annette. And then she left/was fired. I can't remember what the story is. I think Thomas fired her too. And then Floor is now the new lead singer. And I mean, I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, maybe I've just heard too much Nightwish now. Is it Floor Jansen? Is that her name? Yeah, Floor Jansen. Yeah. Well, you can't really see that. Yeah, now you see it, right? Yeah, and she came from, I can't remember what band she came from before. This isn't bad, but where is it? Elon is the Nemo of this album. This is what I mean. It's always like track 3 or something too. Actually, Imaginarium doesn't really have that. Now that I think about it, Imaginarium doesn't really have like a Nemo on it. I don't think it does anyway. But I don't know. It's just kind of I can't really tell you any like standout tracks or anything that I'm like, oh, this is a really good one. It might have just been like I just got kind of tired of Nightwish around this time. But yeah, Nightwish overall, really impressive, unique band that I like listening to every now and then, but I'll typically stick with the Tarja era. If I venture outside of that, it's Imaginarium, which is also a concept album. I think they made like a movie or something, like a companion piece. Oh, this came with the instrumental CD. I swear they made like a little like 15-minute movie or something called Imaginarium that kind of went with this. That they made like a soundtrack. I think this is like the soundtrack for it. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I'm not that into Nightwish. Ooh, some brutal death metal here with Nile, starting with Annihilation of the Wicked and their follow-up Ithyphallic. So Nile is like, it's headed up by lead songwriter, lead guitarist, lead singer Carl Sanders, who also has a solo instrumental album. Carl Sanders is really into Egypt. He's really into, I believe he's an Egyptologist. All right, I'm back. Sorry. There was something going on in the background. Yeah, Nile has, they're a brutal death metal band. So their big thing is, death metal, but they do some cool things, especially on some instrumental tracks where they use like native Egyptian instruments, and they do this kind of like I mean, they're called Nile, right? So it's kind of obvious what their theme is, but they've got really brutal songs like Cast Down the Heretic, for example. But then like track 4, Uzer Matre, I think, is like an instrumental track, if I remember correctly, where they use native instruments and things like that. It's cool. But it's one of those things that's like
cool for an album maybe, and not for like an entire discography. So I haven't really been able to get too into Nile, but I like this album. It's a good brutal death metal album, and it came out 2003 or something, 2005. Okay, but yeah, that's Nile. Nine Inch Nails, The Downward Spiral. So Nine Inch Nails is an industrial band, one of the most famous, fronted by Trent Reznor, who does movie soundtracks now. He did the movie soundtrack for Soul, which is kind of crazy to think about. Trent Reznor, probably best known for Nine Inch Nails, though, and probably best known for a song that's on this album called Closer. There's no track list. Closer, though, that's the I Want to Fuck You Like an Animal song. Before this, Nine Inch Nails was kind of more, I think they were kind of more like synthy, like on Pretty Hate Machine and that era. I mean, I like Pretty Hate Machine. I like Terrible Lie and songs like that. But The Downward Spiral is probably their most well-known album. It actually closes with a song called Hurt that Trent Reznor wrote and Johnny Cash covered. And Johnny Cash killed the hell out of that song, man. Great lyrics by Trent, but also, man, you can't beat Johnny Cash, you know what I mean? I think I prefer Pretty Hate Machine to The Downward Spiral, which is heresy as far as like industrial goes. Like, this is a very revered album, but I just kind of like its vibe more. The Downward Spiral gets very slow and very depressing, and I like Closer a lot. I love that song, actually. That's like the ultimate industrial song to me is Closer by Nine Inch Nails. But as far as the whole album goes, it just gets a little boring for me in places. But maybe I just don't understand it correctly. I tried listening to it from beginning to end to get the full album experience, and I just it didn't really vibe with me as much. So I know that I understand that I'm committing heresy right now. I totally understand that, and I bring on all your hate comments. So I have Nirvana Nevermind, but I guess I loaned it out, never got it back or something like that. So I only have In Utero, which is the bizarre follow-up to Nevermind. Nevermind by Nirvana was a landmark album. It was is that Dave Grohl? I mean, that's Dave Grohl. Dave Grohl from the Foo Fighters was originally the drummer of Nirvana, but I'm wondering if that's him too. So yeah, Nirvana made up of lead singer Kurt Cobain, bass player Chris Novoselic, and drummer Dave Grohl, who went on to form the Foo Fighters. Hell yeah. But Nirvana was, probably the best-known grunge band to come out of the Seattle scene, or just period. Nirvana Smells Like Teen Spirit off of their debut album, Nevermind, just caught the world by storm and changed the music landscape as we know it. And In Utero is the long-awaited follow-up, featuring some radio songs like Heart-Shaped Box. Let's see. Yeah, there's a Rape Me as well. That one was everywhere. All Apologies. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what my favorite song on here is. Maybe Scentless Apprentice? Is it Scentless Apprentice? I think it might be. Because I think that's the one that was written by Dave, and it's got this like kind of heavy, sludgy sound to it, which is pretty cool. I like Nirvana. They're actually not my favorite grunge band. That might go to Alice in Chains or Stone Temple Pilots. But this is I like the direction that they went with In Utero, because Nevermind's a really good kind of mainstream album, which was only mainstream because they made it like that. I think it's worth noting. It's not like Nirvana was like, we're gonna make a mainstream grunge album with Nevermind. They just kind of defined the sound, and so it sounded mainstream because it made it that way.
and In Utero is kind of a departure from that, and it's more them doing their own thing a little bit more. But I mean, well, it's hard to talk about this because Nevermind was them doing their own thing. But this is them doing kind of more like a less accessible version of their own thing, I would say. So yeah, but Nirvana, great band. One of the greatest bands of all time. Some people have a problem with like Kurt Cobain's guitars and everything. They're really simple, but it's kind of like, not to compare Nirvana to Nickelback, but it's kind of the same vibe for me of like, yeah, it's simple, but it's catchy and it's you know, the songs are written really well in terms of like their structure and making them catchy. And Kurt was a master of that before he committed suicide in, was it 94? And yeah, one of the saddest days in rock music history, up there with John Lennon's assassination. But you know, all the grunge guys, you know, of all the grunge guys, we've still got Eddie Vedder. Fingers crossed that he stays around for a long time. Norma Jean, metalcore. Okay. Norma Jean, actually a Christian metal band in the beginning. I don't know if they still are, but this album is a crazy album. This is Bless the Martyr and Kiss the Child. And now this is when Norma Jean had the lead singer Josh Scogin, who ended up forming a band called The Chariot after this, because this was his last album with them. There's a song on here called Face Face, which is like one of the most brutal metalcore songs I've ever heard. There's a song called what is it? Memphis, something about Memphis. And it features the lead singer of Me Without You doing his usual talking during the song thing. But yeah, Norma Jean, they actually, before this, Norma Jean, which Norma Jean is the name of Marilyn Monroe, the real name. I'm not sure why they named themselves that. There's no lyrics, there's no credits in the booklet. It's very edgy. It's just creepy old photographs and a photo of the band where you can't see any of them. So yeah, I think that's Josh right there. But before they were known as Norma Jean, they were called Ludicrous. LUTI-KRISS. and they basically sounded the same as this. This was, I think, their debut as Norma Jean. But yeah, it's it's kind of a crazy album. Josh Scogin is a very chaotic vocalist, and it's showcased really well here. Now, that all changed with Oh God, The Aftermath, their post Scogin album. So this, oh wow, jeez, I hate that, man. This had a completely different sound, and this has the lead singer that they still have today, I believe. And I can't really tell you his name, actually. Let's see, where is he? That's him right there. Yeah. Does it say here? I want to say his name is like Jacob or something. Am I just making that up? Ugh, what's that? Does it say here? So one thing that's cool about the song titles for this album, actually, they're all like fused words. So just like that art that we just saw. Oh my gosh, it's hard to get the booklet back in. You know, there's like well, let's take a look. I remember there's a Murderotica, Baya Network, Vertebrail, you know. There's just, they basically like merge two words together, and it's like that for all of them. It's pretty cool. They actually, I like their sound. I don't like this album as much as Bless the Martyr, Kiss the Child, because I like the chaos on that album. But these are much better songs, and this was kind of their breakthrough album a little bit. They just had like a much more refined, polished sound on this, and it's carried them all the way to the present. This is one of their more
recent albums, Polar Similar. This is my only issue with like these paper albums without the jewel cases, is that they always end up having this happen, and it's like, well, I want it to be straight though. But it always ends up going off to the side like that when it gets stacked. Yeah, Polar Similar. This is a good album. I can't really remember a whole lot from it, but they've just got a really nice polished sound now. They're still on Solid State Records, the Christian metal label. So yeah, good for Norma Jean. I saw them live one time at the Door in Dallas, and they blew the roof off of that place. That's back when they still... Nope. That was after they had the Aftermath, I think. But yeah, good stuff from Norma Jean. Norther, Till Death Invites Us. I had this imported. Norther is a melodic death metal band, or at least they were at the time. I'm not sure if they are anymore. This was like 15 years ago. But yeah, it's basically a melodic death metal record. I only have one album by Norther. I wanted to like them more than I did. But, I don't dislike them. They're just okay. Nothing Face, Skeletons. So, oh man, this is another situation where I'm going to have to say that the lead singer is no longer with us. Yeah, the lead singer is no longer with us. He died just a few years ago. I can't remember what the cause was. But Nothing Face was a cool... new metal band. They were kind of edgy. They ranted about religion and Catholicism in particular a lot. Ether is probably their best song. Murder's Masturbation is pretty brutal. I remember that. This album I like more than their debut, Violence. Or it might not be their debut, but I think it's their most well-known album, Violence, which kind of has like a heavier sound. This kind of has more of a... I don't know how I would put it. There's more clean vocals on this one than their previous album. And I think it's probably their best sound. It's also their last album that they put together as Nothing Face. I think... the guitar player from Nothing Face went on to form a band with Chad Gray from Mudvayne and Vinnie Paul from Pantera called Hell Yeah, which I never got into. I thought it was a really douchey band. But I was like, man, I like Pantera, I like Nothing Face, I like Mudvayne, but I do not like Hell Yeah. I don't like the merging of the three. Nothing really else to say about Nothing Face. I like them at the time for what they were. I don't think they've aged particularly well. But it's kind of hard to say that because, this was their last one. It came out in 2003? Yeah, 2003. And they didn't really do anything after that. So you can't really see like a development. Maybe if they had kept going, the sound would have developed more and matured and stuff. We'll never know. Is that it? Oh, okay, so we're done with the ends, and I'm going on break. We'll come back with the O's soon, which the O's are basically just Opeth, so look forward to that. Okay, we're getting into the O's now. Let's see, where are we at? We've done 234, have 380. I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now that the S's are going to take forever. In fact, the S's, I think, go from 264 to 332. So there's about 70 S albums. So I'll probably go through to the S's in one session. I'm hoping. Oleander. February Sun. Oleander is a band that had a couple of radio hits that I kind of like, and they just, I don't know about this album though. Let's see, they had Why I'm Here and I Walk Alone are their two hits. And they got kind of a, that melancholic 90s grunge-esque sound. They're not really grunge. I guess it's more like that 90s pop rock sound that had kind of like a depressing vibe. You know what I'm talking about? If you listen to a lot of 90s rock or heard a lot of 90s rock, you probably know what I'm talking about. But yeah, Oleander. I got it used at a bookstore. It's got that stupid like, oh, you can't sell this thing on it. Of course, I got it used. And then after that, the rest of the odes are going to be taken up by Opeth, progressive metal band Opeth. And I have a copy of Blackwater Park, but I'm not sure where it is. It's one of those situations where it's like, it could be anywhere. I'm not sure where it is. We'll start off with Damnation, though. This is actually an acoustic album from Opeth, which is odd because they're a metal band, but they've got a softer side to them that ends up becoming progressively, funnily enough, the overwhelming sound of their band. But this was back when they were like basically a progressive death metal band back then. But this is an acoustic album, so if you don't like metal, lead singer Michael Ackerfeld has a very good voice. That he's got a very good singing voice and a very good screaming voice, like kind of an iconic voice in both respects, which is unusual. A lot of times people will be good at one or the other, but he's great at both, and really shines his singing voice on this. Now, it's worth talking about Blackwater Park, even though I don't have it here. Blackwater Park is a revered Opeth album, and some might say it's their best work. I wish I had a copy of it, but I mean, it's just a heavy prog metal album. It's not really that prog, to be honest. It's more just like a death metal album. Early Opeth was very just death metal, and they're very good at it. I mean, I guess it is a little progressive in that they would slow things down and they would have these like melodic, 3-minute bridges and shit like that. So I guess it is progressive now that I think about it. Progressive death metal. But yeah, Damnation was a little bit of a ballad album from them. And then we get to the first time that their sound started changing a bit, and this is actually my favorite album from them, Ghost Reveries. I remember when it came out, Opeth fans were kind of like, I like Ghost of Perdition, but it gets a little like really progressive once you get to like Harlequin Forest and things like that. There's a lot more clean vocals on this album than on previous ones, like Blackwater Park, for example, and I like it. I think that it really fits. Like, I think that, like I said, Michael Ackerfeld has a great voice for screaming and singing, and he kind of lets the singing let loose a little bit more on this one. A lot more in some of the songs. Like, I can't remember Atonement. I think that one's like a really slow ballad almost. But they could still rock out. Like, The Grand Conjuration is just a metal song. My favorite probably is Harlequin Forest, though, Reverie. That's this is just a great album. I really want to. Honestly, I want to listen to it right now. Ghost Reveries. I think looking back, if you ask Opeth fans now, that the fan base has kind of changed a bit with these, especially these later albums, where they're basically fully just progressive metal now. I think now with the fan base, this album is held in high regard. But I do remember at the time, the pure death metal fans were kind of like, what the fuck is this? A little bit. Some of them overreacted a bit. I remember, I was kind of deep into like metal forums and stuff online at the time. So I had my finger on the pulse, and they were not really happy about this. There were plenty of people that liked it. Don't get me wrong, but I feel like they were kind of newer fans, like me, honestly. I didn't really get into Opeth until Ghost Reveries, full stop. And I went back and I listened to Blackwater Park because everybody's like, oh, you don't want to listen to Ghost Reveries, listen to Blackwater Park. People with Opeth avatars and things like that. And so I was like, oh, they must know what they're talking about. And I really liked this album, so I went back and listened to it, and I was like, yeah, this is fine, But this has always been my favorite one. Their follow-up, and this is probably like the last metal record that they came out with, was Watershed. It's not their best work. It's kind of a step back from Ghost Reveries, I think.
I can't really put my finger on why this one isn't as good. I think it's like, oh, you caught me picking my nose there. Ugh, how embarrassing. The reflection. Watch out. It's just, I mean, I don't know. It's just okay. It's just not Opeth's best. It's kind of like they were going through the motions of still being a metal band, and this is what I would say. I would say Ghost Reveries is like they still made a metal record, but they were being really progressive with it, and I feel like Watershed was kind of them just going through the motions, like I said. Now that changed a little bit, and that's just my opinion. That changed a little bit with Heritage. Now this is where they went full prog. This really isn't even a metal album. Like, I mean, it's still heavy in spots. Devil's Orchard is a 6th song. But it's definitely a step in the direction that you can tell they wanted to go to. I feel like there's more passion and drive behind this than Watershed. Like, I feel like this is more of like what they've been wanting to do for years. And then by the time you get to Sorceress, there's no screamed vocals at all, and they're full blown prog band with a completely different sound. And like, if you're not a metal fan, but you respect the instrumentation and some of that, and like the arrangement, like you like the 10-minute songs, then you might like this. This is a good album. I think I prefer Heritage of the two, but this is still good. And they have another newer one that's even more showing their softer side, but I can't really remember. I don't think I've listened to much of it. I've kind of gotten out of Opeth a little bit. I really like the direction that they went, but my tastes have also changed. So I think where they intersected the most was Ghost Reveries. And since then, I just haven't really, I don't know. I haven't really kept up. But I like where they went with things. I'm not a hater. I guess I didn't mature in the same direction that they did fully. So yeah, but Opeth, legendary band, very talented, very utmost respect for Opeth. They're one of the greatest prog bands ever. Okay, that was it for the O's. Now we got the P's, and we're starting off with a banger. This is actually my only Pantera album that I still have. I had this one, and I had Cowboys from Hell, but I don't know where Cowboys from Hell has gone off to. So Pantera has kind of an interesting history, and they're from Dallas, Texas. So my hometown. Represent. Here they are. There's Phil Anselmo, the lead singer. He came in with Cowboys from Hell. Before Cowboys from Hell is kind of considered their debut album, but they had a few albums before that with a different lead singer that were like just straight up hair metal. Like they were like Motley Crue and Whitesnake and Bon Jovi and shit like that. And then Cowboys from Hell came out with Phil Anselmo on vocals, and he pushed it in a more just metal direction. From what I understand, he kind of pushed that change in sound, and it turned out to be a great move. Cowboys from Hell is a great album. I love the title track. It's like one of the best openers of any metal album. And, they really refined their sound on Vulgar Display of Power. This is their sophomore effort. This is considered their best album by most people. So yeah, Phil on vocals. You got the two brothers, Vinnie Paul on drums, and Dimebag Darrell on guitar. Now, when they were a hair metal band, he was known as Diamond Darrell, which I think Dimebag fits him a little better. I remember the day that we found out that Dimebag passed away. I was in high school, and my metalhead friend told me, like, as soon as I sat down at 8 o'clock for homeroom, he was like, "Did you hear about Dimebag?" And I was like, "What?" And then he told me just before class started, he was like, Dimebag died. And then class started, and I was like, what? And I was just sitting there the whole time distracted, right? Because Dimebag Darrell, one of the greatest metal guitarists of all time, notorious for his Flying V guitar. He soloed with the best of them. He created some killer riffs. He was just a very talented guitar player. I don't really hold the same respect for Vinnie Paul, who also passed away a few years ago, just as a musician. But, you know, I think it's cool that they were brothers in a band. You know, not everybody can pull that off. And, you know, they stayed together for years. And then you got Rex on bass, who, you know, he's there too. I don't really know much about him. I know more about the other three. But, yeah, Vulgar Display of Power, though. Awesome album. You got possibly their most well-known song, Walk. It's one of the most covered metal songs, I would say. It's got kind of that prong-esque, snap your fingers, snap your neck kind of beat to it, and it just rocks, right? Starts off with Mouth for War, which is a good opener. Not quite as good as Cowboys from Hell, but still good. Fucking Hostile is good. This Love is kind of slows it down a little bit. They don't really have, on their debut, they have a song called Cemetery Gates that's like a full-blown ballad, and Phil's vocals on that song is crazy. There's a very famous part at the end of Cemetery Gates where Dimebag, with his tremolo bar on his guitar, matches the notes that Phil hits on the vocals. He hits these like falsetto notes, and then Dimebag comes in and hits the same notes on guitar. It's really cool. That's a really famous part of that famous song. But they don't really have a cut like that on here. Well, This Love isn't really even a ballad. It gets kind of intense, actually. It gets kind of crazy. This is their most aggressive album to date at the time. But Pantera kind of went like a little full metal too much, because like, okay, so they had their hair metal phase, right? And then they had Cowboys from Hell, which was kind of their new sound, and then they had Vulgar Display of Power, which was heavier than Cowboys from Hell. And then after this one, they came out with Far Beyond Driven, which was even heavier, and that was like their last good album. They came out with two others after that. There's I can't remember. Southern Roadkill. I can't remember the names of them. The one of them has a rattlesnake on the cover, where they went even heavier than Far Beyond Driven. And I can't really tell you why those albums aren't as celebrated. It just didn't really... This is the one that really resonated. I think this was like the perfect balance. It's like Goldilocks and the Three Bears, you know? Hair metal phase, too soft. Late two albums, too hard. Vulgar Display of Power, just right. I think that's kind of where they found themselves with their discography. But yeah, you know, the only two that are still around now are Phil and Rex. I think right now they're doing like a Pantera reunion, but it feels kind of weird because the brothers aren't there obviously anymore. But Phil's a weird guy. He's a controversial dude. He, you know, some people don't think they should be trying to do a reunion tour, and it's in poor taste. I don't really have too much of an opinion on it, because for me, Pantera is a band that is Pantera. You know, I don't know what's going on now, but this is going to be them. It's kind of like Metallica a little bit. Like, when I think of Metallica, I think of the early 4 albums, and I don't really think of what happened to them later. I don't like to think of that, right? And that's kind of how Pantera is for me. Like, this is a time capsule. Like, this is Pantera, and everything after this, I don't know, man. But yeah, I wish I had Cowboys from Hell here, but this is the only one that I still have. So, Pantera, legendary band. Kind of a troubled history after that. Papa Roach, Getting Away with Murder. So Papa Roach exploded onto the new metal scene with Infest, their debut album, which you probably know the song Last Resort. from it. Cut my life into pieces. This is my last resort. So they completely changed their sound for Getting Away with Murder, though. This is actually their third album. Their second album, it had a baby on the cover. I can't really remember. It had the single She Loves Me Not, which got a little bit of airplay, but it didn't have the lasting power of Last Resort. In fact, I'd be surprised if you even remember that song at all, even if you liked Papa Roach at the time. It's, yeah. It wasn't a great sophomore effort. This, however, their third album, they kind of redefined their sound a little bit, and this is what they went with for a while. I'm not a big Papa Roach fan, but this is a censored cover, by the way. I think I probably got this at Walmart, because it's supposed to have like a bloody heart on it, but yeah, obviously it doesn't have that. I think, Walmart like to censor their CDs, so it wouldn't surprise me. But yeah, Getting Away with Murder, the title track is really good. Yeah, I think Blood is good too. I don't know. Scars was on the radio. I remember that. It's one of those albums that I really liked at the time. I don't think I'm really gonna listen to it these days, but I do remember liking their change in sound. Yeah, Papa Roach. Ooh. Periphery, one of the most influential gent bands, if you can call them that, I guess. There are a few bands in metalcore that command as much respect as Periphery does, and these are their first three albums. There's Periphery, and then Periphery. Well, this is Periphery 1, this is Periphery 2, and this is Periphery 3. They've had a few since then. They've got let's see, one called Clear, I want to say. They've got one called, they've got like a double album, Alpha and Omega. They got Periphery 4. I mean, they're all, if you hear one Periphery album, you kind of hear them all. I believe this first one was with a different lead singer than the one they have now, Spencer. Let me see. Oh, no, Spencer's on vocals here. I'll be honest, I like Periphery, but I'm not like super duper into them. I got the names mixed up, I think. Because didn't they get I think they got a new lead singer. No, Spencer's still on vocals on this one. What am I thinking of? I thought they had a lead singer change. But yeah, Spencer has a very distinctive voice that there's a lot of bands out there that try to copy Periphery. They've got a really dynamic combination of these like genty guitars, these kind of crazy metalcore moments, but then they slow it down, and Spencer's voice really shines on the cleans, and they can pull off these transitions from being like this brutal metalcore band to being like honestly this like making these beautiful sounds and more like poppier moments. They can really pull off the transition, which I think is hard to do in metal. I'm really curious. I thought they had a lead singer change. I feel like I'm going nuts now. Let's see. Okay. Well, I'm going to take it off screen for a second because you got to look really closely at this. No, Spencer's still on vocals. What am I talking about? Sorry, guys. I'm going a little crazy because I've been talking about CDs for hours and hours. I guess I got something mixed up there. But yeah, I mean, I like Periphery. They're very influential. Like I said, there's a bunch of bands out there that sound exactly like them now. But I think my preferred Periphery experience is Periphery 2. I really like Have a Blast. That's like my favorite Periphery song. Facepalm Mute is good too. And I think, they really define their sound more. Like 3 is more polished. Marigold is possibly their best known song, Marigold. And it's a little more refined, but I don't know. I just like 2. But yeah, Periphery. Cool. That's all I have to say about them. There's some other people out there love Periphery so much they could probably make a full video, 20-minute video talking about them, but I'm just not one of those. Oh gosh. Oh, Christian rock. Pillar, Fireproof. Oh boy. So at the at the height of my teen Christian angst, listen to a bit of Pillar, Fireproof. Now Pillar was one of those bands that in the Christian genre that really thrived in the nu metal phase of things. They got the rapper right there. See, he's rapping about Jesus, and Pillar also had very strong faith-centered lyrics. A lot of Christian metal bands and Christian rock bands tended to be more ambiguous in their lyrics because it made them more appealing and acceptable to the mainstream. And so they'd kind of make things a little ambiguous. Like, just an example. Vertical Horizon has that song, Everything You Want, and it's about God being everything you want, but it also sounds like it could just be talking about a dude that you're in love with, yeah? So a lot of Christian bands try to toe that line of, like, if you're Christian, I'm talking about God or Jesus, and if you're not, then I could be talking about a girl, And Pillar was not like that. They were very in your face with their Christian lyrics. The album title Fireproof could be interpreted as they're not going to hell. Interestingly, Fireproof is kind of a fire song. Like it kind of rocks a little bit. I remember hearing it on Christian radio and being like, "Oh, this is pretty cool." Once you hear one Pillar song, though, you kind of have heard them all. They slowed down a little bit for Echelon, but yeah, the rest are just kind of, rap metal. And I don't think Christian rock ever got as popular as it did during the nu metal phase. Because nu metal was very angsty and, like, emotional in the forefront. And that's kind of how Christian music is, too. It's really angsty and very emotional, very just that those themes kind of run through their lyrics regardless of the genre. Unless you're listening to, like, straight up worship music, a lot of Christian pop artists, there are some that are more encouraging than others, but a lot of them tend to kind of make songs about feeling like an underdog and things like that. And so when nu metal came along, I feel like Christian rock artists were just, they really fit in. And Pillar's one of those, because, like, the songs are really angsty. They're really, like, dramatic, and that was kind of the style at the time. So yeah, Pillar fit that. And I'm not sure what they're up to these days. I think they're kind of still doing their thing. The thing about a lot of Christian rock artists too is that they kind of had one sound and then they would stick to it. I struggle to think of, like, kind of these mainstream Christian rock artists that really evolve their sound, and I listen to a lot of them. But Pillar's one of those. It's like, this came out 20 years ago, but I bet you if I were to pull them up, they would still sound like this. Maybe I'm wrong. I think they actually got a new lead singer at one point. I don't think this guy's still with them anymore. But, like, other bands like Disciple, Skillet, like, they've basically sounded the same for like 20 years. There's very little growth. And for me, POD sounds like POD, but that's just my opinion on it. This is one of those that I listened to a lot at the time, and I would pretty much never listen to it now. I can't remember the last time I listened to this album, 15 years ago maybe, and that was just for nostalgia. Placebo, Meds. Anybody remember Placebo? So, they're kind of a dramatic little indie rock band. Placebo's a weird band because every license for promotional use only. What? That's well, I bought this in a store, I'm pretty sure. I don't think I bought it used, so I'm not sure why it says that. But Placebo, they kind of had two modes. They had their catchy rocker songs, like for example, on the previous album before this, Daddy Cool, one of my favorite songs by them. This one has Infrared, kind of in the same vein. And then they have their really whiny indie songs like Song to Say Goodbye, which a song with very hateful lyrics, where they get very, very angsty and dramatic. So yeah, Placebo's kind of a weird one because it's like, on one hand they have fun, and on the other they're no fun at all. And so this album kind of straddles the line between those a lot, and I don't really like that much about it. Let's see, I ever Follow the Cops Back Home. It's kind of a slower one. Yeah. Oh, featuring Michael Stipe. I forgot that. Michael Stipe, lead singer of REM, on Broken Promise. REM, one of my favorite bands. At some point, we'll get into it. Cool. Oh. So this is The Police. This looks like a burned CD. What the heck? It's their greatest hits. So The Police, featuring lead singer Sting, an 80s, 80s new wave band, I guess you could say. They're kind of more alternative, like 80s alternative than new wave. They got some of their hits here: Roxanne, Don't Stand So Close to Me, Every Little Thing She Does Is Magic. My personal favorite, Invisible Sun. Invisible Sun has like a really a unique sound to it for The Police. It's a little less of their like, hey, I'm Sting, oh, kind of type of thing, and a little more like dramatic, like kind of an epic song in some ways. But yeah, Every Breath You Take. I mean, I'm just not a big Police fan, despite getting the greatest hits. I really just wanted to listen to Invisible Sun and see if they had anything else like that, and they didn't really. So, yep. The Postal Service. Give up. What an encouraging message. So the Postal Service is actually like a super group. It's made up of Ben Gibbard from Death Cab for Cutie and one other guy, Jimmy Tamborello. So, yeah. I think this is their only album, or it was their only album for a long time. I think maybe recently they came out with a new one, but the Postal Service achieved a lot of notoriety for the song Such Great Heights. This was kind of around the time that indie alternative sound was really in, and like the Garden State soundtrack was out. I think this might have even been on the Garden State soundtrack, Such Great Heights. And you kind of had a lot of people really getting into that music around the time. And the Postal Service was like Death Cab for Cutie, but instead of guitars, they had synthesizers, so it was a little poppier. I'm trying to remember what else to say about it. I mean, I liked Recycled Air a lot. The District Sleeps Alone Tonight. These were really calming songs. If you're looking for like a really calming, nice, chill, something to fall asleep to or something to study to, this is great. It's not going to get you amped up at all, I promise. Yeah, I mean, not much else to say about it. Kind of a cool little time capsule, really. Because like I said, I don't think they've done anything since then. If they have, it's very recent. And I don't really remember much about it. Power Man 5000. Tonight, the stars revolt. Look, it promises to be striking, startling, staggering, the supreme excitement of our time. I can't believe that. Power Man 5000. What to say about them? This includes their hit When Worlds Collide. I want to say the lead singer of this, that's him right there. I want to say he's like Rob Zombie's brother or something. Let me look that up real quick. I can't remember what his name is. I think he used a stage name. Let me see. Spider One is his name. Spider One. He is the younger sibling of Rob Zombie. There he is. Oh, you can't even see it. It's like too bright. Whatever. The younger sibling of musician and filmmaker Rob Zombie. I can't believe I remembered that. But yeah, he's basically the only permanent member of the group. Like, they're still around and doing stuff. This was one of their early, I think this might have been their debut. I'm not sure. But as you can see, it's very quirky, very like stylistic of like old movie posters and stuff. Wow. But it's just kind of, oh my gosh, there's no CD. Come on. How can there be no CD? It's just got the jewel case like an asshole. It's the #1 bestseller. Yeah, not much else to say about Fireman 5000. They're okay. Ooh, the rest of these. Protest the Hero. I've got their debut album, Kezia, their follow-up, Fortress, Scurrilous, and Volition, which I think we can kind of separate these into two categories here. So, Protest the Hero they're arguably a metalcore band, but not really. There's very little screaming and a lot of high-pitched vocals. The lead singer, oh my gosh, what's his name? I remember the name of the guitar player, Luke Hoskin. I remember because I was like blown away by their guitars. That's really the main reason I listened to him. Rhodey, I think his name is Rhodey. There he is. Rhodey. There's Arif, the bass player. He was very good too. So Protest the Hero is a band that has outstanding instrumentals. Like, they don't really show it off a lot on this debut album because it's kind of more of a raw sound. But they've still got some moments where they show off like these kind of incredible guitar solos and stuff. No Stars Over Bethlehem is a great opener. Heretics and Killers is probably my favorite on this one. Blindfolds Aside, that was a good one. But they do very like fast thrashy songs, and Rhodey has a very high pitched voice, and it's kind of a make or break thing. Like, if you hate his voice, then you won't like Protest the Hero. You're either gonna love it or hate it. Actually, that's not true because I just think it's okay. It doesn't really bother me that much, but it could annoy the shit out of you because it's very high pitched. Now, with that said, if you're a fan of like metal instrumentals at all, Fortress is their best work. I remember when this came out when I was in college. I was blown away by it. It was, I think, the only album that could have dethroned the Human Abstract's Nocturne from my top album spot, and it did. What's great about this album is that they went all in on the instrumentals to the point where they actually released like a deluxe edition or something with all of the instrumental versions of the songs. So you can get the songs without the vocals. So if you listen to Protest the Hero and you're like, I love the instrumentals, I love the musicianship, but I just can't get into the vocals, then I've got good news. You should listen to the instrumental version of Fortress, because it's amazing. The guitars, the bass, I mean, it's rare that I talk about the bass in these bands, but it's just amazing. Probably my favorite song is Palms Red. Is it Palms Red or Palms Reed? I think it's got to be Palms Red. This is also a concept album. I'm not sure if I mentioned that. So like the lyrics are all tied together, but you obviously don't get that from an instrumental version of it. But yeah, just from beginning to end, from the opening chaos of Blood Meat all the way to the grand finale of Goddess Gagged. This is an album that doesn't let up from the beginning to the end. It's just full chaos the whole time. Really incredible stuff. Now, that makes it all the more disappointing for me that I couldn't get into the follow-up, Scurrilous. I don't know what it was about it. I just couldn't I couldn't get into it. And I think they retained all of their personnel. I could be wrong. But it just didn't quite. I feel like they didn't mature quite in the way that I expected with Scurrilous. It's not bad. It just didn't really vibe with me, and Volition really didn't vibe with me from what I remember. Well, can I see? Okay, yeah. Vultures with I don't know, Night Vision. Great. Yeah, I honestly can't remember much about this. Maybe I just didn't listen to it enough. I don't know. But Protest the Hero for me, it's all about Fortress, really, and namely the first two albums, and I just haven't really kept up with them since. Guess what? We're done with the P's. Hell yeah. So we don't have that much. We don't have that much until we get to S, and in fact, Q only has one band. You probably know who it is. Oh my gosh. You are so annoying. There we go. Queens of the Stone Age. One of my favorite rock bands. I don't have copies of Rated R or the debut. I had a burned copy of Rated R, I think. My roommate burned it for me one time when in college, but yeah, Songs for the Deaf, their third album, masterpiece. This is one of those that I want to get on vinyl. Yeah, Queens of the Stone Age is they're a rock band led up by Josh Homme, lead singer, lead guitar player. He's a very prolific musician. He's not only in Queens of the Stone Age, but there's a stoner metal band called Kios that he's in. He's in a band called Them Crooked Vultures as well. I think he is anyway. I think he's also in a band called Eagles of Death Metal. Yeah. But he doesn't do vocals on that one. There's another guy that does vocals, but he's very prolific in his music. But Queens of the Stone Age is the stuff where he really shines, I think. Songs for the Deaf in particular is just a really aggressive, great album. And part of that is that it features Dave Grohl on drums. Dave Grohl, the lead singer and founder of the Foo Fighters, as well as the drummer for Nirvana. He's on this album, and he really gives it that extra push. Like, for example, the blistering opener, You Think I Ain't Worth a Dollar, but I Feel Like a Millionaire, which might be my favorite Queen song. I'm not sure. Is propelled by, Dave Grohl's energetic drumming. And if you see them perform any of these songs with Dave on drums live, it's like he gives the songs all this new energy. It's really good. Nick Oliveri on bass. This is his last album with Queens of the Stone Age, I believe. He does some backing vocals and stuff. He kind of also gave Queens their edgier, heavier sound, in my opinion. But yeah, he's kind of a controversial figure in the Queens of the Stone Age history. Hidden track. Oh yeah. Basically, it's on the same track as Song for the Deaf. There's just like a bunch of silence in between it, I think. That's like a little trick that people used to do for CDs. That it kind of doesn't work with streaming now. So I think they do it as like separate tracks for streaming, but they used to, if they wanted to hide a track, they would make the last song like 13 minutes long, and there'd be like, I don't know, 8 minutes of silence in between. But yeah, there's some great ones on here. No One Knows is their big radio hit. First It Giveth is a great song. That was their second single. Kind of a mistake, I think, First It Giveth being the second single. Probably should have been Go With The Flow, which ended up being the third single, I want to say. That's a good song, too. There's some like chaotic songs like Six Shooter. Yeah, it's just good from beginning to end. They got their like droning kind of stoner rock magnum opuses in there, but then they've also got like their radio rock songs like No One Knows. It's just a really good, really solid album, and yeah, one of the best rock records ever, I would even say. Now, as much as I like that, my favorite album from them is Lullabies to Paralyze. I already have this one on vinyl. I already have it. This kind of took things in a different direction for Queens of the Stone Age. It took things in more of like a surrealist, atmospheric realm. There's a lot of reverb on Josh's voice. There's a lot of like, I don't know, just like kind of the atmosphere of the album is very like creepy, really melodic, less rocker. They have some on here that could have been on No One Knows, like Medication, for example. But then there's stuff on here that it's like specifically a Lullabies to Paralyze sound, like Tangled Up in Plaid, for example, or Someone's in the Wolf, are just kind of, I don't know the word to describe it. Like Josh hits these really high notes, and they kind of do these droning rhythmic guitars. Kind of sounds like kind of like tribal rhythm type of thing. It's got a unique sound to it. Like no other Queens of the Stone Age album sounds like this. And like Little Sister was the first single, and it sounds like Songs for the Deaf. It sounds like something that would be on there. So they've got some that kind of are like that, but then there's some where they really are experimenting with a new sound, and I think it's killer. So this is actually my favorite from them. After that was Era Vulgaris, which is really hit or miss with me. I kept the insert for all these. That's funny. So, let's see. What was... I think Make It With You was the lead single. And it's kind of a slow, cutesy song. Sick, Sick, Sick sounds like it could have been off of Lullabies to Paralyze, so of course that's my favorite song on the album. But it overall, they kind of like take a step back. They're a little more laid back on Era Vulgaris a little bit. And it's really hit or miss for me. Like some songs I really like, some I kind of dislike, to be honest. And that's where I'm at with that. Villains is the last one that I have. This is more of like a straight up rock record in a lot of ways. One of their biggest hits is The Way You Used to Do, which is kind of an exemplary of the album overall. And it's been a while since I've listened to it, because I remember listening to it and being kind of like, you know, just not quite as impressed as I used to be with Quatsa. But, you know, a lot of people really like this album. Some people, this is their favorite Queens of the Stone Age album, even more than Songs for the Deaf. But I just can't quite get into it as much as I used to. As much as the way I used to do, you could say. But, yeah, Queens of the Stone Age, great rock band. Surprisingly, there aren't that many R CDs. I've only got like 6. I should have way more, but I'll talk about that in a second. Let's get these guys out of the way. Raunchy. Raunchy are... I want to say they're like melodic death metal, but really they're kind of more like industrial metal. I don't know how to categorize them. They're kind of like Nemec and similar bands. They're probably the most similar band I can think of to Nemec, actually. Confusion Bay is probably the better album of the two. Death Pop Romance. The lyrics are kind of, I don't know, cringy a little bit. I'm not sure why that is. And some people just don't write lyrics as well as others. But the music's definitely better than the lyrics are. I like Summer of Overload, Watch Out. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, this is not a very memorable band for me. I think I liked them more at the time, and then since then I just haven't kept up with them. Abandon Your Hope and Phantoms are probably highlights here. But yeah, there's synthesizers, there's kind of electronic cyber metal almost feel to them, but pretty forgettable overall for me. Well, I had to get this Red Hot Chili Peppers Blood Sugar Sex Magic for $1. Forget about it. Might as well get it, right? So this is a kind of a legendary Red Hot Chili Peppers album. Oh, you can't even read the track list. It's got a lot of their big hits on it, though. It's got, let's see. Let's go through it. Breaking the Girls on here. Suck My Kiss. Give It Away. Under the Bridge. Under the Bridge, their big ballad. Red Hot Chili Peppers are not a band I've particularly ever liked, but I looked at this and I was like, how can I not get it? You know, it's a iconic album. So I don't really have a whole lot to say about Red Hot Chili Peppers. I'm just not a big fan. You know, they've got a lot of hit radio singles, and some of those I like. You know, I really like Snow Heyo from Stadium Arcadium, and you know, there's some songs on Californication that I really like. The Other Side, for example. But yeah, just as a whole, I haven't been able to get through an entire album. There's no deep cuts of Red Hot Chili Peppers that I'm like, oh, no, that's a classic. And that's kind of the hallmark of bands that I really get into, is like if the filler tracks really resonate with me. Okay, REM. So yeah, I got this for $1 Out of Time, and I have Document. I also have on vinyl and cassette their early greatest hits album, Eponymous, which features some of my favorite REM songs. So REM they're an alternative band, started in the early 80s, I believe, maybe even late 70s. And they've gone through a lot of changes over the years. They're no longer a band, sadly. They broke up over 10 years ago. I'll never get to see them live. Wah, wah. Woe is me. REM is one of my favorite bands. I think lead singer Michael Stipe has an incredible voice, and they've got a wide-ranging sound. Peter Buck on guitar is one of the few guitar players that you can tell immediately that Peter Buck is on guitar sometimes, because he does this like little like jangly riffs and stuff that it's like that's a Peter Buck riff. It's kind of amazing. Mike Mills on bass, doing great backing vocals and stuff, those trademark harmonies and stuff. REM's just like one of the greatest three-piece bands of all time, one of the greatest bands of all time, and I wish I had more records. But yeah, let's go through it. So Document is the earlier album of these, and Document is, I believe it's 1987, is that it? 1987? It doesn't say here. But yeah, this has some of their like earlier sound. It's got Finest Work Song. It's The End of the World as We Know It, and I Feel Fine, which is probably one that you're familiar with if you've ever listened to songs on the radio or watched a movie trailer. It's also got The One I Love. So this has one thing I love about REM is that, like, if I go back and I listen to a song, I can tell you exactly what album it's on just because of how it sounds. They have very distinctive album tones to them. And, you know, Finest Work Song, End of the World as We Know It, and The One I Love all have very similar sounds. And it's like, that's the Document sound, right? It's kind of like guitar riff driven, but it's not, it's still like an alternative kind of sound. And it's a sound that they don't really have on any other album, which is really cool. And it's something that I didn't notice about REM for a long time. But yeah, that's the Document sound. This isn't my favorite album from them by any means, but I do like this phase of them. Now, Out of Time is, I believe this is like their best-selling record, and it's because it has Losing My Religion on it, which is their biggest hit. Also, possibly their best song, one of the best songs of all time, Losing My Religion. How long has that hair been there? Don't answer that question. Losing My Religion, like I would say that's like a top 10 song for rock just as a genre. It's just like perfect. It's also got Shiny Happy People on it, which was another big hit, and it's one of the most reviled songs by the fan base. REM fans hate this song. It features the lead singer of the B-52s on it. I can't remember her name. Belinda? No, there's too many names in my head right now. But yeah, Shiny Happy People. I actually like that song. It's because REM is kind of known for being this like melancholy, depressing, introspective band sort of in a lot of ways, and Shiny Happy People is just like a happy song. And it's not an ironic thing. Like a lot of people interpret Shiny Happy People as being like them making fun of happy people, or them like tongue-in-cheek sarcastic lyrics. But and I kind of thought of it that way at first because it's so out of character for them. Going from like Losing My Religion to Shiny Happy People, it's very jarring. And that's one reason why it's kind of a hated song by their fan base. But I think they just wrote like a happy song, and it's kind of cool actually in that respect. Now, REM as a band notoriously hates the song too. In fact, they've never played it live, and I think they were embarrassed by it being such a big hit. I don't think they anticipated it being a big hit single. And so to a lot of people out there, REM is the Shiny Happy People band. Losing My Religion, I think, was a bigger hit overall, but a lot of people identify them with this because it's a catchier song. It's a little more radio friendly, and I think they kind of resented that. So, but yeah, Out of Time, actually, other than those two songs and radio song, they've always got a song about like the radio or something like that, where that's kind of a tongue-in-cheek song a little bit, I think, from what I remember at least. It's been a while since I've listened to it. But yeah, this is not my favorite album from them either. I just have it. I was like $1. I'll get it. I get a lot of deals. What can I say? But Out of Time, actually, this is the sound that they went with in the early 90s. Their follow-up album, Automatic for the People, has a very similar sound to it. And those are like kind of the two REM albums that kind of have the same sort of sound, Out of Time and Automatic for the People. Because Automatic for the People has Everybody Hurts on it, which is one of their other big songs. It was funny, though, because by that point, that might be their most well-known album. By that point, I think they had gotten really tired of the fame and notoriety and stuff, because the one after that is actually probably my favorite REM album. It's called Monster, and it's just a rock record. Like, it sounds completely different from any of their other albums. I wish I had a copy of it. I'll probably get it on vinyl. But it's got What's the Frequency Kenneth on it, and then it's got a bunch of other songs that sound a lot like What's the Frequency Kenneth. It's really like distorted guitars, which was weird for them. They didn't really do a whole lot of that up until then. It's kind of like their grunge album. It's really cool. It came out in 1994, I think. So this was 91. Automatic for the People was 92. Monster was 94. And it kind of was when they kind of exited the spotlight a little bit, because this era of REM was very mainstream. Everybody knew who they were, right? But then they came out with Monster, and they really only had one single from it, and it kind of just... They didn't really... it wasn't a big hit, I don't think. And I think even among REM fans, it's not really their favorites, but it's my favorite. I really like the risks that they took. I like bands that take risks like that and completely change their sound and pull it off. That's the key, and I think they pulled it off with Monster. And their albums after that are are okay too, but that's like the last great album from REM in my opinion. But yeah, I really respect them a lot. They're one of my favorite bands. I think they're one of the greatest rock bands of all time, and I wish I had more albums in my possession. So those are my thoughts on REM. Funny story about REM, real quick, actually. One last thing. I was over at a friend's house one time, and I won't say their name, but they were a little pretentious about music, and they didn't like REM. They thought that REM was like old people music, I guess, and it wasn't like they're cool new bands that they liked. And so they were playing the Decemberists one time. And the Decemberists was one of their, like, this is a cool indie band, and you probably haven't heard of them. And they were playing them for me. It was like, I love the Decemberists. And I was listening to them, and a song came on that I was like, this sounds exactly like REM. This sounds like an REM song. And I said that to him, and he got really angry. And he told me to fuck off. He like cut me off, interrupted me, and told me to fuck off. And it was like, it doesn't sound anything like REM. Dude, doesn't sound anything like them. You're wrong. And got really offended by it because, that I'm calling his cool indie band this old fart boomer shit, REM, right? And I remember being like, I swear it sounds like REM though. And I wasn't really a big Decemberist fan, but not too long ago, this happened years ago, like, I don't know, 8 years ago, something like that. Not too long ago, I looked up, I was like, I gotta find that Decemberist song. And I found it. I went through their discography and I found it, and I was like, this is the song. This is the song that sounds like REM. And then I found out that actually, like I said earlier, Peter Buck from REM has such a distinctive sound. He was playing guitar on that song. And on several songs on that album featured Peter Buck from REM on guitar. And I felt so vindicated. I was just like, I knew it sounded like REM. I knew something about it was setting off my REM senses. And my friend got so angry about it. And he was wrong. So like factually, demonstrably, objectively wrong. It did sound like REM because there was a guy from REM on the song. So yeah, I feel very smug about that. It's very validating when something like that happens. When you're like, this sounds like this, and then you kind of start being like, wait, am I going crazy? Is that not? But no, it did. So yeah, I'm not friends with that guy anymore. Not because of that, but just unrelated things. This is going to wrap up the R's. This is actually my mom's CD that she gave to me, Rolling Stones, Flashpoints, my only Rolling Stones album. I'm a big Beatles fan, but I never really was able to get into Rolling Stones. This is like a live album. They did greatest hits, basically. They did, Start Me Up, You Can't Always Get What You Want, Sympathy for the Devil, Jumpin' Jack Flash. It's got all the hits on it from their 1989 to 1990 world tour. Yeah, I don't know. I just haven't never really been able to get into Rolling Stones like the Beatles. And they're similar bands, I guess, similar eras, but I vastly prefer the Beatles. What can I say? I do think it's really impressive that the Rolling Stones are still touring, and they're literally about to turn 80. Mick Jagger and Keith Richards are 79 years old, and they are still touring. That is insane to me. Kudos to them and whatever unicorn blood they're drinking that's allowing that to happen. But yeah, I have this, and I mean, I don't know if I'll keep it, to be honest. But my mom didn't want it. She pawned it off on me, and then now I don't want it. So, is it still? Oh my gosh, I hate it when this happens. It's some of the plastic is still on it at the top. Some like the sticky plastic. See? Oh my gosh. Wow. Anyway, yeah, that's gonna do it for the R's, and we have about 70 S's coming up, and I'm not looking forward to going through all those. So what are we at right now? We just finished 263, so we've got about 117 left to go. Gotta wonder why I did this, What was I thinking? 10-hour video. Is it going to be like a 10-hour video at this point? My God. But yeah, I'll be back for that. Hello again. I'm back, and we'll be doing the S albums now. Okay. Don't need to inject any more pomp and circumstance into this. We're 6.5 hours in. If you're bored, too bad, so sad. All right? Maybe you shouldn't be watching a 10-hour video. Dumbass. Right, let's get it back into it. Thanks for watching. Saliva every 6 seconds. This is what we're going to start off the S pile with. We've got about 70 albums from artists that start with S, so great. Saliva is a, let's see, they were a rap metal band, in the beginning at least. This is their debut album, fronted by lead singer Josie Scott, who also collaborated with Chad Kroeger from Nickelback on a song for the Spider-Man soundtrack, the Sam Raimi Spider-Man. Now, I liked Saliva when they started out. They kind of had this rap metal vibe, and it kind of went away a couple albums into their career, and it never came back. But this one is pretty solid. This is, 2001. That makes sense. Features the single Click, Click, Boom, which was their big claim to fame at first. But honestly, like a lot of the filler tracks on here are pretty solid. I like Superstar. Your Disease, pretty good. I like Beg. A couple others on here. But yeah, Saliva had kind of a cringe amount of swagger. You know, they're a rap metal group, right? And it's not exactly like the coolest thing on the face of the planet or anything. But I am a little self-aware. This album is kind of cheesy, but I really like it. Oh yeah, I forgot that she's on the back too. I guess she's like somebody's daughter or something. Well, obviously. Yeah, of course. She's somebody's daughter. Duh. I meant like somebody involved in the making of the record. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, I know Saliva are kind of cringe, but I like this album. And actually, I also like the follow-up. I don't have a copy of it, but it was called Back Into Your System, I believe. Kind of a gross name when you think about the artist name, Saliva. I think, yeah, because I think they meant it in a dirty way. I don't know. That album's pretty good too, particularly the opener, which is actually called Superstar 2, if I remember right. That one also has a song called Always, which was their biggest radio hit and probably the best song they came out with overall. It also had, let's see, Tear Me Into Pieces. Yeah, so I think Tear Me Into Pieces is what it was called. They had like a ballad that kind of hit it big. But after that second album, starting with their third album, they started going this like rock and roll route. And they started like really doubling down on like the douchey persona. So they kind of lost me there. But I like their first two albums and specifically their debut. Something about this when I was 13 just hit right. I can't really explain it. Okay, and yeah, bands, musical acts similar to Saliva. We have Sarah McLachlan. I would like to introduce to you my Sarah McLachlan collection. These are her early albums right here, which are ones that I'm most a fan of. There's also a remix album in here too. I'll just go ahead and say I got this because I was like, it's Sarah McLachlan, and it's electronic music, and like it's okay. It's basically a lot of her like early songs remixed, like given like an electronic flair, and it's fine, but I'm not like, I don't know, man, it's not great. I like Sarah McLachlan for her like chill vibes, and it was a nice experiment, but not really for me. Now these three albums, on the other hand, this is the Sarah McLachlan trilogy as far as I'm concerned. So if you don't know anything about Sarah McLachlan, and her name sounds familiar, you're probably wondering why. She does that In the Arms of the Angel song that you know they show the sad pets for the ASPCA commercials. Yeah, that's Sarah McLachlan, right? She does that, doesn't she do that song from Toy Story 2 during the sad montage for the cowgirl? When she loved me. Something like that. Wasn't that her? Anyway.
So she's mostly known for like her very sad ballads, right? But you may not know this about Sarah McLachlan. She's actually kind of fun. This, I believe, is her debut, Solace. And it's okay, you know. This isn't my favorite of her work. But, oh my goodness, nudity. I don't actually know if they're nude or not. There's some good stuff on here, like I like Into the Fire, Backdoor Man. This came out, I want to say, 91, so this is really early. She's got some kind of, there's like a little bit of 80s influence with Sarah on this album that she really comes into her own on the next album, which is Fumbling Towards Ecstasy, and this is her best album. This right here. This is what I think of when I think of Sarah McLachlan. Actually, one of my favorite albums, believe it or not. Yeah, she gets this kind of new agey kind of sound around here, almost Enya-esque in spots. But yeah, it's like a cool alternative album. Fear is a standout track. That's just like a haunting melody right there, one of my favorites. But there's plenty of good stuff in here. Plenty is a good one. Possession. Yeah. It's just really good overall. I don't know what else to say. It's just really good. This actually, the reason I wanted to point this one out as like her best album is because it didn't have a bunch of hits on it. And she hadn't like exploded onto the scene yet. She was still, from what I understand at least, kind of more of an underground indie artist, but that all changed with Surfacing. This had some of her more contemporary music on it. Like Fumbling Towards Ecstasy is kind of a slower, more atmospheric album, and Surfacing is a poppier, definitely. This one has one of her biggest hits on it, Building a Mystery. It actually starts off the album, and I love that song. It's just got a cool vibe. Sweet Surrender is on here as well. And yes, Angels is on here as well. So this is where she really broke into the mainstream. And you know, after this came the Christmas albums and all that stuff. But yeah, it's you know what, this metalhead is a Sarah McLachlan stan. What can I say? So, you know, I really like a lot of the tracks on Surfacing, but I think as far as the overall album goes, it's all about Fumbling Towards Ecstasy. Now, this, I want to say, came out in 96. I was like staring at it the whole time. Is it 96? I'm like searching desperately for the year. 97 maybe? I don't know why I just... Okay. Yeah, oh yeah, there it is. 97 right there. You guys are probably staring at it the whole time. But, you know, believe it or not, the camera is a lot closer than my face. So, but yeah, Sarah McLachlan, great independent singer, songwriter, and you know, I like this kind of stuff. I like Bjork, Bat for Lashes, Sarah McLachlan, you know, anything kind of along this vein. Chelsea Wolfe, you know, the list goes on. Melanie Martinez. So I think that they got a cool vibe. Okay, well, we won't talk much about this. This is basically just a metal record. This is from a band called Satariel. The album is called Hydra, and it's basically... Look at this, dude. I mean, this is kind of an example of like where typeface choice kind of makes it boring. It could make it exciting instead. Satariel is basically a melodic... Are they a melodic death metal band? Possibly. Melodic death metal tends to encompass a lot of different styles. I think you could probably get away with calling them that. I don't know if they ever did anything after this, but it's just like it's an okay metal record. Freedom Fall is probably the standout for me. Nile Juggernaut's pretty heavy from what I remember, but they're pretty melodic. Nothing super special to me, but not not bad by any means. You know, it's just kind of, you know, you could chill out to it, put it on the background. That's my stance. Ooh, Scale the Summit, the migration. Scale the Summit, instrumental metal, kind of like Animals as Leaders. I think if you're a fan of Animals as Leaders, you'll like Scale the Summit. Oh, dude, yeah, the edge of it broke off. Wow. Anyway, I don't know much about them, like personnel wise or history. Can't really give you any. Wow, they just did the exact same image on the disc that they did on the inset. Nice. And the cover. They were like, they really like this image. Let's say, is it on the back too? I think. No, it's not. It's a different image. Okay, I thought they just like reversed it. Yeah, just really chill, like great instrumental guitar work, and that's why I liked it. So if you like Animals as Leaders, you'll like Scale the Summit, I think. They're a little less dynamic, but and a little more like I don't want to say droning, but like they kind of get into a loop more than Animals as Leaders. That's my vibe anyway. Scar Symmetry. Okay, so actually there's an album missing from this. There's an album called Pitch Black Progress, which is actually my favorite one from them. It's got like a little skeleton on the front. I think I loaned that to a friend and I never got it back. I think I loaned a bunch of albums to a friend and never got them back, like in batch or something. But yeah, they actually had a different singer for that one than they did for this one, Dark Matter Dimensions. Scar Symmetry they're like a melodic, I don't know, a melodic death metal band. Yeah, I'd say so. Although I think after Pitch Black Progress, they had more of a melodic style. So let's see. Yeah, they've got like powerful vocals, and the instrumentation is pretty solid all around. They really, I feel like their music has a punch to it that's pretty compelling. And they do well for like an entire album. Like I can listen to an entire album of Scar Symmetry. Like I can't really tell you a whole lot of like standout tracks. I remember Luminoid Dream Sequence is pretty good. But I just remember like listening to the album from front to back and being pretty impressed. But I can't tell you like, oh, you gotta listen to this song in particular. I mean, Pitch Black Progress had a song called The Illusionist that I remember really liking. It's the type of thing like if you like Soilwork, you'll like Scar Symmetry. They're probably the most similar band I've found to Soilwork, to getting that kind of sound. They go a little more operatic and dramatic than Soilwork does. This is The Singularity, one of their later albums. This one's pretty good too. I don't really have anything like negative to say about them. I mean, I say later, 2014. It has been a while since I've caught up with them. They're still going. I think it's been a hot minute since they released anything. But yeah, Scar Symmetry, really solid band. They're not one of my favorites, but I don't dislike them by any means, and I'm not like mad towards them. I like them all right. I think they're pretty cool. Their music videos are kind of a little cringe though. They take themselves really seriously in the music videos, but the music itself is like really fun. I feel like the clean vocals are really powerful, and they've got a good atmosphere to them, and the music itself can be pretty fun. So yeah, I like Scar Symmetry. Ooh. Oh. Here's a post-grunge band, Seether. Ooh. Starting with their edgy debut, Disclaimer, which is also their heaviest song. This is like borderline nu metal. Now, what was interesting about this album is that there were actually like 10 different variant covers. This is the one that I got, right? But if you also had this album, you probably had a different cover than this. You can kind of see a preview of them here. They basically had these different people
pose with signs that said things like, well, you can kind of see on the inset, I think, maybe, but it's like people showing their, hidden thoughts that they tell themselves. It's not like, I love it when you fail, just like things that they keep to themselves in their head, right? So yeah, I don't know. Here's the guys here. Sean Morgan, that's his name. He dated Amy Lee from Evanescence for a bit early on. I don't think it went particularly well. Fun little fact about Nick Oshiro here on drums. So he was only with Seether for this album, and then after that, he left to join Static X, actually, for their albums, The Shadow Zone, and the subsequent albums. I'm not sure when he left, but yeah, I remember when that happened. He was like, it sounded like he was really excited about it. I don't know how I know that. Maybe I saw it. Maybe I like read it in a metal magazine or something like that. But yeah, this is a pretty heavy album from Seether, probably their heaviest. There's some songs on here, like the single was Fine Again, which did really well on the radio. That got played all over the place, and it's kind of a slower song. And the second single was Driven Under, which is also a slower, kind of more ballady song. But I was surprised when I got the album about how heavy it is. Like track number 11 is actually called Fuck It, and that's kind of a new metal song, really. Pigs, kind of a new metal. Needles. Yeah, some of them are pretty heavy, pretty angry music. Interestingly, the last track, Broken, I forgot that was on here. Sean actually did a version of this collab with Amy Lee, and I want to say it was for the Punisher soundtrack. It was on some big comic book movie soundtrack, Broken. It was there's a version with Amy Lee, not on this album, but on a soundtrack that they did together, and that one got played on the radio. Mostly because people just couldn't get enough of Amy Lee from Evanescence. She, people wanted more and more of her, and well, they got it with that one. So, yeah, this is my favorite Seether album, but I have a couple more. This is the sophomore effort, Karma and Effect. The big hit from this one was Remedy. It could be a remedy. I can't remember how it goes. Yeah, I remember playing it on guitar. I don't really remember much else here. There's a couple like kind of heavy songs still. They've got a little bit of that disclaimer sound still, but yeah, it's kind of a step down overall, I would say. Now, in between Karma and Effect, and well, you can see there's Sean and Dale, and then there's these two guys who are new drummer, and then a second guitar player. So they actually had another album in between this called Disclaimer 2, which it was basically all the tracks from Disclaimer, but they repackaged it with the Amy Lee version of Broken and like 5 or 6 other songs. There's a song on there called Cigarettes that's really good. Kind of an upbeat little rocker, kind of like 69T on this one, which is also one of my favorites. And then this is Finding Beauty in Negative Spaces, I believe is, yep, that's it. This is their third album, and this had one of probably their biggest hit at the time, Fake It. I'm trying to remember if there was another one. Yeah, Fake It was the big single for this one, and I think this is when I started, because like, I don't know, I like Seether, but I kind of was getting out of post-grunge around this time, and this is kind of 2007. It's a little late for post-grunge, so yeah, I like these albums okay overall, but I'm not like, they're not among my favorites really. Maybe Disclaimer, I don't know, it's like that would make a top 100 list for me. But yeah, I mean, I don't think I'd buy their new albums, Come on, focus on it. Thank you.
Thank you for doing what I told you to do. Okay. Next is a swig of water for me. One of my favorite bands. One of my favorite nu metal bands. And that is Seven Dust, which I have their first 6 albums here. And I don't have any of them after that. So you can kind of see, when did Alpha come out? 2007. Yeah. Whew. This is a lot to talk about. Okay, so Seven Dust is a nu metal band. So, but they're not like the rest. Honestly, they're really not. They're a little more mainstream sounding, but not in a bad way at all. They've got a really talented lead singer, LeJon Witherspoon, pictured here separate from the band. I'm not sure why. His vocals bring a different dimension to the group. So like they are kind of nu metal, but like you could also just call them straight up hard rock. Frankly, like there's a little bit of nu metal influence, mostly on this album, on their debut, which the best song on this one, I'm a big Seven Dust fan, but their debut is a little too raw for me, with the exception of the song Black. Black is an amazing song, and it's like the guitar riff on that with the delay and everything. It's got a great atmosphere for it, and it's one of those that you can just kind of it pumps you up a little bit. I like Black a lot. That's one of my favorite songs by them. But I mean, as far as the rest, I mean, Bitch is okay. From what I remember, Too Close to Hate sounds. I can't really remember. I don't really listen to this one, but this was really early in the nu metal craze, 1997. So they really refined their sound with Home. Now, a lot of people think this is Seven Dust's best album. It's definitely their heaviest. This is definitely their heaviest album. As far as their best, I think I'll save that for the next one, for my personal opinion. But Home is a very good album, and it kind of is. This is more of the sound that they go with for the rest of their career. They kind of refined it a bit, and it's rare that a sophomore effort like this. Usually, it takes until album number 3 for bands to really nail down what they want to sound like. I've noticed just a trend in general, but they kind of nailed it with this one a bit. Even though it is their heaviest, they kind of kept the same sound for the rest of their albums, but they toned it down a little bit. Denial was the lead single, but my favorite is Waffle. Waffle is a good song. Waffle is one of the least heavy ones, but it's got a great dynamic feel to it, and it's like the verse is kind of chill, the intro is kind of chill, and then it goes nuts during the chorus. One of those songs. Whereas a song like Rumblefish, the one after, is just like crazy the whole time. LeJon does this thing where he's got a great singing voice, but then he does this kind of like, I don't know what to call it. It's kind of like throat singing a little bit. It's not quite a scream, but where he'll get that like they can't really do it. Whatever. If you hear it, you'll know what I mean. He does it the entire song for Rumblefish. He does it for Head Trip. It's just kind of like it's a cool sound though, and he does it a lot in this album. Yeah, Home, a good album. There we go. Oh, is this? Oh, I never realized this. Huh. This is that's Dobbs, the dog. Oh my gosh. I remember seeing this, but I didn't make the connection at the time. This was for the lead singer of the band Snot is died around this time, and Dobbs was his dog. The band Snot, they had one album, and they had the dog on the cover of the album, and it was the lead singer's dog, and he never he never went anywhere without it, and they got into a fatal car accident together. It's a sad story. But I didn't know that they did this. Like, I remember seeing this when I was a teenager, and just it didn't connect. I was just like, who's Dobbs? Who's that? And I mean, what year was this? 1999, like, I just didn't know. I didn't listen to Snot. But yeah, that's weird to make the connection now. Damn. Okay. Well, sorry to regale you with a sudden tale of a dog and a lead singer that tragically died in a car accident. But let's get back to the music. Yeah, so Home is Home's a great album. Like I said, a lot of hardcore Seven Dust fans, this is their favorite. This is like where Seven Dust peaked. For me, it's the next one, which is Animosity. This is like, when I think of Seven Dust, I think of this. Now this is the Walmart version, I'm pretty sure. So I bought the CD at Walmart, so it got censored. So like this first song, I don't know why it's called this. Okay, first of all, I don't know why it's called this, but the first song is actually called Tits on a Boar. For some reason, it's shortened to TOAB here. I think it's because it's the Walmart version, but that's also why it doesn't say parental advisory. But yeah, this is a great album. They kind of softened up a little bit with songs like Live Again, which is one of my favorite songs from them. Live Again is like, it really shows that they could do a ballad right, and it's not really even a ballad so much. Like, there's crunchy guitars in the intro and stuff. Actually, Angel's Son is, I think Angel's Son, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, is about the lead singer of Snot. Huh. That's a ballad though. Christmas Day is a ballad too. So they kind of slowed things down a little bit for this one. But yeah, but it still gets heavy. Like Praise, Crucified is one of my favorite songs on here. Dead Set. Like, honestly, I struggle to find a track that isn't a banger. It's like all bangers on this one. So yeah, this guy. I remember seeing this guy. Hey, buddy, long time no see. Look, he's greedy. He's like the greedy corporations. I don't know what's with the kid. They had this kid everywhere, shirtless in the desert with an apple on his head. I don't know, William Tell. But yeah, this is my favorite album from them, and it's all downhill from here. Just kidding, but no, Seasons is still pretty good. I would say that this was like the start of a more mature sound, but that didn't really happen until much later. They kind of softened things up again on this album a bit, even though the lead single Enemy is actually a diss track about the lead singer of Cold Chamber and Devil Driver, Des Fafara. In fact, it's so over the top. They actually say in the chorus, "Step up to me, Des." It's a funny diss track though, because I mean, they go hard on him. They call him a loser with only himself to blame. They one of the lines is, you look like dick, I think, is one of the lines. Listen, Seven Dust, maybe not famous for their lyrics or witty words, but great musicians. So yeah, Enemy was like the radio hit. After that, maybe Broken Down, I can't remember. Face to Face is a rocker to end the album. I remember that. Disease. But overall, they kind of slowed it down a little bit for this one, and they made it a little more slow paced. And but it's still good though. It's still good. And they went with this kind of. I've never seen another band do this. They did this for Home and for Seasons, but they have a little sleeve here. And yeah, Season's good. So this is next. their 5th album, and I would say this is probably their worst album. There's nothing that's like offensively bad about it. There's just nothing good about it. I think the single was Ugly, if I'm not mistaken. It's just really safe. It basically takes the sound from Animosity and Seasons and does absolutely nothing with it except make it more boring. I can't really explain why I dislike this one so much. It's not even really that I dislike it. I'm completely ambivalent towards it. It's like, yeah, that was a thing that happened. And that's almost worse than disliking it, you know? Because if I dislike it, it kind of feels like there was maybe some risk taken, but that's the most offensive thing about it, is that there's no risk taken. It's inoffensive. And you know, for a new metal band, it really takes the edge off when you release an album like this. So yeah, not a fan of Next. However, with the next one, they went the complete opposite direction for Alpha. It's like they got woken up after this one. I kind of feel like this was their last attempt at being like a radio rock band, potentially, after they had a couple of success with some singles from Seasons and Animosity. And it just didn't pan out. So Alpha was just like, fuck it, we're going to be super heavy again. This is like a super heavy album all over again. From like top to bottom. Let's see. I mean, these are all, it's just like, it's basically kind of like Home a little bit. It's not as good as Home, but it kind of, it's an attempt to return to that style, to that kind of attitude, that kind of like, you know, fuck it, we're here. Look at all the blood, guys. Look at all the blood, guys. Oh my God. I mean, the guy listening to the album with his ears bleeding, that should tell you everything. Now, what's interesting is after this is album number 6. I think they released one called Chapter 7, and there was a song with Chris Daughtry, former American Idol contestant, Chris Daughtry. And I remember it was about that time that I was like, okay, I think I'm good. But, you know, Seven Dust is still rocking these days. They've got a new single out called Fence that's really good, actually. I was listening to that and bobbing my head the other day. So, yeah, they're still going. They still got it. And, you know, I wish them luck. But I just haven't really kept up since Alpha. But I think I'll always like their early ones, you know, like this era in particular was something really special, I think. Yeah, great vocals, Seven Dust, check them out. Okay, that was actually a short session. I'm gonna have to stream, actually. So after I stream and I move my camera, it's probably not going to be in the exact same place as it is now. The wood grain is gonna look a little different, so I'm just gonna go ahead and mess it up now. Whoa, I can't remember where it was. Was it here? No. So yeah, I know it's been the wood grain's been like the same for the past 6 hours or whatever, but it's about to change. Okay, so just deal with it, and we'll get through the rest of the S albums. All right, see ya. Welcome again. Welcome once again to another edition of the same video that you were just watching. It is morning number 2, and we still have a lot of S albums to go through, starting with Shadows Fall, The War Within. So, Shadows Fall was a metal band. A lot of them, I don't know what this was, actually, because I don't hear anybody in the metal community really talk about this album anymore, but this was a big deal when it came out. I remember, and it may have just been a lot of marketing, But I remember all the metal magazines and all the guitar magazines at the time were just like, Shadows Fall, the next great metal band. Like they were comparing them to Metallica and stuff. I think one in particular was like, this is this generation's Master of Puppets. And so I bought into the hype and I got it. And I don't know. I'm pretty sure I read something recently about Shadows Fall. They stopped touring because not enough people were coming to their shows or something like that, which is sad. But I don't know, when was this? 2004? Yeah. But I just remember even at the time when I got this album, I was like, I don't really see the big deal. Like, I mean, let's see. I think What Drives the Weak was the single. I mean, the guitar work is okay, but the vocals kind of hold the whole thing back. And the guitars aren't that interesting. Like they're solid, but they're not anything special in my opinion. So I don't know. The Shadows Fall is kind of a weird one for me because it's like I think this is still their most well-known album, The War Within. I could be wrong, but I don't really hear anybody talk about them anymore, and I didn't really get the big deal at the time. So, not to go on a whole rant about Shadows Fall, but I'm like, was I the victim of a marketing scheme? Because like I would read these magazines like Revolver and Hit Parader and Guitar World, and they would all like rave about Shadows Fall. Critics are saying Shadows Fall is the greatest thing since sliced bread. And now I'm just like, what happened? Was that really what the sentiment was in the metal community at the time? Because I was 13, I would have eaten up anything. I don't know. It's like one of my little conspiracy theories about like, did anybody really like Shadows Fall? Let me know in the comments if you're a metal fan and you're like, no, they really did. Everybody was raving, because I feel kind of gaslit a little bit. It's something I think about every now and then. Ooh, okay. So this is my takes on these might be a little controversial. Shinedown. So Shinedown is a band that has fallen a little bit to, I'm not going to say Nickelback status with a lot of people, but they're not exactly a widely respected band from what I understand, but I really like Shinedown, actually. Their debut album, Leave a Whisper, is basically, I mean, it's almost a nu metal album, almost. It's very, very hard rock. There's not really any rapping, but like the style is kind of similar to a lot of nu metal bands at the time, I guess. This was kind of later in the cycle. Yeah, 2003. This was kind of, I mentioned this a couple of times throughout the video already, but this is kind of when nu metal started losing ground, losing status a bit, and rock bands started coming back into the fold a little bit. And Shinedown's kind of a signifier of that in some ways, because it is in some way, like some people would consider this a metal CD. I don't. I think it's a hard rock CD. But I may have called it nu metal in my Google sheet. I'm not sure. It's they're a very talented band though. Lead singer Brent Smith has a really powerful voice. One of my favorites in rock music, actually, and it really shines, no pun intended, on this record. It's especially some of the heavy ones, like the blistering opener, Fly from the Inside, which I remember when I first heard this on the radio, I couldn't believe it. I got to like the verse. I was all in by the time the verse rolled around, and like the because the intro has him hit this high note, and it's a really powerful intro. And then by the time the chorus rolled around, I was like, oh, I'm going to be listening to this on repeat. And I was. That's like probably one of the strongest introductions to a band I've ever heard, Fly from the Inside. And then, there's a bunch of good ones on here. I think the The standout single was 45 though, which ended up being their fourth single, something like that. 45 is the ballad. You might recognize it if you hear it. You might not think about it off the bat. I think the deluxe edition of this album actually includes a cover for Simple Man, which also received some airplay. So they got a lot of attention for their ballads from this one, but I'm all about the rockers, like Fly From the Inside. Let's see. No More Love, I think, was the second single. Burning Bright is a great song. There's some really fun, heavy hard rock songs on here. And I saw Shine Down live, actually, and it remains the loudest concert I've ever been to. It was insanely loud. And I've been to a lot of metal shows, and none of them were nearly as loud as the Shine Down show. It was at House of Blues in Dallas. They were playing with a band called Operator, which the lead singer took his shirt off in the first song, and I was like, okay, so that's the type of band this is. So on that note, Shine Down, I feel like they've kind of garnered this kind of douchey reputation, and I think it started with a little bit of their change in style, starting with the second album, Us and Them, which is my least favorite album from them, because they went from, like I said, this kind of like metal, like borderline metal sound with Leave a Whisper, to Us and Them, which is just a rock record. And I don't mean that as like a bad thing, just a rock record, but it's they kind of soften up their sound quite a bit. There's still some aggressive tracks like Heroes on here. That one's a good one. But the single was Save Me, which, I mean, it sounded like any other radio rock band on the radio. And the stylistic change I wasn't really a fan of, but they started developing the sound that they stuck with for a while. And this is like a kind of a pattern with a lot of the albums that I've reviewed here. The third album, The Sound of Madness, this is the sound that you probably know Shine Down for, if you're familiar. Second Chance was a big radio hit. They kind of finessed their sound to be somewhere in between what they had on Us and Them and Leave a Whisper, I think. So I actually like this one quite a bit more than Us and Them. I think the opening track, Devour, is pretty good. It's a blistering opener. I love saying that. I also like Cyanide, Sweet Tooth, Suicide. That one's good. Some other good ones on here. Sound of Madness, I think that was also a single. But they kind of, I gotta tell you, I don't know why the record label is so big on the CD. I don't know if it's sarcastic or what. But Atlantic Records are really large and in charge on there. I'm not sure what that's all about. I've never seen a record name that big. Like, I don't know if they made the art for the CD, and then Atlantic came back and were just like, we'd like the record label to be a little bit bigger. And they were like, oh, you want a little bit bigger? Oh, well, here you go. Here it is. Is that good enough? Is that big enough for you? That's what I imagine. Like a really sarcastic change. I mean, it's like 3 times as big as the band name, dude. It's an enhanced CD, by the way. They did this thing for a while. Enhanced CD basically means that it has extra stuff on it if you put it in your computer, if I remember right. Sound of Madness. And this is kind of, I was like, they kind of lost me with Us and Them, and then I was back on board with Sound of Madness. And then this is Amaryllis, their 4th album. And this sounds it's like Sound of Madness Part 2. Let's see. Bully was Bully was Bully a single? I think so. Adrenaline is pretty good. It's very much like Devour on the last album. They've got a song called Nowhere Kids on here, which I think I originally was like, is that a Smile Empty Soul cover? And it was not. which that would be kind of a weird choice for track 7, I guess. Usually they put covers like towards the end if they're gonna do one. But this one's okay. It's kind of really mainstream to me. And then the next one after this, which I don't have here, is even more mainstream. I still listen to Shinedown singles though. Like I liked Cut the Cord. Planet Zero is pretty catchy. So I still check him out every now and then, and I think Brent Smith's vocals are the draw for Shinedown for me. He's a very good lead singer, and the rest of it is just nice to haves, I guess. But I like Shinedown. I don't know. Like I said, I feel like they've been relegated to Nickelback status a little bit. Maybe because they got so much radio airplay, I'm not sure, but I definitely think that they've got enough musical talent to be, and I went on record defending Nickelback earlier in this video, but I definitely think that they have enough musical chops, Shinedown, to not be lumped in with them. No offense to Nickelback or anything, because they've got great, songwriting, hit factory chops. But like I said, I feel like a singer like Brent Smith shouldn't be given like, oh, it's just another rock band on the radio. He's too talented for that. Okay, I'm not really sure what happened to this. There's like a weird mark here, but this is the debut album from the Shins, Oh Inverted World. This is kind of the height of indie rock. What the hell is going on, man? What happened with this CD? It's got oh no, that's part of the artwork, the little yellow part. So I got into the Shins after hearing them on the Garden State soundtrack. There's that famous sequence where Natalie Portman puts headphones on the lead character Zach Braff, and I think Caring is Creepy starts playing one of the tracks on this. It's either that or it's the other one that was on the soundtrack. New Slang might have been. It's either New Slang or Caring is Creepy. I like the Shins a lot. This is not their best work though. Their best album is Wincing the Night Away, which I'm very disappointed that I don't have that one to show. Wincing the Night Away is I think their third album. Oh wait, I think Oh Inverted World is their second album. Their first one is called Shoots Too Narrow. Yeah, I think this is actually their second album. Their third is Wincing the Night Away. That one's killer. That one's got so many good tracks on that one. Sea Legs, Phantom Limb. Come on. I wish I had that one in front of me. I could go through the track list and tell you all about it. This one's okay though. It's just it's really soft, atmospheric indie rock. So if you're into that, check it out. Shiny Toy Guns, Season of Poison. This is the second album from Shiny Toy Guns. The debut is much stronger than this one, but this one still has some good tracks. Shiny Toy Guns they're kind of like, I guess they're kind of like the Birthday Massacre a little bit. I'm always comparing bands to the Birthday Massacre favorably, but they're kind of like a... Look, they were like, we'll have a picture of us here, and we'll have a picture of us here too. They're kind of they were a band that kind of like sprung onto the scene with a really impressive debut album, and this is the sophomore effort, and it's okay. Trying to remember some standout tracks. Ghost Town, I think, was the single. Ricochet. Yeah, I think this is after a lead singer change. So they have a male lead singer and a female lead singer, and I think this is with their second lead singer, because the one on the debut was a different one. That was the one, they had the song called La Disco that was really catchy, and a couple other ones. They had a very good cover of Major Tom Coming Home, which I think was with the lead singer from this album, but it might be on the deluxe edition of this album. I don't know. Yeah, I listen to Shiny Toy Guns singles every now and then, but they're not really an album band for me, so. Showbread. No, sir. Nihilism is not practical. Oh, God. Showbread is a Christian rock band. Kind of hardcore, actually. Look at all this. Is this supposed to be like communist imagery? I don't know. I think they're a Christian band. Yeah, because this is on Solid State Records, surely. Let me see if I can... Oh, it's on Tooth and... Yeah, Solid State. Yeah, Solid State is a subdivision of Tooth and Nail. So, yeah, this is back when, in the early 2000s, when it was cool for bands to have really long song titles like A Llama Eats a Giraffe and vice versa. If you like me, check yes. If you don't, I'll die. So, but Showbread, actually, like, this is a kind of a fun album. They, unlike a lot of Christian rock bands who take themselves really seriously, Showbread actually, like, had kind of a sense of humor about it. From what I could tell, I mean, pretentious song titles aside, I think they were kind of meant more to be goofy. Mouth Like a Magazine is a banger. Dead by Dawn is pretty good. I'm trying to see. I think A Llama Eats a Giraffe is actually like a killer opener from what I remember. But yeah, Showbread has kind of like they have kind of like a Blood Brothers sound to them a little bit. There's that kind of chaotic vocals involved and stuff. I'm not really sure what happened to them after this album, but yeah, I liked a couple songs from this. Not really much else to say about Showbread. I feel like we're going through a lot of artists I enjoyed for like one album here. So this is Sigur Rós here. And Sigur Rós is one of those indie bands that has like a cult following. So if you skip to this part, I imagine there's people that skip to this part of the video specifically to hear me talk about Sigur Rós. I'm not kidding. They're just one of those bands, and I hate to disappoint you, but this is an album. It's just the album title is parentheses. That this is the album title. You may, if you're not familiar, you may think this is a self-titled, but no, these are parentheses, and that's the album title. Sigur Rós is a band from Iceland, and their lyrics are This is so disappointing. I keep opening these CDs and then there's no disc inside. Check it out. Check out the lyrics booklet, everybody. Look at all these great lyrics. What do you think? This one's my favorite, personally. Yeah, so Sigur Rós is they're from Iceland, and they don't sing in Icelandic or anything. They made up a language. I hope this is true. I hope I'm not just repeating misinformation. They made up a language, and that's what they sing all their songs in. That's what their lyrics are. They're in a nonsense language that was created by the band members. So, yeah, this is a really weird album, to say the least. It's very atmospheric. It's very calming and chill. And it's just kind of, you can get into like a trance-like state listening to it because it's very repetitive in spots. Yeah, Sigur Rós is one of those bands. If I were to compare them to anything like that's a little more well-known, oh boy, I can't remember. Explosions in the Sky, maybe. Although are they really even well known anymore? Explosions in the Sky. I remember back when they were playing like South by Southwest and stuff. But yeah, I hate to disappoint you, Sigur Rós fans, if you're here like, what do you think of this? I don't really have a whole lot of thoughts on it. It was kind of one of those things where I was like, well, this is kind of weird. I want to buy this and see what it's like. And I listened to it a few times and I was like, okay, yeah, I get it, but I don't really have much to say about it, you know. I didn't really keep up with Sigur Rós after this. I'm not really sure what else they got into. I know they've got plenty of other albums. I think this is pretty well regarded in the discography, but I'm not sure. So, yeah. I don't really have tons to say about them. All right. So here's a very interesting metal band. So Sixth is a crazy metal band. They've got a very unique lead singer named Mikey Goodman. And you may actually, if you're a gamer, you may know Mikey Goodman as the voice of the reptile brain from Disco Elysium, which as soon as I booted up that game, he has such a recognizable, distinct voice. As soon as I booted up Disco Elysium for the first time and was playing it, and I heard, I think like the first 2 lines of that game are voice acted by him, and I was like, is that, there's no way. And I immediately like minimized the game to look it up, because I was like, that sounds exactly like the lead singer of Sixth. And it was. I couldn't believe it. I think it's his only voice acting role that he's had. But he knocks it out of the park. He, like I said, very unique voice. He goes really high and he goes really low. And his singing style is very chaotic. Mostly... well showcased on this debut, The Trees Are Dead and Dried Out, Wait for Something Wild. This is actually a pretty rare CD. I think you have to get it, I think I had to get it imported and it was like $20 or something, $30, something like that. But yeah, it's got some pretty wild and chaotic guitar and bass work. It starts off with Scent of the Obscene, which is a pretty, chaotic track. Pussyfoot starts off with Mikey going like, Pussyfoot! And then they go, ah! And all this stuff, chaos happens. Let's see, anything else on here that's like a standout? Such a Fool, I remember that one. This is a very raw, sick sound. It actually isn't what I would recommend for like your first listen. I would definitely look to their second album for that. But this is kind of like an album to go back to if you get into them. And you can kind of see their origins a little bit. But yeah, this is by far the superior. And in fact, this was Sixth for a long time, had only 2 albums. So Death of a Dead Day is what it's called. And, okay, I just want to make sure I had the disc. Phew. Yeah, this one starts off with Bland Street Bloom, which there's a music video for that. If you're wanting to get into Six, or if you want to see what they're like, Bland Street Bloom kind of covers everything. It runs the gamut. It has kind of a more atmospheric intro, which can show their softer side, because they do that a little bit, and they are pretty good at it. But then it does get a little chaotic and crazy too, and they kind of move all around during the song. The songs don't really have like a intro, verse, chorus, bridge, chorus kind of structure. And it's like they kind of change things up a little bit and have, they rotate new sections, and they have a chorus, but it's not boring, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, there's good stuff on here. Let's see. Yeah. I mean, I can't pick a bad track, honestly. This is one of those things where it's like a good album experience. The intro track is the standout for me, but yeah, as a whole, it's pretty good. Now, this came out in 2006, okay? And for a long time, Six did nothing. This was all we had, was Death of a Dead Day. And then they suddenly came back with this EP, Opacities. Now, when did this come out? 2015. So there was 9 years in between these releases. And they've come out with a full album since then. But it was really good to hear from them again. Mikey Goodman was busy with a couple of other bands. I'm trying to think of the names of them. I kind of listened to them too. None of them were as good as Sixth, though. And this was a pretty good return. I think there's a music video for Philistine Philosophies. It's a pretty good one. I'm trying to remember. I mean, it's only 6 tracks, right? But it's just more sixth. And they came out with a full album since this that's pretty good too. I can't remember the name of it at the moment, but yeah, I'm happy that they're back because like for a long time, I think Death of a Dead Day was kind of ahead of its time too, 2006, because it kind of has this almost djenty sound to it that wasn't around really at the time. They're kind of the progenitors of that kind of sound in a lot of ways, and so they were legends, they were myths for a while, and then they came back, which was pretty cool. I like it when bands disappear and come back. Keyword is to come back, though. So this is an 80s alternative group. Is it 80s? Not it might be like early 90s, 1991. Yeah, as soon as I said 80s, I was like 91. Sushi and the Banshees, kind of legends in the alternative world. Yeah, this I got this because I heard the song "Kiss Them for Me" and I really liked it. It had kind of this kind of synth-driven, atmospheric 80s sound that I like. I really like 80s music, actually. I don't have a whole lot of 80s albums here that I've talked about, if any at all. It's been mostly like rock and metal, but I really like 80s pop music. And not that Sushi and the Banshees are 80s pop, but they kind of had that vibe to them. But they had this like, at the same time, they had this like early 90s like loop-based kind of twist to them. And these sort of like quirky siren vocals. I don't know if that's cringe to say. But yeah, it's good stuff overall. Like I said, no real standout tracks for me other than "Kiss Them for Me," the opener. But yeah, Sushi and the Banshees. I still go back and listen to them every once in a while. And this is a fine CD. So Serenia, 9 Destinies and a Downfall. Serenia is a band that this is pretty much the only thing I like by them. Serenia started out with the lead singer on this album. I can't remember her name at the moment. We'll find out in a second from the booklet, maybe. Monica something or other. There she is right there. And I really like her voice. The Other Side is such a good song. And but she wasn't their lead singer for very long. I think this and maybe one other album, and I think they've had 2 other lead singers since then. They've become much more popular since this album. This is not one of their most popular, but it's my favorite. I like the sound that they have on here, and I like the original lead singer that they have here. Because I find that once they've swapped out, they've got a much more mainstream, like Within Temptation kind of sound. Like, no offense to Within Temptation, but it kind of bores me to tears a little bit hearing all those bands that are just like, we heard Evanescence in 2003 and now we're doing it too. But I feel like their sound on here was more unique. Let's see, My Mind's Eye is another good one. Like I said, The Other Side's good. I think those are the 2 singles, actually. But yeah, Serenia. Only 9 tracks? Well, they have a bonus track for a radio edit of My Mind's Eye, but whatever. Yeah, I kind of miss when they sounded like this. I haven't really. I should find out what the lead singer of this is up to now, because she had a really cool voice. Anyway. More Christian rock. Skillet, Alien Youth. Ooh, goody. Now, when I was like 12, this was the coolest thing I'd ever heard. Alien Youth, if you're wondering, Skillet is like a legendary Christian rock band by this point. They're one of the most successful Christian rock acts of all time. They weren't really at the time of this recording. This wasn't really their breakthrough album. I would say their breakthrough album was maybe Collide, which came after this, when they got a little bit more mainstream attention. But this is kind of at the height of the nu metal craze. Yeah, 2001. Although Skillet was actually a lot more like industrial metal than nu metal. They always had like kind of a electronic driven sound around this time. They always had it. They had it around this time. They had more of a, like an electronic driven industrial kind of sound. But Skillet is a Christian band that's really outspoken about their faith and their lyrics. A lot of times with Christian bands, they kind of, I talked about this earlier in the video, but they'll write a song and like, depending on how you look at it, it could be about a girl or it could be about Jesus. But Skillet like calls out Jesus by name. You know, they're very upfront about it. So it's not really ambiguous, which I respect, but it also makes the songs less relatable for me. Alien Youth, the album title, comes from a common theme in Christian rock, especially at the time, which is the idea that they're outsiders. They're outsiders somehow. I disagree, but at the time when I was jammed to this, I was like, yeah, we are outsiders. We're the Alien Youth, right? The title track is where it starts off. You can barely even read these, man. But yeah, it's just funny now because I disagree so heavily with that. But obviously, they think, oh my God, does it fold out? Oh no, dude. Oh God. Sorry, it's just the 2001 style, This is so 2001. Oh, this was cool back in the day. Well, I don't think I've ever seen anything so 2001 in my life. This is like peak. So there's the lead singer, John. Well, I'm sure it'll say. There's no way his name's not on here. John Cooper. That's it. Now there's also Corey Cooper. They are related. Well, they're either related or married. I can't remember. I'm sorry, I don't remember any of this. Lori Peters on the drums. Yeah, I honestly, John's the only one that I really know. But yeah. As much as I can't really relate to the lyrics, the music is pretty good, honestly. I think it's one of those that doesn't really hold up now on this record, but they've got other records that have more like modern sounds to them. Alien Youth, the title track, I remember that one. You Are My Hope is like a random ballad thrown in with these like kind of industrial metal songs. Kill Me, Heal Me is, I remember that one. Let's see. This Ripping Me Off is kind of funny. I think the chorus, if I remember correctly, is, you say God is dead, but you're ripping me off. You're ripping me off. You're ripping me off. You're ripping me off. Wow. So, I do have actually kind of a funny story about Skillet, particularly this album. So, in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, there's this mega church called Prestonwood Baptist Church, I want to say is what it is. And I had a friend that went there, and I remember it was around the time that this came out. It was like 2001, 2002 at the very latest. And they had, for their youth group, he invited me to youth group, okay? And if you've never been to a church youth group before, for like a non-denominational church, typically, for at least for like early teens, tweens kind of thing, they'll try to make it fun for the kids because they know, especially around that age, you're like, even if you're a hardcore, churchgoer, you can kind of be like, church is kind of lame, right? And especially around this time period when, the music scene was a little bit more rebellious than it is now, I would say. You want to try to appeal to the rebellious side a little bit. So sometimes I would go to churches where they would have like There was one that had a skateboarding theme, for example, one time when I went, and they had a little place where you could skateboard. It wasn't like a skate park or anything, but anyway, just stuff like that, right? So I went to youth group at Prestonwood Baptist Church, and I'll never forget this because I was used to going to smaller churches at the time. I had never gone to a mega church before, and they had an arcade. They probably still have it because they're still operating. They had an arcade, and we would go. I went with my friend, and we would just play all these arcade games for like 20 minutes, and they would come over the megaphone or not, the loudspeaker or whatever, and be like, "It's time to gather for worship" or whatever, and then we would all go, like for the worship service or whatever. They'd get us in. They'd taunt us with the candy, and then we'd take the candy, and then they'd tell us about Jesus. And so, but I remember hearing them play Skillet over the speakers at the time, because they were playing like cool Christian music at the time, and I remember hearing "Kill Me, Heal Me" come over the speakers, and I was sitting there listening to "Kill Me, Heal Me" by Skillet and playing these arcade games, and I was just like, I remember even at the time I was 13 years old, but I was just like, this was weird, right? Like, it was cool, sort of, and I was into it a little bit, but I remember being like, this is really strange. It's one of those surreal moments I kind of think back to, because I was just like, wait, we're listening to like hard rock and playing arcade games, and this is church? What? But I never went back after that, so it's not like it made like a huge impression on me. But yeah, anyway, back to Skillet. So they've progressed a lot since this album. I don't have any of the other ones, but I have listened to them quite extensively. Collide, after this, I wasn't really a big fan of that, frankly. I think the lead single was Savior, if I remember correctly. They had another one after that with a song called Whispers in the Dark. That's a pretty good song. And that one was kind of their breakthrough album, really. But they've come out with some pretty catchy singles. They've kind of created a formula that's not as electronic anymore. It's just kind of hard rock. There's a song called Monster. It sounds exactly like 3 Days Grace. They kind of have a 3 Days Grace sound, actually. Now that I think about it, they sound a lot like 3 Days Grace now. Not back then, but yeah. So I mean, I respect Skillet's musicianship and their longevity and everything, and they make good singles. But yeah, I don't know if I'll ever really get back into them on an album basis. This is really funny though. You can tell this is inspired by like The Matrix and stuff. Anyway, talked about Skillet for way longer than I should have. And on a related note, here's Slayer, the album God Hates Us All, which is my favorite Slayer album. So Slayer is a legendary thrash speed metal band, and this actually is kind of the black sheep of the Slayer discography, because they tried something different for this one. There's like, I'm not like a huge Slayer fan, to be honest, which is probably why I like this one, because it is different. I'm trying to remember, is it Reign of Blood, their 1986 album with Angel of Death on it? If you've heard one Slayer song, you've mostly heard them all, but that's mostly true. But God Hates Us All, this came out in 2001, so this kind of could be considered their Saint Anger, maybe. What's interesting about Slayer, what I find interesting about Slayer, I mean, he there's a lot of anti-Christian sentiment in this album, but lead singer Tom Araya is actually Catholic. I haven't really looked into too much of the dynamic behind that, but I find that very interesting. Good songs on here. Disciple's probably my favorite. Let's see, I like Exile. Yeah, some other good ones on here. But yeah, I really like, he's very angry and shouty on this one. They kind of got louder and I don't want to say more nu metal on this, but it was like a little less classic thrash and a little more modern, loud, angry song atmosphere, and I like that about it. But like I said, I don't really know much about the Slayer fan base, but I'm fairly sure this is not exactly a beloved album among them. I think it's kind of the one that they skip over. I could be wrong on that. I don't know if it's their Saint Anger, but that's just always the vibe that I got. But yeah, Slayer. One funny thing about Slayer, their guitarist, Kerry King, is a very recognizable look. He's got like a head tattoo and stuff. Kerry King, known for his chaotic guitar solos, let's just say. He actually, I didn't know this until recently, he did the guitar solo for the Beastie Boys single No Sleep Till Brooklyn. The guitar solo during the bridge, that's Kerry King on the guitar. And now that, like, I went back and listened to it after knowing that, and I was like, oh, I hear it. I was like, oh, there's so much tremolo bar. Like, yeah, that makes sense. It's just kind of random and funny. Okay, so Slipknot fans, get ready, because I have your two least favorite Slipknot albums here. Point 5, The Grey Chapter, and We Are Not Your Kind, which is actually unopened. But I streamed this a lot, so that's why it's unopened. A little history lesson for those of you that aren't really into Slipknot. So Slipknot is, Korn and Limp Bizkit and the Deftones are kind of the early progenitors of the nu metal genre, but I would say Slipknot probably have the wildest fan base of any of those, probably the most dedicated fan base. They're called maggots. And part of that is because Slipknot is arguably the heaviest nu metal band. They're heavier than Korn. They're heavier than, certainly heavier than Limp Bizkit, heavier than Disturbed and all these other guys. They really, especially early on in their discography, they're just, they're kind of the extreme metal for nu metal fans. It's about as extreme as it gets. And they popped on the scene with a self-titled album that was really good. Had the lead single Wait and Bleed, I believe. Yes, Wait and Bleed. Although I prefer the heavier tracks on that album, like Eyeless or Surfacing, Spit It Out. And Slipknot are kind of unique in that they all wear masks. Okay, so originally they were all anonymous, and there were, I believe, 9 members, and no, I cannot name them all. Some of them are no longer with us. Paul Gray, the bassist, Joey Jordison, the drummer. Joey was more recent than Paul, but yeah, two of them have passed away. There's a lead singer, Corey Taylor, who is also, he's done some solo stuff. He's in another band, or was in another band called Stone Sour, along with guitarist Jim Root. They both are in Stone Sour. Jim Root, and the other guitar player's name is Mick. I can't remember his last name, but they're both like 6'4". They're both like giants. It's really funny. And I've already named 5 of the members. There's Sean Crayon, also known as Clown, and he's a percussionist, but from what I understand, he's very involved in the songwriting and in like the production side of things. So a lot of people would consider Sean the leader of the band, which is interesting because typically the leader of the band is like the lead singer, or sometimes the guitarist, maybe not necessarily someone who does vocals, but it's rarely a percussionist, right? So but yeah, I think he's one of the lead songwriters, if not the lead songwriter. I'm not really sure about how their songs are composed or made or anything, but yeah, so they've got a lot of people in their band. They've got let's see, Chris Fenn. I'm trying to think. I've named 7 of their band members. yeah, anyway, so the self-titled came out, and that like put them on the map, like, because it was so brutal and heavy, but it still had that new metal sound to it. And then they knocked it out of the park with their second album, Iowa, which is their heaviest album. Iowa is their heaviest album. It's got the song Disaster Piece, which is it called Disaster Piece? Did I get that right? Should I pull up Spotify? Hang on. Oh, don't want to get it wrong. They're gonna hate me. I've got my keyboard up here, so it is called Disaster Piece. I got it right. Yeah. Disaster Piece is probably like the heaviest song that they've got. People Equals Shit is their most well-known song off of that album. Let's see, My Plague, The Heretic Anthem. Yeah, Iowa is a really, really heavy album, which it brought them back down to earth when they released Volume 3. It was just called Volume 3. Was it the subliminal tapes? The subliminal messages? Subliminal something, which kind of gave them a more rock sound. They kind of like drew it back a little bit. Iowa was their big angry, like, we're here to destroy and fuck you and blah blah blah, right? But Volume 3 was kind of their more artistic album, and I actually really like Volume 3. It might be my favorite one, which is kind of funny because it's not here. I don't have it. I don't own it, but I actually do own it. But I think I own a burned copy. Sorry. And that kind of, let's see, there's some really good songs on there though. Like, the lead single was Duality, which was probably their biggest radio hit at the time. Duality. I remember hearing Slipknot on the radio and being like, "What are they doing playing Slipknot on the radio? Do they know they can't play Slipknot on the radio?" I'm trying to think. Let's say 3-0. Pulse of the Maggots. I always liked that song. They have a ballad on Volume 3 that's really good. I'm trying to remember what it's called. I can sing it. That place in my mind is that place that you call mine. I think that's what it is. Whatever song that is. Nothing. It's too hard to remember everybody's names and every fucking track list. I just can't do it. Now after that was their fourth album, and that had the lead single Psychosocial. That I can't remember the name of it at the time. So, and then they kind of took a bit of a hiatus, and they came back with 0.5 The Grey Chapter. I hope I didn't skip an album in there. So I want to talk about 0.5 The Grey Chapter though, because I actually really like this one. Now, here's all the members. Here they are. This would have been helpful earlier. So, there's Corey Taylor there in the middle, and they changed their masks out a little bit, I think. Well, I think Mick's always had the same one. There's Jim Root, like I said, they're Giants. There's Sean Crahan there on the side. I think that's Chris Fenn. But yeah, I can never remember this guy's name. I think he's always had a similar mask too. Corey's at least changed his mask every time. And but yeah, I mean, the masks are cool, but at a certain point, you know, they were just like, all right, here's who we are, you know, because I think they were anonymous early on, but of course that didn't last long with how popular the band was. Yeah. And especially like, you know, Corey and Jim being in Stone Sour, where they didn't wear masks, it kind of gave away the ghost, right? Is that the saying? Gave away the ghost? Gave up the ghost? Let the cat out of the bag. Yeah, so they kind of came back with this one. This was in 2014. There's some good tracks on here. The Devil and I really like Kill Pop. Kill Pop is like a slower song. The lyrics can kind of come across like they're a little, I don't know, misogynistic, but it's actually, as usual with lyrics, they're not meant to be taken literally. It's about the music industry, hence the name Kill Pop. So I think that song's interesting both on a lyrical and musical level. But I like the chorus. Let's see. Custer There's always a song like Custer on a Slipknot album. You just gotta find it. Sometimes it's buried back in track number 11. Yeah, Custer's really good. Yes, they've still got the heavy tracks on here, and that leads nicely into "We Are Not Your Kind," which I know this is funny because it's not open, but I actually like this one the most out of their post Volume 3 albums. The only gripe I have with it is that it doesn't have, okay, yeah, I was trying to remember the name of it. It doesn't have All Out Life on it. What happened was they came back with the song All Out Life as a single, and it's like their heaviest song since Iowa, I think. But it's not on this album. But you kind of, it kind of a song with a similar vibe, Nero Forte, or Nero Fort, I'm not sure. That's probably my favorite one on the album. Also Unsainted is pretty good. Yeah, there's a few others that I like, but yeah, we can't talk about Slipknot all day. Yeah, I like Slipknot. Good stuff. One thing that I think is funny too is I don't know if there's any Nostalgia Critic fans out there, but Corey Taylor, the lead singer of Slipknot, actually appears in a Nostalgia Critic. He stars in a Nostalgia Critic video, and it's not a good one. For those that haven't seen it, I pity your blissful ignorance, but Nostalgia Critic is a YouTuber who came out with a parody, and it's not really clear what it is, of Pink Floyd's The Wall, and Corey Taylor stars in it, I think because his son is a Nostalgia Critic fan, because his son is also in it. And like, I remember watching it, and I remember being like, is that guy looks exactly like Corey Taylor, but it can't be him because I'm watching a YouTube video by Nostalgia Critic. There's no way. And then at some point, I think like 20 minutes, and I was like, okay, I gotta look this up. Because I was losing my mind anyway, and I looked up and I was like, I can't believe that's him. He does the SpongeBob SquarePants. He sings and performs the SpongeBob SquarePants song in that video. Sometimes I can't believe the internet exists. Anyway, but yeah, all that to say, a funny little aside, I really like Slipknot. I'm not a maggot, I wouldn't say, but you know, I have an appreciation for them. They're not my favorite new metal band, but they're, you know, whenever I'm in the mood for something kind of heavy, but not like a brutal death metal band or something, I'll put on Slipknot. Sure. I remember when I was a teenager, I remember I had a friend of a friend, keep this in mind, who was really into Slipknot, and he would call me on the home phone, and he'd want to talk about Slipknot songs, and I wasn't allowed to have any of their albums. So it was very hard for me to talk about Slipknot with this guy that's all he listened to. He was a maggot through and through. He was that's all he wanted to talk about. I tried to be like, I really like the new El Nino album. I really like Linkin Park's Hybrid Theory. Yeah, no, he wasn't having it. He only wanted to talk about Slipknot. And that's what their fans are like, man. I consider myself a fan, by the way. Okay, actually, okay, great. A band that nobody knows about. So this is a local Dallas-Fort Worth band. I couldn't believe that I got this on clearance at a used bookstore, but this is a band called Slow Roosevelt. Kind of a legendary DFW, Texas metal band, actually. This is their album Weightless. And if you're into new metal, I think you deserve to check out at least Boys Lie, Girls Steal from these guys. From Laughing Comes Crying is really good too. I think Comfort from a Bomb. I want to say, no, I'm thinking of a Rage Against the Machine song. I was like, I want to say that made it onto like the Matrix soundtrack or something, but that's Calm Like a Bomb, and that's from Rage Against the Machine. Never mind. Racer X is good. This, they're not around anymore, I don't think, Slow Roosevelt. I really think that this came out in 2001 too. I really think that this band could have made it a little bigger than they did. But they were just kind of a local hit, really. I don't really have a whole lot else to say about them, but like if you know people who were into the DFW hard rock scene, I guess, in the early 2000s, I mean, Slow Roosevelt was it. This was like the band. These guys in Element 80, I remember at the time, and yeah, they never really made it on like a national scale though, but pretty solid stuff, and I still go back and listen to them every now and then. I think the lead singer has a pretty unique voice, so yeah. Smashing Pumpkins, greatest hits. I like Smashing Pumpkins. Apparently not enough to get an album, not even like Siamese Dream or Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness, but I have the greatest hits. Lead singer Billy Corgan, pretty notorious lead singer there. I don't really know much about the other band members, to be honest. I wish I did. But yeah, this isn't Billy's only band. He also had another band. Oh, what was it called? It was like in the early 2000s. I remember the album was called Zeitgeist. Oh, anyway, doesn't matter. Smashing Pumpkins, though, good band with some good songs. I really like Cherub Rock. I mostly like their rockers, not their ballads. They've got some. Their ballads kind of make me want to throw the radio out the window or whatever I'm listening to. It's like I just can't stand it. It's so cheesy. They get so like tonight. They get so into it. It drags on forever. Drown, Disarm. Some of their biggest hits are their ballads, but I'm not a fan at all of those. Wait, is Drown a ballad? Maybe I was thinking of Disarm when I said Drown. I don't know. I like Cherub Rock though. Bullet with Butterfly Wings is probably their biggest hit. That's the Despite All My Rage, I Am Still Just a Rat in a Cage song, if you're not, for the uninitiated. Let's see. Today is probably my favorite Smashing Pumpkins song. Today is my favorite. I feel like Today is like a happy medium between Bullet with Butterfly Wings and Disarm. It's kind of their more like, it's like their median sound, if you will. So yeah, Today is my favorite because it's kind of got this like softer tone during the verses, and then it gets kind of grungy and heavy during the chorus. So it's a perfect balance for me. Trying to think of anything else to say. Zero is kind of one of those songs where it's like it's kind of a heavier track, but they don't go all the way with it like Bullet with Butterfly Wings. 79, I can't really remember how that one goes. Yeah, they've got a couple previously unreleased tracks. I don't remember anything about them. One of them is literally just untitled. It's like, okay, well, why are you wasting our time with this? Smashing Pumpkins. Yeah, I don't really. I mean, like I said, I don't have individual albums from them. But I know my way around their singles. Smile, Empty Soul, Vultures. So this is kind of an odd one, Smile, Empty Soul, because what I really wish I had was their debut album. But there's some weird shit with that. So Smile, Empty Soul, they sprung onto the scene. I want to say the lead singer, head songwriter, lead guitarist. Basically, he is Smile, Empty Soul. I'm trying to remember his name. Sean? What's his name? I'll look it up while I'm talking. Yeah, Sean Danielson. Yeah, he basically is Smile, Empty Soul. These other guys, I think, from what I understand, it's like a rotating crew. That's him right there. That's him. Their debut album is really good. It's got their radio hit, Bottom of a Bottle. My favorite song from them, Nowhere Kids. Let's see.
There's some good ballads with this knife. Trying to remember Silhouettes. Wait, is Silhouettes? Is that what I'm thinking of? Yeah, but they've got a very good debut album. But the problem is that there's some dispute between Sean and the record label or something, and you can't find that album anywhere. It's not available on streaming. In fact, I think there was some kind of legal battle or something over the copyright, to the point where Sean re-recorded 6 songs from the debut album. Not all of them, just 6 of them. I guess what he could get, I'm not sure what he could wrangle from their cold dead hands, from the record label's cold dead hands. And he re-recorded them like 15 years later, and they hit different. I mean, they're nothing like the original recordings. And in my opinion, this is somebody who, was like 13 when the original album came out. And you can't, I don't know how you listen to the first album. Maybe on YouTube, I guess. Like, I don't know. I don't have a copy of it, obviously, and you can't stream it on Spotify. They had a second album called Anxiety that, like, I'm not sure anyone actually listened to. I remember, like, because I was a fan of Smile Empty Soul at the time, and I remember hearing that Anxiety came out, but I couldn't find it anywhere in stores. I'm not sure if it was ever actually sold. And I remember trying to download it, like trying to torrent it, because out of desperation. I normally didn't torrent albums, but I was like, if I can't buy it, I'll torrent it. And I remember even then it was hard to find, but I'm not really sure. And you can't stream it. I don't think I've ever actually listened to it. It might be on YouTube. Most of these things pop up on YouTube these days. I just haven't sat down and looked it up. I don't always think to look on YouTube. But that had a similar record label dispute thing. And then this is the third album, Vultures, and it's just okay. It's very cynical. There's Sean taking pot shots at the record companies with the song The Hit. I'm pretty sure the opening line is, "Hey, record company, do you need a hit? Because I need a hit too." Of course, he's talking about, a hit of the green herb, perhaps. I remember a couple other songs on here, like Jesus is the Manager at Walmart, and The Freaks Are Coming. But nothing quite measures up to the debut, and that's kind of the story of Smile Empty Soul. The debut is just so good, and then I'm not really sure what happened, but it's like the debut has kind of been buried. So I don't have a copy of it. I wish I did. Vulture's not a bad album. It's just not really that memorable. Like I said, I remember 3 songs from it, but yeah, it wasn't as consistent as the original. So, oh boy. Man, now that I'm thinking about that, I haven't thought about Smile Empty Soul in a while. Actually, they had a cool song on the Punisher soundtrack, I think, called Finding Myself. That was like around the same era as the debut. Okay, we still got a lot of S's to go. Starting with, we got a big one here. This might be the biggest one ever. My Soilwork collection. Wow, okay. How many do we have here? Holy shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I've got 9 Soilwork albums here. And what's funny is that there's 4 more that I don't have. I didn't realize they have so many albums. So that's like 13, dude. Damn. Okay. Well, let's start off with A Predator's Portrait. Which the typeface here is Bank Gothic. Kind of an interesting choice, considering it's kind of plain. Cool cover though. Predator's Portrait is like I said, it's the third album. Their first 2 albums were Chain Heart Machine.
I think that's number 2, and I can't really remember what the other one is. I remember Chain Heart Machine because that one's good. Honestly, their first album is, well, wait, maybe I'm getting the titles mixed up. I just remember the first album is kind of rough, and the second one is a bit better, but this is really where they define their sound. This is like the Soilwork sound, and yeah, it's like good from beginning to end, frankly. Favorites include Shadow Child. That's probably my favorite one. Neurotica Rampage, Needle Feast, The Analyst. I'll just list the other 6 tracks too. Yeah, this is a band that they're a melodic death metal band, I think, and this is definitely back when they were a melodic death metal band. I don't think they're really melodic death metal anymore. Kind of like In Flames, they kind of had a similar arc where they were like a lot heavier in the early days, and then they kind of softened up a bit towards the middle. And then they're just kind of a metal band now, but back then they were definitely melodic death. Lead singer Bjorn Speed Strid is one of my favorite vocalists in the entire genre. He's got a very good screaming voice and a very good singing voice. He showed it off a little bit on this album in like Shadow Child and in spots of other ones. But it's mostly screaming. It wasn't really until I think their best album, Natural Born Chaos, that he really showed his vocal range, and that's one of the reasons why this one's so good. Follow the Hollow, incredible opener. This is like about as heavy as they get for the album. Not that it's like it's not that it's not a heavy album. Oh, the Flame Out is really crazy. The Flame Out's basically like a thrash song. It's crazy. As We Speak, honestly, name a bad track. This is like, I think Natural Born Chaos it's like a top 20 metal album of all time for me. Maybe even top 10. Produced by Devin Townsend from Strapping Young Lad and Devin Townsend Project. He's a very good producer. I said this before when I was talking about, because I have some of his solo albums, or his Devin Townsend Project albums at least. He's a very good producer. And this is one of the many accolades that he has, I would say. Black Star Deceiver. I want to listen. I want to listen to this album right now. It's that good. Mercury Shadow. Even the filler tracks like Mercury Shadow or Minefields, those are still great. But yeah, Bjorn had a great balance between the screaming and the singing in this one. So this was kind of like their definitive sound for me. And this is definitely a fan favorite, Natural Born Chaos. However, figure number 5 was probably their most successful album, because it had their most mainstream sound yet. And I really like this one. Even at the time, Soilwork fans were like, oh no, So It Begins, right? Because they get really poppy with this one. There they are. There's Bjorn. There's the rest of them. It's nothing against the rest of the band members, but Bjorn's vocals are just really powerful. So I know his name. I know some of the other ones. I swear I do. If I saw their names, I would recognize them. I want to say, I was like, there's Jesper Stromblad, but that's the guitarist from In Flames. My bad. Honestly, let's see. Rejection Roll is really good. This is Overload is one of my favorites from them. This is another album, honestly, where it's like, name a bad track. Well, you know what? Maybe I could do that. Cranking the Sirens, Strangler, maybe. Not really. They're not bad though. They're just kind of not as good as the rest. Departure Plan is arguably their first ballad. It's really soft. It's basically it's not really a metal song at all. Distortion Sleep, might be the best song on the album. Let's see, Light the Torch is really good. There's so many good songs. I mean, I think that these 3 albums are Soilwork's heyday collectively. It's like a nice trilogy. There's a cool arc to it. Predator's Portrait is more metal. Natural Born Chaos is like a in between, and then Figure Number 5 is like their mainstream metal album. So yeah, I think Soilwork fans kind of don't really like this album because of what it represents. It's kind of like it's kind of like the same as like what happened with Metallica and the Black Album a little bit, which I like Metallica's Black Album quite a lot. So I guess I just disagree with fan bases generally when it comes to these. But see, now this one, Stabbing the Drama, I think I feel towards Stabbing the Drama kind of the way that people feel towards Figure Number 5. This is basically Figure Number 5 Part 2. They kind of took the same sound but didn't really do much with it, which is odd because they progressed their sound significantly from this to this to this, and then it kind of stagnates with Stabbing the Drama. It's not a bad album by any means. I think there's some good ones on here still, like the title track is fine. You can barely see them, man. You can barely. Bjorn looks tough here. I like Nerve. Nerve might be my favorite song on here. One with the Flies is a heavy song. Distance, Observation Slave, Blind Eye Halo is a heavy one too. I remember that. But yeah, they kind of, it's kind of just like more stuff from Figure Number 5. Like if you had told me that the songs from Stabbing the Drama were unused songs from the Figure Number 5 sessions, I would believe that. And now we come to the absolute low point, the rock bottom for Soilwork, which is Sworn to a Great Divide. What a disappointment this was. I have no idea what they were thinking. I remember listening to this freshman year of college when it came out, and I was so excited because Soilwork was one of my favorite bands. I had all these albums, and I was like, yes, new Soilwork album. Wow, cool album art. At the time. Now we look at it, and it's kind of like, it's almost like bad CGI, I think. Still the colors are nice. So Sworn to a Great Divide, the single was Exile for whatever reason. Pittsburgh Syndrome is kind of a heavy song, and that might have been in there too, but the guitar tone on this is absolutely horrible. Because it's the guitar tone on like Natural Born Chaos, for example, like during the Flame Out. It's like, it's heavy, it's relentless, it's chugga, 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 chugga. It's everything that you want in a guitar tone. And on this one, like they turned the treble way up, or I don't know what happened, but it's nothing. It's the type of guitar tone that would blow over from a stiff breeze. It just sucks. And you guys know, if you've been watching this video or enough of the reviews, you know how nice I tend to be in my criticisms, but this album fucking sucks, dude. I hate saying things like that because it feels so like such a bad criticism. Where you're just venting and you're not offering anything constructive, but it just sucks. I really don't like this. It just, the guitar tone is awful. The songs are completely lukewarm, milquetoast bullshit. There might be one that's okay. I don't know. Sick Heart River might be the worst song they've ever made. It's just so bad. And I say that as someone, Soilwork's one of my favorite bands. But luckily, we don't have to talk about that for too much longer because the Panic broadcast, they kind of brought it back. They kind of brought it back with this one, actually. This isn't one of their more memorable albums. It's like, if you can think of Soilwork albums on kind of like a reverse bell curve, this one is like between these three. Like, this is the dip, and then this is the equivalent of like Stabbing the Drama on the way back up. Like, they were going down, and then now they're coming back up, but
they're not back up to the level of like Natural Born Chaos yet. But they're making their way there. I think it's unlike Sworn to a Great Divide, where I look through the track list and I feel disgust. When I look through the track list for the Panic broadcast, I don't feel disgust, but I feel kind of like, yeah, these are okay. They're not like, there's nothing on here that I'm like, holy shit, what a track, what a killer track. But there's nothing on here that I'm like, how embarrassing. So, that's nice. Now, oh wait, hang on. Which one of these came first? I think I've got them in order. The Living Infinite. Whew, they brought it back with this one, baby. The Living Infinite. Oh no, why isn't it opening? What? Oh no, what happened? There's some sticky stuff. Oh, it's very disappointing to find out. Yeah, they brought it back with the Living Infinite. This is possibly, would I say it's their best since like maybe Natural Born Chaos or Figure number 5? Definitely since Figure number 5. I would tell you standout tracks, but really like from top to bottom, this one's a good one. Leech, I remember. I'll point that one out, I think. If I'm remembering correctly. Honestly, like this is one of those like sometimes when I list out tracks of like that's a good one, it kind of means that like there are skips on the album and I just know like the specific songs. But with this, I kind of listened to the album overall. So yeah, this one was really good. And they brought it back for sure. It's like, I don't know, I can't really tell you what switch was flipped, but good on them. The Ride Majestic has possibly the best opener of any Soilwork album, actually. The Ride Majestic has like it starts off in the most perfect way. Dirk Verberin does the drums, and he kills it. He always kills it. Dirk Verberin. He's like the Dave Grohl of metal music. Like he, as far as drummers go, like he just kind of enhances anything that he's in with his drumming. And he's in a lot of different projects. Dave Grohl's in a lot of different projects too. So that's why I made that comparison. But yeah, Ride Majestic is good. I feel like the opening track is kind of the highlight. It really sets the tone for the rest of the album, and the rest of the album's good. I'm not sure that I like it as much as Living Infinite, but I do still like it quite a bit. And it's like they kind of continue. It's kind of like the Living Infinite Part 2 kind of. It's the same kind of sound to me, at least. So yeah. They kind of came back into it. And Death Resonance here. This is actually their last English titled album, because after this, they kind of stopped that, interestingly. I think this is kind of when I stopped really getting into Soilwork. Because it's not a bad album, but it didn't really resonate as much with me. And it's also the last one that I bought, because like I said, I haven't bought their last two. I've streamed them and I've listened to them, but and this is one of the things that kind of makes me sad about the album era, the CD and vinyl era, is like vinyl's kind of coming back a little bit. But one thing that makes me kind of sad about it is that I feel like when you stream music, you don't appreciate it as much, because with just a click of a button, you can just zoom off to another track by another artist. Whereas when you had CDs, you had to swap them out if you wanted to listen to something different. And when you put in a CD, like you were in it for the long haul, usually. You were in it for like the album experience. And I feel like with streaming, you're in it more for the single experience. You're in it for the playlists and not really for the album from top to bottom. So, I don't know if that has anything to do with it, because, in general, rock and metal are a very album-oriented listening experience. But, yeah, it's just not quite the same anymore. And I still like Soilwork, but, I think this is forever going to be the heyday for me, these three.
and everything since then, even when they kind of bring it back a little bit, it just doesn't quite hit the same still. So yeah, there's my little Soilwork spiel. I'm gonna take a quick break to drink some of my unnamed energy drink. Listen how full that is. It's really full. I don't know if you probably can't see. It's like this full because I haven't been drinking it. Lowering the pH of my mouth. I've heard that you shouldn't sip soda or coffee because it gives plaque a longer amount of time in your mouth to break things down. Anyway, I don't know if that's true or not. I've seen dentists online disagree on it, so who knows? If they don't know, if they can't agree on it, then who am I to discuss it? Sonic Syndicate, legendary album here, Only Inhuman. So Sonic Syndicate is could you call them melodic death metal? Possibly. It's a cool cover, right? Cool cover. Maybe melodic. Yeah, I think melodic death metal. I would say it's they kind of got a mixture between melodic death metal and metalcore. Yeah, Sonic Syndicate has gone through a number of personnel changes throughout the years, but this is the lineup that I always think of when I think of Sonic Syndicate. Let's see, we got here. Yeah, so they have. I wanted to make sure I got their names right. They have 2 lead singers. They've got Richard and Roland. Richard does the screaming vocals, and Roland does the clean vocals. And this is the last album that they had with Roland. After this, it was just Richard, and it wasn't quite the same. Interestingly, this also features 3 brothers, because Richard, Roger, and... Oh, wait. Robin. Wait, is Robin... Actually, I don't know. Are they 3 brothers? 3 siblings, we'll say. Yeah, the 2 guitar players and the vocalist. I asked because I was like, wait, there's a girl in the band, and I can't remember which one she is. I think she's Karen, though. Yes. Oh, it says it right there. Yeah, she's on bass. Okay. Yeah, here we are. So, yeah, there's Richard, there's Roland, and then there's the 2 other brothers. So, yeah, I'm not really sure why Roland left the band, or I don't know if there was any drama behind that or anything, but this is definitely their ultimate lineup. And they've come back. Did Roland come back, actually? I haven't really kept up with them. I really just like this album. There's a song on here, if you want to check it out, called Denied, which is their best song. Denied is their best song. It really showcases the best of everyone in that band. Best vocals, like best melodies and guitar work and everything. That's my favorite song by them. There's some good other ones in here, though. Like, let's see. I'm trying to remember. Double Agent 616, I remember. The title track. Aftermath. Aftermath is good, too, yeah. Yeah, I kind of want to go back and listen to this, actually. I remember really liking it. Now, I think... Richard and some of the other bandmates actually spun off into another band. I'm trying to remember the name of it. Actually, I had a funny, looking back, it's funny. At the time, it was terrifying. I had a funny little incident with this band on YouTube, actually, because I used some of their music for an outro, okay? And then a guy from their record label hit me up and was like, not Nuclear Blast. Nobody from Nuclear Blast has ever contacted me. It was whoever manages their. It wasn't their record label. It was their music rights management group, which is different than the record label. The way it works is that, like, when you're a band and you release music, you're not the only one that has the rights to it. And the record label isn't the only one that has the rights to it. There's also the music publishing group. So like, for example, let's take a look here. So there's Nuclear Blast, right? And Nuclear Blast might be the record label and the publishing group, but sometimes it's different, right? Sometimes there's like the record label, and the record label is like a subdivision of the larger music publishing group, like Warner Music, Universal Music, or WMG and UMG. Those are kind of examples, and they are notorious copyright trolls, the publishing groups. They go on YouTube and they'll just throw their entire discography into Content ID, and they'll just flag anything and everything that has like even a clip of their music, and they're like, we monetize that entire video, right? So they can get really aggressive about it. So I'm not sure who hit me up, but they were one of those guys whose job it is to search the internet to be like, are you using our music? And then they threaten to like take down your video or issue a copyright claim or something. And so I used like a clip of one of their songs. I think it was Denied, actually. This was a long time ago. This was like 10 years ago by now. In an outro, because I was using just clips of metal bands that I liked for the outro. I figured there was no harm, no foul. I credited them in the description, and I left a link to their Bandcamp or whatever. And a lot of people told me that they checked out bands from that. And I figured I wasn't really gaining anything, really. It was like a 20-second clip at the end of the video, you know. But the record label guy didn't see it that way, and he was like, we're gonna take action against the clips, is what he said. I'll never forget it, because I remember I was terrified. I was like, that mean we go to court? You know, I was young and didn't know that that's not what he just meant, like take the video down. But I remember I emailed the lead singer, I think it was Richard of Sonic Syndicate, explaining the situation, and he kind of was like, what? Oh, no, we don't care about that. he was like, yeah, that I don't know. I mean, we don't really have a problem with that. He was like, but you know, if you'd like to use our music in the future, you know, we could work together. And I remember they had like a contract that you could sign, but you had to have 50,000 subscribers on YouTube for it. And I didn't have 50,000 at the time. I had like, 20 or something like that. And I was like, I don't really have enough for that. And he was like, oh, all right, that's okay. And he sent me a couple free songs that I ended up being too scared to use. And he was like, yeah, if you use these, just credit us and leave a link to our stuff. And I never ended up doing it because I was too like scarred from and I never ended up using that. I think that's the last time I ever used like copyright music. I've only ever used Epidemic Sound and copyright free material like Kevin MacLeod and stuff like that, or public domain, I guess, really. But yeah, that was kind of a really surreal experience that I had of being like, oh my God, this is not how I want to be talking to the lead singer of a band that I like. Not like this, please. But yeah, I still think about that. It's a shame because, I'd like to use clips from my favorite bands in the outro and stuff, but with the way things are, I had and this has nothing to do with Sonic Syndicate, but there was a guy I knew who worked at a metal record label. Let's see, I want to say it was Season of Mist. They have a lot of metal bands on their roster, and he messaged me and he was like, hey, if you want, I noticed you use metal music in your outros. I'd love to just send you music to put in your outros. And I was like, oh, hell yeah, let's do it. Like, you work at the record label, let's go. Like, this is a shoo-in. I'm down. And then what ended up happening was the publishing group ended up copyright claiming all the songs that I used in the outros, like a year later after I started using them. So I had like a year's worth of videos claimed, and all the revenue was going to this publishing group. And I kept like trying to appeal them or whatever. And so I messaged the guy and I was like, hey, what happened? I was like, I thought I had permission from the record label. And he was like, you do, but you don't have permission from the music publishing group apparently. And he was like, I'll try to tell him to cut it out, stop. And then he got back to me and was like, there's nothing I can do. It's over my head. And I was just like, So now I know all about how this shit is structured. And, when you publish music, it's not just your band that has the rights to it. And it's not just your band that enforces the rights. It's all these other people with their hands in the pockets. Yeah, I kind of got off on a little rabbit trail there. Sonic Syndicate, though, Only Inhuman, great album. Seriously, I really like this one. So, yeah, I went on a little rant there, but, what can you do? So now, it's been like 8 years or something since I've used any copyrighted music. It's just all been like, I'm very paranoid about music. That's why sometimes I'll play a game and like any song with vocals that appears on the credits, I'm just like, no, I cut it out. And I'm like, we're going back to the main menu. We can't afford to risk this. Soul Embraced. This is actually a Christian death metal band, if you can believe it. And this is their second album, Immune. It's, I say Christian death metal. It's almost more like, it's almost new metal in places. It's really basic. I actually really like Soul Embraced's first album. It's called This Is My Blood. And Immune is not a great follow-up. In my opinion, it's kind of boring. The riffs just aren't there. This Is My Blood had some cool riffs on it, and they're nowhere to be found here. It's all chugga chugga, and it's pretty slow. It's not like fast chugga chugga. So I remember The Hero being okay, but yeah, I don't really have much to say about this. I remember showing it to my my guitar instructor when I was a teenager, and I remember him, because we used to share music and stuff. Like, I would be like, "Hey, check out this band I found." His name was Blake Milton. He was a really cool guy. I think he still teaches guitar in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Blake Milton. But I remember him like looking through the liner notes and stuff, and he was like, for some reason, he was like looking at, I think he was looking at Rocky's Thanks, and he was like, Sam Raimi, Bruce Campbell, Wes Craven, he doesn't know any of these people. And I always thought it was funny. Danny Elfman. and I mean, he knew, and I knew that he was just thanking them for like the inspiration or something. But it's just funny because he starts off with like, I want to thank my wife. Anyway. We had a good laugh over that. So that's always whenever I think about this album, I think about that moment, really, and not the music, which I think says a lot. But, okay. Oh, man, I have to talk about Soundgarden. Ramp. So you may notice that I got this for $1. This is Super Unknown. Their breakthrough album features Black Hole Sun, their biggest hit, as well as Fell on Black Days, Spoon Man, which is my personal favorite song from them, and a couple others. Soundgarden, grunge band from the 90s, featuring one of the greatest rock vocalists of all time, Chris Cornell, who also sang lead vocals in a band called Audio Slave with members of Rage Against the Machine that I really liked as well. Audio Slave, possibly like the most successful rock supergroup that I can think of. There might be one or two notable exceptions that don't spring to mind, but Audio Slave was great. Soundgarden was great. Chris Cornell, great vocalist. And here's the part where I tell you, unfortunately, we did lose him about 5 or 6 years ago. He committed suicide. And what's really sad about it to me, Chris Cornell, he was a great vocalist, but he had a very close relationship with Chester Bennington of Linkin Park, who also committed suicide in the exact same way, hanging, the same year. And I think about that sometimes. There's a YouTube video of Chester singing Crawling on stage, and Chris Cornell actually comes out and sings it with him. And if you're a fan of Chris and Chester and Linkin Park and Soundgarden, I mean, it's a powerful moment. I'm not really even a big fan of Crawling, but when I heard Chris Cornell come out and start singing that, I was like, damn. He's singing it with Chester, So they were close, and I could tell that they bonded over a lot. And so it's really sad, because I often see this sometimes with people with suicide in particular. It's like sometimes people really grow close, and you can tell they grow close over their struggles, like Chris and Chester did, in my opinion. And it's like when one goes, the other one goes soon after. I noticed that with Robin Williams too, actually. Because he was very close with another comedian whose name escapes me, and I don't think that comedian committed suicide, but it was like after he died, Robin left us pretty soon afterwards. And so whenever I think of Chris, I think of Chester, and vice versa now is the reason why I say that, because they both left us around the same time. But Chris left us with some amazing music, with Soundgarden and Audio Slave too. And like I said, this is probably their most well-known album. Spoon Man's my favorite song. I don't know why Super Unknown is highlighted here. I guess it's the album title. But yeah. Anyway, not to get too heavy into it, but it's like, man, I hate talking about these albums and then being like, of course I have to say the lead singer's no longer with us. I feel like I've said that so many times in this video. It makes me kind of sad, but we still have their music, and what's great is that we can hear from them anytime we want. We can even see them anytime we want on YouTube. So technology is great, but also kind of sad, like anytime we want, we can pop on YouTube and be like, there he is singing my favorite songs. But it's also sad because you're seeing almost a hologram of somebody who's no longer here, But yeah, Soundgarden, great band. I kind of prefer Alice in Chains and Nirvana a little bit when it comes to grunge, but I think I actually even prefer Audio Slave to Soundgarden. I just felt like the music kind of fit Chris's voice a little more. And if you want to check out Audio Slave, if you've never heard them, you've probably heard Like a Stone. That might be their most well-known song. But I always liked Gasoline and Show Me How to Live a little bit more. I think they showcase Chris's vocal range a little bit better. Stabbing Westward. Another half-price books purchase, I see. Wither, Blister, Burn, and Peel. Stabbing Westward. So these guys came onto the scene with the single Save Yourself, I believe. I think this is their most well-known album, though. It doesn't have Save Yourself on it, but it has Shame, which is a great song. It has a music video on YouTube if you want to check it out. What Do I Have to Do, I believe, was the lead single. Stabbing Westward is kind of a stock sound, but the lead singer has a very recognizable voice, so it kind of saves it from being generic. I don't have a ton to say about them other than that. There's just like a couple of singles you could check out. As far as the album experience overall, I don't really remember much about it. I think this might be one of those bands that really shines in the singles, but maybe not in the albums. Can't really remember. SR71, Pop Punk. Ooh, I don't have that much pop punk in my disc collection, but I have these, Now You See Inside, and Tomorrow, which... Yeah, Tomorrow's angstier than 90 Inside. 90 Inside's a little more pop punk, and it came with their lead single Right Now, which was basically their only hit. SR71 sounds kind of like Lit to me. They've kind of got a similar vibe. Lit came out with the song My Own Worst Enemy, which you've definitely heard. That one was like one of the biggest songs of the 90s. Now, SR71 probably best known for lead singer Mitch. That's him right there. Mitch. Oh, what's his last name? There he is again. Mitch Allen. That's his name. So Mitch Allen, I think, is a pretty successful like songwriter and music producer now. But I think these are the only SR71 albums. He actually, you may be familiar with the Bowling for Soup song 1985. Which was their biggest hit, Bowling for Soup, another pop punk band. But what if I told you that 1985 was originally a Mitch Allen song? That's right. He wrote that song. He's a pretty, he's a talent for songwriting, apparently. He came up with that song originally, and then Bowling for Soup actually covered it. A lot of people don't know that song's a cover, which is kind of funny. Because, like, the original song by Mitch didn't really go anywhere from what I remember, even though it's a clever song, clever lyrics, nice rhymes, things like that. As far as SR71 goes, aside from the song Right Now, there's not really much to talk about. Tomorrow's kind of angsty. It's kind of I kind of always, this came out in 2002, I want to say. Yeah, 2002, and it kind of, the song Tomorrow kind of struck me as like kind of a response to 9/11 a little bit. He talks about being scared, and I don't know. Maybe it was my 13-year-old brain, but that's how I always interpreted it. But they still got like some pop punk highlights, like let's see, where is it? Lucky might be the highlight of the album, actually. But there's also some like pop punk songs like She Was Dead, for example. But then they mix in like kind of these like angstier, more introspective like rockers like Tomorrow. Yeah, it's all a little bit dissonant to me in terms of like the two sounds don't really like work together that well, and that's always what I remember SR71 for. But I do find that they have really charismatic vocals. Like there's a good energy to them that's kind of rare in rock bands, frankly. So, ooh, Static X. Oh God, I have to do it again. Static X song, a band that was founded by, oh my God, I just hit the boom arm. Static X is you could say industrial metal, you could say nu metal. I would say nu metal, but they do have some like electronic components a little bit. Band formed by Wayne Static, lead singer Wayne Static. Let's see if we can get a picture of him. He's got a very recognizable facade, if you will. There he is. There's Wayne. He always had his hair like this. Get it, Static X. His name was Wayne Static, and then he looks like he's touching one of those electric balls or whatever. Giving himself his hair is staying on end. So this is probably their best known album, Wisconsin Death Trip, featuring the lead single and possibly best. Oh, I could just look at the back. There he is. Best song they ever came out with, Push It, which is one of the ultimate songs that I think of when I think of nu metal is Push It by Static X. But there's some good ones on here too, like I'm With Stupid. Let's see, Love Dump. I'm trying to remember what else. It's a pretty raw album, but they've got some really catchy like rhythmic songs on it. And this is the original lineup, okay, of Static X. Now, this is important because the lineup of Static X has changed a lot over the years, and Wayne Static is pretty much the only consistent, permanent member. But this was the lineup on Wisconsin Death Trip. They came out with a a second album called Machine, that unfortunately, let's see, I think, I can't remember his name. He left the band after Wisconsin Death Trip, I'm pretty sure. And he was replaced with Murder Dolls guitarist Trip Eisen, who's a piece of shit. And so they kind of have a different lineup for Machine, and also for their third album, Shadow Zone, which features, there's Trip. Tony Campos, that's his name, is the other guitar player. He might be the bass player, actually. Tony's the bass player, sorry. Bass is a kind of guitar. Tony does the deep vocals. And then there's Nick Oshiro from Seether on the drums. And Shadow Zone is kind of where they started to lose it a little bit for me. Wayne has very powerful, charismatic vocals, but it's not really enough to carry the music on Shadow Zone, I find. Let's see. The Only is good. That's the lead single. I'm trying to remember, but the songs just kind of, they don't carry the same energy as Wisconsin Death Trip, and this is kind of, I think, maybe the last listenable album. I hate to say it. After this it's like Start a War, and then Cult of Static, which it pains me to say this, Cult of Static is kind of unlistenable. But here's where I have to say the part I wasn't looking forward to, which was that Wayne actually died of natural causes a couple years after Cult of Static, if I remember correctly. He was in his 40s, and it hit the band so hard, actually, that they reassembled the original lineup. So I want to say this guy's name is Koji, but I don't want to say that. Well, I already did. Whatever. So, Tony, him, they all came back together, and they did something really cool, in my opinion. I would even say unironically awesome. They came back together to reform Static X, and they put out an album called Project Regeneration, and I don't have a hard copy of it, but I should, because it might be Static X's best album ever. It's got this slick production value that really brings out the sound. It's heavier than Static X has sounded since Wisconsin Death Trip, and it uses a lot of Wayne's old unused vocals and songs from unreleased tracks and things like that they turn into full-fledged new songs. It's really cool. And if you're wondering how they pull it off for music videos, because they have music videos, what they've done is they have a stand-in for Wayne, this guy named Zero. Now, Zero is actually a very well-known guy from another nu metal band, but they don't want to formally recognize them as that person. They want him to kind of be Wayne's stand-in. So he has the same hairstyle, he has a mask to cover his face, and he kind of is on stage to be Wayne in the band. And it's done, you could look at it one of two ways. One way you could look at it is it's kind of cheesy, but I don't look at it that way. I know some people do. I think it's really respectful and cool. And as soon as I saw when they had a new music video out for the lead single of Project Regeneration, I was like, what's going on? New Static X? And I tuned into the music video, and they had a ventriloquist dummy with Wayne's haircut mouthing the lyrics as Wayne was singing in the background. And I thought that was so cool. What a way to honor your bandmate who's no longer a part of it, but still a part of it. It felt like just such a cool, respectful way to honor him and still, create new music out of what he left behind. Now, Wayne doesn't sing lead vocals on all the tracks on Project Regeneration. Zero does lead vocals too, but he does them in a style very similar to how Wayne used to sing. So what you have is you have songs that sound exactly like Static X, and it's just a really cool idea and album. And they came out with Project Regeneration Volume 1, and they're working on Volume 2, and I can't wait for it, honestly. If you told me that, like, after listening to Cult of Static in, 2014, if you told me that Static X was going to come back and put out, like, the best shit since Wisconsin Death Trip, I wouldn't have believed you. But, yeah, that's crazy. Especially after Wayne passed away, I was like, there's no coming back from this. I didn't think those thoughts word for word, but it was just kind of like, I guess that's the end of Static X, right? But no, it's not. And I think that's so cool, that you think it's the end, you think that there's no coming back, and then they do, and it shows that people are really capable of surprising you, and that there's still something left in the world to be surprised by, and things to look forward to and be optimistic about. So I don't want to get too deep into it, but I just think it's really cool. So I wanted to mention it. I've been talking so much. Let me take a look at where we are in the track list. That's not what I meant. I have an Excel spreadsheet of all the CDs. I'd just like to know where we are. We are currently we've done 319 out of 381. So we're on the home stretch now. We've only got 60 left. The S albums just took forever. Okay, let's get through this. Still Remains. This is a Christian metal band that I believe these are their only 2 albums. They might have a third. I'm not really sure. Their debut of Love and Lunacy is by far the stronger of the 2. But The Serpent, I don't know, I kind of have a soft space for it too. So Still Remains are I guess they're a metalcore band. Not really a whole lot of core, to be honest, but metalcore is a pretty broad genre. So yeah, this had a really cool sound to it though. So Still Remains, they have they've got the drop tune guitars, the screaming, the typical metal hallmarks, but they've got harmonized vocals that for clean choruses and stuff that are really strong. I think you can hear them pretty well in these opening tracks. The Worst Is Yet to Come, In Place of Hope, White Walls is probably my favorite song by them. The clean vocals really carry the music. They've got like a great atmosphere that they supply them, and this is definitely the more metal of the 2 albums that they came out with. I want to say they're Christian. They're on Roadrunner though. I think they're one of those Christian bands that maybe they're just a band with Christians in it. It's sometimes it's hard to, because what happens is, I was in that scene for a while. It's like any band that had Christians in it, you'd be like, they're a Christian band. Great. They're my people at the time. That's what I was thinking. So you kind of stretch and you make exceptions and things like that. So maybe that's what I'm remembering. I just remember thinking at the time, like, it's so cool these guys are a Christian band, but I don't know if they are. They are on Roadrunner. Typically, if you see Solid State, that means that they're a religious band, but I don't see that here. Sometimes they break through the Roadrunner though. And this, The Serpent is a much poppier album. It includes Stay Captive as the lead single, which is probably, it's a big departure from Of Love and Lunacy, but it's a catchy song. I'm trying to remember what else. Dancing with the Enemy. Dancing with the Enemy is like, I remember hearing that and being like, what happened? It's not a bad song. It's just it's a very different sound than what they used to have. And I'm not sure that they lasted much longer than this. So that's about all I have to say about Still Remains. I do remember listening to these two albums in high school and really enjoying them. So, but it's not really, your music tastes change, and they're not really ones that I go back to now. Sting, Brand New Day. I got this album because it has Desert Rose on it, and that's the only Sting song that I like, and I want to see if there was more like it, and the answer is no. How embarrassing that this is my only Stone Temple Pilots album. Tiny Music. I don't even have Core or anything like that. I don't know what's wrong with me. So Stone Temple Pilots, legendary grunge band, fronted by lead singer Scott Weiland, who, and I'm so tired of saying this in this video, we tragically lost a few years ago. I think it's been about 6 or 7 years. Scott Weiland, and here again, I have to mention Scott Weiland was the lead singer of Stone Temple Pilots. And later, Chester Bennington from Linkin Park actually became the lead singer of Stone Temple Pilots for a bit, which is crazy to think about because Chester grew up idolizing Stone Temple Pilots and dreaming about being their lead singer. How insane is that? And then he actually did it. Wow. Big shoes to fill, though. Scott Weiland was a hell of a singer, and if you don't believe me, for whatever reason, check out the MTV Unplugged of Stone Temple Pilots. Everybody talks about the MTV Unplugged of Nirvana, but the STP one's really good too. MTV Unplugged is a show that they did for a while. Back when MTV showed, music programming. Typical boomer thing for me to say there. MTV Unplugged was where they would get different rock bands or whatever to do acoustic sets. So that's what they meant by unplugged. You unplug the electric guitar, right? And unplugged sets, I don't know which came first. I assume it was a term before MTV Unplugged, but unplugged sets are now like a term for whenever bands do that, they play acoustic sets instead of all their rock and roll music. But Stone Temple Pilots had an outstanding debut album called Core. It's got so many good tracks on it. Let's see, Dead and Bloated, Sex Type Thing, like, does that Interstate Love Song on it, I think? But yeah, it's like one of the best debut albums, I would say, in rock music history. Now, STP also did a lot of experimental stuff, and this is one of those albums. Tiny Music sounds nothing like Core, for example. And I think the only single on this one is Vaseline. Is it Vaseline that's on this one? I can't remember. But I remember listening to this. Oh my gosh. I remember listening to this and being like, what is going on with Stone Temple Pilots? Because like I found this at a used bookstore and I was like, I'm going to check it out. And let me see. Okay, that was fine. You never know. I was like, is this safe to show on video? But yeah, let's see what the track list is. Because I remember, Tripping on a Hole in a Paper Heart. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is kind of their experimental album where they did something a little different. And so I don't have a ton to say about it because like I just prefer with STP, with other bands, I might be like, I really like their experimental side. I appreciate that they did it, but I do prefer their core sound a bit more. And I wish I had that album. I wish I had the MTV Unplugged album actually. I would love to get that on vinyl. I think for albums like that, I got to get them on vinyl. So
but Stone Temple Pilots, very noteworthy band overall. And actually, Scott Weiland went on to form Velvet Revolver with members of Guns N' Roses, including Slash, the guitar player. And I never really got into that one. It was a little too rock and roll for me. I mean, I like rock and roll, but... Well, I like rock music. I would say there's a difference between rock and roll. I tend to not really like modern rock and roll bands. I like rock and roll bands from the 70s and 60s, but when you get into rock and roll bands from the 2000s or whatever, I tend to kind of not really appreciate that difference in sound. There's a lot of swagger that comes with it that I don't necessarily agree with. But yeah, rest in peace to Scott, and would love to not have to talk about dead lead singers anymore for the rest of the video. Would be great. Story of the year. Okay. Very different band from Stone Temple Pilots. So Story of the Year is one of my favorite groups from like this early 2000s kind of angsty My Chemical Romance, The Used kind of phase of things. Their debut album called Page Avenue had their biggest hit, Until the Day I Die. And I had a burned copy of that, which I think is why it's not included here. But I bought hard copies of In the Wake of Determination, the second album, and Black Swan. Is it Black Swan? The Black Swan, yeah. And Page Avenue is a good album and everything, but my favorite from them is In the Wake of Determination. I feel like they really define their sound quite a bit on here. Take Me Back is a great tune. March of the Dead, I like that one. I like the opener, We Don't Care Anymore. Wake Up the Voiceless. So many good tracks, man. I find that the lead singer, no, his name escapes me at the moment. Look at this cool green CD. Look at this. I like the art direction on the album. Just like, yeah, why don't we just go Goosebumps green with this? Nice. I think the lead singer has a great voice, and all due respect to like all the Taking Back Sundays of the world and stuff, but I think he was the best of the genre. And yeah, same goes for Black Swan, dude. Like, I feel like Dan Marsala. There we go. I was like, I want to say it's Dan, but I couldn't remember the last name, and I didn't want to say Dan and be wrong. They've got The Skull on bass as well. Josh the Constable Wills. Everybody's got nicknames. Ryan Phillips, aka the Nose. Phillips Need. Come on, bud. Where's your nickname? Dan and Phil. Wow. Anyway. Wake Up is good. The Antidote. Yeah, this was a good one too. Story of the Year, I feel like they never got the credit that they deserved, or the exposure, or the success that they were owed. But they have a very good sound, and I remember recently, it's funny, I was going back through music videos, I was feeling kind of nostalgic, and I was going through them with Kimmy, who didn't listen to any of this stuff around the same time. So I was showing her, Taking Back Sunday, The Used, early MCR, things like that. And then I showed her Story of the Year, and she was like immediately her ears perked up with this, and she was just like, I really like this. She was like, I didn't really like. She was very unimpressed with The Used, and I was like, yeah, Story of the Year is pretty good. And she was like, yeah, this is like the best of the ones that you showed me. And I was like, I felt very validated when she said that, because we don't always agree with music. Structures. So yeah, this is like a metalcore band. They're definitely a core band. The reason I got this is because there was like about a 10-second part of one song that I liked. I think it was Paralyze, where I really liked the riff. And I was like, I wonder if there's more riffs like that, because I'm always looking for cool guitar riffs, and there wasn't really. So that's pretty much my full story with this. Sometimes I would buy albums based on like one song. Be like, I wonder if they do anything more like that, and they almost never do. Sum 41, yeah, pop punk. Sum 41, all killer, no filler. And does this look infected? So Sum 41 came out of that kind of Blink 182 inspired pop punk era. I don't know what they're doing here. What are they doing? Lead singer Derek Whibley, I think is his name, is I believe the only consistent member of the band. This is also the only album featuring this guy, or at least early on. I think he's back with the band now, actually. What was his name? The Brown Sound, I think. Oh my God, I better not be wrong about that. Can you imagine? Yeah, no, it is. Okay, it is. Whew. I was like, damn. Okay, yeah. And there's Cone and Steve-O 32. Oh, wait, no. Who's Busy D? Busy D is Derek. Okay. Yeah, well, he uses his name there. Derek Whibley. Anyway, Derek Whibley actually ended up dating Avril Lavigne for a while, which I thought was interesting. There was some story about how he was on the tour bus and he shit in a bag and threw it out the threw it out the window or something like that. I don't know. They're crazy kids, crazy pop punk kids. I always liked Sum 41's attitude though. I remember listening to Fat Lip on repeat when I was 12 years old. Or was it 12? Let's see, 2001. So yeah, 12. I remember listening to Fat Lip on repeat, thinking it was such a rebellious, cool song. Sum 41 were like the edgier Blink 182, which Blink 182 was already kind of edgy. But yeah, I still liked them. You know, they had numbers in the name, but I could look past that. This is genuinely a pretty good pop punk album, though. Like Nothing on My Back, great opener there. They did some bullshit like Never Wake Up, which is a 50-second song. Like, come on. In Too Deep was a great song. I remember that one. That was big on radio. Motivation is kind of like a straight up pop punk song. Because they were mostly pop punk, but they also were like, they kind of rocked out a little bit. They were big fans of metal, which they showcased on Pain for Pleasure, which I believe, if I remember correctly, if memory serves, Pain for Pleasure features Rob Halford, lead singer of Judas Priest, I want to say. I don't know why I randomly just remembered that. Pain for Pleasure. I think he sings it. Yeah. But yeah, this is a good album overall. However, you know, Sum 41 did this thing where they got heavier with every album. And this is really the only one I would consider pop punk from the early ones. Because Does This Look Infected came out, and this was more of like a heavy rock record. In a way. Maybe not that heavy yet, actually. But it was definitely heavier. Hell Song is really good. Still Waiting was the lead single. I remember that. Hell Song's probably my favorite one though. Yeah. Yeah, look, they're zombies, guys. Yeah, this was a little bit it was less commercially successful as All Killer No Filler because it didn't have as many successful singles. Still Waiting did pretty well, but Hell Song was the second single and I don't think it really did that great. And then I don't have it, but they came out with their third album called Chuck, and Chuck had a lot of metal influence. Like, it was a lot heavier. I remember hearing the song No Reason off of that album and being like, this is Sum 41? This is crazy. Because it was just like one of those like relentless rocker tracks. And yeah, Chuck is a great album. But I still kind of prefer the first one, all things considered. I think it's got a cool attitude and vibe to it that, while I appreciate kind of the heavier sound that they ultimately went with after that, yeah, nothing beats Fat Lip, man. That's the ultimate Sum 41 song. After Chuck, they came out with, what was it, Underclass Hero, and I kind of lost track of them after that because at that point it was basically just Derek Whibley with a rotating cast of other people, from what I remember. And I think they've kind of gotten back together now. Like I think Brown Sound's back in the band, or something like that. I'm not really sure what's going on with them these days. I haven't listened to Sum 41 in a hot minute, but they're one of those nostalgic bands for me. All right, we're getting close to the end of S's. Now I'm going to talk about one of my favorite bands that I would be shocked if anyone in the comments knew about them. Oh boy, one of my favorites, and I cannot tell you how embarrassing it is to me that I only have 2 albums from Cybreed, the greatest cyber metal band that has ever existed, and that includes Fear Factory, Nemec, and all the rest of them. Starts with a fantastic debut, Cybreed Slave Design. I had to order this online because they didn't sell it at the store, because the band was so obscure. Now, Cybreed stands for Synthetic Breed. You may notice they're very inspired by Fear Factory. Very, very inspired. They talk about machines a lot. A lot of their imagery on their albums. I mean, this is their final album. It's called God is an Automaton, right? There's wires. They've got a song called Synthetic Breed. They've got a song called Take the Red Pill. I mean, it's just so cool. Look at the CD, dude. This is like a little wind tunnel right here. Yeah, Reality Entertainment. They had some good bands on them back in the day. I don't think they exist anymore, but yeah, there's the guys. There's Ben, the lead vocalist. Now, Ben has a great voice, I think. He's got a good screaming voice, very good. It's almost Meshuggah like, his vocals. In fact, they're very similar to Meshuggah in some ways. Especially on songs like Machine Gun Messiah. Machine Gun Messiah straight up sounds like a Meshuggah song. I would say if you're a Meshuggah fan, you should check them out. They've got some good heavy songs like that, but they also got some more melodic ones that Meshuggah would never touch. So I guess it depends on how much you're into like the melodic side of things. The lead guitar player and the producer of these albums is a guy named Drop. I don't know his real name, but Drop. Okay, here we go. Yeah, Ben on the vocals. Drop. He does the guitars, the synths, and the beats. So he basically, Drop is the Cybreed sound. The band wouldn't be able to do anything without Drop. No, all due respect to Byrne and Alex, but yeah, he carried, right? This is just a great debut album, man. I want to listen to it right now. It's one of those, like, I look at it and I'm like, I want to listen to this right now. Please focus. Thank you. Bioactive is, oh man. Bioactive is a great opener. It's like 6 minutes long, as you can see, and it's got a long instrumental like build up, and then it gets crazy heavy. Like, it's just really good. Re-Evolution was their lead single, and it's probably the most basic song on the album. So, if you find Cybreed on Spotify or something, it might be like Re-Evolution, first. I'm not sure, because it was one of the more popular songs, but it's definitely like the radio single of the group. It never got played on the radio, but it's definitely like the most accessible song on the album. All of these are good, frankly. Like, I could go through all, like, I would just be naming every song. Decoy's good, Synthetic Breed's good, Next Day Will Never Come is good. Like I said, Machine Gun Messiah, really heavy one. They've even got some airplay as Radio Slave edit. Okay. I think they just made them like slightly shorter. I think that's all that they did. But yeah, like, perfect debut album for what the band is. This pains me, but I have the second album somewhere. I just don't know where. The second album, though, is their best.
It's called Antares, and every song on it, literally every song on it, is a banger. I remember hearing the lead single for it, Emma Zero, and I was just like, wow, it's even better than the debut. And then they've got Revive My Wounds. I'm trying to remember Orbital. They do a slower song called Orbital that's fantastic. Like they slow it. It's like they proved on Slave Design they could rock out really well, but then they proved with Antares that they could slow it down and still do a great job. Antares is their best album. Can't speak highly enough of it. I need to get a hard copy of that actually before it becomes too rare. Now, their third album, I believe it's called Eon. They kind of took a different route with things. They dialed back on the Meshuggah and Fear Factory influence a little bit, and they went with something a little more mainstream and accessible, and it's not bad. One of the songs from it, Doomsday Party, is really good, but it's good in a way that's very different from the rest of their work. Hang on, I'm gonna take a swig real quick. Like I said, it's different from the rest of their work, so I don't really like that album that much, but it exists. And then there's their final album, released 10 years ago, I believe, called God is an Automaton. And there's some great ones on this one. They kind of bring it back. They kind of bring the sound back a little bit to that Antares sound a little bit. I said a little bit twice. Posthuman Manifesto is probably my favorite on here. But I mean, they're like all good. Like I could go through again and be like, that one's good, that one's good, that one's good, that one's good. But unfortunately, this was their last CD, their last album. Very sad times. I think there's drops, so they were still in the band. I'm not sure if Byrne and Alex were still in it or what. Or if they kept the same lineup, because like when I think of Cybrid, I really just think of those two. Yeah, Kevin's on the drums now, and Alice is on the bass. Alice, yeah. So the two, no offense to the other two guys, but the two people that bring the signature Cybrid sound were involved. Now, since Cybrid, I've struggled to find a band that can sound like them. The Cybrid guys had a side band. Well, I think it was just Ben and Drop. They had a band called This Misery Garden. And that one was pretty good. It was like a softer, definitely less metal kind of sound to it. But it's kind of a slower, more melodic sound. I actually really liked it, This Misery Garden. I think they only had one album, and I can't really think of what the songs were that I liked in particular. But they were probably the singles, frankly. Now, there is another band called Vola that's a little similar. They kind of have like the djenty guitars a little bit, but they're much more melodic than Cybrid is. I like Vola, but they're not quite the same. There is another band. I think I'm trying to remember who. If it was Drop, I think Drop is in another band called Obsidians is what it's called. Obsidians with a Y. And they've kind of got that Drop kind of Cybrid sound, that signature sound. So, but I haven't really gotten that into them yet. So yeah, I don't know. Cybrid was like lightning in a bottle, man. It's like, oh, we only got 4 albums out of these guys. What was the justice in the world, And like I said, I don't know where my copy of Antares is, but yeah, they're one of my favorite metal bands, and sad to see them go so early on, but they left behind some fantastic music, and they're still working on stuff individually, so I think that's really cool. Shout out to Cybreed fans out there. Cyber metal. System of a Down. This is going to wrap up the S's. Phew. So this is the landmark album, Toxicity. And then the other one I have is Hypnotize, which this is the problem with paper albums. I tried to tape it back together, as you can see. Now, I just want to note, I am not responsible for this. I loaned this to someone, and I can't remember what happened, and he basically returned it. It wasn't ripped all the way down like this, but it started like here. It was ripped like this, and I was being like, what the fuck? And he was like, yeah, sorry. And then it eventually just ripped all the way down, and there was nothing I could do about it. So, whatever. So System of a Down is a, are they? Oh, God, I better get this right. I think they're an Armenian band featuring lead singer Serge Tankian right there. No, that's him. That's not him. That's him. Guitarist Darren Malakian. Bassist Shavo. And his last name starts with an O. And then, you know what? That's just where I'm going to stop. Because I can't remember the drummer's name right now. But yeah, System of a Down, very revered, possibly the most revered new metal band. And it's interesting to me because it didn't start out that way, I remember. Now, Toxicity was a very successful album, and it's definitely, Toxicity is like new metal fans Sgt. Pepper and the Lonely Hearts Club. Like this is their magnum opus, I feel like. And I like the CD. I remember the first time I ever heard Chop Suey on the radio, and I couldn't believe how cool it was. And it was so creative and fun, and Serge has such like a chaotic, energetic voice, and the song goes from like 0 to 100 and back again over and over again. It's just like whiplash, the song, right? But as an album, I don't think it's that great. I really don't. I feel like you may notice there's 14 tracks, and this is something I've noticed with System of a Down, and I know I'm committing SOAD heresy right now. I get it. Trust me. I know you guys are going to be on my ass in the comments, blah, 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 because you can't say anything bad about System of a Down. But I feel like they kind of cram too many songs into their album. And it's not just with this, it's with all of them. It's with Steal This Album. It's with Hypnotize, Mesmerize double album. It's like, why were there two? There's so many. It's like nothing goes on the cutting room floor with these guys. And I think certain things could, and it would make the overall experience stronger. Like, for example, I can go through this and tell you which songs they could have cut out. So Prison Song, gotta keep it. Prison Song, great opener. And it has their usual penchant for political lyrics and motifs, and I think it's an important song to include. And it's also like it sets the tone for the rest of the album. Needles, okay, I guess. I don't really particularly like that song, but it's okay. Deer Dance and Jet Pilot, I kind of feel like we don't need to have. I feel like they're very repetitive songs that kind of sound like other ones on the album. I would keep X. I would keep Chop Suey, obviously. You got to keep Bounce because it's a degenerate song and it's very fun. It's about a pogo stick. A girl on a pogo stick. Wow. I'm sure it's just about the literal toy and not anything else. I would keep Forest and Atwa. I would keep Science. Maybe not Shimmy. Shimmy is one of those, it's like, well, we kind of heard this already. Toxicity kind of slows it down a little bit. I would keep that. I would lose Psycho, and I would keep the closer Aerials because it's a really strong closer. Now, you take my advice, that's 10 songs. Now, I know if you're listening, you're like, I would hate that. You need those 4 songs. But it's just an example of, I just feel like there's too much shit, dude. There's too many songs that's like, why do we need Shimmy, dude? We've already heard this song. Why do we need Jet Pilot? We've already heard this song. I just kind of feel like when it comes to System, they can get very repetitive, and they have so many songs, and so they have so many filler songs in particular, that I just think the album overall would be stronger if it was more focused, if that makes sense. So that's always been kind of my problem with them. And it's not just Toxicity. Steal This album is the same way. Steal This album has like 15 tracks or something like that. And it's like, oh my God. But yeah, you know, I don't want that to take away from the fact that I really like System of a Down. This is their second album, by the way. It's very rare that a band's second album is their strongest, but they achieved that with Toxicity. Yeah, despite all that, Toxicity's strongest album from them. Although I really like Still This album. Still This album is the follow-up that they came out with the very next year, and it's basically songs from the Toxicity sessions that they were just like, we'll just make a new CD with this. And there's some good ones on there. There's Chicken Stew is funny. Let's see. Mr. Jack is like the Aerials of that album. Inner Vision is good. I'm trying to think. There's a few others, a few other good ones, but it's like System's singles are really good, I think. But I think they struggle with the album composition, and so I always see when people are talking about like top new metal albums, they're like, Toxicity, it's gotta be in there. But I just feel like there's stronger examples, personally. And that brings us to Hypnotize, Mesmerize. Now, I don't have Mesmerize, but I do have Hypnotize. Hypnotize is the one without BYOB on. Hypnotize is the one that is worse. I think Mesmerize is a better album. So what happened was they came out with this double album, Hypnotize, Mesmerize, and I can't remember if they came out at exactly the same time, like the same day, or if they were a couple months apart. But I don't know why I have one, not the other. They're trying to do some like Tool visuals and stuff here. It looks kind of like. Now this has I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the opener Attack. It kind of sounds like every System of a Down song. And this also features my least favorite System of a Down song, Lonely Day. I know that some people like this song, and I can't tell you why. Darren, the guitarist, sings lead vocals on this one, which I think is a mistake. I think Serge is the only one who should be doing any vocals. I don't like Darren's vocals, and I certainly don't like the lyrics to Lonely Day. I laughed out loud when I first heard it. Such a lonely day should be banned. It's a day that I can't stand. I'm just like, are these really the lyrics? And it's such a like pitiful little song, I think. And I hate to be so like hard on System. I just feel like they're kind of overrated, and I think they struggle with the album. Putting together a strong album. They make good individual singles, like BYOB is a great song. There's individual, good songs, but I think just overall, they make the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And sometimes it fucking slaps, and then sometimes it's just like, well, I've already heard this. And so I get a little more of the latter with System of a Down. But again, no disrespect, all right? I like them overall, and Chop Suey is always going to be one of my favorite songs to listen to. So, from the new metal era. Oh my gosh, I am so tired. Oh wait, actually we have less than I thought. Because some of the T albums that I had included the bands, which I've already covered. Oh, so actually we've got less than I thought. I wonder if I could get away with just doing the rest of it right now. Yeah, hang on one second. Okay, yeah, I've got the teas with me right now. Okay, yeah, let's just do this. There's not that many of them. What are they gonna do about it? They can't stop us. They're not alphabetized though. So we'll start with Taproot. So this is Taproot's second album, Welcome. Taproot had a really heavy nu metal single called Poem that I remember, and that's why I bought this. Taproot, they are a nu metal band, but they're kind of different. The lead singer, like with most nu metal bands, has a very recognizable voice, very distinct. You know, from the first word that he says, you can basically tell, like, oh, this is a Taproot song, right? With that said, not a great album. Like, Poem is a great song. I'm trying to... Myself, I remember that one. I'm trying to remember other ones. Yeah, I think that this was kind of an awkward time for Taproot. Their next album, where they kind of slowed things down a little bit. What was it called? Blue Forest or something like that? I can't remember. There was like tree imagery. I remember that. That one was, I think, much more well-rounded than this one. And yeah, I think just overall a bit better. So not a big Taproot fan, frankly. I wish I liked them more than I do. I like them, but yeah, don't really have much more to say about that. Sorry, I was looking through the teas to kind of get things ready. Okay, Tesseract. Got 3 albums from Tesseract here. So Tesseract they're a gent band, but they're true gentlemen, if you'll pardon the pun. They are super atmospheric and artsy and like lots of clean vocals. In fact, they might even exclusively be clean vocals. I'm not sure. And I think there's some screaming, isn't there? Can't remember. But they're almost instrumental gent to me. 'Cause the vocals are so like ethereal and calming. They could practically be instrumentals to me. Now, with that said, Altered State, which is this one, I think is probably my favorite Tesseract album. But if you've heard one Tesseract album, you've heard the rest too. I like their sound, but I feel like they haven't evolved it that much. Look at this. I love these hardcover albums. It's like, whoever had that idea, good on you. I know it's probably more expensive to produce, but yeah, it's pretty cool. I wish I had more to say about Tesseract than I do, because I feel like people that like Tesseract really love Tesseract, and I like Tesseract, but I don't love them. And I wish I did. Sometimes I wish that they were heavier. But then they wouldn't be Tesseract. They wouldn't be this like calming kind of, I guess, in between type of sound between like all the heavy gent bands and like the kind of chill, completely chill, like instrumental groups. Like it's like they're the in between for me between like Periphery and Animals as Leaders. They're kind of like a happy medium in a lot of ways. Not as heavy as Periphery, but they do have vocals, and they do like a more traditional song structure over like Animals as Leaders, for example. But they have like similar guitars and things like that. Yeah, I wish I had more to say about Tesseract, really. That's kind of it, though, for me. I do like them. It's just they're kind of a throw-on in the background band as opposed to actively listening. And I like to actively listen to things. Just kind of my style. So, yeah. Okay, next up, we have Them Crooked Vultures, featuring Josh Homme from Queens of the Stone Age. I believe. Is that right? That better be right. I'm not thinking of... Sometimes I get this group mixed up with Eagles of Death Metal. I think it's because they have... Yes, it is Josh Homme. Okay, and Dave Grohl. Right. Whew. I was like, damn, I better not be feeding misinformation. It's like, what's with the birds, dude? You know, vultures, eagles, what's next? Yeah, this is a good album. It's like a cool little, you know, them Crooked Vultures are a little super group, and they did a great job. You know, this is like one of those things where I don't really have like a single or a track to point out as like, that's a good one. It's more of an album experience. And they do a great job of it. Yeah. Josh Homme and Dave Grohl are both like super geniuses, mega rock stars, and they came together to create something awesome again with this. So great job to them. This is my favorite Josh Homme side project, because I'm not like a big Eagles of Death Metal fan, and I am not a big Kiss fan. So other than Queens of the Stone Age, this is really the one that I like. So I wish they had more music. That's all I'll say. Okay. Thornhill. This one's unopened. The Dark Pool. Thornhill is an Australian band, very talented. This is their debut album, but not really. I'll get to that in a second. They have kind of an Architects sound. If you're an Architects fan, you'll probably like Thornhill. They're a bit softer though. They're not quite as heavy, at least on this one. There's still some great tracks though. I would say they're a bit more atmospheric than Architects and a little less heavy. But that wasn't always the case. Thornhill was one of my favorite bands. Their lead singer is really good. But I really prefer the sound that they had on the Sunflower EP, which is only 6 tracks, and I wish I had a hard copy of it. The Sunflower EP came out before their full album, and like every track's a banger. Every track is a banger. Reptile, which I highly recommend checking out Reptile. There's a music video for it. That's their best song. It's got this chaotic, relentless energy to it where they're just going crazy with the instrumentals, and it's really heavy. And then things kind of slow down, and the lead singer's doing all this insane vocal stuff, like going all over the place. He's screaming 1 second, he's singing falsetto the next. It's like, damn, it's like one of those insane showcases of talent and like really chaotic, energetic, dynamic songwriting. And that's a great song. Their heaviest song is this one called Lavender, that's also on the Sunflower EP that I love. I love that song. It's if you like Thornhill but you wish that they were a little heavier and you haven't heard that song, listen to it, because it's their heaviest song. It's like just full blown metal energy is what I would say. It's it's such an energetic song, and I like that about it. Because one of the worst things about metal is when they just kind of chug you to sleep a little bit. It's like a lullaby, but that's why I tend to like core bands, because they tend to really punch it, and that song really punches. But there's also good ones like Sunflower. The title track is really good too. Just really, like I said, six track banger EP. And unfortunately, the Dark Pool doesn't really carry the same energy for me. It's there in spots. Like there's still like Coven's a great song. Where Do We Go When We Die, I think is what it's called, is a good one too. I just kind of wish that they had kept some of that heavier sound. They have a second album it's more of the Dark Pool sound, which is fine. Like I said, it's fine. I've streamed the album plenty, but I do wish that there was a little more of that heavy sound that was on the Sunflower EP, because I thought that was a really unique mix. and it was like it reminded me a lot of Architects, which I love Architects. So, yeah, those are my thoughts on Thornhill. Oh boy. Another foray into the Christian rock world with 1,000 Foot Crutch. Crutch spelled with a K, obviously. What, do you think they were going to spell it correctly with a C? Dude, not going to happen. So, oh boy, 1,000 Foot Crutch. Let me tell you what. 1,000 Foot Crutch, this is their debut album, Set It Off. And it's basically their only album to me that sounds like it has any passion behind it. It's basically a rap metal album. You can see by their edgy looks here. Look, track 1 doesn't even have a title. What? Superfly is a standout track. It's got these like rap verses, and then it's got these new metal choruses. Was this on? No, this wasn't on Solid State, but they are a Christian band for sure. The songs have this kind of energy to them. There's a lot of rapping. It's pretty good though. They look at that. It's so 2001. Oh no, what's going on? But let's see. They do slow it down a little bit, and it's kind of a horrible precursor for what's to come. Small Town it's a good song. They slow it down for that one. So there are some like more touching introspective moments, but it's more of that like rap metal sound that I liked from them. And this is the last thing they did that sounded like that, because after this, it was Phenomenon. Bank Gothic typeface here again. I feel like I've pointed out so many times. It's an interesting choice. I don't know if this guy is getting raptured or what. I'm not sure what's happening. But you may notice that this is actually unopened, and that's because I had this CD, but then I think I loaned it to a friend or something, and like there were lots of people that I loaned music to, apparently. I think he broke it or lost or something, so he bought me a new one, but then I never listened to it. So here we are, kind of awkward. Let's see. This album actually got some mainstream airplay with the song Rock Fist. Minimal airplay, but it still made it to mainstream radio a bit. Bounce is a good song. I'm trying to remember anything else, but they kind of, Faith, Love, and Happiness. Oh, geez. They kind of slowed things down a lot with this one, and they went full mainstream. Like the rapping is not really as present now, and this is how 1,000 Foot Crutch kind of continued from this point on. This is the sound that they kind of went with the rest of their career, and I kind of just abandoned them as a result. It's not that Set It Off is really even that great. It's just like I thought it was pretty original and cool at the time, and then they kind of sold out a little bit. I don't know. It's like I kind of think of it as selling out. I don't like calling bands sellouts, and I'm not calling them sellouts. I just think that this sound was a sellout. I kind of think of it that way when they soften things up a lot for the mainstream, but it's worse. And that's what I think happened with this. So those are my thoughts on 1,000 Foot Crutch. But they're a very successful Christian rock band, so good for them, I guess. Here we go. Threat Signal. Boy, what happened to this band? Threat Signal is a metalcore band that had an outstanding debut album, Under Reprisal. And then Vigilance, the follow-up, I don't know, it just didn't hit with me. This band was kind of like they kind of had that Fear Factory Nemec kind of sound, so that's why I got it. Look, Seeing Red. The red is highlighted. Ooh. A New Beginning is a great song. One Last Breath, Rational Eyes, Faceless is super heavy. They kind of have those like heavy guitars, screaming vocals, but they've also got these kind of epic soaring cleans that I think kind of didn't really hit right on Vigilance. I'm not sure. I think something may have happened to the lead singer's voice. For some reason, I vaguely remember something about that, and it kind of didn't hit right anymore. So I haven't really kept up with them. Maybe they're kick ass again now, like they were on the debut. I just remember liking them a lot on the debut, and then being kind of surprised and a little disappointed by the second album, then not really following up with them. So I don't know. I may be a little off on my threat signal history. Big apologies if so. But yeah, I should go back and listen to them actually. See what they've been up to recently. Okay, Thrice. This is an album that they just came out with a 20th anniversary album version of. So that tells me how old I am. Yeah, Thrice. They're just like an alternative rock band. Their lead single was All That's Left. Stare at the Sun got a little bit of airplay. Paper Tigers is like straight up a metal song. I remember that actually. I forgot about that song until I saw the track name just now. I forgot that they even did that. Thrice makes much better music now, I think, than Artists in the Ambulance era, although this remains their most popular album from what I remember. It was very well known at the time. I think Stare at the Sun got a lot of radio airplay. Yeah. But they did have kind of a heavier sound. They did have like, some metal influence for sure. But if you listen to Thrice now, I think their sound now is much better. Let's see, what was that? What's that new one? Black Honey. It's not really new anymore. Black Honey, that's a great song. They kind of matured a little bit into a different kind of sound. Yeah, I don't really have... I wish I had more to say about Thrice, really. That's about it. That's about all I got. All right, next is... Let me find it. I'm reading off an alphabetical list and then going through and finding the CDs. Toadies, Rubberneck. Legendary rock album, The Toadies, another band from Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas, I believe. Maybe slightly outside of it. And it's interesting. There's actually, if you want to know more about the Toadies, they actually have a documentary on YouTube, like 20 minutes long, of them getting like flown out to California to record this album, and they recorded it in like a week or something, from what I remember. Great album though. They never really made it back to the heights that this one achieved, but this band is all about Todd Lewis, who does vocals and guitars, and he also looks exactly like Linus Tech Tips, the tech YouTuber. But you wouldn't know that from listening to the songs and listening to his vocals. Possum Kingdom is possibly their biggest hit. That's an amazing song. Backslider, Away, I Come From the Water. Tyler might be my favorite. Song from them. It's about a stalker, so kind of a creepy song. But he does. It's interesting because like Possum Kingdom also sounds like it's from the perspective of a stalker, and then I found out that it's about a ghost. Because Possum Kingdom's kind of a creepy song when you listen to it. He's like, yeah, meet me behind the lake. I'll show you my dark secret, and all this stuff. And then I had no idea it was about a ghost Anyway, that's the So Help Me Jesus song. You've probably heard it if you're familiar with like 90s rock and things like that. It was a pretty big hit. In fact, I remember when Kelly Clarkson won American Idol, she listed the Toadies as one of her favorite bands. And I remember being very impressed by that. But yeah, they've had a couple albums since then, but this is the one, man. This is Rubberneck's the one. Toadies actually, Todd Lewis actually came back with another band called the Burden Brothers, which I remember they had a song called Beautiful Night, which has kind of been lost to the sands of time, I feel like, but it got played a lot on Dallas radio. I don't think it really made much national exposure, though, and then the band kind of fizzled after that. But yeah, Toadies, this is a special album by a band that didn't really go as far as they deserve to go, frankly. This kind of has like a grungy sound to it a little bit. 1994, yeah. I will say this about the Toadies, and I would be remiss not to mention this, actually. I didn't realize this for a while, but Tyler, even though it's my favorite song by them, it's incredibly similar in melody and stuff to Where Is My Mind by the Pixies, which, yeah, that's a whole, one of the most covered songs ever, you know, like everyone loves that song, Where's My Mind. It's Tyler's very similar, and once I found it out on my own. I was listening to Tyler one time and I was just like spacing out, and then for some reason I was like, the Pixies? And then I looked it up, and apparently that's like a notorious comparison over the years. So, kind of a weird little. I don't think it's a coincidence. Like if you listen to it, I'm like, I don't think this is a coincidence at all. But, yeah, still love the Toadies. Oh, is it time to talk about Tool? Oh God, brace yourselves, everybody. It's time for John to talk forever. I'm getting the CDs now. A little spoiler for later. Okay. And then we've got 4 more TCDs after this. So I'll put them over to the side. All right. So Tool. The greatest progressive metal band of all time. I'm going to be one of those annoying Tool fans, okay? So Tool, great band, one of the greatest bands ever, and also notorious for having really obnoxious fans who are elitist and gatekeepers and people that think all the music is trash and act like their tastes are better than everyone else. So I'm very sorry I'm going to be talking like that for the next few minutes, but, you know, I'll be nice. So, Undertow, the weakest album of Tool's discography. I know that's not like a popular thought from Tool fans, but it's my opinion. Undertow, probably their, you know, it's their raw, heavy album. Features the single Sober, and Prison Sex, I believe, was another single. I remember hearing that one anyway. So there's a couple things you need to know about Tool. They're kind of a prog band, so basically what that means is that they're not afraid to go on 8-minute or even 15-minute songs. Led up by lead singer Maynard James Keenan. And he's a great vocalist. He's got one of the most iconic voices in rock music. And let's see. Am I allowed? I'm gonna be able to show this on camera. Let's see. Tool tends to like doing yeah, okay. I think this might be good. Nope, there's nudity. there's nudity. I was like, I think I should look through this before I show anything. Yeah, okay. Yeah, full frontal nudity. Great. That kind of seems like something that they would do. So we'll just not look through that. Tool is kind of notorious for like their bizarre music videos as well. I don't think they're really that weird, but you know, I don't know. I grew up with like horror media and stuff, so. But yes, Maynard, iconic voice. The unsung hero of Tool to me is guitarist Adam Jones, I believe. He has a very simple but like rhythmic, catchy style that's... It's like I said this earlier about REM. Like you can always tell when you're listening to Peter Buck from REM play guitar, and you can feel the same way I think about Adam Jones on guitar for Tool. You can, if it's an Adam Jones riff, it's obvious. It jumps off the page, so to speak, and he's got that really distinctive style that I think is important. Danny Carey's drums are also really good. I don't want to sit here and just be like it's all about Adam and Maynard. Overall the musicianship and Tool is top notch. They make these 8-minute songs that by the time they're over you swear they were 3 minutes. I mean, they're really, really well done. And Undertow, in my opinion, isn't the best example of that. Some people disagree with me. They like the more raw Tool sound. But for me, my favorite is Enema. Now, I know, what? Let's just go ahead and take this off here. This is embarrassing. Oh, I hate it. Oh, it's doing that thing where the stick. This is why I don't do it. The sticker like falls apart. It's okay. We can do it. Enema is the sophomore effort from Tool, and I'll look at this oddly satisfying. Yeah, and now we got the hard one. The hard one's the one on the bottom. Second album from Tool, and my personal favorite. Every music track on this one is a banger. The reason I said every music track is because in between the songs are these kind of little cutaways that prep up the next song. It's kind of interesting. They'll sometimes share the same melody. Let's see if I can get. Is there a track list on the back? Of course not. It's a Tool CD. Yeah. I mean, they had one for Undertow, but gotta make things hard. So like for example, oh yes, I got it done. This is actually my second copy of Enema because, like I said, the first one like mysteriously disappeared, so I bought a replacement copy. Yeah, wow. Let me look through the... Yeah. Okay, these seem okay. I could probably show these. Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah, weird artwork, like usual with Tool. What is going on? Bill Hicks. Bill Hicks is a comedian. I'm not sure why he's featured here. But yeah, it's an amazing album experience. Let's see. I think what's the first track? Is it Stinkfist? I think Stinkfist is the first track. That's a banger. That was a single. And then the second track is Eulogy, which is one of my favorites on the record. It's like 10 minutes long, but it's like here, let me actually, I hate to do this because I'm sitting here talking a big game, but let me pull up the playlist on Spotify just so I make sure I don't forget anything. Because they don't have the track list anywhere. Yeah, it does start with Stinkfist and then Eulogy, which is 8 minutes 25, so not quite 10 minutes. But Eulogy, one of their epic songs. I love how it ends. It like builds up and builds up and builds up, and then it like just hits a zenith with the end of it. That's really good. And then track number 3 is H. Which is also I heard on the radio. That's kind of one of their slower songs, but it's really good. And then they start doing these like little 30-second to 2-minute interludes to introduce the next song. So after H is a song called Useful Idiot, and it kind of introduces the next actual song, which is 46 and 2, another one of their classics. After that is Message to Harry Manback, which actually I know how to play it on the piano. I thought the melody was so cool. They do this little piano melody, and I think the piano melody is really cool. And then there's this guy ranting in the background, and that leads into track 7 called "Hooker with a Penis," which is one of my favorite Tool songs. So the Harry Manback melody is carried over into HWAP. We'll just say it's kind of like WAP, but with an H in front of it. So yeah, Hooker with a Penis is actually like an anti-fan rant a little bit. It's kind of funny. It's basically Maynard just going off on, like, I guess, internet fans or critics or whatever that are saying that Tool sold out, and he's just like ranting at them. It's also a really heavy song, possibly Tool's heaviest, honestly. Hooker with a Penis. Weird title, but good song overall. And then after that, they have a little intermission, and the intermission has this like jaunty sort of organ melody to it that they bring into with the next song, Jimmy, which is one of my favorites from the album. And it's the same melody. It's one of those things I didn't notice until a couple times through. Like, they'll do this jaunty little organ melody, and then they'll come in with these down-tuned guitars, where it sounds completely different, but it's the same melody that was introduced, just in a completely different way. And then I think after Jimmy, I won't go through every track. There's 15 of them, though. After Jimmy, it gets a little like Push It and Enema are okay. They're not my favorites. And then it closes with the 14-minute Third Eye, which is another epic song, kind of like Eulogy. But overall, like, it's a really long album. It's almost 80 minutes, and like I said, pretty much nothing but bangers on Enema. Now, weirdly to me, this isn't like considered their best. I think most Tool fans consider Lateralis to be their best, which I can see. It's just not my personal favorite. Now, before I show you my copy of Lateralis, just please do not judge me, okay? But it got water damaged. Ugh, I'm gonna have to get. This is one of those things I'm gonna have to get a replacement copy at some point. So this is it's in such a sorry state, man. This is the booklet, though. It's really cool, actually. Like, it's layered, Very, very, a very Tool thing to do here. But yeah, I'm gonna have to get a replacement copy at some point, and then the CD itself is a buzzsaw. So Lateralis contains it makes me so sad. Lateralis contains some of their most well-known songs, including the title track, Lateralis, as well as Schism, which got significant radio airplay. And that's actually how I got into Tool, was I heard Schism on the radio, and I was like, what is this? This is not like the rest of the stuff that they played, because it's like 6 minutes long, and it's really slow and droning, and it's a really good song, but, what else is on here? Parabola, a lot of good tracks. It's probably their peak sound, but I prefer Enema's kind of angrier, more aggressive style. So yeah, but Lateralis is definitely their most polished peak sound, I would say. Now this 10,000 Days, this album style drives me crazy because it doesn't stack with the rest of my albums because of this stupid thing. There's these little goggles, okay? Get ready for some Tool shit, okay? What you're supposed to do is you're supposed to look through the goggles, right? At the images. You're supposed to, let me see if we can, yeah, we can't really do it for you, but you're supposed to look through them at the images and do this, like, magic eye, kind of like, whoa, right? But it makes it uneven, and so I have to put it at the top of every CD stack I put together. Ugh. Anyway, 10,000 Days, it was a bit of a departure for Tool, the sound here. It's kind of more riff heavy. But it has one of my favorite Tool songs, The Pot, which is a song where Maynard actually kind of sings. I mean, he sings on all the, previous records and everything, but he actually he has more of a melodic singing voice where he's really like trying to hit notes and stuff. I don't know. He does it too. He does a great job. I mean, on these other albums though, he's kind of more. It's more of a speaking style a lot of the times, or like shouting, right? And on The Pot, he sings. It's kind of cool. But I really like 10,000 Days. I think it's kind of one of the black sheep of Tool's discography. I could be wrong on that. At least it was at the time. And 10,000 Days, I think the title comes from the amount of time that Maynard's mother was in the hospital. I can't really remember the exact thought behind it. Here we are. We're playing with fire. We're just looking through this thing. But yeah, I like the opening tracks. I think Zombie is one of them. There's a lot of like cool little riffs and guitar work and stuff. It has a different kind of sound to it. Vicarious, that was the one I was trying to. I was like, what's the name of the first track? It's Vicarious. Rosetta Stone, that's a good one. It's just it's got that Tool sound, but it gets a little bit more experimental with it. Yeah, I like this album a lot. It's not my favorite, but I like pretty much every Tool album, and this is no exception. Now, the one that I don't have, Fear Inoculum. They came out with this one, I want to say like 2005, 2006, I don't know, something like that. And then they did nothing for like 15 years, and then I don't have a hard copy of it, but they came out with Fear Inoculum, and it's not a bad album. Anything that Tool puts out is pretty good in my book, but it's definitely jarring hearing the difference between like 15 years, because Maynard's voice has changed a lot over the years, and we got to hear some of the in-between a little bit, because like aside from Tool, he's in a lot of other projects, like A Perfect Circle, most notoriously, which has a couple good albums, Meridinom's 13th Step. And he's also in a Pacifier, I think. It's like Pacifier, but with a U. Which I never really got into that much. I feel like that's more of his like chaotic side. And A Perfect Circle is kind of more of his not mainstream side, but kind of maybe more like a rock side. A Perfect Circle, I'm not sure. I'm a big APC fan too, but Tool's the superior experience in my opinion. So yeah, there's all my Tool opinions. Now you got enough to last you a lifetime. Don't need any more. Oh god, we've got a couple more to go actually. This is the only Trivium album I have. Trivium is a metalcore band, not really a metalcore band anymore. They were, their first album, Ascendancy, was a metalcore album, and I remember at the time, I think lead guitarist and lead singer Matt Heafy was, I think, 17. I want to say he was 17 years old when they recorded that album. Very young. Matt Heafy now streams on Twitch, which is really cool. He's got like a very successful Twitch stream where he plays songs live and stuff. This is their sophomore effort, The Crusade, and they changed their sound significantly from Ascendancy to this one. They kind of go more thrash direction. In fact, it sounds a lot like Metallica. And I remember that being an attractive trait of it at the time. But, you can imagine that fans had their own opinions on this, going from metalcore to sounding like
no offense, but dollar store Metallica. That's not a dig at all. Metallica's an amazing all-time great band, but they did kind of sound a bit like a Metallica cover band on this one. Outstanding musicianship notwithstanding. Let's see. I remember liking Entrance of the Conflagration, Ignition, Unrepentant, Becoming the Dragon, Tread the Floods. Yeah, there's some standout tracks on this one. And it, like I said, it did sound a lot like Metallica, but they're in a transition period, and of course they ended up, being the band that they are today, very well known, lots of albums under their belt, and this was just the one that really caught my eye at the time. I had listened to Ascendancy before. I had a burned copy, I'll admit it, and I listened to that one over and over again, Pull Harder on the Strings of Your Martyr and all that stuff. But then this one, like I said, I like it when bands experiment generally. And so I was like, oh, they did something different for this one. I'm going to catch this one and see what's up. And I was not disappointed. So I remember listening to this my senior year of high school, 2006, and having a great time with it. But I haven't really kept up with Trivium. Like, I listen to a song every now and then. I can appreciate the instrumentals, but I think the overall music isn't like... doesn't resonate with me as hard anymore. Of course, I'm not as into metal as I used to be, and that's part of it. But yeah, overall, I like Trivium a lot, and this was an interesting album by them. Trust Company. So Trust Company is a new metal album. This is a new metal album, yeah. The Lonely Position of Neutral. So Trust Company sounded a lot like Linkin Park to me when they came out. Not quite the same though. Let's see. There's the lead singer. I want to say his name is Kevin Palmer. Let's find out if that's right. I literally haven't thought about Trust Company in like 10 years. So did I get it right? Don Gilmore produced this, and he's the same producer for Linkin Park's Hybrid Theory, and that might have something to do with the similar sound. Oh my God. I seriously, he does it again. He can't keep getting away with it. Wow. I don't know. I have a talent for remembering names, I guess. I don't know. Don't know how else to explain it. I don't remember anyone else's name in the band. Fair enough. So Downfall was their big hit. Very angsty new metal song, very similar to what a lot of other bands were putting out at the time. I always liked Figure 8. That was my favorite song on here. Running From Me was good, but I think the problem with Trust Company is that all their songs kind of sounded a little the same. And it did kind of seem like they were really similar to Linkin Park, but Linkin Park was just kind of a more dynamic, interesting sound overall. Like, Linkin Park had a DJ, Linkin Park had a rapper, and Trust Company had Kevin on vocals, and he did a good job, but it's like every song kind of ended up sounding a little similar. So I think that's why they didn't make it bigger. But yeah, they had a follow-up to this that I listened to and I thought was okay, but I didn't purchase it. All right, we're going to end the tease, and I'm going to have to call it after that and get back to you later. I think after this we've got 4, 8, 12, 16, 17 albums left after this, so on the home stretch. 12 Foot Ninja, though. This was one of my favorite bands, 12 Foot Ninja. I really like them. I don't know whether to call them metalcore or new metal. They might be like a modern new metal band. I'm not sure, but we'll talk about Silent Machine first. They're from Australia, first of all. Australia pumping out lots of cool music and the metal genre lately. No, all these broke. Oh no, it was made that way. Okay. Well, how's it supposed to? No, they broke.
Did they?
Yeah, because how the CD can't be held in place. Oh well. Oh my gosh. 12 Foot Ninja makes incredible music videos, by the way. They're a really goofy band. They don't take themselves seriously, but they are very talented. I think overall in the metal community, they're not super well liked, which I find very interesting because I find them really creative and interesting and fun. And yeah, Coming for You is probably my favorite song on here. They do this thing. This kind of like the best way I can compare it is it's kind of a Faith No More sort of thing where they'll do this heavy shit and then they'll go immediately into like some funky kind of like clean guitar sort of like almost I don't know how to describe it. You just have to listen to it, but it's very the lead singer is very similar to Mike Patton from Faith No More, the lead singer of Faith No More. To the point where it almost comes across a little bit like a parody at times, and I don't mean that as like a bad thing. Oh my gosh. Hang on one second. I think I'm starting to lose my voice. I've been talking so much. I'll try to wrap it up. Mother Sky is good. There's a music video for that. But overall, I would say that this one's okay. Ain't That a Bitch is good too. But this is their best album, Outlier. They have one after this that's okay, but this one is really amazing to me. You should check out the music video for One Hand Killing, actually. They do this thing where they have the serious band and then they have the silly band. So what they'll do is for the heavy parts, they'll have the serious band out and then they'll dress up in like these weird sunglasses and like scarves and stuff, and they'll do like the silly version of the band for like the clean parts. And it's interesting because in One Hand Killing music video, they kind of meet one another a little bit, but it's cool. It's a really cool song because it's got the heavy, but then it's also got the, like I said, Mike Patton sequences. I don't know what else to call them. Sick's a great song. Invincible's a great song. In fact, all the filler tracks here are really good too. I really like Postmortem. Postmortem is like a song about death. That I find kind of thought-provoking, actually. I didn't expect that. I like Monsoon. Yeah, it's just a good album overall. I really enjoy it. I think it's really creative and fun. I think metal is best when it's fun, and 12 Foot Ninja brings the fun. I think probably the only bands that are more fun in metal right now than 12 Foot Ninja are like Electric Callboy and We Buttered the Bread with Butter, maybe. I really like those two bands a lot. They don't take themselves seriously either, and neither does 12 Foot Ninja. I would love, if my dream tour, I think, would be Electric Callboy, We Buttered the Bread with Butter, and 12 Foot Ninja. That would be so sick. I would go see that. I would get, if there were rows, I would get front row seats. Otherwise, I'd get pit tickets. Damn, dude. Like, that would be so cool. But yeah, really like 12 Foot Ninja. I found their Outlier follow-up a little samey, but yeah, they're a really creative band and I like them a lot. So that's gonna wrap it up for the tease. And yeah, I'm gonna need to take a break because I've been talking for a million years, it feels like. Oh my god. But when I come back, I'll do like the next 18 or so. So yeah, thanks. All right, see you in literally 1 second.
Well. That's more what I meant to do. We're on the home stretch now. Just got a few more left to go. See, I think we just finished the teas. So let's do the next one. What comes after tea? You comes after tea. All right. Well, we've only got a few U's, actually. We'll start off with a band I actually mentioned earlier. You may remember way back in the A's. Shout out if you've been listening all the way from A to U. I'd like to thank you so much for your dedication. Hopefully you're enjoying the video, because if not, I got to question what the hell you're doing with your life. If you've been hate watching for 10 hours. But yeah, so Ulver features the lead singer of aforementioned band Arcturus. Garm is his name. And Ulver is a very, very different band. This is probably my favorite album from them, Blood Inside. It's not their first one, but it's their first one with like a major stylistic change. I definitely recommend the song Christmas. It's a very cool song, very unique. Let's see, some other good ones on here. It Is Not Sound. Pretty much the whole album sounds like that, or rather doesn't. I don't know. I really like the aesthetic too, the red and white. It's very Christmassy for an album that features a song called Christmas. I'm trying to remember, I'm not trying to remember. I'm trying to think of how I can describe this, because it's, I guess, just avant-garde. Really, it's kind of indie alternative-esque, but not really. I don't know. This is probably like the most chaotic of all the albums, Blood Inside. So I like that. They get very calm, starting with Shadows of the Sun, which I believe is the very next one that came afterwards. Let's see, is there a date on here? Well, Blood Inside is 2005, and I'm not sure what year this came out. I want to say like 2007. Let's see. Yeah. Bad at finding dates, apparently. They make it as small as possible. I'm just going to say 2007 or maybe 2008. But yeah, this is a very chill, calm album. And yeah, I mean, from the beginning to the end, it's just kind of like a droning, experimental, avant-garde sort of chill soundtrack, sort of. This is the type of music that like you can relax to. You can put it on where you're doing something else in the background, I would say. I would say with music like this, actively listening to it, you could probably get a lot out of it if you were already into it, like if you're already familiar with it, actively listening, but it's better to have it on the background. Trying to think of like a standout track. Solitude is really good. The opening track, Eos. Yeah, just unique music, fun music. It's hard to believe that Ulver had their start in much heavier music, because like Arcturus, Ulver was a much heavier band. I have one of their other CDs. Where is it? There's no way I loaned that one out. It's like one of their first albums, and it's much heavier. It's a very different style. Can't remember where it is. It's got to be somewhere around here. Anyway, this album is called Childhood's End. It's one of these cool albums that's basically like a little hardcover book. I always like it when they do that presentation. It's cool that like they still make CDs with this neat sort of presentation. They're kind of evolving things and moving beyond just like the plastic jewel case, right? But yeah, this is very similar to Shadows of the Sun. It's a little more alternative, I think, than Shadows of the Sun. There's a little more guitar, from what I remember. It's been a while since I've listened to it. There's a little more activity. There's a lot of tracks too. But yeah, if you like what you hear on the other ones, then I think you'll like what they continue to do with the sound. So it's pretty cool. Yeah, Ulver. Okay. This is my only Under Oath album. Check it out. Although I don't know if I had burned versions or what. I seem to remember having the actual CDs, but I had some old albums from Under Oath. They're only chasing safety. Define the Great Line. Even some Spencer Chamberlain albums. So yeah, some quick background on Under Oath. They were originally a Christian metal band, and their original lead singer on like albums like Changing with the Times and some of I think their first 3 albums, I want to say. He's now the lead singer of Maylene and the Sons of Disaster. I hope I'm not wrong on that. I'm pretty sure I haven't thought about this. I haven't thought about like Under Oath's lead singer going to Maylene and the Sons of Disaster in like maybe 10 years, so I might be wrong on that. It's kind of crazy because I really didn't like their vocals with Under Oath, but their vocals are great with Maylene, so who knows? Who knows what that's all about? I think it says a lot about like the style of the music affecting your singing, and sometimes people aren't bad singers; they're just in the wrong style of music. So you can probably tell what I thought about their stint with Under Oath. But yeah, after that, Under Oath got a new lead singer named Spencer Chamberlain, and it was kind of a controversial change. I actually really like Spencer's voice, though, and I like it the most in Erase Me, which is their biggest departure since the lead singer change, I would say. Many people's favorite Under Oath album is actually They're Only Chasing Safety, which was the first album with this lead singer. That was in 2004, I want to say, maybe 2006, maybe a little after that. And they got a little heavier, I think, with like Define the Great Line and some of the ensuing sounds. But this is probably their least metal album. It's more just like a hard rock album. Like they're still screaming and having guitars, but some of the lead tracks like Rapture, or On My Teeth is kind of heavy. I guess it's more like Rapture is kind of more of an alternative song. I really like Wake Me. That's a great song in my opinion. But overall, yeah, I hate it. Let's see. Yeah, there's just there's a good tracks all the way through, I think. I like it because it kind of reminds me of sort of a He Is Legend style sound, even though He Is Legend has this kind of southern rock angle that Under Oath doesn't have. But I like the direction that they went with this, and they kind of have a similar sound on their latest album, which I don't have a copy of, but I've listened to on streaming. Yeah, but this isn't a particularly well-liked album by the Under Oath fan base, but I quite like it, actually. It's one of those that I think I'm probably going to keep for my overall collection, just because, I look at it and I'm like, oh, I can't throw this away, or I can't donate this or sell it or whatever I'm going to do. So, yeah. Those are my thoughts on a band that a lot of people really like, but I don't have a whole lot of strong opinions about, which is kind of odd for this. Okay. Unearth, The Oncoming Storm. So this is a metalcore record from the early 2000s. What was termed by many metal magazines at the time the new wave of American heavy metal. They didn't have the term metalcore back then, really. And so a lot of people, because in the 80s, there was the new wave of British heavy metal with like Judas Priest, Iron Maiden. And then they were trying to coin a similar phrase for the coming of metalcore in popular music in the early 2000s, the new wave of American heavy metal, but it never really caught on. So this is just a metalcore record, okay? In fact, Unearth is one of the key bands that I think of when I think of metalcore. It's got all the hallmarks. It's got kind of more hardcore vocals than metal vocals, and it's got these like kind of thrashy riffs. There's great lead guitar work on this one, actually, on songs like Zombie Autopilot. That's a classic. Black Hearts Now Rain. The Great Dividers. Yeah. Endless. Ooh, it brings me back. I need to go back and listen to this. Unearth is still going these days, but this is by far, I think, their most critically acclaimed album. Let's see. I don't know their names, but guitar player, lead singer, and then it's always when I get to the bass player and the drummer that I kind of lose steam. But I have seen Unearth live before, and they put on a pretty good show. Trevor, I knew his name was Trevor. I was like, do I think that the lead singer's name is Trevor because of Black Dahlia Murder, even though they're kind of different. But no, Trevor Phillips, right? I don't think he's still their lead singer. I think they have a different one now. I could be wrong. But yeah, some good tracks aside, Unearth is very samey. Like other than like Zombie Autopilot, a lot of these songs sound like almost exactly the same. But that was kind of, I think it was a little bit of product of the time. Like I said, 2004. Yeah, 2004. That was kind of how you made a good metal album in 2004. All the songs sounded the same. These days, I think people want more experimentation generally. But that could just be me talking out my ass. Unearth, The Oncoming Storm. Does it hold up? That's a good question. I haven't listened to it in like 5 years. One of the most interesting metal bands I've ever had the pleasure of listening to, Unexpect. This is their debut, In a Flesh Aquarium. If you haven't heard Unexpect, just going off of the name, the name is accurate. You're in for a ride if you listen to this. You've never heard a band like Unexpect. To some people, it's just going to be noise. To some people, it's going to be just a total nonsense, sound salad, like word salad, but with sound. It's more just like avant-garde metal to me. You can't even read these, dude. What the hell? You can't read these. Oh, what? This is the Kill Switch Engage CD. What a story arc. Here it is. Why is it in here? Why is it in here, dude? Okay. Okay, gotta make sure that I don't run over the album. Here we go. Okay. So, Unexpect is, they're like a symphonic metal band, if I had to put them in anything. There's a lot of orchestration and a lot of strange instruments that they bring into it. But they also do some like thrashy metal stuff. There's a screaming vocalist. There's also a woman who does lead vocals, and her name completely escapes me. Is it Syriac or Artagoth? I actually don't know. Well, there's actually 3 voices, and this is the kind of like pretentious credits you might expect. Voices and presence is what they put for their credit, whereas other people might be voices, guitar, mountain, voices, guitar things, puppeteer. So they've got very quirky credit section here. They actually have a second album after this that's even better, I would say. I don't have a hard copy of it. I like In a Flesh Aquarium, but the follow-up I think is even more interesting and complex. I'm trying to think of like a standout track here. I think it sounds weird, but there was a single that I think they made did they make a music video for it? I'm not sure. They've got I think all of the songs are like Stan Lee-ified. There's an adjective and a noun, and they both start with the same letter. So, oh no, that's not true. Desert Urbana. It's already, but there's Feasting Fools, Chromatic Chimera, Summoning Scenes, Megalomaniac Trees. I remember that one being something. Meet Me at the Carousel. Yeah, some of these middle tracks I remember, I guess. But yeah, it's hard to describe. The best way I can describe it is like avant-garde metal. It's just weird. And like I said, you might listen to it and be like, this is total nonsense, this is noise, but you might also like the chaos. I tend to like chaotic bands. I think I've established that over the course of the 10-hour video, but so this was right up my alley, and that's gonna wrap it up for you. So now we move on to V. Hang on a sec. Oh no, I just knocked over a pile of them. Sorry. Okay, we're back with the V's. Vampire Weekend. So, this is Vampire Weekend's second album, their Triumph, Contra, and this, I believe, is their third album, Modern Vampires of the City. So Vampire Weekend is they're an indie rock band. They kind of came onto the scene with a big smash hit single, A-Punk, which you probably have heard in like a commercial or a movie trailer or something. You'll be able to tell by the opening riff if you've heard it before. Very, I don't mind the debut album, but it's A-Punk and a bunch of songs that sound like A-Punk. You've got very similar sounding intros and song structure. They're all like kind of short songs, like 2.5, 3 minutes. And there's not a whole lot on there that's interesting to me, which made it all the more surprising when they came out with Contra. And in Contra, they do a lot of experimentation. Actually, they add synthesizers and beats into their music, and they kind of make a more of an electronic focused sound, which is always going to be a hit with me. So I'm a sucker for it. Okay, and God, these jewel cases are terrible, man. But is there anything behind this, do you think? No, it's just solid white. But yeah, they kind of step away a little bit from the alternative sound, and they go a little bit more towards like an electronic infused kind of experimental sound a little bit. Not too experimental, but enough. Starts off with what I would consider their standard sound that they had on the previous album, which is Horchata. And Holiday too is kind of in the same, like I think the first couple tracks from what I remember are about along the lines of what you would have on the first album. But then when you get to the second half, you start getting into some fun stuff. Like Run, for example, is really good. Giving Up the Gun might be my favorite one on the album. Diplomat's Son. I think I like this run here from track 6 to the end. I think it's rare that I like the second half of an album better than the first half. The only one I can really think of offhand is maybe the Beatles' Abbey Road. I like the medley, okay? But yeah, this one kind of pulls it off. Normally I find the first half a lot stronger than the second half, but yeah, I think they did a great job with this. I really like it. It's one of my favorites, frankly. Now, since it was one of my favorites, I decided to get Modern Vampires of the City when this came out. And, I feel like I've said this kind of thing over and over again over the course of the video, but if I get impressed with an album, it's usually because they kind of take a little bit of a risk and change their sound up a little bit. But I don't really remember this one. I remember listening to it, but I don't think that they really moved in a direction that I kind of wanted them to. I can't remember if it was like too much like the debut for me or what, but this one didn't resonate with me like Contra did. And it's not bad. I don't remember listening to it and being like disgusted or upset. It just it wasn't quite what I wanted. So yeah, those are my thoughts on Vampire Weekend. I haven't really listened to them a whole lot since I got that album. So Veil of Maya, this is their album Matriarch. Veil of Maya is you could gent metalcore, whatever you want to call them. They sound kind of like Periphery. That's an understatement. They sound a lot like Periphery. And like Within the Ruins and bands like that. They do a good job though. I'm actually really excited for their upcoming album. They put out the Mother Part 4 EP or whatever it was. I like those 4 tracks, and I'm excited for what they do. This one's okay. Let's see. The lead single is Mikasa, which is probably their most well-known song. It's cool. I prefer Periphery, and I prefer Within the Ruins for this style, or like we'll get to them later, Volumes, right? But yeah, Veil of Maya is cool. I definitely, they're not one of those bands that doesn't stand out to me. There's a lot of bands in this genre. Come on, you're not gonna zoom in, really? Really? What if I move my hand? There we go. That's the key. You just gotta move your other hand out of the way. I don't know why I was struggling for this shot. Like it means something. But yeah, it's not like they don't stand out. And in this genre, there's a lot of bands that don't stand out. So they stand out. They're just not quite my favorite. But who knows? That could change. They put out a couple really strong albums back to back. I might really start putting them up on a pedestal. But yeah, this one came out not too long ago. Oh my God, 2015? That can't be right. Is that serious? I've lost all sense of time. All right. Yeah, it's proven. I've lost all sense of time. The Vines. I got this for $1. Highly Evolved. They're a critically acclaimed debut album. I believe they're an Australian band, I want to say. And this is their first album. Comes with the highly successful single, Get Free. Now, Get Free was an international sensation. In fact, they kind of are. It's still the most well-known thing that they've ever done, and they've done a lot of albums by this point. But nothing really reaches the heights that Highly Evolved did. I think this is their most well-liked album for a reason. Most of the personnel, I guess you could say, on this album are no longer with the band. Which is a shame because they've got a really great sound on this. The Vines are, if you're unfamiliar, they're kind of like garage rock, I would say. It was a very popular sound at the time, very similar to the White Stripes, the Hives, the Strokes, and bands like that. However, the Vines had more of like a rock and roll vibe to them. Sort of like Jet, I guess. I'm not a big fan of Jet, though. This was always my favorites of all the bands of that kind of, mini era of a few years in the early 2000s. But they have a very widely varied sound on here, because you've got rockers like Get Free, right, where he's just freaking out and going crazy. And then you've got some ballads, like I think Mary Jane is a ballad. I'm trying to remember specifically. It's been a while since I've listened to this, so there's quite a lot here. In fact, there's some songs on here that I would characterize as Beatles-esque, which is something that I don't do lightly. But I remember listening to it and being like, this really reminds me of the Beatles. What the hell? I haven't gotten that feeling in a long time. But yeah, the Vines have really departed from the sound they had on this album quite a bit. I remember their follow-up had a much more like stock sound to it overall, and didn't read as creatively as this one did. But I do like the Vines, and they turned in a heck of a performance on Letterman that you can still find on YouTube. Talk about chaotic. But yeah, that's the Vines. All right. Well, actually, I just mentioned this band, Volumes. Now, this is a band with a history. Let me tell you what. I've got two very different albums. I've got their debut, Via, and their third album, Different Animals. And I've got a lot to talk about with Volumes. I've got a lot to talk about. So they're kind of they're a metalcore band on this one, and they're not on this one. It's very different sound. Basically, my TLDR opinion is that I love this album and I hate this album. But we'll get into the specifics of that. So Volumes is a metalcore band that has, they've always had two singers. They've had more of a screamer and one that does more clean vocals. So on Via, they've got a very heavy metalcore sound, right? But oh my gosh, no, dude. Oh, come on. I hate that, man. You've got Michael Barr on clean vocals mostly, but although he does do good screaming as well. And you've got Gus Farias on, I think, only screaming vocals. I don't think he ever sang. I could be wrong on that. You got Diego, his brother, they have the same last name, but I don't know they could be cousins. I think brother though. On guitar, Daniel Schwartz on guitar, and then Rod Sudani on bass, and Daniel Bronstein in the studio. I'm not really sure. I guess that means studio drums. Actually, I've never looked at that before. Now, the main characters in the story here, I think, are Michael Barr and Gus Farias. Those are the two most important characters in this Volumes story. So, I will tell you right now, when Volumes burst onto the scene with Via, first of all, some standout tracks here include Edge of the Earth, which it might still be their best song, I'm not sure. Wormholes rocks hard. I really like that one, but overall it's just a good album, very solid metalcore stuff. But Edge of the Earth is definitely a standout track with a really cool sound. It's a slower track, and it really shows off Michael Barr's clean vocals, in particular during the chorus. Now, for me, I didn't even notice this. I hate it when you open the CD and these just fall out. These little plastic bits drives me nuts. But yeah, what was I saying? To me, Michael Barr's voice is this band. He not only is the clean vocals, but I think he does a much better screamed vocals than Gus did. Gus's voice kind of drove me nuts throughout this band's run with him. So, I basically only listened to the band for Michael because I really liked his voice overall in both modes. Unfortunately, after Via, they had a follow-up album where they brought everybody back for the CD. But after that, the band said goodbye to Michael. And he went on to do some solo stuff that I think I remember giving a chance, but didn't really especially like. And so they just had Gus on vocals. Now, you get around to Different Animals, and this is when they brought in a Michael Barr replacement. And I'm going to have to remind myself of his name. I think this got water damaged or something, because, yeah, look, it's... What the heck? I think some of my CDs got water damage. I think like Tool Lateralis, we saw this, and this one has it too. What the hell? Oh, I'm gonna have to get like a new one, or maybe not. Actually, I don't think I'm gonna get another copy of this CD, dude. Is it Mike Terry? There he is, Mike Terry. They brought in Mike Terry on clean vocal duty, although he did some screaming too, and they brought forth an incredibly poppy sound. Like, it's not... I don't know if it's bad, because, the tracks are well produced. The songs are well composed, adequately composed. I don't know. But there's just something that feels kind of, like, half-baked about it to me. It's like Finite, I believe, was the lead single, right? And I remember hearing it, and it's like all the ingredients were there, but I just wasn't really into it. Like, I think Gus screamed the verses a little bit. Or is that what happened? Maybe it was just all Mike. I can't remember exactly how the song goes. It's been a while. Like, I kind of blocked it out of my mind a little bit. I remember listening to Feels Good... let's see, On Her Mind featuring Puya. Oh yeah, he rapped during that. Oh, that's the song with the rapping in it. Anyway, so this happened, right? This album came out, and I think a lot of Volumes fans were feeling kind of angsty about it. It wasn't just me, because they were like, oh, okay, so you got rid of Michael Barr, but let's see what you got. Like, let's see what you turn it into. And then this came out, and I don't want to speak for everybody in the Volumes fan base. It was kind of like, oh, so this is what it's like, huh? It just didn't quite hit the mark, I guess, is what everyone was kind of feeling like. Now, I'm going to introduce an interesting bit of trivia, I guess. So Diego Farias, Gus's brother, who's on guitar, is still on this album. And one thing that you may be surprised to hear about him is that he directs music videos. Yeah, right? Pretty cool. Would you like to know what music video he has directed? Jake Paul's infamous viral hit, It's Everyday Bro. I'm not making that up. The guitarist from Volumes, the previously metalcore band, directed Jake Paul's It's Everyday Bro music video. Feel free to look it up. I don't know what that's about, but my God, what a world we live in, right? So after Different Animals, the band went in a completely different direction. They brought back Michael Barr to many people's surprise, and Nick Ursich is on drums here. Can you even read that? Okay, yeah. So Nick, Rod, and Mike got back together with Michael Barr, and they put out a stellar album called Happier. And I don't have a hard copy of it, but it's great. It goes back to that feel from Via. And Mike Terry is a great vocalist as well. So when you got the two mics together, it's altogether just a personnel upgrade. And it's great because I remember after Different Animals, I kind of was like writing the band off a little bit. I was like, yeah, Mike Terry's he's not bad. I like his voice, but the sound is different, and I can't stand Gus's voice. And, no offense with all this. It's just a matter of, personal taste. But with Happier, they got back to that kind of sound that I liked from the debut, and it was even improved, I would say. In fact, I would say it may be their best work. And Via is very good. I don't know. I have to listen to Via again, though. It's been a few years, so maybe I'll adjust that opinion. But Volumes are back. It's good times overall. Very happy Volumes fan. I can't wait for their next album, and I hope that they have like a lineup that they can stick with this time, because with them changing the lineup so many times over just 4 albums, there's 3 different lead singer combinations over those 4 albums of dual lead singers. So I hope that they can keep it together for the next one, and we can kind of see where they go with it, because I feel like they haven't been able to mature their sound as a group with all these personnel changes. But the future's bright for Volumes. Very excited. And now it's time for the W's, which so you may remember that after W comes X, Y, and Z, but fortunately we don't have a Y or a Z band to look at, and we only have one X band, and that one's going to be pretty quick. So this is pretty much it. Wage War. Another metalcore record. This is Deadweight. Wage War is one of those bands. They're kind of like the ones that I mentioned just now. Like they're kind of like Volumes. They're kind of like Veil of Maya. They're kind of like some of these bands that I've talked about just now. I don't like Wage War's clean vocalist very much. He has this kind of mid 2000s emo sound to the voice where it sounds really whiny. It's kind of like Era. Era has the same sort of sound as Wage War. They're very similar. But I like how aggressive the songs can be, the heavy ones, like on here, Stitch, for example, or Witness, Deadweight. When they're heavy, when Wage War is heavy and they're firing on all cylinders, I'm really into them. But I kind of have to zone out a little bit during the choruses, if I'll be honest. I don't know if that's a common opinion. I don't think so. I think a lot of people that like this band think that they're great all the way around. So I understand I'm not quite the target market. But I still bought an album. I guess it got water damaged too. What the hell, man? Anyway, I don't particularly like this album overall. I think there's some good songs on it, and I'll listen to those songs, but I won't listen to the album. They put out one after this that I think is a bit better. I want to say it's called Manic.
That's all. I think it's Manic, and it has a title track called Manic, because I know there's a song called that, but I think the album's also called that. And that one I actually kind of prefer to Dead Weight, I think. It's hard to say. But yeah, overall, they're the type of band that's like, I like this on paper, but it's just not quite my cup of tea, my taste in terms of style. Okay. White Zombie, Astro Creep 2000. Nice. White Zombie was the band of Rob Zombie, who you may have heard of, industrial metal legend himself, and director of Halloween and Halloween 2 in the mid 2010s, early 2010s. I can't remember exactly when that happened now. Yeah, White Zombie was his band, and White Zombie was weirdly like not as successful as Rob Zombie was when he went solo shortly after this. Nevertheless, there's some cool tracks on here. I like Supercharger Heaven quite a bit. More Human Than Human was probably their biggest hit. And it's got Rob Zombie on vocals, so it's got that Rob Zombie kind of sound. And this is just before Rob Zombie came out with Hellbilly Deluxe, and kind of blew the lid off of the genre a bit. But yeah, I like, very disturbing. I like White Zombie as well. Like I said, they're industrial metal, I would say, kind of Marilyn Manson-esque, and yeah, I like some songs, but as far as like stringing together a whole album, not too into it. That's why I got this for $3 on clearance. Okay, Winter Sun. Oh, this is so sad. Look at this. Oh my God. I think this just happened one day. I didn't like step on it or anything like some of the other ones. I think it just happened. These jewel cases, I swear to God, they break so easily. They're not intended to be handled like at all. They're intended to be like kept in shrink wrap in a box somewhere. But so Winter Sun, look at all these cool colors, man. It looks awesome. Winter Sun, this is not their first album, Time I, but it is my favorite from them. They came out with the album, is it called Sleeping Stars? Many, many years ago. Sleeping Stars was my favorite song on it. Beyond Winter and Sun? That would be kind of a weird... Beyond Night and... Beyond something? I don't know. Beyond Time? I forget what it's called. I don't have it right in front of me. And it was a fine debut. They've got kind of this like kind of like folk metal sound, I guess. But they don't go all, you'll pardon my descriptor here, but they don't go all hokey with it. Not that I find bands like Luvatai and some of those Ensiferum, I don't find them hokey, but they don't go for that kind of like we're doing a folk metal song. It's kind of more just in theme, I think. Maybe it's more Viking metal, I don't know. But the point is it's very cool, very orchestral, very atmospheric. In fact, Sons of Winter and Stars is probably my favorite track, if you can even call it that. It's really 4 tracks in one. It's like 10 minutes long or something. In fact, this whole album only has 5 tracks. Technically, I would say like 8, but Sons of Winter and Stars is 4 in a row there. It runs the gamut, one part it's like a ballad, and another part they're rocking out and it's super heavy. The instrumentals are amazing, very well composed, and from what I understand, there's a full band, but Winter Sun is like mostly one dude. And that's not to take away anything from like the band's dynamic, but it's just from what I understand. Yeah. Here he is. Yari or Jari does vocals, guitar, and this says, at first I thought this said composer, but it says computer. And from what I understand, they also record and mix all the songs and produce them at home.
I think is what I read somewhere. I'm not sure if I read it in the liner notes or what, but they also write all the lyrics and everything. So, I mean, Yari is pretty much the band. They're pretty much Winter Sun, you know. But yeah, an extremely talented group. I've always liked them since their debut, but this one kind of knocked it out of the water for me. It's great. Yeah, there he is, the mastermind himself. He's kind of like, you know how Nightwish has Thomas Holopainen? That's basically what he is to Winter Sun. That's how I think of it anyway. Yeah, amazing album from start to finish. Had a great time listening to it. And here's the follow-up, The Forest Seasons. I like this one too, not quite as much as this. But this has 4 tracks, and as you can expect, they're incredibly long. In fact, I think they're over 10 minutes each. Oh, it says here 14. Yeah, this one's 14 minutes and 41 seconds. So that should tell you kind of what you're getting into if you've never listened to this band before. Like, they're making songs almost 15 minutes long. It's not like you're going to be jamming out to some Nicki Minaj pop hooks or anything. You're going to be like settling in for a long listen, maybe while you fall asleep or I don't know, read a book. I'm not sure. It's hard to actively listen to something for 15 minutes though. But yeah, their debut album has like regular length songs. Not that there's any quote normal length for songs. You know, they can be as long or as short as you want. But if you're looking for a more traditional way to maybe get into Winter Sun than sitting down for a 15-minute epic, you can check out their debut. But yeah, Winter Sun, big fan. Ooh, I was just talking about Within the Ruins, and this is probably my least favorite album by them. I have no idea why it's the one that I own. It's Elite. So Within the Ruins are a metalcore band, very distinctive sound. In fact, you know, we talked about Born of Osiris earlier. Born of Osiris are one of the most like influential bands in metalcore, right? And I would say that Within the Ruins kind of developed a sort of recording and playing style for like the guitar and stuff that Born of Osiris got really inspired by lately. The guitars are very staccato. In fact, they might be, I'm not sure if they're played live in the studio or what, but because they basically record the guitar notes as like burp. And there's no burr, you know, there's no what do you call it? Not reverb, but there's no echo or you know, extra sound from playing the guitar notes. So they're very staccato, and it makes a really cool effect that you know, like bands like Born of Osiris and Veil of Maya have also adopted. And I could be wrong, but I think Within the Ruins was like the first ones to kind of popularize that sound a little bit. I don't remember it really being around before that. But Elite is a good CD. I enjoy it. It's just the only reason I said it's my least favorite is because like literally every album after this, of which there are 3, I think, they're all better. They're all better than this one. Standout tracks though, Feeding Frenzy, all of the Ataxia tracks. They've got 5 of them now. Ataxia 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Those are all always worth listening to. Solace is good. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, Feeding Frenzy is crazy though. That's a great song. And one cool thing about Within the Ruins too, I wish more metal bands did this, is they had Elite, right? And then they had 2 other albums after that get progressively better, again, in my opinion. And they released the trilogy of albums in one called The Trilogy, and they're all instrumental tracks. So like if you find yourself listening to Within the Ruins or like metal in general and you're like, I really like the music, I like the instruments, but I can't get into the vocals, I would definitely recommend checking out Within the Ruins Trilogy album, because you'll get like 30 tracks that are all instrumentals. And you know, even if you like the vocalized versions and everything, which is, you know, you like metal, right? I think there's still something to be gotten from the instrumental tracks, because you can hear some things that are kind of buried behind the vocals that maybe you didn't hear before. So
yeah, Within the Ruins actually one of my favorite metal bands. For sure, one of my favorite metalcore bands. Like I said, I think their sound and what they've done recently is very influential, because I've heard a lot of bands do the same type of thing. I think even Periphery lately has been doing kind of that recording style. I don't know what to call it. And I am a casual fan, so maybe I haven't been keeping up with things. I'm sure there's someone out there that's like, oh, the Death Awaits has been doing that for years. I don't know. I just made up a band name, but yeah, I like Within the Ruins. One of my favorites. And guess what? It's that time, the very last album, and it's going to be a little anticlimactic because I don't have a lot to say about Zosther's Subliminal Genocide. This is a black metal album, and Zosther is basically one musician, not a band, but just one guy. And this was released, when was this released? I want to say it was like the mid 2000s. But yeah, Zosther is yeah, there they are. Very melancholic black metal music. Very symphonic, electronic, a lot of synths and stuff, so that's why I like it. Let's see, Disharmonic Convergence, Prison of Mirrors. Prison of Mirrors is like more of a traditional like black metal song, I think. I love these titles. Pyramid of Skulls, let's go. Let's see, Lost in Inner Distortion I remember liking. It's definitely a very specific kind of sound that not everyone's going to appreciate. I think even if you're a metal fan, you might be turned off by the vocals, but that's the case with any black metal. I think black metal is probably the most like inaccessible metal genre, and it just doesn't quite hit with everyone outside of like a very specific group of people. So no, I totally get that. I'm not really even that into the genre. Like if you've been watching from start to finish, like the only black metal albums I have are like the must-haves, like Dissection, Storm of the Lightbane, and Emperor's Anthems of the Welcome at Dusk, Dimmu Borgir's Death Cold Armageddon, albums like that. And so I'm not that into it, but I do like some of it for what it is. I think it's creative and cool, and one of my favorite things about music is the variety and the breadth that the sounds can get into different distinctive styles. And Zosther's definitely an example of that. So that's why I'm happy to have albums like this in my collection alongside Avril Lavigne's Under My Skin. I like that I can listen to both of them and get something out of it. That's one of my favorite things about music, is that there's a lot of people out there that only listen to one genre, that only like one genre or one type of sound. But I think like with most things, the variety of art that you consume kind of makes you a more well-rounded person, or at least able to appreciate more about not just music, but video games, movies, paintings, photographs, anything like that. You can kind of, the more that you can appreciate in the grand scope of what's possible, kind of makes it to where you can appreciate the small things. And maybe not just read a book and be like, oh, the curtains are blue because they're blue. And you can kind of get a little more media literacy out of it, I think. And obviously I'm uploading a 10-hour video of this, so music and art are really important to me. So being able to look at them with not only a critical eye, but also with an appreciation for detail is important to the experience for me. So Zosther is and bands like them are a key part of that. And I can think of no better way to end the video than with that little monologue. Wow. So what to say? Actually, can we get? I'm gonna move it. I'm gonna move the camera to where you. Oh, hi. It me.
Hello. Do we want to do it this close? Holy shit, this is so close, dude. I'll back up. We'll do it this close, but I'll back up. I feel like my personal space is being invaded. Oh, great. Oh, good. It's not focused. It's slowly focusing. Okay. So, thanks for watching. Thanks for skipping around or whatever you did to get here. Did you watch all? How long is this going to be? 10 hours? When I started this video, I did not think it was going to be as long as it was. For some reason, as always, I underestimate how much I'm going to talk about things. I thought that I would just put some albums out there and be like, oh, I just don't have much to say about it and put it away. But I always have something to say, apparently. And some of these albums I talked for like literally 10 minutes about. So, but yeah, you know, I'm not expecting this video to hit the trending tab or anything. I'm not expecting it to be like my magnum opus, you know. I watched all 10 hours and it changed my life. I'm not expecting anything like that. But hopefully it was interesting at the very least. And, you know, even if you just skipped around and only watched parts that you thought you'd be interested in, and it only turned out to be like 3.5 minutes or something, that's cool. I'm happy about that. You can kind of see in the background, you can kind of see all the CDs. There they are. They're taking up space on my floor. Look, there's Backstreet Boys Millennium sticking out like a sore thumb there. But yeah, this the boxes. Living room, it says. Living room it is. But yeah, thanks everybody for checking out the video. I actually had a good time making it. It felt very cathartic because, like I said, you know, I'm not keeping all of these albums, and I'm currently in kind of a spring cleaning phase of things. So I thought that these meant so much to me overall that I didn't want to, it felt wrong to just, you know, put them all in a box and take them to a used bookstore or whatever I was going to do with them, whatever I am going to do with them. So I thought it'd be, this is like a nice in memoriam kind of saying goodbye to them, sort of thing, I guess. But yes, thank you for watching. Appreciate it a lot. And I just realized I didn't really want to appear on camera because I'm having a bad hair day. No, don't judge me. But yeah, I'll see you guys in the next video. It won't be like this one. This was kind of an exceptional thing. But thanks for watching, and I'll see you later. Bye-bye.